With a deafening roar, the space in front of the man violently twisted and collapsed. One after another, the super-large mechanical restriction rings, shimmering with a ghostly blue energy, were compressed and finally exploded in the violent impact. Fang Qi roared, his eyes filled with resentment. Then, he was engulfed by the flames of the explosion, his figure quickly disappearing into the void. The collapse of space did not stop. The black hole-like devouring force spread wildly throughout the universe, swallowing everything in existence until darkness completely covered everything and the world returned to silence, as if there had never been a trace of life. Fang Qi suddenly woke up from the bed, breathing heavily, his forehead slightly sweaty. The blanket slipped to the side, and the cool air from the air conditioner brushed against his skin, gradually bringing him back to reality. He sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Having too good a memory can sometimes be a form of torture. So many years have passed, yet he still often dreams of the scene before his demise. The feeling of being engulfed by flames and his body shattering is too real and too painful. After his death, Fang Qi was reborn in a different world where everyone could change jobs. Here, all young people who are over 18 years old participate in an awakening ceremony to change their job into various professions such as magician, swordsman, and enchanter. Once you awaken a powerful profession, you will gain extraordinary power, change your fate, and enjoy many privileges. But if you only awaken a low-level profession, it basically means that you will live a mediocre life and have little chance of success. Tomorrow is Fang Qi's day of job change, but he already has an opportunity in mind. He will refuse to accept the superpowered profession that belongs to him during the awakening ceremony. He intends to use the top-tier mechanic knowledge he acquired in his previous life to create a brand new profession, mechanic. Then, using the mechanical knowledge he had acquired, he created various sophisticated mechanical equipment, quickly accumulated wealth, and built his own mechanical army, rapidly rising to prominence in this other world. Thinking of all this, Fang Qi immediately bent down to pick up the blanket that had fallen to the ground, lay back down, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he arrived at school on time. Great Xia Kingdom, Tianhai Province, Mountain City, Extraordinary Academy. On the playground, nearly 300 students stood neatly in rows, ramrod straight. Today is not only their graduation day, but also an important moment when their first job change panel is about to open. On the high platform, an elderly man with graying temples cleared his throat and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached the ears of every student. Students, after 3 years of hard work, you have finally reached graduation day. Today, you will step out of the school and embark on a new chapter in your lives. This world is not peaceful, and the future is full of dangers and thorns. You may die in the secret realm or on the way to reach a higher level. But it's also possible to soar to the sky, reach the pinnacle of individual power, and become the pride of Great Xia and the pride of humanity, said the elderly headmaster, Meng Lang, in a calm tone. Let's begin. He looked at the nervous young trainees below the stage, nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand to announce the start of the ceremony, before slowly stepping aside, his movements displaying the composure of an elderly person. But Fang Qi knew very well that this skinny old man in front of him, though seemingly unremarkable, actually possessed astonishing power. On the surface, no one could tell that Meng Lang's profession was berserker. As he moved, a jet-black obelisk slowly rose from the center of the platform. A faint light emanated from the obelisk, and the points of light seemed to have a life of their own, slowly ascending into the air and eventually converging into beams of light that shot straight into the sky. Class 1, line up one by one. A burly teacher shouted from the right side of the playground. The students then began to move slowly, forming a line and walking towards the platform in turn. Fang Qi was in Class 7, which was the last class to appear, so he was destined to wait quite a while. The job transfer ceremony finally began. The students who hadn't yet been called over seemed a little anxious, whispering amongst themselves. Of course, some had already made up their minds, standing calmly without participating in any discussion. Fang Qi stood there listlessly, with no one coming up to talk to him. Lu Qing wasn't his class, so they naturally didn't run into each other. It seems you don't usually pay much attention to your classmates. A soft, sweet voice sounded beside Fang Qi. He turned his head and saw a girl who wasn't very tall. Her cheeks were round, with a bit of baby fat, making her look very cute. Her jet black hair was tied into a high ponytail, making her look lively and agile. She teased him softly, a half-smile playing on her lips. Fang Qi glanced down at her, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "You don't recognize me?" He truly didn't. Fang Qi always sat in the last row of the classroom, rarely interacting with others and not participating in any club activities. He spent most of his time working part-time, so naturally he wasn't familiar with his classmates. Besides, he really didn't remember this girl at all. "You look a lot like an old friend of mine," Fang Qi said earnestly, stroking his chin. This wasn't just a casual remark. The girl's appearance did indeed seem familiar. "Fang Qi, we've been classmates for 3 years, after all. And Su Nan is my mother." Her tone lowered considerably, even carrying a hint of gritted teeth. "Oh, Su Qianqian, it's you." Fang Qi suddenly realized. Su Nan was a close friend of Fang Qi's mother. After Fang Qi's mother passed away, she invited him to her home for dinner many times, but that was 3 years ago. As he spoke, he subconsciously raised his hand and made a gesture, but when he saw Su Qianqian's current height, he fell silent. "What about me?" Su Qianqian narrowed her eyes, her expression slightly unfriendly. "You've grown quite a bit taller. The job change has begun. Watch carefully." Fang Qi nodded seriously, casually withdrew his hand, and looked at the high platform with a solemn expression. Su Qianqian rolled her eyes, but didn't pursue the matter further. "What have you been doing for the past 3 years? I've hardly seen you since you entered the Extraordinary Academy, and you're never home when I go to your house." "I'm working." Fang Qi's answer was crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. "Working? Are you short of money?" Su Qianqian looked at him with a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, although Fang Qi's parents were both deceased, they were both people with supernatural abilities and had a decent income, so they should have left behind a considerable inheritance. Moreover, in Daxia, underage orphans receive government subsidies until they reach adulthood. Logically, he shouldn't have to worry about making a living. Fang Qi simply shook his head, offering no explanation. Seeing this, Su Qianqian didn't press further. Although they had met a few times since childhood, their relationship wasn't particularly close. The atmosphere grew increasingly quiet, and their attention both returned to the high platform. The first student walked to the foot of the obelisk, and a beam of light descended, enveloping him. A moment later, a 2-meter square blue virtual panel appeared above his head. Name, CFA, race, human, class, martial arts, level, 0. The information on the panel was not complicated, with only 4 basic items. All other attributes were hidden. The next second, the light screen transformed into a stream of light and slowly disappeared into CFA's body. Such a scene is not unfamiliar to these students who are about to change jobs. Many of them had already seen it when they watched their seniors graduate. Then the second student stepped forward. And so, one student after another stood at the foot of the obelisk to receive the initiation ceremony. The number of people choosing martial arts is relatively large, while the number of people choosing magic is smaller, and occasionally a few students choose life-related professions. For example, professions like blacksmiths, enchanters, chefs, teachers, and farmers, while lacking combat prowess, are core logistical roles and offer ample opportunities for advancement. More importantly, manufacturing and production also allow for the accumulation of experience. Awakened individuals in the psychic class are relatively rare. Out of 300 people, only 5 obtained it, as this class is highly dependent on luck. Time passed slowly, and more people changed classes. Finally, it was Class 7's turn. Fang Qi's eyes brightened slightly as he quietly took the last place in line. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Standing at the back of the line, Fang Qi watched the number of people ahead of him dwindle, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. He couldn't quite place whether it was excitement or nervousness, but his heart was certainly heavy with unease. He waited silently, filled with this strange feeling, and finally, it was his turn. On the playground, many students who had already completed their transfers all turned their gazes to him. The first and last are always the ones who receive the most attention. Taking a deep breath, Fang Qi walked alone onto the high platform and stood beneath the obelisk. A beam of light descended, enveloping him completely. In a flash, he found himself in a pure white space. With a whoosh, a light blue panel appeared before his eyes, displaying simple and clear information. Name, Fang Qi. Occupation, ability user, mental. Ability potential. A yes, no. Confirm job change? Upon seeing the words superpowered individual, Fang Qi was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Qing to be so right. His awakening was not only biased towards the mental realm, but also possessed high potential, directly triggering the default choice. If he hadn't been prepared, he might have truly wavered at this moment. He chuckled softly and clicked no without hesitation. Awakened individuals like him, chosen by the system's default selection, had one chance to refuse. You have abandoned the profession ability user. You can now choose a new inherited profession or create a new one. As expected, everyone can create a new career. Confirming this, Fang Qi felt a sense of relief. He paused briefly, then clicked the Create option, and the panel immediately changed. The screen resembled a resume, with rows of blank spaces and prefixes indicating various requirements, waiting for Fang Qi to fill them out one by one. He quickly scanned the contents and then began typing. School, Mechanical Advancement Path, Magnetic Ring Mechanic, Rank D, Level 0 to 60 Data Mechanic, Rank C, Level 60 to 120 Apostle Mechanic, Rank S, Level 240 to 300 Note. The highest inheritable system is Rank S. Ranks above S cannot be inherited. Upon seeing this note, Fang Qi frowned slightly, rubbed his chin, and muttered to himself, above S rank, it can't be inherited? Does that mean the path to higher ranks requires one to explore on one's own? He couldn't figure out the reason for the time being, so he could only suppress his thoughts and continue filling in the subsequent options. Please fill in a logical framework to complete this school of thought, professional knowledge. A thought struck him. Instead of dumping all the professional knowledge in his head into it at once, he chose the most basic courses. After all, he had only recently changed jobs, and intermediate to advanced knowledge wouldn't be of much use yet. More importantly, this was his first time creating a profession, and the system's mechanisms were still unclear. If he filled in all the essential knowledge from start and ended up with little return, it would be a huge loss. So he filled in more than a dozen basic courses one by one. Basic material science, basic chemistry, and basic mechanical construction. The panel has changed again. Verification successful. Tier D is currently activated. Magnetic Ring Mechanic. Further tiers are locked. Please continue to add more knowledge to perfect this class. Upon seeing this notification, Fang Qi's lips twitched involuntarily. Fortunately, his knowledge from his previous life was extremely comprehensive. Otherwise, it would have taken countless years and manpower to climb the technology tree step by step to complete this career system. Now he finally understands why no one in the world is willing to create a new profession. It's not something that one person, or even one generation, can accomplish. It requires a long period of accumulation and development. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, he continued reading. Exclusive feat, generated under special conditions. Job feat, automatically generated. Normal feat, automatically generated. Skill, generated through comprehension. Exclusive energy, mechanical power. Congratulations on successfully creating a new job class. Mechanical. Panel generating. Upon seeing these lines, Fang Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was going as expected. As long as one possesses sufficient theoretical knowledge, a brand new career path can be opened up. He began to look forward to his achievements. What changes would occur to the mechanic with the system panel's enhancements? You see, in his previous life, he had no system to assist him. Everything was self-taught and experimental. Therefore, mechanics of that era had to develop extremely high levels of mental capacity just to barely master those complex technologies. After a brief, quiet wait, the dormant panel finally showed a new change. Name, Fang Qi. Occupation, mechanic level, 0 to 2000, experience, 0 rank. Magnetic Ring Mechanic, D rank. Your brain development level has been detected to be 60%, generating 2 exclusive feats. Exclusive ability, perfect mechanical sense. Mechanics you control gain an attack power and durability bonus equal to 3 times your intelligence. Exclusive ability, Memory Palace. Your brain is a treasure of humanity. You have taken the first step on the path of evolution. Information encountered will be permanently memorized, and your base intelligence will increase by 20%. You are the founder of the Mechanical Engineering Department, with a unique specialization, Mechanical Pioneer. The professional knowledge and skills system you created will provide 50% of the experience cost for future learners. Experience can be stacked. Upon your first job change, you gain the following job perk: High focus, mechanical manufacturing speed plus 20%. You also gain 2 common perks. Common feat, low-level life resilience, immune to 5% damage when attacked. Common feat, low-level dexterity, base dexterity plus 5%. Class panel generated. Confirm class change? Looking at the dense rows of information on the panel, Fang Qi was startled, and an undisguised joy appeared in his eyes. Beautiful, he murmured, clapping his hands in admiration. The 3 specializations alone, perfect mechanical sense, mechanical pioneer, and memory palace, far exceeded his expectations. Mechanical pioneer, in particular, might not mean much to others, but it was of immense value to him. He possesses a complete set of mechanical professional knowledge. All he lacks is time. The triple intelligence bonus provided by perfect mechanic sense, once the mechanical legion is fully formed, will grant each mechanical soldier explosive attack and durability, a bonus that is practically invincible. As for the memory palace, that's the mechanic's core ability. Intelligence is everything for a mechanic. As their level increases, their attributes also improve, and the effect of this feat only gets stronger. More importantly, once you miss your first job advancement, it's very difficult to acquire a feat again. Fang Qi took a deep breath to calm himself, his gaze fixed firmly on the last option on the panel. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Chapter 4. I am naturally timid and afraid of trouble. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed outside, and Fang Qi was still standing under the obelisk without making a move. Many people gradually showed curiosity on their faces. On the high platform, Meng Lang adjusted his glasses, a meaningful glint in his eyes. He beckoned to the teacher of Class 7, gesturing for him to come closer. Principal Meng, what can I do for you? The teacher asked in a low voice as he approached. What's this student's name? Meng Lang cleared his throat and asked calmly. His name is Fang Qi. Fang Qi. Meng Lang stroked his beard, looking thoughtful. The teacher of Class 7 thought for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Principal, he once saved a child outside, and the child's parents even sent him a banner in appreciation. To be honest, this is the only thing Fang Qi has accomplished since entering the school that's somewhat noteworthy. His other achievements have been quite ordinary, and he's usually extremely low-key. Young and promising, not bad, not bad. Meng Lang nodded, praising him with a smile. The teacher of Class 7 chuckled twice, unable to discern whether the principal was genuinely praising him or implying something, so he remained silent and stood aside. The students below the stage had already begun to stir, whispering and discussing Fang Qi's retreating figure. What are you saying he's doing? Why does it take so long to change jobs? Maybe he hasn't decided what job to choose yet, but it's been over 10 minutes. That's quite a long time. Could it be that he has career decision-making difficulties? You know what? That guy's pretty handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hey, he's so thin. Can you be gentle? Don't scare him away. Listening to the whispers, Su Qianqian stood in the crowd, watching Fang Qi's back, feeling inexplicably anxious. What's this guy doing? Could something have gone wrong? Just as she was lost in thought, the obelisk finally stirred, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A blue virtual panel slowly appeared in midair, and characters gradually emerged. Name, Fang Qi. Race, human. Class, mechanical. Level, 0. Mechanical engineering? Many people were taken aback, their faces showing surprise. Then, a buzz of discussion erupted on the playground. Mechanical engineering? What kind of major is that? Never heard of it. Is it some kind of support profession like repairman? The name sounds impressive, but he might just be a screwdriver. Huh? I chose the repairman major, but mechanical engineering sounds much cooler. Can I change it? Some people simply thought the name sounded cool, but most people didn't care at all. After all, there are only a few popular professions, and those niche fields that are no longer mentioned in books have long been eliminated. So for most people, seeing an unfamiliar profession might elicit a moment of curiosity, but they won't pay much attention to it. While everyone was whispering among themselves, Fang Qi had already slowly walked toward his class. As he passed the platform, Meng Lang suddenly called out to him. Excuse me, this is the first time I've heard of the mechanical engineering major. Did you create it yourself? Meng Lang's eyes were curious, and his tone was inquisitive. Yes, principal. Fang Qi stopped and replied politely. He had heard that this principal was a bit petty, but it was hard to tell if that was true or not. He didn't want to be targeted by a berserker. Oh, interesting. Why not choose an existing inherited profession? You should know that creating a new profession is not something that can be done overnight. Headmaster, I'm naturally timid and afraid of trouble. Fighting and killing are really not suitable for me. I just want to make a living. So I want to try creating a new profession. Even if it has no future, it doesn't matter since I have no intention to go to the battlefield anyway. Fang Qi said earnestly, his tone sincere with a hint of pride. Meng Lang's lips twitched slightly. Looking at his serious expression, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid, in a proud tone, uttered the most cowardly words. You do have some of my youthful charm. The two stared at each other for a moment. Then Meng Lang waved his hand helplessly. Go on, go back to your class. Yes, principal. Fang Qi nodded and stepped down from the platform. At the same time, the obelisk slowly sank into the ground, returning to silence, awaiting the arrival of the next batch of students. On the high platform, Meng Lang stood up again, his gaze sweeping across the entire audience. Students, today you have made an important choice in your lives. Seeing your vibrant spirits, I am truly happy. Starting tomorrow, students in combat professions will be able to head to the beginner dungeon in the mountain city to begin their challenge. And students in life professions need not worry. The school will open the life profession training camp the day after tomorrow. You have 2 months to improve your strength, and then the entrance exam will be held. Students who reach level 30 will be eligible to participate. Children, work hard, and we'll see you in 2 months. This time, Meng Lang didn't say anything shocking. He simply waved to dismiss everyone. Fang Qi didn't intend to linger. He had more important things to do. But as soon as he turned around, his clothes were suddenly grabbed by a force, almost causing him to stumble. He turned around and saw Su Qianqian and was immediately surprised. You chose the martial arts major? Yes, the martial arts major. Su Qianqian nodded, then asked hesitantly, what exactly does your mechanical engineering major do? It's similar to being a repairman. Fang Qi smiled and shrugged, explaining casually. Su Qianqian froned slightly, somewhat passive. What? I'm naturally timid and afraid of trouble. The familiar question had barely left her lips when Fang Qi decisively interrupted her. Su Qianqian was taken aback at first, then chuckled and playfully punched him. What's done is done. I can't be bothered with you anymore. After she finished speaking, she took a few steps, then suddenly turned back. Hey, don't die without knowing why. Try to live a little longer. Fang Qi was taken aback, then smiled lightly and waved at her. I know you too. Take care. Take care. The two said goodbye softly. Su Qianqian gave a bright smile, turned around, and walked away quickly. Fang Qi watched her figure disappear into the distance, but he didn't feel much melancholy. Reach level 30 within 2 months, I guess. He narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, then turned and left the playground as well. Chapter 5 Crafting Equipment. After leaving school, Fang Qi did not go home, but drove to the old industrial area in the west of the city. Due to the widespread use of the job change panel, many traditional industrial enterprises have transformed, and a large number of ordinary small factories have closed down. The industrial area is now deserted and dilapidated. He parked his car in front of an old factory building on the south side. Whoosh! The roller shutter opened, revealing an interior scene completely different from its exterior. The pristine white walls stood out starkly against the backdrop of this dilapidated industrial area. Several brand-new machine tools were neatly arranged, and rows of metal shelves were piled with dozens of heavy metal boxes, stacked neatly and clearly categorized. Various materials were also stacked in an orderly manner. In the corner of the factory stood a simple bed, next to a bookshelf piled high with books, and next to that an old computer with a yellowed casing. In the very center of the workshop, a heavy truck sat quietly, its body worn and rusty, looking as if it hadn't moved for years. It was unclear whether it could still be started. Fang Qi rented this warehouse 3 years ago for a cheap price. He spent a considerable amount of time converting it into a temporary machinery modification workshop. Although it was still somewhat dilapidated, he had no choice but to make do with it for the time being due to limited resources. Before the job change panel was unlocked, Fang Qi was reluctant to use resources easily because he couldn't gain experience, so he carefully stored most of his materials away. Half of the 1,300 square meter factory was dedicated to storing materials. This was the fundamental reason why he had been short of money all these years. Fortunately, due to the large-scale industrial transformation, these mechanical materials were not expensive, and he could barely afford them. Every month, he would set aside time to come here, reading books while making some simple parts or weapons, just to pass the time. 2 months is enough time to speed things up. Fang Qi grinned as he looked at the room full of belongings and stepped into the workshop. You have completed a basic parts processing task, gaining +2 experience. You have learned the skill, Basic Machining Level 1, 0, 200. Skill, Basic Machining Level 1, increases basic parts production efficiency by 2%, with an additional 2% increase per level. Holding the freshly processed part in his hand, Fang Qi's eyes revealed a look of just as I expected. The skill system is simpler than I anticipated. He lightly tossed the part in his hand, casually put it aside, and continued to bury himself in his work. You have completed a basic parts processing task. Experience +2, proficiency +1. Skill, basic machining level 1, 1 to 200. Skill improvement only requires repeated practice. However, the experience gained from crafting the same item will gradually decrease as the skill level increases, eventually becoming 0. He remained quietly focused on his work. Inside the workshop, the white lights shone as bright as day, and time slipped away silently amidst the roar of the machine tools. Only when he was utterly exhausted did Fang Qi eat something quickly and go to bed. The next day, before dawn, the workshop lights came on again. With a piece of bread in his mouth, Fang Qi skillfully started the machine tool, turned around, and walked to the metal table to begin assembling parts. You have completed a weapon assembly, gaining 50 experience. You have learned the skill, Basic Weapon Assembly Level 1, 0, 200. You have completed a mechanical repair, gaining 50 experience. You have learned the skill, Basic Mechanical Repair Level 1, 0, 200. You have completed a mechanical modification, and you have learned the skill, Basic Mechanical Modification Level 1, 0, 200. You have completed a mechanical enhancement, and you have gained 200 experience points. You have learned the skill, Basic Mechanical Enhancement Level 1, 0, 500. Fang Qi tirelessly crafted, assembled, repaired, and enhanced weapons day and night. Although the experience gained from repeatedly manufacturing the same weapon would gradually diminish, it didn't matter. He possessed hundreds of gunpowder weapon blueprints in his mind, not only from this world, but also from his previous life, enough for him to study to his heart's content. Of course, gaining experience through processing wasn't Fang Qi's ultimate goal. This method was too inefficient before establishing an automated factory. He was merely preparing for the upcoming dungeon challenges. Time flew by, and more than 10 days passed. In the workshop, Fang Qi looked somewhat tired, his hair disheveled, but his eyes held a rare excitement and satisfaction. That once dilapidated truck was now completely transformed. The vehicle was encased in heavy, black armor, its metallic surface reflecting a cold light, exuding an imposing aura. The driver's cabin had been rearranged, not only adding a comfortable bed, but also a large screen and satellite antenna capable of receiving a limited number of television signals. Purely Fang Qi's morbid whims. The tires were replaced with run-flat, self-sealing tires, and the cargo box was completely sealed. Solar panels were installed on the roof. Inside the cargo box, several metal racks were neatly arranged, holding more than a dozen machine boxes containing various weapons and ammunition produced over the past 10 days. On the weapon rack, more than 20 brand-new weapons of various types were displayed. Near the front of the vehicle, he had also fixed a small machining tool for easy production and maintenance. Looking at everything before him, Fang Qi nodded in satisfaction. His efforts over the past 10 days had not been in vain. What pleased him even more was that the vehicle had been recognized as equipment and its information had been generated in the job change panel. Equipment, crude mobile logistics vehicle, green, durability, 4200 defense, 380 note. You might be able to use it to process some simple things, but it is not capable of handling complex tasks. Bang! The tailgate closed. Fang Qi yawned and walked into the bathroom. The warm water washing over his body made him feel a little clearer-headed. Half an hour later, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Although not particularly muscular, he had a well-defined physique with smooth lines and clear muscle contours, the kind of body that looked slim in clothes but muscular underneath. He collapsed onto the bed, casually picking up his phone to glance at it. There were no missed calls, only a bunch of people in a class group bragging about how many grades they'd advanced that day, which meant nothing to him. Fang Qi yawned, tossed his phone aside, pulled the covers over his head, and went to sleep. He hadn't had a proper rest in the past 10 days. Now, all he wanted was a good night's sleep to fully recharge. Chapter 6, Preparations. Early the next morning, Fang Qi got up. After washing up, he ate a simple breakfast, then picked up a cup of steaming tea and sat on the sofa. He habitually brought up the job change panel to check his gains over the past 10 days. Through tireless mechanical crafting, he has accumulated nearly 200,000 experience points. Crafting skills don't require too much attention. Proficiency in these skills will gradually increase with practice. His current experience is also insufficient to max out all of them. He opened the combat skills page. Because he'd been busy building his foundation, he'd only mastered 2 combat skills. It wasn't that he didn't value combat power, but most general combat skills were of limited use for a mechanic. They were usable in the early game, but basically useless later on. After all, the mechanic relies on individual equipment in the early game, while in the mid to late game, they rely on their mechanical legions for range suppression, rarely needing to engage in direct combat. More importantly, other classes can inherit skill sets and spend experience to buy skills from predecessors. But the mechanic class is currently all alone, with no one to teach them, and they can only rely on their own understanding. For most people, having more combat skills isn't necessarily better. They not only consume a lot of experience, but also severely limit energy reserves. If your mana isn't enough, you can't even use the skills. Of course, there are also many casual players who don't consider this at all. Skill: Rapid Fire Level 1, 0, 500. Note: when the skill is activated, each unit of weapon consumes 0.5 mechanical energy per second, and the rate of fire is increased by 2%. Fang Qi did not hesitate and directly spent 7,500 experience points to upgrade the rapid fire skill to the maximum level of 5. The skill consumption was reduced to 0.25 mechanical energy per second, and the rate of fire was increased by 10%. Looking at the data, Fang Qi began to calculate. I have 2 close-range rapid-fire primary weapons, which means I consume 0.5 energy points per second. That's 30 energy points per minute, which is barely usable. He clicked his tongue, his brows furrowing slightly, feeling a bit of a toothache. Currently, he doesn't have any mana regeneration perk bonuses, so his energy recovery rate is still the basic 1% per minute. Of course, this is the default state for all professions. Before acquiring a specialty, everyone is equally slow. Forget it. The remaining experience is enough for me to level up a dozen times. Each level adds 100 points of mechanical strength, so I can manage. Without further hesitation, he activated his second skill. Skill: Sniper Level 1, 0, 500. Note: when using sniper weapons, consumes 5 energy points, adding an attack bonus of intelligence x 1.2 to the weapon. Cooldown: 180 seconds. Without hesitation, Fang Qi invested another 7,500 experience points to level it up to level 5, the maximum level. While the skill cost remained the same, the damage multiplier increased from 1.2x to 2x, and the cooldown was extended to 240 seconds. He was very satisfied with his skill. Although the cooldown was long and the cost was high, its burst damage was extremely strong. Combined with the triple bonus from Perfect Mechanical Sense, even though he was only level 0, he had the ability to instantly kill level 5 professionals. He glanced at his remaining experience points. Less than 170,000 remained. He began investing experience to level up. You invest 2,000 experience points to level up to 1 and gain the following attributes: Intelligence plus 10, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Defense plus 10, Energy plus 100, Health plus 100, and 2 free attribute points. He leveled up steadily until he consumed 110,000 experience points, finally reaching level 10. His attributes improved significantly, but the rate at which experience points were being consumed was giving him a headache. Looking at the remaining 68,000 experience points, Fang Qi frowned, lost in thought. Continuing to level up isn't very meaningful. I need a more efficient way to gain experience. In the end, it all comes down to money. He stroked his chin, a calm contemplation in his eyes. In truth, after these past few days of organizing and planning, Fang Qi had a clear direction for his future path. Grinding monsters for experience was ultimately inefficient. The real victims, were people. If he could develop the mechanic class into the 4th mainstream profession, he could simply sit back and reap the rewards. After all, the passive benefits of the mechanical pioneer specialization are quite substantial. As for the other pioneers of the past, some have long since passed away, and even those who remain, probably none of them can master the entire core of the career advancement system like he does. To attract more people to choose the mechanical class, he must make this profession famous. But he wasn't worried about others taking his job. The bigger the field of recruits, the faster he would grow, and he would never casually leak his core skills, blueprints, and technology. Let's set a small goal. First, reach level 60, try to get into the superpower university, and then gradually build up our strength. Ideally, we could also set up a secret base to specifically develop mechanical troops, which would alleviate the material pressure considerably. Taking a sip of tea, Fang Qi gathered his thoughts and opened his attribute panel. Name: Fang Qi race. Human class. Mechanic level. 10-0 to 22,000. Experience. 68312 rank. Magnetic ring mechanic, rank, skills, sniping level 5, rapid fire level 5, basic machining level 3, basic weapon assembly level 2, basic mechanical enhancement level 2. Equipment, rough mobile support vehicle, green, Hunter 500 dual-wielding pistols, green, folding tactical sniper rifle, green, electromagnetic kinetic skateboard shoes, green, magnetic absorption armor, green, folding tactical knife, white. Exclusive feats, perfect mechanical sense. Mechanical devices you control gain an attack power and durability bonus equal to 3 times your intelligence. Memory palace. Information encountered is permanently memorized. Base intelligence plus 20%. Unique specialty. Mechanical pioneer. The professional knowledge and skills you create will provide experience benefits to those who follow. You gain 50% of the learning experience, which can be accumulated repeatedly. Professional specialty. High concentration. Mechanical manufacturing speed plus 20%. Common specialties. Low-level life resilience. Immune to 5% damage when attacked. Low-level dexterity. Base dexterity plus 5%. Looking at his attributes, Fang Qi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He stood up, stretched, and loosened his muscles, trying to adapt to his newly increased strength. With his current equipment and attributes, he could easily kill an opponent of the same level in less than a second. Perfect mechanical sensation. This thing is simply outrageous. Chapter 7. The leaks, here they come. A massive, sturdy, and imposing heavy truck slowly drove down the street. Its body was encased in thick armor, each metal plate tightly fitted together, creating an almost oppressive sense of security. This armor was painted a deep, inky black, understated yet composed, like a ghost gliding through the night, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. The moment this heavy truck appeared, it attracted the attention of many passers-by, with many stopping to watch, their eyes glued to it. Male passers-by, in particular, almost simultaneously had the same thought. So cool. I want one. In this era, where everyone seems to admire extraordinary professions, this was the first time they had felt such a powerful impact and allure from machine. The roads were sparsely populated, with most people accustomed to getting around by accelerating on their own 2 legs, or by teleporting or flying. Those who actually drove were a rare breed. It feels really good to have the whole road to myself, Fang Qi thought, his heavy metal music blaring in the cockpit as he tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel to the rhythm, his eyes filled with ease and excitement. He slammed on the gas, the engine roared, and the black chariot accelerated sharply, speeding forward. At this moment, hundreds of people had gathered at the entrance to the beginner dungeon, their noise rising and falling. Maintaining order were a dozen or so burly martial arts practitioners, most of them armed and exuding an imposing aura. A deep, rumbling engine roar suddenly echoed from afar, mingled with faint heavy metal music, causing everyone present to turn their heads. A jet-black heavy truck approached like a wild beast, its black gleaming light radiating an imposing aura. As it slowly came to a stop outside the dungeon entrance, the crowd could finally see its details. Its sleek, cold lines and robust defensive structure blended seamlessly, a sight that instantly ignited their passion. What the hell is that? Someone couldn't help but swear, his eyes fixed on the vehicle, his hand already instinctively reaching for the weapon at his waist. So cool. Where did you buy this car? I'll ask my dad to get one too. Many people exclaimed in hushed tones as they looked towards the cockpit, eager to see who the owner of this car was. They instinctively focused their gaze on the man getting off the bus. Fang Qi looked around and realized that his style was distinctly different from everyone else present. The martial arts students were all dressed in tight-fitting clothes and carried various cold weapons. The mages were dressed in retro attire, and the staffs they held were exquisitely designed in pink, looking more like decorations. In contrast, he wore a black trench coat over a gray tactical vest, camouflage cargo pants covering his legs, and a pair of sturdy, durable electromagnetic kinetic skateboard shoes. The inside pockets of his trench coat were stuffed full of magazines. 2 silver pistols were tucked into his waistbands, and a folding knife and a bunch of auxiliary equipment hung from his tactical belt. Add to that the bulging tactical backpack slung over his shoulder, and he didn't look like a normal person at all. The crowd was momentarily speechless, unable to understand, but they felt it was cool. Under their gaze, Fang Qi walked over nonchalantly, even taking the initiative to greet them. Yo, good morning everyone. His attitude was relaxed, showing no restraint whatsoever. Seeing his amiable demeanor, someone couldn't help but ask, "Hey bro, what's with that outfit?" "Just something I threw together. Pretty stylish, very handsome." The boy in black gave a thumbs up, his tone full of sincerity. His companion was more interested in the heavy truck. Did you make that truck too? I found a used one and did some minor modifications, Fang Qi said casually. Selling it? I'll offer 500,000 Asha coins. The boy immediately held up 5 fingers, looking serious. Hearing the offer, Fang Qi almost leaned back in shock. To be honest, Fang Qi was indeed tempted by the price. After all, the total cost of buying and modifying this car was less than 300,000 yuan. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to get another one right now, so he had to politely decline. What a pity, the boy shook his head regretfully. After being surrounded and chatted with for a while, Fang Qi finally arrived at the dungeon in trance to verify his identity. Mechanical. The burly martial arts class man, maintaining order, glanced at the panel and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although I don't understand what class this is, you look pretty tough. After saying that, he gave Fang Qi a meaningful look. Fang Qi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly slipped into the dungeon passage without looking back. What's going on? Why are all the guys talking to me? He muttered to himself, plunging into the dungeon entrance. Outside the dungeon, many people were still waiting for their mana bars to regenerate. After watching Fang Qi leave, they exchanged glances and quietly approached the support vehicle. With staff present, no one dared to act recklessly. Everyone was simply curious, touching and looking at the car. Its equipment. Green gear. In the crowd, a thin young man wearing glasses reached out and touched the car body, then suddenly seemed to remember something and whispered the appraisal skill. The next second he froze. Really? He exclaimed instinctively. You're an appraiser? Everyone crowded around, and a buzz of discussion erupted. Let me show you. The young man quickly pulled up his job change panel and shared the appraisal information he had just received. On the blue virtual screen, lines of data appeared clearly. Equipment, crude mobile logistics vehicle, green, durability, 4200 defense, 380 creator, Fang Qi owner, Fang Qi notes. You might be able to use it to process some simple things, but it is not capable of handling complex tasks. 380 defense? A boy dressed as a swordsman looked bewildered. Doesn't that mean I can't even break through their defense? Bro, what level are you? Someone nudged him gently. 12. No wonder. I'm 15, just enough to break through their defense. But to wear down that durability, it'll probably take all day. Everyone clicked their tongues in shock. The boy who had previously offered to buy the car was now kicking himself. I was careless. I should have paid more. With this car, you can drive like a madman in the low-level areas outside the city. Save your breath. There aren't any smooth roads outside the city for you to drive on. That makes sense. Hey, you guys, that guy can make green gear. Can we ask him to make some equipment for us? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded, looking at him with admiration. At the entrance to the instance, Fang Qi had only been inside for a short while when he peeked out again. Seeing the crowd gathered around the support vehicle, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. The Jitai, a derogatory term for inexperienced people, are here, aren't they? Chapter 8. First Dungeon Run. In the dungeon space, Fang Qi stood amidst the overgrown, strangely shaped hills and clicked his tongue softly. Before he could even utter a sigh of poor mountains and treacherous waters, a slight rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Fang Qi casually twirled the pistol in his hand, and the next second, he smoothly holstered it back into his waistband. The panel notification immediately appeared. Killed a wolf. LV.1. Experience plus 10. Barely worth the price. Glancing at the fallen wolf's corpse, Fang Qi didn't pay much attention and continued to walk deeper into the dungeon. The further he went, the higher the monster levels became, and groups of enemies began to appear. He killed quite a few monsters along the stretch, steadily increasing his level, but his overall strength still hadn't reached his expectations. After wandering around for about half an hour, Fang Qi finally spotted his target. It was a group of corrupted bears, quite numerous, roughly 60 or 70 in total, with levels ranging from 8 to 10. Bang! A muffled gunshot shattered the silence, breaking the oppressive stillness of this stinking land. The decaying bears, which had been slowly writhing like corpses, suddenly straightened up upon hearing the noise, and all looked towards Fang Qi. 1,500 health points, so. Fang Qi glanced at the combat information and quickly made his judgment. Roar! A corrupted bear roared angrily and pounced on him. Fang Qi slightly dodged the attack, his silver gun barrel pressed against its forehead without hesitation. Bang! A headshot the weak point damage instantly wiping out its remaining 900 plus health points. Corrupted Bear, LV.8, defeated, experience plus 80. Silver arcs of electricity crackled around the pistol, its mechanical power shimmering. His electromagnetic skates activated instantly, and Fang Qi transformed into a blur, hurtling into the horde of monsters. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted continuously, bullets exploding in bursts of blood among the monsters. In less than 2 seconds, his dual-wielded Hunter's 500-round magazine was emptied, and over a dozen kill notifications flashed across the screen. Killing a Corrupted Bear, LV.10, grants plus 100 experience. Killing a Corrupted Bear, LV.9, grants plus 90 experience. No time to check the stats. The magazine clicks off. His trench coat billows, and 2 fully loaded magazines fly out, accurately embedding themselves in the gun. Reloading complete, he lightly taps the ground, his skateboard shoes unleashing powerful momentum as he slides and dodges, once again avoiding a pincer attack from 2 Corrupted Bears. With a swift turn, he fired rapidly, instantly taking down 2 bears. He then quickly retreated, disengaging from the fray and skillfully dodging another attack. Bang, 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 bang. A dense barrage of gunfire filled the air. The battle didn't last long. In less than 2 minutes, only a pile of bear carcasses remained. Click. After leisurely reloading, Fang Qi glanced around to confirm there were no surviving monsters, then sheathed his dual pistols. Just as he was about to leave to find his next target, a low roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Whoosh! A tall, dark figure parted the bushes and slowly emerged. So big. Fang Qi looked up at the behemoth, which was over 4 meters tall. Just standing there, it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Bang! He casually raised his hand and shot the target. The panel prompt popped up, Giant Corrupted Bear, LV.15, health, 3,800 goodness. This health is almost 4 times mine. Fang Qi 啧了一声，不由感叹这东西的抗揍程度。然而，那头巨型腐化熊被枪击中之后，猛地发出怒吼，四肢着地，瞬间暴冲而来。方启眯了眯眼，肩膀轻轻一抖，战术背包一侧，一块长条形的金属自动弹出。Click! He reached out and grabbed it. With a flick of his wrist, the mechanical structure automatically unfolded, transforming into a tactical sniper rifle. Equipment: folding tactical sniper rifle, green, attack power, 288 durability, 1200 defense, 80 notes. 3% chance to trigger a critical hit upon hitting a target, dealing damage equal to 3 times the attack power. Silver mechanical energy coiled around the gun, and the sniper skill activated. An attack bonus of 2 intelligence instantly took effect. Stacked with the perfect mechanical feels 3 intelligence bonus, the weapon instantly unleashed astonishing damage. Attack power skyrocketed to 1248 points. Goodbye. With a soft whisper, a flash of muzzle flashed. The bullet struck the Corrupted Bear squarely between the eyebrows, its silver mechanical energy exploding into a spray of blood. Weakness critical hit triggered. Health bar instantly emptied. Boom! The massive body crashed to the ground, sliding several meters with its momentum before finally stopping at Fang Qi's feet. Killed Giant Corrupted Bear, LV.15, experience plus 2,000. Click! The sniper rifle folded back into place, repacked into his backpack, and Fang Qi continued on his way. The monsters in the dungeon didn't drop any materials or equipment. Experience was the only reward. Therefore, he didn't linger and quickly left. He'd been wandering in the dungeon for a full 6 hours, and to be honest, it was a bit boring. Although the dungeon didn't have a day-night cycle, the hunger in his stomach reminded him it was time to replenish his energy. He opened the panel and glanced at it. His total experience had increased by about 80,000. Not bad efficiency, but it's just too boring. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow. The overall battles were basically a one-sided affair, so he didn't feel much involvement. He didn't know that his monster-killing efficiency had far exceeded conventional understanding. A full 4-person team, fighting for 6 hours, might not even be able to get half of his experience. It's time to check on my leaks. I can't keep them waiting. Thinking of those targets, waiting to be harvested, Fang Qi's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He brought up the panel and chose to exit the dungeon. What he didn't know was that during the few hours he was grinding monsters, his precious support vehicle was almost worn out from being watched and touched so much. Chapter 9 Business. Wow, it really is green equipment. It's huge. Let me touch it. Several grown men chattered around Fang Qi's support vehicle, touching it without any restraint. Meanwhile, the female mage in the team spoke with a look of disgust, while waving her small and exquisite staff. "Tisage, so small, no fun at all." A martial arts student glanced at her sideways and commented with a sneer. The mage girl's face instantly changed, and she almost cast a spell to blow her head off on the spot. On the other side, Fang Qi, who had just come out of the dungeon, also had a dark face. These people's taunts made him feel uncomfortable. "Hey, everyone, that's enough already. If you keep touching me like that, I'll have to charge you." Fang Qi pushed through the crowd, raising his voice, his tone full of helplessness and disgust. "Brother. No, big brother. You're finally out." The thin, bespectacled young man next to him immediately stood up excitedly, as if he had finally been rescued. What's up?" Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance, as he opened the car door and tossed his tactical backpack into the passenger seat. "Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Hong, and I'm an appraiser. I'd like to ask you to make me 2 pieces of self-defense gear. Name your price." Lu Hong's face was sincere, his tone earnest, almost humble. "Me too. Big brother, I want one too." Me too, I want to buy it." Before Fang Qi could respond, 2 more martial arts students raised their hands and shouted. Fang Qi shook his head while stroking his chin, pretending to be troubled. "You guys are giving me a headache. Our professions are different. You probably can't use these equipment." As soon as he finished speaking, his trench coat billowed as he turned, revealing the streamlined black structure of the folding battle knife at his waist, which came into Lu Hong's view. Appraise. Lu Hong almost instinctively cast a skill. A flash of light appeared, and the panel data showed. Equipment. Folding battle knife. White. Attack power. 160 durability. 1500 defense. 75. A white grade item with 160 attack. Lu Hong exclaimed instinctively, causing a stir among those around him. He quickly realized his mistake, covered his mouth, and gave Fang Qi an embarrassed smile. "Big brother, I don't want green grade items. I'm perfectly satisfied with this white grade one." Fang Qi raised an eyebrow and drew his battle sword from his waist. He gripped the black hilt, flicked it lightly, and the silver blade flashed open, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He casually shared the equipment data. The martial arts students around him instantly gathered. "You guys don't even have basic gear?" Fang Qi asked, puzzled. "Mine, attack power 68, a martial arts student said awkwardly, raising his long sword and forcing a smile. "Mine's 72, another student chimed in, his eyes never leaving the folding sword. Fang Qi lightly pressed the button on the side of the hilt. With a click, the blade quickly retracted, returning to its original long, narrow black metal form. Even those who had been observing immediately brightened up. This was incredibly convenient. "My name is Fang Qi. I imagine you've all heard of me to some extent," he said slowly, adjusting his trench coat, a pained expression on his face revealing that he couldn't hide his treasure any longer. Everyone nodded, confirming they remembered the name. After all, Fang Qi was the last person to appear when the awakening panel was activated that day. "Since we're all classmates, I can't refuse. The market price for white gear is 5,000, so I'll go with that price. Whoever wants it, come with me." With that, he walked towards the back of the support vehicle. Lu Hong's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed by a large group of martial arts students. Click! The heavy tailgate of the support vehicle slowly opened, revealing its interior. Exquisite small machine tools, neatly arranged weapon racks, rows of enclosed mechanical boxes, and wall panels covered with gunpowder weapons. Everything looked so cool. Every boy dreams of having his own secret base when he's young, and this modified support vehicle seems to awaken that childhood passion deep within them. Whoosh! Fang Qi pulls out a mechanical case, opening it to reveal a box full of sealed, folding combat knives. "Line up, one at a time," he says, looking at the group of eager-eyed classmates. Great! The transaction proceeded swiftly, with all 38 knives sold out quickly. Even 2 mages couldn't resist placing orders. A large crowd gathered, but Fang Qi didn't seem to mind. He closed the car door, waved casually, and drove off. "Brother, how's this knife?" A member of the team had just bought one and couldn't wait to try it out. "Let me try it first." The man imitated Fang Qi's dashing swing, but the folding sword didn't move. Could it be a fake? He was stunned, looking at the black mechanical structure with some confusion. "Try pressing this button." His teammate pointed to the button on the hilt. "Wow, this design is ingenious. Your hands are so big. How come you didn't touch it?" Another exclaimed in amazement, laughing out loud. "I'll do it." The man did as he was told, pressing the button. Whoosh! The silver-white blade instantly sprang out, its cold light gleaming. He looked closely and saw that there wasn't even a single burr. The blade was clean and sharp. The craftsmanship is really good. He tried swinging it a few times and felt the excellent feel. The mechanical structure was tightly connected without any looseness. This feels amazing. I suggest you guys buy one too. After glancing at the stats, he shared it with his teammates, adding, "It's a real bargain." Sigh. I shouldn't have hesitated. I wonder if that guy will even come tomorrow. Exclamations rose and fell, everyone chiming in with their own opinions. Fang Qi, sitting in the driver's seat, hummed a tune in a great mood. White gear that costs 300 to make is selling for 5,000. I'm being incredibly generous. Sigh. Too generous. How am I supposed to make money later? He said, but the smile on his face wouldn't be suppressed. As for whether selling equipment would cause trouble, Fang Qi wasn't worried at all. White gear was just transitional gear for newbies before level 20. Almost no one specialized in making it in this era. But for him, this profit was already sweet enough. In fact, Fang Qi could easily upgrade these equipment, turning them into green battle swords or even selling them together with magnetically controlled armor. But that would be too conspicuous. He didn't intend to be so high profile until he was strong enough to suppress everything. Chapter 10. The Prophet. For the next period of time, Fang Qi continued to maintain his routine of going back and forth between 2 points. During the day, he would grind dungeons for 8 hours to gain experience, and in his spare time, he would sell some equipment and scavenge scrap metal parts at the junkyard. During this time, Fang Qi learned 2 new skills: refining of basic materials and refining of basic energy. These 2 skills are the core competencies of a mechanic, whether in the initial stage or in future advanced development. With these, Fang Qi mastered the method of extracting and synthesizing advanced materials from low-grade materials, which was crucial for him at this stage. He didn't hesitate to invest experience points into both skills, leveling them up to the maximum level of 10. The only regret is that his level is not yet high enough to unlock higher-level skill trees. Otherwise, he would probably continue to spend experience points. As he had predicted, the popularity of the folding battle knife quickly reached saturation. In total, more than 100 were sold. Logically, he could have easily reduced the quality of the folding sword slightly to earn money from subsequent repairs or resales. But he still insisted on the mechanic's bottom line: substandard products should never be distributed. In terms of upgrades, Fang Qi has always been very fast, especially after a round of equipment upgrades. His efficiency has improved even more significantly. However, he deliberately suppressed his level growth and invested a lot of experience into upgrading and developing skill blueprints. After all, grades are the easiest information to be discovered. If the data is too dazzling during the exam, it is easy to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Although Fang Qi also planned to become famous so that he could exploit those who came after him, he was currently vulnerable, and it was best to keep a low profile. At this time, the warehouse was unusually quiet, as Fang Qi did not go out today. Soothing music gently echoed in the space as he nestled on the sofa, sipping tea and browsing through snacks. He's actually pretty much ready now. More than a dozen brand new blueprints have been developed and upgraded to the maximum level. They're just waiting to move to a new base to officially begin manufacturing the new equipment. In terms of level, I'm stuck at level 30. That's the minimum requirement for taking the entrance exam. The panel attributes also saw another significant leap with the upgrade. As for the 60 free attribute points awarded for the upgrade, Fang Qi chose to keep them in case the panel structure changed later. As for experience points, he cunningly hoarded nearly 1 million, just in case. He had already refined all the materials in his inventory. Although the conversion rate was not high, he had managed to gather enough high-level materials for 2 mechanical boxes, which was not bad. He even sold off his prize support vehicle. After all, he was about to leave the mountain city, so this kind of transitional equipment was not very meaningful to him. The warehouse is now almost completely emptied, with only an old car parked forlornly in a corner. Those were his father's belongings, and he didn't intend to get rid of them. Just as Fang Qi was drinking tea and lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and looked at it, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. After thinking for a moment, he sent the other party his location and then casually put his phone aside. The sender of the message was a regular customer. Fang Qi was deeply impressed by her generosity. Not long after, a rather expensive-looking car slowly pulled up in front of the warehouse. The driver's side door opened, and a young woman in a green dress gracefully stepped out of the car. She had fair skin, a cool and beautiful appearance, a dignified demeanor, and her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her every step exuded composure. She is Xiaoya, the daughter of the Xiao family. That sucker who bought Fang Qi's logistics vehicle. Hello, Fang. We meet again. Her voice was gentle, clear, and distinct, which did not match her cold and aloof appearance. Even though it wasn't the first time he'd heard it, Fang Qi still felt that the combination of that voice and face was a bit jarring. To be honest, I don't really want to see you. This usually means trouble is brewing. Fang Qi clicked his tongue lightly. Although he said that, he still politely poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of her. Xiaoya didn't stand on ceremony. She sat down on the sofa next to her, picked up her tea, and took a sip, completely unguarded. Tell me, what big business deal is it? Fang Qi leaned back on the sofa and got straight to the point. Xiaoya pointed to herself, her expression serious. Fang Qi subconsciously leaned back tactically, cautiously speaking. I sell my art, not my body. Xiaoya was taken aback and gave him a strange look. You misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. What I want to say is that I also plan to apply to Superpower University. His tone was calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Oh, that's great. Fang Qi nodded, gave an encouraging look, and even raised his thumb. Xiaoya did not respond to his teasing, but continued to explain. There are 4 superpower universities in total. Longdu Academy primarily focuses on martial arts. Arcane Academy is mostly populated by mages. Mobius Academy is the top choice for those with supernatural abilities. As for the 4th school, Whale Island Academy, located on the northern front, it's the place I want to apply to. I'd like to invite you to join me. Fang Qi shook his head slightly and waved his hand in refusal. Xiao, I work in logistics and have no plans to go to university. I know. You will become very strong in the future. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi's eyes narrowed, his gaze falling on Xiaoya's face, his fingers lightly tapping the table. A prophet? Xiaoya nodded gently, her expression calm. What did you see? A silhouette from behind. Fang Qi stared at her, as if she'd been turned on. You're convinced it's me, just from my back? Girl, are you out of your mind? And you really did try to kill me, just now. There's still a little bit left. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Fang Qi's expression gradually froze, while Xiaoya continued to look at him intently, without any change in her expression. Cough. No other meaning. I'm just naturally timid, afraid of trouble, and insecure. He coughed lightly and forced a smile. My prophecy was triggered passively. I had no control over it. Xiaoya seemed to understand the source of Fang Qi's murderous intent just now, and took the initiative to explain. You could have been more tactful. You didn't have to be so direct. You should know that prophets don't live long. Fang Qi sighed, feeling a chill run down his spine from her sincere gaze. But then he suddenly remembered something and frowned. You didn't change jobs while in school, right? The Xiao family has its own channels for changing careers. I had a premonition of my death the day I changed jobs. An alien invasion led to the fall of Whale Island University, resulting in widespread death and destruction. But after meeting you, this prophecy changed. You saved many people. She looked at Fang Qi quietly, her eyes seemingly holding a light. Fang Qi silently stroked his chin, carefully examining her. She doesn't seem to be lying. The only explanation is that this girl really doesn't know how to be polite. Her emotional intelligence is appalling. He didn't dislike straightforward people, just found them a little awkward. As for prophecies, he wouldn't completely believe in them, but he wouldn't completely ignore them either. What if I don't agree? I will still go to Whale Island. Why? Those people died fighting against the alien race, and I want to save them. Fang Qi was taken aback by these words. He was a soldier in his past life, and he couldn't stand hearing this kind of talk. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Who did you tell about your prophecy? You're the only one. I am a magician, and prophecy is an ability bestowed upon me by my expertise. Fang Qi's lips twitched. Wow. Turns out this person is also a part-time fortune teller. But none of that matters. Whale Island University, it's definitely a great place. Located on the front line, surrounded by mostly uninhabited areas, it boasts astonishingly abundant resources. I know that prophets don't live long, and they are too easy to arouse people's suspicion. So I didn't tell anyone. I'm also afraid of dying, so I'm taking a gamble today. Since I'm going to die sooner or later anyway, I might as well take the initiative. In hindsight, I won my gamble. You didn't kill me. As Xiaoya spoke, a light smile finally appeared on her lips. You're celebrating too soon. Fang Qi shrugged, a familiar smile appearing on his face. Since it's a business transaction, we need to discuss the terms. No problem. Xiaoya smiled, her beauty like ice melting and flowers blooming, so captivating that one couldn't look away. Chapter 11. Team Formation. Fang Qi hadn't actually figured out what Xiaoyu should give in return, but seeing Xiaoya's attitude of, "I'll give it to you as long as you dare to ask," he felt a little embarrassed. After thinking it over, Fang Qi presented his conditions. That was a large list of various supplies, with the quantity of each type and its name clearly written down. The supplies were plentiful and expensive, but Xiaoya agreed to them without hesitation. Of course, this wasn't Fang Qi bullying the young girl. Rather, since Xiaoya had predicted this, he needed to quickly build up his strength. Otherwise, it would be really funny if things went wrong. His understanding of the alien races was limited to textbooks and videos. He had no idea what the situation was actually like at Whale Island Academy. Xiaoya's premonition was incomplete. At her current level, she could only receive the information that such an event would happen in the future, but she did not know the specific details. What do you think would happen if I reported that I could make predictions? Seeing Fang Qi looking down at his phone, searching for something, Xiaoya suddenly asked softly. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi looked up at her and gave his answer. "You will die." A very expected answer. Xiaoya smiled helplessly and sighed softly. A complex look flashed in her eyes, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Of course, you might also experience a living hell. Xiaoya. Even with her calm and collected nature, she couldn't quite hold back her emotions at this moment. "I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Fang Qi shrugged, indicating that he was innocent. "You don't actually have to explain. Next time for sure." The two exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere fell silent once more. Fang Qi actually had more to say, but now that things were settled, he said you could leave. But having just received something from someone, he felt that being so direct might be hurtful. He scratched his face, looked away, and continued looking down at his phone. As for Xiaoya, she simply wanted to spend more time with Fang Qi. The secrets and pressure that had been weighing on her heart were finally released, which made her feel very relaxed. Moreover, she could sense that Fang Qi didn't have any other thoughts about her, and even seemed slightly disgusted, which actually relieved her of the pressure. Seeing that Fang Qi didn't speak, Xiaoya didn't press him. She started brewing tea herself, looking quite content. Fang Qi kept glancing at Xiaoya out of the corner of his eye. Seeing her overly familiar manner, he felt a bit of a toothache and couldn't help but ask her a question. "Don't you need a level up?" "I'm already level 34, which meets the requirements for participating in the assessment." "Oh." Fang Qi's eyes lit up as he stood up and spoke in a serious tone. Please have a seat. My level is still a bit low. I'm gonna go grind some experience in a dungeon. Let's work together then. Two people should be more efficient, right? I haven't tried leveling up in a party yet, even though I've been a different class for so long." Hearing Fang Qi's words, Xiaoya also became interested and spoke up. "Let's go." Fang Qi didn't care. As long as he wasn't sitting there so awkwardly, he was fine with doing anything. Each drove their own car, one in front of the other, towards the newbie dungeon area on the outskirts of the city. The entrance to the instance was as lively as ever. As soon as Fang Qi got out of the car, he attracted a lot of attention and enthusiastic greetings. A young man with a buzz cut and a folding sword at his waist greeted Fang Qi. "Brother Fang, let's grind some more. I'm a little late today." "It's not too late. It's only 9:30. The timing is perfect." Fang Qi responded with a smile. "Brother Fang, are you not selling equipment today?" "I'm not selling for now. Exams are coming up soon. Time to study hard." "Brother Fang, who is this beautiful lady?" Lu Hong, somewhat curious, moved closer to Fang Qi and glanced subtly at Xiaoya, who was following behind Fang Qi, before asking a question. "Oh, my teammate, the mage. You know my professional combat skills aren't very strong, so I need to find someone to train me." Fang Qi gave a perfunctory reply, but Lu Hong took it seriously. "That's true. We support and logistics roles are at a real disadvantage in combat, but there are pros and cons. At least it's easier to make money this way. You will know that honestly." "That makes sense." Fang Qi agreed, and then changed the subject. "Haven't you found a team yet today?" "Not yet. Is Brother Fang planning to mentor me?" Lu Hong's eyes lit up with anticipation. "It's not up to me to say, you have to ask her." Fang Qi gestured towards Xiaoya with his chin, and said with a smile. Upon hearing Fang Qi's words, Lu Hong subconsciously turned his head to look, only to meet Xiaoya's cold face and indifferent gaze, and felt inexplicably guilty. "Well, never mind. Fang Qi, you go ahead with your work. I won't bother you anymore. If there's any new equipment I can use, remember to let me know." Lu Hong was a loyal user of Fang Qi machinery equipment, so he liked to chat with Fang Qi whenever he had free time to build a relationship. Fang Qi watched Lu Hong leave with a light laugh before his smile faded. It It was all just polite talk. He wouldn't take it seriously. He'd just chat with them for a bit to pass the time. Upon arriving at the verification point, Fang Qi sent a team invitation to Xiaoya, and after Xiaoya accepted, the team was successfully formed. Let's go. After verifying his identity, Fang Qi tilted his head slightly and took the lead in entering the instance. Xiaoya followed Fang Qi inside. Inside the instance space, the two walked forward at a leisurely pace. Occasionally a gunshot would ring out or a pale blue ice spike would instantly kill a monster. As Fang Qi entered the dungeon for the first time as a team, he paid attention to the changes in the environment. Aside from the fact that there are more monsters, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. The level cap for monsters in the beginner dungeon is 30. Level 30 is a level that most people cannot reach within the 2-month assessment period. The basic attributes of different professions are actually quite similar, since the attributes gained per level are fixed. What truly differentiates them are their expertise, equipment, and skills. Specialization cannot be acquired through experience. Many people spend their entire lives only to acquire 1 professional skill and 2 common skills that are given as a bonus when they open the character panel. Besides some hidden achievements or quests, feats can be obtained through dungeons and by chance from boss-level monsters in the wild. However, secret realms and the wilderness are different from dungeon spaces. The monsters in the dungeon space are not very intelligent and are quite stupid. Moreover, if there is any danger, you can leave the dungeon and run away at any time. However, the monsters in the secret realm and the wild are all intelligent races with considerable combat power. Moreover, both of these are open areas, so you not only have to be wary of monsters, but also of your own kind. Murder for treasure and stealing monsters are not uncommon occurrences. Chapter 12. The Wolf King's Revenge. Your output is high. Moreover, the attack frequency is very high and the attack duration is very long. Around the 2 men lay the bodies of nearly 200 wolves. Fang Qi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, calmly changed the bullets in his pistol, showing no signs of fatigue after the battle. Looking at Xiaoya, she was already slightly out of breath, and her face showed signs of fatigue. This was her first time experiencing such a large-scale battle, and even though Fang Qi was the main damage dealer, it was still incredibly taxing on her. Xiaoya opened the team panel and glanced at it. Fang Qi's level was 30, while she herself was level 34. However, since the team was formed, her damage output has only accounted for 19%, which made Xiaoya feel slightly frustrated while being amazed by Fang Qi's strong combat power. Of course, it wasn't that she was too weak, but rather that Fang Qi was too strong. Being able to solo to level 30 already puts you ahead of 90% of your peers. Even though you're praising me, it still feels a bit strange. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow and looked around, making sure there wouldn't be a boss spawning before putting his pistol back into its holster. I haven't gained much experience. He is currently level 30, and only monsters level 20 and above will give him experience. But the experience gained is not much more. You get 20 points for level 20 monsters, and an additional 20 points for each monster you encounter at a higher level. When teaming up to fight monsters, the experience gained is split in half. Experience decay is really powerful. Fang Qi clicked his tongue softly and raised an eyebrow as he spoke. This is also a means to prevent high-level professionals from monopolizing all resources. Once you reach level 120, there are no more experienced dungeons to farm. The only way to gain experience is to enter secret realms or go to battlegrounds. Therefore, many people would rather stay at level 120, not to mention the difficulty of the advancement quests. The risk of dying while gaining experience is too great. Hearing Fang Qi's mutterings, Xiaoya began to explain. Who wants to die when they can live? Let's go, let's look ahead. Fang Qi nodded non-committally and continued walking forward. The probability of encountering groups of monsters is significantly higher when the two are in a team, and with Xiaoya helping to control the field, Fang Qi doesn't have to worry too much about being ambushed, so he can unleash his full firepower when dealing damage. Xiaoya waved her staff, and crystal-clear ice crystals suddenly bloomed amidst the somewhat crowded monster horde. Each ice crystal exuded a chilling aura, instantly freezing the surrounding air into frost and briefly immobilizing some of the monsters. With the crowd control skill activated, Fang Qi lightly touched the ground with his toes and flew past like an arrow. The 2 guns he gripped tightly in his hands resembled 2 roaring fire dragons, constantly spewing out scorching tongues of flame. With a series of crisp gunshots, bullets tightly bound by powerful mechanical force shot out at astonishing speed. These bullets seemed to possess a life of their own, tracing graceful arcs through the air and striking the hideous monsters with pinpoint accuracy. Blood blossomed, figures fell to the ground, and battle information rapidly filled the screen. Looking at the constantly refreshing panel notifications, Xiaoya felt like she was playing a support role. Watching Fang Qi's agile figure weave through the horde of monsters, Xiaoya became increasingly curious about Fang Qi's profession. I always felt this guy was a bit too versatile. It's unbelievable how terrifying gunpowder weapons are in his hands. Xiaoya was certain that if she were in the position of those monsters, her fate wouldn't be much better. You have learned a skill. Arc shot level 1, 0, 500. Note, don't hide, I see you. When the bullet leaves the barrel, you can use mechanical force to change the bullet's trajectory, increasing accuracy by 5%. You have learned the skill. Killing intent perception 0 to 2000. Note, I'm a veteran of countless battles. You think you can fool me? You can sense the malice directed at you within a certain range, currently 50 meters. During the battle, 2 eye-catching skill prompts sounded. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, dodged an attack with a slide step, and quickly maxed out the 2 skills using experience. These are all very practical skills. Click! The bullet had just been chambered when the sound of wind rushing past rapidly approached from behind. Fang Qi braced his right hand on the ground and unleashed his power, springing himself up and narrowly dodging a fierce attack. With a swift turn and side kick, the monster that had just ambushed him was sent flying, struck squarely in the abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets pierced his forehead in quick succession, instantly depleting his health bar. You killed a level 30 corrupted wolf, experience plus 100. Your teammate killed a level 30 corrupted wolf, gaining 100 experience. After glancing at the panel prompts, Xiaoya turned her gaze back to the battlefield. Her position was some distance from the main battlefield, and the terrain was relatively high, so she could see more clearly. The ground was littered with corpses, at least 100 or so of the decaying wolves. Strangely, as the battle dragged on, the number of monsters around them actually increased. Xiaoya frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Be careful. There are way too many monsters. This is very unusual. The staff glowed and unleashed 3 skills in a row, prompting Xiaoya to offer a reminder. I can see it. With the power of his kinetic skateboard shoes, Fang Qi managed to dodge 3 attacks in a row, causing him to frown. The monster's attack frequency has increased. Bang! Fang Qi hit one of the monsters with a single shot, triggering the combat information. He then looked at the monster's panel. Corrupted Wolf, level 30. Health, 3,750 75%. Buff, Wolf King's inspiration. You have been inspired by the Wolf King, increasing your attack speed by 25% and your health by 25% for 1 hour. This bonus. Fang Qi narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. No wonder he had become so fleshy. Wolf King, it looks like something big is coming. At the same time, both of their screens simultaneously triggered mission prompts. Emergency mission, the Wolf King's Revenge. Quest description. Due to your massacre of the Wolf Clan, the enraged Wolf King has decided to take revenge on you. Mission requirements. Survive for 1 hour or kill all monsters. Quest reward. 1 chance to generate a common feat. Chapter 13. The Wolf King. Fang Qi suddenly leaped up, breaking through the wolf pack's encirclement, and stood beside Xiaoya in a few bounds. Looking around, the number of wolves surrounding them was increasing, numbering around 300. Among the monsters were packs of rotting wolves with decaying bodies exposing their white bones, as well as packs of wild wolves with normal bodies. The sheer size of the monster horde as they moved closer was quite intimidating. We're in trouble. Xiaoya looked at the tasks on the panel with a somewhat serious tone. Do you want to leave first? Fang Qi slowly changed bullets, watching the approaching wolf pack, and glanced at Xiaoya beside him, asking question. You're not planning to leave? Xiaoya tilted her head slightly to look at him, somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't it be a huge loss if I didn't acquire a skill I possess? You can also try out my new weapon. Fang Qi grinned as he finished loading the bullets into both guns. Xiaoya watched Fang Qi's movements the whole time and also noticed the difference between the 2 magazines. The originally bronze-colored metal bullet head turned crimson red and seemed to have some other differences. What's this? With a curious look in her eyes, she asked. Fang Qi didn't speak, but silently shared the attribute panel. Equipment. Explosive compression bullet, white. Note, it's not big, but it can explode. The warhead is filled with compressed high-energy fuel, which explodes upon impact, dealing damage equal to intelligence plus attack to targets within a 5-meter radius. It also has a chance to ignite enemy targets, causing continuous burning damage equal to 60% of intelligence for 10 seconds. A look of surprise appeared on Xiao Ya's usually cool and aloof face. Her thin lips parted slightly, and her understanding of Fang Qi rose to a new level. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. Xiao Ya looked at Fang Qi's profile, her tone carrying a strange meaning. Although it was a compliment, I still felt it was somewhat ambiguous. Fang Qi glanced at her sideways and answered, "Why didn't you use it just now? This thing is very expensive, and it's also very complicated to make. We can talk about this later. You can try to stay away for now, otherwise I might not be able to keep an eye on you." Hearing this, Xiao Ya wasn't angry. She nodded and silently retreated a distance, leaving the battlefield to Fang Qi. Her output is insufficient, and in this situation, she will only cause trouble. Fang Qi still admired Xiao Ya's personality. Although her emotional intelligence was a bit low, it didn't really matter. Without proper equipment, and with high-energy fuel refining proving difficult for him, the number of these bullets is really not large, less than 1,000 rounds. Moreover, these bullets are indeed very expensive, costing about 200 daxia coins per bullet. Pulling himself back to his senses, Fang Qi narrowed his eyes and raised his gun to aim. Bang! The crimson bullet whistled as it left the barrel, its rounded tip slamming into a wolf. Boom! With a deafening roar, crimson flames erupted, engulfing a small area. Several monsters' health rapidly declined, but the attack was far from over. The explosion kicked up dust, and within the dust, a ring of crimson flames ignited. Some of the monsters within range were set ablaze, their screams and cries echoing endlessly. Xiao Ya stood not far away, watching the explosions that erupted one after another in the monster horde, then looked down at the staff in her hand and suddenly felt somewhat bored. Her attack power is actually quite high for her level because her professional skills are very strong, and her two ordinary skills also contribute to combat. Special ability, Divine Revelation. In certain situations, you can observe information about the future, but please note that this information is not established fact. Professional feat, Elemental Tide increases the damage of your elemental magic by 15%. Common feat, Steadfastness increases your spellcasting speed by 5%. Common feat, Shatter Your Ice magic has a 5% chance to trigger a critical strike, doubling the damage. Among novice professionals, Xiao Ya's stats are quite impressive. Her divine revelation gave her the ability to foresee the future, which, although passive, was still quite remarkable. Her three specialties gave her a much stronger output ability than her peers, but compared to Fang Qi, they seemed inadequate. Fang Qi's profession seemed unreasonably strong to her. It was too comprehensive. Whether it was combat, production, or research and development, it all seemed to be a piece of cake for him. Perhaps this is what truly deserves to be called a school of thought, while what we do is merely a profession. Xiao Ya couldn't help but think to herself. However, she didn't feel jealous at all. The more assertive Fang Qi became, the more convinced she became of the prophecy about him. I'm also glad that I was able to gain the other party's trust at the beginning. The flashes of fire from the explosions reflected in her cold eyes obscured the emotions in Xiao Ya's eyes. Fang Qi was naturally unaware of Xiao Ya's psychological changes. The burst compression rounds provide a significant boost to damage output, and a wide area AoE damage feels very good to him. After unleashing nearly 100 rounds of explosive munitions, Fang Qi also felt a slight pang of regret. The practical results are good, and the efficiency of gaining experience is very high, but there's no need to continue wasting it. Muttering to himself, Fang Qi looked at the burning wall of fire ahead, emptied the last few incendiary rounds from his magazine, and replaced them with regular bullets. Flames burned, and the corpses of monstrous creatures, their bodies completely blackened, lay on the ground. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of burnt hair. He casually took a few grenades from his belt and threw them into the monster horde. With the sound of explosions, some unlucky guys were thrown into the air by the shockwave and crashed heavily to the ground, their health plummeting. However, Fang Qi's attention was not on these ordinary monsters. After his killing, intent perception reached level 5. Its range extended to 250 meters. Deep in the forest, a gaze was constantly lurking, watching him and giving him a sense of danger. The Wolf King, huh? His intelligence has really improved noticeably. What a cunning fellow. Fang Qi frowned, looking around at the dense bushes, and became secretly wary. However, just as he turned his head, a dark shadow darted out of the bushes like lightning, heading straight for Fang Qi's neck. Careful! Xiao Ya saw it clearly, but before she could speak, the dark figure was already behind Fang Qi. Ding dong! A piercing metallic clang rang out, sending sparks flying. After seeing the scene clearly, Xiaoyu was stunned. Dozens of fish scale-like mechanical structures meshed together, protecting Fang Qi's nape. But the sharp wolf claws still managed to tear several slits in Fang Qi's trench coat, leaving 3 shallow bloody marks on his arm. The slight stinging pain made Fang Qi raise his eyebrows involuntarily. Wow, that's fast. Luckily, I was on guard against your trick. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. With a soft click of his tongue, Fang Qi turned around and met the Wolf King's gaze. He had indeed created an opening. The Wolf King's speed was beyond his expectations. It was simply too fast. If Xiaoyu had been standing there, that blow would probably have killed her half to death. Seeing his health drop by more than 100, Fang Qi chuckled and didn't seem to care. The battle information was triggered, and Fang Qi looked at the panel. Wolf King, level 30 boss. Health, 34,000. Attack, 364. Defense, 180. Skills, quick movement LV, 5. Bite LV, 5. Charge LV, 5. Wolf Howl LV, 5+. Expand for more details. Boss specialty, basic health recovery. When health drops below 50%, consumes energy to restore health, with a maximum recovery rate of 2% per second. Boss specialization, reduces final damage from high-level toughness physical and elemental attacks by 20%. As expected of a boss, its insane health and skill specializations leave other classes of the same level far behind. Fang Qi's gaze turned slightly serious. This was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Chapter 14, You're Lucky. Because of the team composition, Xiaoyu also saw the Wolf King's somewhat abnormal boss panel. She looked at Fang Qi, a hint of worry in her eyes. The boss is far superior to ordinary monsters. In a one-on-one situation, even a level 60 professional might not be able to defeat this kind of boss, not to mention that the boss also has a rare healing feat. Moreover, there are many smaller monsters lurking around, eyeing us covetously. Fang Qi didn't seem to have any intention of retreating, and Xiaoyu didn't speak either, afraid of interfering with the other side's battle. She retreated a considerable distance to make sure she wouldn't become a burden. She can't be of much help in a battle of this level right now, so it's best not to cause any trouble. The battlefield was momentarily paused due to the sudden appearance of the Wolf King. But the next second, with a long howl from the Wolf King, all the remaining monsters turned their attention to Fang Qi and began to attack. Fang Qi didn't just sit and wait to die. He suddenly turned around, and the tactical backpack he had been carrying flew high into the air. The black trench coat flew towards the oncoming horde of monsters like a sharp sword. Boom! In midair, a violent explosion generated a shockwave, kicking up clouds of smoke and dust. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Fang Qi raised his hand and caught the tactical backpack that fell from midair. He reached in with his right hand, and with a click of mechanical gears engaging, a mechanical glove was put on his right hand. The gloves are sleek and silver and do not look bulky. They are wrapped in mechanical force, and the palms and fingertips of the silver gloves glow with a faint red light. On the back, curved blades pop out, gleaming with a cold light. On his left hand, the fish scale-like mechanical structures that had just blocked the Wolf King's attack for Fang Qi converged and enveloped his left arm under the pull of mechanical force. Information about the 2 pieces of equipment also appeared on the panel. Equipment, green magnetic adsorption armor. Durability, 5,800 to 6,000. Defense value, 300. Note, this is a defensive device composed of dozens of magnetically controlled mechanical components. It can transform into various shapes or perfectly fit most parts of the body, but it should be noted that its overall area is not large. Equipment, high-energy cutting gloves, green. Attack, 313. Durability, 1,800. Defense, 88. Note, it is powered by a high-energy battery. The special metal in the palm area can release temperatures up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, and the curved blade on the back has a high-frequency vibration effect, giving it excellent penetrating power. It can also be used for cooking when necessary. Having acquired the equipment, Fang Qi didn't linger. He suddenly exerted force with his feet and charged towards the Wolf King, and the battle broke out again. Sizzle. In an instant, the 2 figures passed each other like lightning. The magnetic armor on Fang Qi's hand instantly transformed into an indestructible shield, forcefully withstanding the Wolf King's attack. The Wolf King's attack landed on the shield, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound and sparks flying everywhere. Without pausing, Fang Qi quickly turned around, his hand like an extremely sharp blade, and thrust straight at the Wolf King. The high-energy cutting gloves were now flashing a crimson light. The moment the gloves touched the Wolf King's body, a powerful energy instantly released an astonishing amount of heat. With a piercing, tearing sound, a deep gash was ripped open in the Wolf King's body, and blood gushed out, splattering in the air, accompanied by continuous burning and tearing damage. Even with its high-level toughness, Fang Qi still managed to take away 3,000 of its health points in that single blow. Fang Qi's kinetic skateboard shoes unleashed maximum power, making his figure appear as elusive as a ghost. He was so fast that it was almost impossible for anyone to catch a glimpse of him. The man and the beast began to fight, and although the other monsters around them caused some interference, Fang Qi also managed to kill many of them. The magnetically controlled armor, manipulated by mechanical force, swirled around Fang Qi's body like a nimble fish. It moves with astonishing speed and agility, always managing to block the fierce attacks from the surrounding enemies like storm. However, at the same time, its durability is being consumed at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. Fang Qi didn't care. After all, this was a product that was about to be phased out. Under Fang Qi's relentless attacks, the Wolf King's health plummeted rapidly, quickly falling below the 50% threshold and triggering the effect of its recovery specialization. Its health began to recover, and the wounds on its body started to heal. Frowning, Fang Qi was surprised by how difficult the other party was, even though he had expected it. Sizzle. After another collision, Fang Qi used the kinetic energy generated by the attack to retreat rapidly. While in midair, he drew a pistol from his waist with his left hand. The rapid-fire skill is activated, and bullets are unleashed in a frenzy. Roar. With a roar, the Wolf King's limbs were wrapped in dark red energy, and its speed increased dramatically as it pounced on Fang Qi. It seems the rapid movement has cooled down. Fang Qi's deep eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto his target like a hawk. He suddenly exerted force in his waist, adjusted his posture in midair, and skillfully avoided the fierce attack. At the same time, the high-energy cutting glove on his right hand activated again, flashing a chilling light. With a flick of his arm, the glove slammed into the Wolf King's powerful belly like lightning. With a hissing sound, long, thin, and gruesome wounds appeared on the Wolf King's abdomen, from which blood gushed out. Although Fang Qi's body was still in midair, this did not affect his operations in the slightest. As mechanical force circulated, with a click, a magazine loaded with crimson bullets flew up from the weapon belt. As if an invisible hand was precisely controlling everything, the magazine was inserted into the magazine with astonishing speed and accuracy. The whole process was smooth and seamless. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, explosive rounds were fired rapidly, accurately hitting the Wolf King. The scorching flames burst forth, suppressing its recovering health and causing it to plummet rapidly. Xiaoyu was somewhat distracted by the fierce battle between Fang Qi and the Wolf King. Fang Qi's fighting style at this moment was somewhat like that of a martial artist, but the unexpected equipment combined with each other resulted in an astonishing combat power. Moreover, whether it's ranged or melee combat, it gives people a unique aesthetic. At this level, whether you're a martial artist, a mage, or any other class, you don't have that many ways to deal damage. However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Amidst the flames, the Wolf King, its body ablaze with fire, leaped out, its forepaws wreathed in dark red energy, and charged towards Xiaoyu in the distance like a bolt of lightning, its speed incredibly fast. The sudden shift in hatred caught Fang Qi and Xiaoyu off guard. However, both of them reacted quickly and immediately made their own responses. Fang Qi landed, his electromagnetic skateboard shoes unleashing powerful kinetic energy, and he followed closely behind, his left hand firing the gun continuously, slightly slowing down the Wolf King's speed. Xiaoya's heart sank as she watched the Wolf King charging towards her. She couldn't dodge it. It was too fast. She waved her staff, and ice walls rose up in front of her. At the same time, clusters of ice flowers bloomed in the direction the Wolf King was heading. However, this did not help. With the aid of the skills of rapid movement and impact, the Wolf King's body charged around like a bulldozer, smashing everything in its way to pieces and biting at Xiaoya's fair neck. The pupils reflected the approaching figure, its body covered in wounds and blood, half of its head smashed open, revealing its white bones. But there was no fear in its eyes. Only a fierce glint flashed between its crimson pupils. The Dongning face and gleaming white teeth magnified in her pupils, and Xiaoyu could faintly smell a foul odor. Only then did she realize the true oppressive feeling of this boss. Am I going to die? The moment that thought crossed my mind, everything in front of me vanished. A mechanical structure resembling fish scales converged in front of her, blocking her view. Just now, Fang Qi, seeing the situation was not good, threw the magnetic armor at Xiaoya, which just happened to block this fatal blow. Snap! The gleaming white teeth bit down hard on the magnetic armor, and the already fragile armor was completely destroyed after a flash of electric arcs. But this also bought Fang Qi some time. Boom! Fang Qi's figure suddenly landed, stepping on the Wolf King's head. Using his palm as a knife, he stabbed down with his right hand, the cutting glove half embedded in the Wolf King's neck, blood splattering everywhere. A burst of intense heat erupted, triggering a weakness attack that instantly depleted the Wolf King's already dwindling health. Xiaoya's dark eyes looked at Fang Qi, who was descending from the sky, and her eyes flickered with inexplicable emotions. Besides the prophecy, you saved me once again, she murmured silently, her hand unconsciously covering her chest, her heart seemingly beating faster. However, this beautiful scene of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was ruthlessly shattered by Fang Qi's words. Fang Qi lightly kicked the pile of broken parts on the ground with his toe and couldn't help but click his tongue twice. You're lucky. If I had missed, I'd be left only to collect your body. But as a young lady, don't you have any trump cards to protect yourself? Fang Qi's slightly teasing words and questioning gaze were like a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing Xiaoya's turbulent emotions and slightly accelerated heartbeat. Chapter 15, A New Specialty. Fang Qi and Xiaoya were resting against the trunk of a large tree. Xiaoya leaned quietly against the tree trunk, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Fang Qi sat down rather unceremoniously. The battle was over. This was the first time he had experienced such a high-intensity battle since his rebirth. He had used almost all his skills in the battle and suffered considerable losses. The cutting gloves and 2 pistols have lost a lot of durability and need repair. More than 200 rounds of explosive ammunition were used up. The magnetic armor was completely destroyed, and the durability of the electromagnetic kinetic skateboard shoes also plummeted. However, these losses are nothing compared to the gains. Mission: The Wolf King's Revenge is complete. Reward: 1 random common feat. Hidden quest: your contribution to combat damage reached 99%. Reward: random job feat X1. Fang Qi's eyes lit up as he looked at the 2 rewards. Looking at the 2 talent generation cards on the panel, I clicked to use them without hesitation. Common skills are being generated. Generation complete. You gain the common perk, Basic Restoration. When your health drops below 50%, you can consume energy to restore health, with a maximum restoration rate of 2% per second and a conversion ratio of 2 to 1. Professional skills are being generated. Generation complete. You gain the professional skill, Geometric Thinking. The cost of researching and upgrading blueprints is permanently reduced by 15%. Looking at his 2 newly acquired skills, Fang Qi was in a good mood. While basic restoration skills may seem somewhat lackluster, they can be fused together with similar perks to create higher-level perks, making their future promising. Fang Qi was even more satisfied with the results brought about by Geometric Thinking. Although 15% may not seem like much, there were countless blueprints from the mechanical engineering department. Besides spending experience points on the panel to gamble for blueprints, he also had thousands of different types of complete blueprints in his mind, totaling hundreds of thousands of blueprints. This not only reduced his expenses, but also accelerated his accumulation of capital, achieving 2 goals at once. Click. Satisfied, Fang Qi turned off the control panel, took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, finding it very comfortable. Turning his head to look at Xiaoya, and seeing that she was a little dazed, Fang Qi couldn't help but smile and ask, "Why are you looking so gloomy? Are you in a bad mood?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoya lowered her head slightly and glanced at Fang Qi sitting to the side. He had a clean and handsome face, with black hair swaying in the wind on his forehead. His eyes, as bright as black gemstones, were smiling, yet he also had a sense of vicissitude that did not match his age. Fang Qi's once sharp and cool black trench coat is now ruined, leaving only a black fitted vest that tightly wraps around his broad and muscular chest and well-defined abdominal muscles. On his bare arms, the muscles were clearly defined, as if meticulously sculpted. They weren't bulky, but each muscle gave off a powerful feeling. The 3 long, narrow wounds on his left arm added to his masculine charm. Xiaoya felt a slight warmth at the tips of her ears, and her gaze unconsciously shifted away. "Are you all right with your injury?" She spoke slowly, her voice clear and gentle. tinged with a hint of worry. It's just a minor issue. Fang Qi glanced at the scabbed wound, then shook his head, ignoring it. Thank you for today. Xiaoya nodded slightly and did not dwell on the topic. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. You could have left. I stayed voluntarily. Their eyes met, then they looked away. Fang Qi didn't say much. He just nodded slightly. Then let's call it even. Xiaoya pursed her lips, unsure of what to say for a moment. However, your combat awareness is still a bit weak. You should train it properly when you have time. After all, you only have one life. After thinking it over, Fang Qi still offered a suggestion. Xiaoya's eyes flickered slightly, and she answered with a serious expression. I will. No need to be so serious. I was just saying. I'm serious. This experience made me realize how weak I really am. Compared to you, I'm too weak. Why always compare yourself to others? Just be yourself. There are many people who are better than us, so there's no need to overthink it. Just focus on doing your own thing. Fang Qi shook his head and offered a casual word of comfort. You're right. I really haven't tried hard enough. Upon hearing this, a resolute look appeared on Xiaoya's usually aloof and ethereal face. Keep up the good work. It's getting late. I should go. Fang Qi chuckled as he stood up and dusted himself off. Xiaoya nodded, and then the two of them exited the instant space. The plaza outside the entrance to the beginner dungeon was still bustling with people. Xiaoya and Fang Qi walked through the crowd, left the square, and headed towards the gate. The two walked side by side, attracting a lot of attention. Some people who knew Xiaoya looked surprised and started discussing something with those around them after the two had walked away. The exam is in a few days. What are your plans? A gentle breeze blew by, and Xiaoya reached out and brushed a few stray strands of her hair behind her ear. She turned her head slightly to look at Fang Qi beside her and asked a question. Fang Qi reached out and patted the pistol at his waist, casually explaining that it was for repairing equipment. He explained that the equipment had suffered significant damage this time and would need a few days to be repaired. Do you need any help? Fang Qi thought for a moment, then shook his head. After the exam, all you need to do is get those materials to the vicinity of Whale Island University as we agreed. By the way, the storage location should be as close as possible to an uninhabited area. I need a considerable amount of space. Fang Qi silently recalled his plans and then gave his instructions. Okay, no problem. Xiaoya smiled and her tone softened. That's fine. I can handle everything else myself. Goodbye, exams. Upon reaching the parking spot, Fang Qi casually smiled, said goodbye, and turned to leave. See you in the exam. Watching Fang Qi turn and leave without looking back, Xiaoya reached out and touched her face, feeling a strange sense of loss in her heart. Shaking her head, not quite understanding this emotion, she gathered her thoughts and got into the car, leaving the place. Chapter 16. The 8 Trigrams. After parting ways with Fang Qi, Xiaoya drove back to her home. But from the moment she entered the house, she sensed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Mr. Xiao calmly drank tea in the living room, while Mrs. Xiao looked down at her phone, glancing at Xiaoya every now and then, which gave her a chill. Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Xiaoya frowned slightly, looking at the two of them with a puzzled expression. Zhao's mother glanced at Zhao's father, raised her eyebrows at him, and gestured for him to speak. Honey, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? Are you hungry? I'll ask the cook to make some. Mr. Xiao put down his teacup and changed the subject. Xiaoya was a little confused. She tilted her head slightly and glanced at her father before nodding. Indeed, she hasn't eaten all day. Okay, you two, mother and daughter, can chat first. With that, Mr. Xiao laughed heartily, ignoring Mrs. Zhao's piercing glare, and stood up to leave the living room quickly. Honey, come sit down. Mom has something to ask you. Oh, okay. Xiaoya nodded obediently and sat down next to her mother. Did you have fun going out with your classmates today? Looking at Xiaoya's aloof profile, Zhao's mother couldn't help but tentatively ask. Huh, Mom, how did you know I went out with my classmates today? Xiaoya turned her gaze away from the television news, a look of confusion in her eyes. Xiangxiang's mother sent it to me. As she spoke, Zhao's mother picked up her phone and showed it to Xiaoya. On the screen was a photo of her and Fang Qi walking side by side when they parted ways. In the photo, Xiaoya is reaching out to fix her hair, tilting her head slightly as she looks at the person next to her, with a gentle smile on her face. When Zhao's mother saw this photo, she was so jealous she almost lost her teeth. How could she not know her daughter's personality? Something was definitely wrong with this situation. Xiaoya looked away, her ears burning slightly as she looked at herself in the photo. Tell your mom honestly, are you in love? However, Zhao's mother did not let her off the hook and pressed her for answers seriously. Mom, what are you thinking? Really nothing. Xiaoya sighed helplessly and patiently explained. I don't believe it. Then tell me what's going on, Zhao's mother asked, pointing to the phone screen. We're just ordinary friends, the very ordinary kind. Haven't you always been very resistant to making friends? Didn't you and Dad always hope that I could make friends? The logic is closed, so it doesn't seem wrong. Okay, Mom, let me ask you another question. What's this boy's name? Zhao's mother pointed to the photo and asked Xiaoya. His name is Fang Qi, and he's in the same grade as me, but not in the same class. Xiaoya glanced at Fang Qi's photo and explained. Oh, so his family is... Mom, we really are just ordinary friends. Xiaoya sighed helplessly, turned to look at her mother, and emphasized again. Okay, just friends. I believe you, okay? Phew, that's good. I'm pretty tired today. I'm going to take a shower and rest for a bit. Mom, you can continue reading. Okay, go ahead. Watching Xiaoya's retreating figure as she went upstairs, Zhao's mother had a thoughtful expression on her face. The more you emphasize it, the more problematic it becomes. Trying to cover it up only makes things worse. It reeks of lies. Zhao's mother chuckled softly, her beautiful face bearing an expression that seemed to see through everything. Fang Qi is quite good looking, but looking at Fang Qi's lazy expression in the photo, Zhao's mother became worried again. We need to get to know this child first. Having made up her mind, she turned off her phone and stared at the door with a piercing gaze. Why are you sneaking around? Get in here. Outside the door, Zhao's father peeked out furtively, a fawning smile on his face. Hee, honey, I just asked the chef to make your favorite steamed whitebait. Zhao's mother rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Is this what I meant? You're really something else. You're completely unreliable when I ask you to do anything. Oh, my wife. Mr. Xiao walked behind Mrs. Xiao and gently massaged her shoulders. Xiaoya isn't a child anymore. She's just a bit straightforward, not stupid. Doesn't she know who she can and can't associate with? You watched her grow up. How could you not know her? You know, this is called being too concerned to think straight. While explaining, Mr. Xiao massaged Mrs. Zhao's shoulders. You mean I'm meddling? Zhao's mother rolled her eyes at him, her expression showing some displeasure. Of course not. I just feel that this child has finally become more outgoing, and we shouldn't put too much pressure on her. If you really want to know, we can just investigate secretly. If all else fails, why don't you ask your dad? He'll definitely know. Zhao's father offered a feasible solution. I'm just worried that Xiaoya will be scammed. Zhao's mother sighed, her eyes filled with worry. Xiaoya is so naive. How could she possibly know how dangerous the outside world is, or how wicked people can be? Don't worry. If anyone dares to bully my daughter, I'll chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Mr. Xiao made his promise with a serious expression, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Achoo! As soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, Fang Qi couldn't help but sneeze. He glanced at the sun outside the window and rubbed his nose in confusion. It's weird. I always feel like someone is talking badly about me behind my back. As he dried his wet hair, Fang Qi muttered to himself as he walked toward the living room. He didn't go back to the small warehouse. There was nothing left there, so there was no point in going back. The only mechanical modification shop he has left in a mountain city is his family's garage. Fang Qi's parents both have a decent income, and their house is a detached villa with its own garage. Just as Fang Qi was about to cook something, there was a knock on the door. Here, Fang Qi responded and walked towards the gate. Click! The door opened, and before I could even see who it was, a soft, sweet exclamation reached my ears. Why aren't you wearing clothes, you pervert? Su Qianqian covered her eyes with her hands, her voice soft and sweet, giving the impression that she was easy to bully. Fan Yong looked at her with dead fish eyes, speechless. Before you say that, could you please sew your fingers back up? Besides, I am wet in pants. As he spoke, he lifted the towel tied around his waist, and sure enough, underneath the towel was a pair of beach shorts. Shaw, you're wearing pants. Why are you wearing a towel? Su Qianqian poted, looking dissatisfied. She then bent down and nimbly slipped under Fang Qi's arm into the house. Fang Qi was speechless. This little dwarf's personality really hadn't changed at all. Chapter 17. This journey is long and arduous. After entering Fang Qi's house, Su Qianqian casually laid down on the sofa and lazily stretched. Fang Qi didn't say anything about Su Qianqian's actions. He went back into his room, took out a piece of clothing, and put it on before coming out. I went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out a can of soda. What would you like to drink? I'm not drinking anymore. I'm on a diet. Fang Qi rolled his eyes and casually took out a carton of milk. Drink milk, it will help you grow taller. Faced with Fang Qi's teasing, Su Qianqian gave him a sidelong glance, clearly annoyed. Are you deliberately picking a fight? Just kidding. I'm just concerned about you, okay? All right. This young lady is magnanimous and will forgive you. By the way, what are your plans for the future? After picking up the milk, opening it, and taking a sip, Su Qianqian looked at Fang Qi and asked. Sizzle. Fang Qi opened the soda cap, watched the bubbles churning inside, took a big gulp, and then answered her question. If I pass the assessment, I plan to go to Whale Island Academy. Su Qianqian sat up straight and frowned as she looked at Fang Qi. Are you serious? Yes, seriously. Because of Xiaoya? Upon hearing this, Fang Qi turned to look at Su Qianqian, his face full of confusion. It has something to do with her, but not much. Su Qianqian clicked her tongue twice, shook her head, and looked at me with a "see if I believe you" expression. I never would have guessed, Fang, that you, usually so quiet and reserved, would actually have a day when you finally see the light. Tell me, how did you get involved with Xiaoya? Fang Qi was speechless and said irritably, It really has nothing to do with her. Besides, why are kids so gossipy? I went to Whale Island Academy for my own reasons. Fang Qi sat on the sofa, stretched lazily, and spoke slowly and deliberately. Seeing that Fang Qi didn't seem to be lying, Su Qianqian nodded, unsure whether she believed him or not. I've reached level 30, and if I pass the assessment, I plan to go to Dragon City Academy. But I don't want to leave my mom. She raised me all by herself, and I don't want to be separated from her. Su Qianqian sighed, a hint of worry in her eyes. Aunt Su isn't planning to go with you? Yes, she wants to stay in the mountain city. Fang Qi smacked his lips. It was not something outsiders could comment on, and Fang Qi didn't know who to advise. However, rationally speaking, it is definitely safer to go to Longdu. But Su Nan is an adult after all, and she may have her own plans. Perhaps Aunt Su also has her own difficulties. You don't need to worry too much. Aunt Su isn't a reckless person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to raise you all this time. Fang Qi offered a few words of comfort, but Su Qianqian clearly didn't listen. Forget it. Let's talk about this after the exam. Su Qianqian sighed and spoke softly. What if I don't pass the exam? Su Qianqian was taken aback by Fang Qi's comment about what if she didn't pass the exam, as she looked depressed, radiating a low-pressure atmosphere. If you don't pass the exam, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope. Never mind then, you can keep it and buy candy for yourself. Fang Qi shrugged, not dwelling on the matter too much. Su Qianqian didn't come to see Fang Qi for any important reason. She just had a small argument with her mother about this matter and simply wanted to talk to someone. After chatting for a while, Su Qianqian said goodbye and left. After Su Qianqian left, Fang Qi did nothing and rested for a day. The next morning, he began repairing the equipment and planning to make 2 new pieces of equipment just in case there were any unexpected questions in this year's exam. However, a minor accident occurred during the process. An explosion happened accidentally while making a new type of ammunition. Fortunately, the new defensive equipment has been completed, otherwise he would have suffered quite a bit. However, Fang Qi had anticipated the situation long ago and installed an automatic fire extinguishing system in the garage, which prevented any serious incidents. Time, 7 a.m. Fang Qi got up early and made himself breakfast. While eating breakfast, Fang Qi habitually opened his job panel. Compared to when he first changed jobs, his current strength was vastly different. Name, Fang Qi. Race, human. Occupation, mechanical engineering. Level, 33, 0 to 68,000. Experience, 166-8312. Rank, magnetic ring mechanic, level D. Basic intelligence, 390 plus 78. Base strength, 340. Base agility, 340 plus 15.5. Basic defense, 340. Energy force, 3,400. Health, 3,400. Free attribute points, 66. Skills, sniping level 5. Rapid fire level 5. Basic machining level 4. Basic weapon assembly level 3. Basic mechanical enhancement level 3 plus. Equipment, Hunter 500 dual-wielded pistols, green. Folding tactical sniper rifle, green. Electromagnetic kinetic skateboard shoes, green. Magnetic absorption armor, green. Suspended split blade, green. High energy cutting gloves, green. Exclusive specialty, perfect mechanical sensing. The machines you control will gain a bonus to attack power and health equal to 3 times your intelligence. Exclusive specialty, memory palace, base intelligence plus 20%. Unique specialty, mechanical pioneer. By supplementing your complete professional knowledge and skills, you will gain 50% of the experience consumed in learning this skill when others learn it. This skill can be accumulated repeatedly. Professional expertise, Highly focused mechanical manufacturing speed increased by 20%. Professional expertise, geometric thinking, permanently reduces your blueprint development and upgrade costs by 15%. Common feat, low-level life resilience. When attacked, you'll be immune to 5% of attack damage. Common feat, low-level agility increases your base agility by 5%. Common specialty, basic recovery. When your health is below 50%, you can consume energy to restore health, with a maximum recovery rate of 2% per second and a conversion ratio of 2 to 1. Fang Qi felt quite satisfied with his progress over the past 2 months. Fang Qi checked his blueprint count again. He had 67 blueprints lit up and 38 blueprints that had been fully upgraded. Fang Qi selected some unused blueprints and threw them all into the mechanical engineering department's inheritance tree. Fang Qi was very satisfied after glancing at the pricing on the job change panel. White equipment blueprints cost 10,000 experience points each, while green equipment blueprints cost 30,000 experience points each. Each basic mechanical knowledge course costs 100,000 experience points. There are 16 basic mechanical knowledge courses in total. To learn them all, you would need 1,600,000 experience points. Fang Qi did some calculations in his mind and couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seems that for the average person to learn the complete set of knowledge and blueprints, it will take some effort. Fang Qi shook his head, finding it difficult to comment. After all, basic knowledge is already this expensive. The price of advanced knowledge must be astronomical. But this is none of Fang Qi's business, since the blame lies entirely with the job change panel. What bad intentions could he possibly have? After having breakfast and checking that the doors and windows were in good condition, Fang Qi looked at the place where he had lived for 18 years and felt a mix of emotions. I'll be leaving in a few days, and I don't know when I'll be back. Although there wasn't much sadness, there was still some lingering melancholy in my heart. With a soft sigh, Fang Qi changed into his school uniform, slung his brand-new tactical backpack over his shoulder, and went out the door. After locking the door, he took one last look at the house that held so many fond memories, then turned and slowly walked away into the distance. This journey is fraught with peril, involving high mountains and long, arduous roads. Chapter 18, The Assessment Begins. Today is the day of the annual high school entrance examination. Tianhai Province has designated 5 examination areas, and Shansheng is one of them. So on this day, candidates from other cities arrived in the mountain city one after another, causing rare traffic jams on the streets. The exam is divided into 2 stages, the first stage being an indoor exam. The location is the Southeast Training Ground, which is also the most advanced training ground in the mountain city. It is said to be able to withstand full force battles from C-rank professionals. When Fang Qi arrived at the Southeast Training Ground, the square outside the examination hall was already packed with people. Teams from different schools wore different school uniforms, clearly distinguishing themselves from one another. Fang Qi scanned the teams and quickly spotted the team from the Mountain City Superpower Academy, so he walked over there. As he approached, Fang Qi saw 2 familiar faces, Xiaoya and Su Qianqian. However, today's situation was special and not suitable for chatting, so Fang Qi did not go out to greet them. He simply found a corner and stood quietly, acting as an inconspicuous nobody. Listening to the chaotic sound around him, Fang Qi roughly estimated that there were nearly 10,000 people. This number was actually somewhat beyond Fang Qi's expectations. After all, Shansheng was just one of the test sites in Tianhai Province. Provinces as large as Tianhai exist, and the entire Great Xia dynasty has a total of 28 provinces. It seems the exam was more difficult than I expected. A rough calculation shows that there were approximately 1.4 million candidates taking the exam throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. In the past, only about 100,000 students could be admitted to 4 universities. As for those who didn't pass the exam, they had to settle for second best, either joining the army or enrolling in local vocational training bases for further study. But the resources there certainly weren't as good as those of the 4 major colleges. Time passed slowly, and the start was drawing near. All the teams from each school had arrived and were lining up to enter the examination hall, following the instructions of their teachers and invigilators. Inside the examination monitoring room, the invigilation team, composed of personnel from the provincial training base, was working diligently and methodically. On the wall, dozens of surveillance cameras are playing live video feeds, showing the situation in each examination room. Several school principals were also present. An elderly man with a cane and an imposing presence turned his head to look at Meng Lang with a provocative smile on his face. "Old Meng, this year has been a bit lackluster. There are only 56 students above level 30. Furthermore, you haven't even produced a single hidden class this year. You're getting worse and worse. Meng Lang smirked coldly. You think hidden professionals are like cabbages in your field, appearing out of nowhere. Hey, you know what? You really shouldn't believe it. Our school just happened to produce one this year. A paladin. Ever heard of him? Meng Lang's lips twitched, and he cursed inwardly for the old man's lack of martial ethics. Why aren't you smiling? Are you just naturally averse to smiling? The old man sidled up to Meng Lang, looking smug and disdainful. Hee, Chun Jinghong, do you want to fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The two men stood with their foreheads touching, glaring angrily at each other, while the staff at the training base pretended not to see and went about their work. Hey, alright, Lao Meng, it's no big deal. Lao Chun, you should say less. If you start fighting, the younger generation will laugh at you. Don't you two have any shame? Another elderly man, dressed as a scholar, stepped forward to smooth things over, saying with a smile. Snort. Cut. Meng Lang and Chun Jinghong exchanged a glance, then turned their heads away at the same time. The atmosphere in the monitoring room quieted down again, and everyone turned their attention to the monitoring screen on the wall and to the candidates they were interested in. Huh, this kid's 30 already? In the scene, watching Fang Qi walk into the examination room, Meng Lang couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. His voice drew the attention of others around him, and everyone looked up at the screen. Old Meng, who is he? Do you know him? A woman, still possessing a certain charm, slowly opened her mouth to ask. His name is Fang Qi, a very interesting young man. Meng Lang stroked his beard with one hand, put the other behind his back, and stared intently at the proctoring screen. He always felt that this kid would bring him some surprises. Upon hearing this, the others also turned their curious gazes toward the examination room, where Fang Qi was, wondering what was so outstanding about this young man. Inside the examination room, not far in front of Fang Qi, was a human-shaped target. It is entirely white, with crystals embedded on its body, forming a somewhat strange symbol, indicating that it has been enchanted by an enchanter. The candidate in front of Fang Qi was a martial arts major. He wielded various basic martial arts techniques with great skill, and, to be fair, his fighting moves were quite impressive. However, its output capability was somewhat lacking. The total damage output in 15 seconds was just 7,000, which was still far from the assessment target. 3 chances, but the output in the second and third times was far inferior to the first, and the examiner ruthlessly eliminated the student. Next up, Fang Qi, the mechanic. The proctor, holding the list in his hand, looked at the somewhat unfamiliar professions and couldn't help but glance up at Fang Qi. Fang Qi felt a curious gaze directed at him and returned a polite smile. The exam rules state that you have 15 seconds to attack the humanoid target in front of you. Dealing 8,000 damage within 15 seconds is considered passing the test. You have 3 chances in total. You cannot use prohibited items, understand? The proctor realized his lapse in composure and coughed lightly before speaking. Clear. Fang Qi nodded, indicating that he understood. Once you're ready, you can begin. The timer will start automatically when the first attack is triggered. After reminding them again, the invigilators stood aside. Under the curious gaze of the proctors, Fang Qi casually took a long, narrow mechanical structure from the side of his tactical backpack, and with a flick of his wrist, the mechanical structure unfolded layer by layer, transforming into a sniper rifle. Gun? In the monitoring room, the principals who witnessed this scene were all stunned for a moment. I haven't seen this thing in years. Someone unconsciously uttered a remark. The others nodded in agreement. The power of ordinary firearms is no longer a threat to level 30 professionals. Both the protective aura of martial arts practitioners and the magic shield of mages can be easily defended against. As a result, this weapon has almost been forgotten. Old Meng, your student's got some pretty fancy tricks up his sleeve. Reveal it. Reveal it. What secret weapon? Chun Jinghong's eyes were also filled with curiosity. She nudged Meng Lang with her shoulder, but was pushed away in disgust. Meng Lang was also quite confused. He didn't know anything about Fang Qi, nor was he aware of Fang Qi's abilities. But he heard that his granddaughter and the other man have been getting quite close lately. That's right, Meng Lang's granddaughter is Xiaoya. As for why they don't have the same surname, it's because Meng Lang is Zhao's son-in-law who married into the family. Yes, including Xiaoya's father. I may not know, but I can't say it under these circumstances. Meng Lang glanced at Chun Jinghong indifferently, then said with feigned mystery, Why don't you see for yourself? Chun Jinghong pursed her lips, but didn't say anything, continuing to look at the monitor screen. Chapter 19, A Shocking Output. Inside the examination room, Fang Qi slowly raised his folding tactical sniper rifle and aimed it at the human-shaped target. A ghostly blue mechanical force, resembling electric arcs, coiled around the gun's body, causing the proctor, standing nearby, to feel a chill run down his spine. He frowned and looked at Fang Qi. He was a C-rank professional, and his sixth sense had just indicated that Fang Qi's attack was threatening enough to him. Something's off about this kid. He watched Fang Qi's actions intently, a sense of anticipation creeping into his heart. Many of the other candidates who hadn't yet had their turn also turned their attention to Fang Qi, since his posture was different from the others. Bang! A deafening roar. The entire examination room fell silent for a moment. One of the students taking the exam was startled, his hand trembled, and he missed his target. He was immediately furious and looked in the direction from which the sound came. With a burst of fire, a bullet enveloped a mechanical force was ejected from the barrel, striking the humanoid target's forehead like a bolt of lightning. Minus 9,547. A scarlet number appeared on the forehead of the humanoid target, leaving everyone who saw it speechless and stunned. Bite! The performance test board lit up with a green light, and the output time was displayed as 0.1 seconds. What? I'm reporting someone for cheating. Someone shouted, and the students and proctors, who had finally come to their senses, stared at Fang Qi in shock. There was still a hint of horror in his eyes. At level 30, when everyone else has only a few hundred points, or at most 1,000 points in a skill, isn't your level a bit too outrageous? Nearly 10,000 points of output. The time was 0.1 seconds. Record broken. Looking at the scores on the human-shaped target, the proctor stood there stunned, muttering to himself. In the monitoring room, everyone was stunned, rubbing their eyes as if afraid they had seen wrong. Is there something wrong with this kid's weapon? Chun Jinghong was the first to come to her senses, her face filled with disbelief. Meng Lang casually crushed the beard he had plucked into powder, turned around, and rushed out of the monitoring room, completely ignoring Chun Jinghong. Let's go. Let's follow them and see. The still attractive woman called out to everyone and walked out of the monitoring room with a look of urgency. A group of retired principals came to their senses and quickly followed them out. In the corner of the monitoring room, behind a desk, a figure in a long black dress slowly stood up, a look of interest appearing on her mature and alluring face. What an interesting little guy. After glancing at the monitor screen, the woman stepped out of the monitoring room. In the examination room, Fang Qi slowly lowered his gun, somewhat surprised by the number. It seems the lucky draw effect has been triggered again. He raised an eyebrow and muttered something to himself. The perfect combination of mechanical feel and sniping skills grants the folding sniper rifle a 5x intelligence attack bonus. Combined with the sniper rifle's original 288 attack points, the attack power of that shot was 2,448 points. However, this weapon has another feature. When it hits a target, there is a 3% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to 3 times the attack power. The terrifying effect comes from the addition of 30% weakness damage as the final damage. Fang Qi didn't take this kind of probabilistic event too seriously. After all, long-range weapons like sniper rifles are only suitable for assassinations, and the real output depends on sustained methods. Hello, my exam is over. May I leave now? After folding and storing the sniper rifle, Fang Qi politely asked the proctor, etc. Before the proctor could finish speaking, a gaunt figure enveloped in martial arts aura rushed into the examination room and arrived in front of Fang Qi in the blink of an eye. Fang Qi was startled. His skateboard shoes started moving instantly, and he retreated rapidly, drawing his 2 pistols from his waist and pointing them at the newcomer. Principal Meng? Upon seeing who it was, Fang Qi slowly lowered the gun in his hand, looking at the other person with a puzzled expression, not understanding what Meng Lang was up to with his sudden outburst. Well, kid, you actually have other tricks up your sleeve. Meng Lang looked at Fang Qi with a bright and excited expression. Haha, you're joking. Those are just underhanded tricks. Fang Qi's lips twitched, and he silently took a few steps back, only to be grabbed by the shoulder by Meng Lang. Ha ha ha. Someone, go find me an appraiser. A separate area was temporarily set up, surrounded by elderly men with white hair and beards. Not far away, a group of curious students were watching from a distance, not daring to approach. After Fang Qi's folding tactical sniper rifle was appraised, the appraiser shared the equipment panel. Folding tactical sniper rifle green. Attack power, 288. Durability, 1,200. Defense value, 80. Note, there is a 3% chance to trigger a critical hit when hitting a target, dealing damage equal to 3 times your attack power. After reading it, Everyone became even more curious about Fang Qi's gaze. It's just green gear? Looking at the attributes of the folding tactical sniper rifle, Meng Lang was astonished. However, the last characteristic still surprised him somewhat. He seemed to have thought of something and gave Fang Qi a meaningful look. Fang Qi instantly understood, scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, and began to explain. It's just skill bonuses. It's all luck. Otherwise, how could the damage be so high? As he spoke, he pointed to the 3% stat in the sniper rifle properties section on the panel. Well, that's not surprising. Low probability events should not be taken seriously. Meng Lang stroked his beard and said with a look of agreement. Yes, Principal Meng is right. A group of people looked at the old man and the young man with disdain. Do you two think we're fools? They're all ancient foxes. Why do they try to play these ghost stories with us? However, despite their thoughts, no one actually intended to expose them. Special skills are personal secrets, and it's taboo to ask about them. Nobody wants to offend someone for no reason. Since the weapon is working properly, the test is considered passed. Put your weapons away. Meng Lang coughed lightly and spoke slowly with a serious expression. Fang Qi didn't hesitate and put the sniper rifle back into the side of his tactical backpack. Well then, principals, the exams are over. I'll be leaving now. Fang Qi smiled at the group and said, Go ahead, and don't forget to meet at the entrance tomorrow. The second stage exam won't be here. Meng Lang waved to Fang Qi with a smile and gave him a casual remark. I see. Fang Qi nodded and left the examination room amidst the farewells of many students around him, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette. It is foreseeable that the name Fang Qi in the profession of mechanical engineering will appear in front of everyone for the first time. Chapter 20. Main Professions Gather. The exam isn't over yet, but it's clear that most of the trainees have already been eliminated. After all, those who haven't passed the exam can't laugh. After leaving the examination hall, Fang Qi found a hotel nearby and stayed there. The second phase of the exam starts here tomorrow morning, and Fang Qi is too lazy to walk back. Standing by the window, Fang Qi could see the entrance to the southeast training ground across the street. Many students who failed their exams burst into tears after leaving the training ground, a heartbreaking sight. Outputting 8,000 damage isn't difficult for a level 30 combat professional. The challenge lies in controlling the rhythm of the battle within 15 seconds. Perhaps many of them are just a little bit short, but if they're always just a little bit short when they encounter a fatal threat, it will be a matter of being off by a hair's breadth and missing by 1,000 miles. Moreover, students graduating from the 4 academies face even stronger opponents, so being eliminated here may not necessarily be a bad thing for them. Click. He lit a cigarette, looked down at the myriad of people below, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Although there were some setbacks in today's exam, it was within his expectations. Given his current output level, he would be quite impressive no matter what weapon he used to attack. If you want to make a profit, how can you not take some risks? Fang Qi opened the job change panel, looked at the first tier of the mechanical system's inheritance number that had been lit up, and muttered to himself. Once I get to Whale Island University, I should start thinking about advancing my cultivation level. A path that allows for stable growth to C rank is at least somewhat attractive. But they need to build a stronger reputation. Otherwise, today's events alone probably won't be very effective. Softly muttering to himself, Fang Qi plotted his next move. With each level increase in advancement, the combat style would change. At stage C, Fang Qi had already made a general plan. The entire combat system will be centered around a powerful and flexible individual soldier mech, which possesses high mobility and protective capabilities. At the same time, it will be supported by a series of small robots and drones driven by modular smart chips. In terms of weaponry, traditional gunpowder weapons must be abandoned in favor of more advanced energy weapons. This transformation does not simply mean improving shooting accuracy and kill capability. It also prepares for the creation of mechanized battalions. With the continuous upgrading and optimization of energy technology, it is possible to manufacture a wide variety of defensive and offensive equipment with different functions and higher levels of intelligence. These new types of equipment can not only effectively resist attacks from the enemy, but also adjust their own status in real time according to the battlefield situation and choose more suitable attack methods. Whether in fierce head-on confrontations or complex and ever-changing guerrilla warfare, this gives Fang Qi a greater margin for error. All the blueprints and materials currently in use can be discarded and added to the mechanical engineering career tree for newcomers to exchange. But all of this depends on materials. He needs more high-quality materials. That's why he chose to go to Whale Island. Because the vast uninhabited areas around him were valuable and stable sources of resources. The later the game goes, the less money is helpful to him. What really matters are various resources. Just as Fang Qi was pondering, there was a knock on the hotel room door. Fang Qi looked toward the door, where the person standing there had a somewhat familiar aura. Click! The door opened, and upon seeing the person outside, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I imagine you haven't eaten yet? Xiaoya's clean and gentle voice rang out softly. That face, which usually appeared extremely cold and aloof, now revealed a warm and charming smile. She gently and gracefully raised her hand and handed the bag of food to Fang Qi. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, took the bag, and asked with some surprise. How did you know I was here? I witnessed what just happened in the exam room. Then I saw you walk into this hotel. As she spoke, Xiaoya pointed to the room opposite Fang Qi's. I also booked a room. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi nodded in understanding and then stepped aside. Would you like to come in and have a seat? Okay. Xiaoya did not refuse and stepped into the house. Fang Qi didn't close the door, but sat down at the table with a bag in his hand. I took out the items one by one. They were quite substantial and looked very exquisite. Have you eaten? Xiaoya shook her head, and Fang Qi took out a lunchbox containing rice and handed it to her. Xiaoya didn't stand on ceremony, and the two of them sat at the table eating lunch, occasionally glancing up at the entrance of the examination hall across the way. Xiaoya ate slowly and deliberately, and her appetite was small. Fang Qi finished most of the food. Have you heard about the second stage of the exam? Do you have inside information? This isn't insider information. My advisor just posted it in the group chat. You might not have seen it carefully. Xiaoya shook her head slightly and explained softly. The second stage of the exam involved a speed run of the Illusionary Realm dungeon in a 4-player team. The selection process is nationwide, and only teams ranked in the top 25,000 across the country will be admitted. Hearing Xiaoya's explanation, Fang Qi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In that case, how can we ensure the fairness of the exam? Wouldn't a strong person be able to take on 3 people at once? Xiaoya glanced at Fang Qi, then turned her gaze to the window and said quietly, There is no absolute fairness in this world. Luck or resources are both forms of strength. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi clicked his tongue twice, but he wasn't surprised. So, does that mean we're still missing 2 teammates? I have a friend. Coincidentally, I also have a friend. The two exchanged a glance, and surprisingly, they shared a tacit understanding. Let me ask first. Clearing his throat and looking away, Fang Qi took out his phone and dialed Su Qianqian's number. After inquiring about Su Qianqian's exam results and learning that she had passed smoothly, I briefly explained the situation. Su Qianqian had no objections and readily agreed. Before long, the 2 girls arrived at Fang Qi's room, door one after the other. The 4 sat around the table, looking each other over, but Fang Qi was feeling a toothache. There are 3 of you girls, and this makes me feel like I don't belong. I can do your makeup and make you look like a girl. Or perhaps we could be more thorough. Su Qianqian rested her chin on her hand as she looked at Fang Qi, while making a scissor gesture with her other hand. Your suggestion is excellent. There's no need to make it again. Since we're teammates, let's have a brief self-introduction. Fang Qi, class of 33, Department of Mechanical Engineering. Su Qianqian, level 31, Martial Arts Department. Xiaoya, level 35, Magic type. Han Xiang, level 34, Psychic type. Looking at the 3 people opposite him, Fang Qi couldn't help but sigh. The 3 main professions were all there. This fate was truly wondrous. Chapter 21. Wenling Wei. Han Xiang, a lightning type ability user, is one of the most powerful ability users. Su Qianqian, on the other hand, is taking the mid-to-close range martial arts route, and it seems that she plans to choose the Chi Fist Master branch of the martial arts system. The 4 had a brief conversation before going their separate ways to their rooms to rest. Although today's exam wasn't tiring, the sheer scale of the exam still put a lot of psychological pressure on the 3 girls. Fang Qi didn't care. He lay on the bed, leaning against the headboard, and picked up his phone to browse news reports. Unsurprisingly, the news reports these past 2 days have been dominated by college entrance exams, with some hidden professionals shining brightly in the tests. Fang Qi even saw his own news on TV. Although that shot was indeed very cool and the damage was astonishing, it even broke the previous exam record, securing first place with a time of 0.1 seconds. But apart from a barrage of 666 comments, that was it. Several people have become quite famous this year at the Chongqing exam site, but the most famous is a hidden professional who even seems to be dominating the national trending topics list. She was a girl named Mile, and what set her apart was that she had a mount, a pure white unicorn. The moment Fang Qi saw the other person, he had only one thought, It's huge. The paladin named Mile possesses a great sense of justice that is beyond her years. Her platinum and gold battle dress accentuated her perfect figure, with a matching half-skirt-style cape tied around her waist. Her deep blue eyes and long golden hair gave her a divine aura, especially the tuft of hair on her head that was particularly eye-catching. Perhaps it was because of her profession that she always made a good first impression, which amazed Fang Qi, a numerical monster that naturally attracts attention. Fang Qi sighed slightly, but he understood. After all, people are visual creatures. This kind of girl is not only attractive to men, but also to women. Compared to her, I really don't seem to have any special characteristics. Of course, several other hidden professionals also made it onto the trending list. Fang Qi wrote down the names of these people one by one, thinking that they might come in handy in the future. The first day of the exam ended just like that, without any major incidents. It was early morning on July 13th. As the sun rose, rows of special vehicles were parked in front of yesterday's examination site. There were far fewer test takers than yesterday, less than 1,000. Fang Qi and his four-person team also arrived with a flow of people. As expected, Fang Qi once again received the slightly bullying looks from his classmates. After all, the three girls beside him were all very beautiful, and each had their own unique charm. The petite and adorable Su Qianqian, the icy beauty Xiaoya, and the mature and sophisticated Han Xiang with her long, light blue hair are all very eye-catching. That pretty boy deserves to die. Who can argue with that? This pretty boy looks so familiar. Wait, isn't he the record-breaking candidate from yesterday? So what? He deserves to die. He's a damn winner in life. He's a damn social butterfly. How come my goddess Han Xiang is on the same team as him? This guy is eating and taking things without permission. That's outrageous. Listening to the discussions around him, Fang Qi's lips twitched. What was all this nonsense? It was as if he had broken some kind of cardinal rule. Su Qianqian chuckled and gently nudged Fang Qi with her shoulder, teasingly asking, "How does it feel to be the center of attention?" That's really great. Fang Qi gave a forced, insincere laugh. "Little brother, do you want to hold my hand for a bit? It'll make them so mad." Han Xiang's stunning face held a seductive smile as she leaned down slightly to whisper in Fang Qi's ear, her warm breath brushing against his neck, making Fang Qi feel a little ticklish. "I appreciate it, but there's really no need for that." Fang Qi turned his head to the side and created some distance, glancing around speechlessly. Unlike Xiaoya, who was a relatively unknown homebody, Han Xiang was quite famous at school, with suitors lining up from the teaching building to the school gate. That one action just now successfully drew another wave of hatred towards him. Even male students from other colleges cast unfriendly glances at him. "Okay, stop fooling around, we should go." Xiaoya reached out and pulled Han Xiang away, speaking calmly. Han Xiang did not refute, but her gaze towards Xiaoya carried a meaningful teasing tone. As instructed by the teacher, the group boarded a special transport vehicle. I sat down in a row of seats by the window. Before long, the cars slowly started moving, and the scenery outside the window began to rush past. Their destination was Fengming Town, located west of the mountain town, about 60 miles from the city center. It's not just an exam venue, but also the entrance to the three secret realms of the mountain city, where the city's most elite professional troops are stationed, ensuring a high level of security. As we got closer to the exam venue, the atmosphere on the bus was quiet, even somewhat oppressive. After all, this exam could be considered a life-changing moment for most people. Fengming Town appears very simple and unpretentious on the outside. Rows of low houses stand here at the foot of the mountains. The scenery is beautiful, with lush trees and a very good natural environment. With a little decoration, it could be developed into a tourist town. But this is a restricted area, and no one comes here on ordinary days. Today, the roar of cars broke the tranquility of the town. A line of black special transport vehicles drove into the town, and many boys and girls with somewhat childlike faces, wearing different school uniforms, got out of the vehicles. Fang Qi slowly got out of the car, tightened his tactical backpack, and turned to look at a house. Under the eaves, several well-hidden cameras were watching them. The command center was where some high-ranking officials from the province, the examiners, the inspection team, and several school principals gathered. They looked at the energetic new generation and smiled. This batch consists of some of the most outstanding students from Tianhai province this year. Their level is even higher than last year. That's to be expected, given the increasing resource allocation the country has been giving to extraordinary schools in the past 2 years. Starting next year, different additional schools will be added in various provinces. The second phase of the exam hasn't started yet, and these big shots, having nothing to do for the time being, started chatting. Their conversations weren't limited to exams. They also discussed information that most professionals wouldn't have access to. I've heard that terrorist organizations abroad have become increasingly active lately. Just a few days ago, even the capital cities of small countries were attacked. Those lunatics, a bunch of traitors, would have been wiped out long ago if they hadn't been so good at hiding. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit spoke with a cold look in his eyes. 2 terrorist attacks also occurred in Tianhai province last year. Have any arrangements been made for this year? Another senior member of the inspection team asked. Commissioner Lin, rest assured, we have arranged 30 patrol teams this year. Each patrol team is led by a B-rank professional, and there are also detection professionals secretly monitoring the entire Fengming town. Moreover, there are nearly 10 A-rank professionals present today, so there shouldn't be any problems. The head of the invigilation team nodded and began to speak. That's good. After all, this is the first year that the entire exam has been broadcast live, so there can't be any mistakes. The person referred to as Commissioner Lin nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the monitor screen. There was another person standing in front of the screen, her smooth, straight black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, covering her fair shoulders and neck. The black fitted dress she wore accentuated her graceful figure perfectly, giving her a mysterious and noble air, like a goddess descending to earth from the night. He exudes an aura that makes strangers want to stay away. This one is a true big shot, one of the representatives of the Supernatural Abilities Department of Whale Island University, an S-rank, space-type supernatural ability user, Wen Lingwei. Professor Wen, do you have any promising students this year? Commissioner Lin stepped forward slowly and asked softly. Upon hearing this, Wen Lingwei's stunningly beautiful face revealed a hint of interest in her smile. She gazed at one of the screens and said softly, I'm very interested in this student. With a hint of doubt, Commissioner Lin followed Wen Lingwei's gaze and saw on the screen that Fang Qi got out of the car, glanced around, and finally looked at the camera. This scene makes it seem as if Fang Qi is looking at them through a screen. Chapter 22. The Interview. At the entrance to the town, a television station's live broadcast van slowly drove up. After the vehicle came to a complete stop, several people got out. Leading the group was a woman dressed in business attire, with exquisite makeup, and holding a microphone. Behind him were the cameraman and his assistant. After being examined by several professionals, it was placed in the town. However, when the group entered the town, they were embarrassed to find that it was deserted and the examinees had all disappeared. Fortunately, someone guided them to the training ground deep in the town, so that the viewers in front of the live broadcast room wouldn't just be looking at the scenery. Compared to the Southeast Training Center, this training center is much smaller and less grand, but it is very well equipped and more advanced. As the group entered the training hall, the passing candidates attracted everyone's attention. Ji Qing glanced around and saw a boy frantically attacking a training doll. Her eyes lit up and she walked over. Hello, classmate, may I interview you? Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a cold voice. No, I don't have time. I'm very busy. The boy glanced at the camera and coldly refused, then began to frantically beat the humanoid training facility with his weapon, displaying his martial arts skills with great momentum. Women are merely stumbling blocks, hindering his efforts. Ji Qing smiled awkwardly, then looked at the other students in the training field. After a series of interviews, Ji Qing was either rejected or given perfunctory answers, which almost caused her to break down. Many viewers watching the live stream were quite amused by this, as the live stream was at least quite effective. Hee. After being rejected again, Ji Qing suppressed the urge to hit someone, took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, and put on a professional smile as she faced the camera. Viewers, the area behind me is the preparation area for the final exam. Before us are outstanding students who have graduated from numerous professional training programs, and they're also the candidates for this exam. The cameraman also had a keen eye and filmed the scene inside the training hall, capturing many trainees who were diligently practicing their combat skills. The details reveal the candidates' exceptional effort. They seized every opportunity to hone their skills, and their achievements are testament to their hard work. After briefly explaining the situation, Ji Qing put her thoughts aside and turned to walk out of the training field. Let's go. I refuse to believe we can't find a single candidate who can be interviewed normally. Her expression was serious, and her tone was somewhat clenched. At the entrance of the only supermarket in the town, Fang Qi sat in a rest area outside, with a freshly bought drink on the table. The bottle was still emitting white mist, giving it a cool feel to it. As for his 3 teammates, they left him behind to enjoy the scenery. Ji Qing spotted Fang Qi sitting in the rest area from afar, and her eyes lit up. She vaguely remembered him. The student who broke the exam record also had a very special profession, not a mainstream one. She walked quickly toward Fang Qi, and the cameraman behind her followed closely behind. "Hello, I'm Ji Qing, a host from the Shanxing Times. I'd like to do a brief interview with you. Do you have time?" Her voice was clear and bright, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Fang Qi raised his head, glanced at Ji Qing, then looked at the camera and nodded with a smile. "Sure." Ji Qing, who had already prepared herself for rejection, was overjoyed and sat down opposite Fang Qi. She glanced at the chilly drinks on the table and slowly asked, "Did you just finish training and come here to rest?" Fang Qi shook his head. "No, I came straight here after getting off the bus. I haven't been to the training ground yet." Ji Qing paused for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. "Oh, well, okay. This person is far too straightforward." Ji Qing couldn't help but complain in her heart. She was stumped by the very first question, which was quite frustrating. Seeing that Ji Qing didn't continue, Fang Qi couldn't help but smile and comfort her. "It's okay. Don't be nervous. It's just an interview. Let's chat casually." Ji Qing was speechless. Was she interviewing him or was she interviewing him? Ji Qing thought for a moment and then spoke again. "We all know that you broke the record in the first stage of the exam. Did you expect this?" Fang Qi pondered for a moment before explaining. "Actually, I was also a little surprised. In the plan, I should have needed 2 or 3 attacks, taking about 1 second. Weakling? This answer is a little different from what I expected. Although you were being modest, wasn't the direction of your modesty a little off?" Although caught off guard, Ji Qing is a professional reporter after all, and she reacted quickly, changing the course of her subsequent questions. "To achieve such outstanding results, your training must have been incredibly rigorous, requiring an effort that most people can hardly imagine. That's part of the reason, isn't it? Of course, the most important thing is that I am very self-disciplined. I drink a glass of milk every morning. I will dedicate 8 hours a day to fighting monsters in dungeons and will never work overtime. After getting home, I always spend 2 hours watching the news to stay informed about national events, then I wash up and go to bed. I refuse to stay up late, and I do this every day without fail." Listening to Fang Qi's serious nonsense, Ji Qing felt somewhat dazed. Although she successfully interviewed one of the students, she felt empty and lacked motivation for some reason. "What was I doing right after I graduated? Oh, so back then I spent 13 or 14 hours a day in dungeons." The cameraman, with keen observation, captured Ji Qing's dazed expression in the shot. Many viewers in front of the live stream screen were laughing heartily, some even with tears in their eyes. "Huh, this guy's hilarious. What talent. This is absolutely a genius. I really underestimated how shameless this guy is." For a moment, I had the illusion that I was watching a health and wellness program. Of course, some people also became hysterical when they thought about their own situation. "How come someone as lazy as me can pass the test, but I work so hard and I can't? It's unfair. This world is so unfair." I can't help but ask, does this guy who talks nonsense really deserve to be in one of the top 4 universities? If all young people are like this, what future does this country have? Of course, Fang Qi was unaware of these things, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. For him, it was just a trivial little incident. Chapter 23. The big exam begins. 2 days later, just as dawn was breaking, the sound of the reveille broke the silence of the early morning. One by one, the prepared teams arrived at the training ground to receive the arrangements before the exam. Meanwhile, television stations across the country broadcast the exams live from their respective locations well in advance. This is the first time an exam has been broadcast live in China, so both official and public authorities are paying close attention to this major exam. Those students who failed the exam, in particular, wanted to see for themselves where they were inferior to others. On the high platform, a burly, imposing man surveyed the examinees below. He spoke slowly and solemnly. "I think you are all already clear about the exam rules. Each team only has 1 chance. The game ends when all members of the team are rendered unable to fight or when the 30th floor of the illusionary training tower dungeon is cleared. The use of super blue quality equipment and prohibited items is not allowed during the process. These are the key points. You have half an hour to prepare. All teams, please find a place to sit down. If you have anything to attend to, do it quickly. You are not allowed to leave the examination room once the exam begins." Fang Qi's team of 4 had all arrived. They exchanged glances, their faces showing varying degrees of seriousness or solemnity. "What line are we in?" Su Qianqian took a deep breath and asked somewhat seriously. 32. Xiaoya looked at the number plate in her hand, and a serious look appeared on her usually cool face. There's still 3 rounds left, and it's our turn on the 4th round. Let's find a place to rest and take a look at what this so-called illusionary dungeon is all about. Fang Qi looked around, pointed to a secluded corner, and spoke. None of the 3 teammates objected, and the 4 of them sat down in the corner. Normally, 3 beautiful girls might attract a lot of attention, but today is different. In such an important occasion, not many people can say they feel no pressure. As the 10 teams entered, the large screens lit up. What interests Fang Qi more is the first team, which includes the hidden professional mile. The upper right corner of the screen displays their level and class, as well as an output ratio bar. Mile, Paladin, level 40. Qinwan, Mage, level 35. Zhanglan, Martial Artist, level 35. Yin Qi, Ability User, level 33. Wow, this mile is of a really high level. Moreover, her teammates are all of high level. Fang Qi leaned back slightly, his tone tinged with surprise. That Yin Qi is a healing type ability user. Moreover, it's a very strong healing system. Han Xiang crossed her arms, her tone becoming serious. Do you know her? Su Qianqian looked on with curiosity. Yeah, my friend. Han Xiang spoke calmly, gazing at the large screen. Here we go. Fang Qi stared at the screen and unconsciously muttered something to himself. The instant space was only about the size of 2 football fields, and swarms of monsters appeared from all directions. 120 level 30 blood mosquitoes. However, the teamwork of the Mile squad was pleasing to the eye. The mage Qinwan made the first move, sending a dark energy ball into the monster horde. The energy ball expanded rapidly upon landing, generating a powerful suction force that drew in surrounding monsters. Mila's entire body shimmered with crimson gold energy. She gripped her knight's lance tightly and hurled it, the lance landing amidst the monster horde. Boom! The spear unleashed golden energy that swept in all directions, causing the monster's health bar to plummet. With a light tap of her toes, Mai Lu's figure shot into the monster horde like a streak of light. She drew her spear and swung it horizontally, unleashing a golden slash that sliced through the weakened monsters, instantly shattering them. Under her devastating attack, the first wave of monsters was wiped out. The battle ended, and Miles stood there, gun in hand, her long, flowing blonde hair cascading down to her lower back. Her face wore a resolute yet serene expression, drawing the attention of almost every one of the onlookers. The remaining martial artists and superhumans stood still, seemingly with no intention of making a move. That's amazing. Su Qianqian looked at the dashing Mai Lu with amazement, her eyes sparkling. Fang Qi and the others nodded in agreement. This Mai Lu was indeed very strong, but it was undeniable that the mage who controlled the field also deserved a lot of credit. The second wave of monsters spawned, and I leveled up to 31, with increased health, attack, and defense. The number of monsters remains unchanged at 120. Do you level up by clearing each stage? If that's the case, then level 30 would be filled with level 60 monsters? Fang Qi frowned slightly, feeling a bit of a toothache. He wasn't the only one who noticed this. Almost everyone did. But it's not confirmed yet. We need to wait and see. As the exam progressed, many candidates gradually became anxious. Mile and her team were the first to reach level 10, where the monsters reached level 40 and a level 40 final boss appeared. Although its attributes aren't particularly strong among bosses, this is definitely not a good sign. Zhanglan, the martial arts master Mai Lu's team, finally made her move, drawing away the boss's aggro, while Yin Qi, the superhuman, began to heal her 2 teammates. Mai Lu and Qinwan quickly recovered their strength and, working together, swiftly dealt with the group of ordinary monsters before stepping forward to support their martial arts comrades. In the monitoring room, a group of bigwigs watched their cooperation with satisfied expressions on their faces. This little girl named Mile is very talented. Her future is limitless. What a rare and promising talent. Hearing these praises, Chun Jinghong, the principal of Mai Lu's college, smiled broadly, making Meng Lang feel a little envious. After all, given the current situation, it's unlikely that anyone in this exam room can surpass Mai Lu's team's score. Even though Meng Lang had high hopes for Fang Qi, he himself didn't really believe that Fang Qi would be stronger than Mai Lu. Only when Ling Wei stood silently to the side, lost in thought. Chapter 24, Soaring. Level 50. As time went by, the differences in ability among the candidates began to emerge. Most of the first batch of test takers failed at level 8, and some failed at level 10. Among the first batch of test takers, only Miley's team was able to actually reach level 10 and beyond. Even after the second batch of teams had finished their exams, Mile and her friend's battle was still not over. Even though the monster clearing speed wasn't as fast as at the beginning, it still progressed steadily and reached level 16. However, the team's tactics also changed. While protecting the superhumans, the martial artist would also clear out some lone monsters. The mage remained in charge of controlling the entire battlefield, while all the buffs from the ability users were given to Mile, leaving Mile to control the main battlefield alone. In addition to her original lance, Mile also used a second piece of equipment, a Platinum Knight's shield. With just 2 pieces of equipment, she single-handedly withstood all the pressure from the front lines, leaving many test takers in awe. Even Xiao Ye and Han Xiang couldn't help but feel some admiration for Mai Lu. Fang Qi watched Mai Lu's battle intently and gradually began to understand some of the tricks of the trade. It seems that the skill inheritance system for hidden classes is very systematic, reasonable, and perfect. 4 offensive skills, 2 buff skills, 1 healing skill, and 1 defensive skill. It can even perfectly stagger cooldown times to maximize damage output, which is really interesting. Stroking his chin, Fang Qi's eyes revealed a hint of amazement. These traditional professions have existed for so long that the accumulated knowledge and experience they possess is far beyond what I can currently match. In terms of skills, they do have an advantage over me. Although the mechanic doesn't need many skills, it's all about overwhelming firepower, but I should still have what everyone else has. It seems it's time to work harder on skill development. Fang Qi was never an arrogant person. He believed that only by discovering and acknowledging his own shortcomings could he make progress. Every mechanic has a studious mind and a thirst for knowledge. As time passed, almost no one paid attention to the battles of the other groups. Almost everyone present focused their attention on Mile and her group. After the third batch of candidates also failed, Mai Lu and her group also fell at level 20. Although they failed, they were greeted with applause from the entire audience when the 4 of them exited the instance. Fang Qi smiled and clapped his hands. This hidden professional had indeed given him quite a shock. Let's go, it's our turn. Fang Qi stood up, shook his brand new trench coat, and smiled slightly. At one of the dungeon entrances, the number 32 was flashing fluorescently. On the big screen, the figures of Fang Qi and his group appeared. It wasn't just Fang Qi's somewhat out-of-place attire. The 3 women's outstanding appearances also attracted a lot of attention. In a monitoring room, many people perked up, still vividly remembering Fang Qi, who had broken the record for the first stage of the exam. Meng Lang, who had been standing ramrod straight, stared intently at the scene on the screen, not only because of Fang Qi, but also because his beloved granddaughter was in it. Wen Lingwei also had a hint of interest in her eyes. Ever since Fang Qi broke the record, she had specifically investigated the little boy's background. To her great surprise, the mechanical engineering major was actually a profession created by Fang Qi himself. It should be noted that since the appearance of the obelisk, almost all the professions that could be created have been created, and no new professions have appeared for many, many years. Most importantly, his profession seems to be very versatile. Whether it is equipment crafting or combat, the actual ability he demonstrates is beyond imagination. Therefore, when Lingwei paid special attention to Fang Qi, she had a vague feeling that the mechanical engineering major represented something far more than just a profession. Perhaps it was related to the future of humanity. Let me see your true strength. When Lingwei murmured softly, a sense of anticipation rising in her heart. Meanwhile, just as Fang Qi entered the instance, a notification suddenly popped up on his panel. You have achieved the hidden mission trigger condition. Break your best historical record by achieving 10 times the previous score in the first stage of the entrance exam. The previous best time was 1.4 seconds, and your time was 0.1 seconds. You have triggered a hidden quest. Record creator. Record creator. Clear 30 levels in the second stage exam, with personal output accounting for no less than 70%. Quest reward. Random class feat X1. Upon seeing the words professional expertise, Fang Qi's eyes gleamed. We must get this reward no matter what. While professional skill isn't as good as a dedicated skill, it's still quite good. Fang Qi took a deep breath, opened his profession panel, and began to consume experience to level up quickly. His actions brought a unique shock to everyone watching outside. The upper right corner of the screen, representing Fang Qi's team, displays the names, professions, and ranks of each member of the team. Fang Qi, class of 33, Department of Mechanical Engineering. Su Qianqian, level 31, Martial Arts Department. Xiaoya, level 35, Magic type. Han Xiang, level 34, Psychic type. Originally, All of this was unremarkable, but Fang Qi's level suddenly began to soar. 34, 35, 36, 37. This guy is actually hoarding experience points. That's really interesting. Does he really think that leveling up a few times now will be of any use? That's so stupid. If you leveled up earlier and became stronger, you could have gained more experience. Many people who saw this scene burst out laughing. After all, most people see hoarding experience as a meaningless activity, and it's better to convert it into combat power. And no one thought anyone on the scene could break Miley's team's record. Therefore, many people thought Fang Qi's move was meaningless. However, as time went on, Fang Qi's level continued to rise. 40, 43, 45, 49, 50. Fang Qi, level 50, mechanical engineering. Finally, Fang Qi's level stabilized at level 50 in the panel at the top right of the screen. What? Level 50? What's wrong with this guy? Is he cheating? How much experience did he hoard? That last wave alone must have consumed at least 1 million. Many people stood up on the spot, their eyes wide, their mouths slightly open, somewhat petrified. It's not surprising that Mile can reach level 40. After all, she's a hidden professional and must have received special training from the school. But how could Fang Qi, who has never even heard of the mechanical engineering system, reach level 50? This feels like a seemingly slacker who you usually hang out with, secretly working hard and getting the top score in the country. It's astonishing. Not only them, but even the big shots in the monitoring room suddenly stood up, looking incredulous. I reached level 50 just 2 months after changing jobs. Lao Meng, did you help him gain experience? Wait a minute. You can't team up with players of different skill levels. Even if 3 level 60 professionals work day and night to help you, you might not be able to reach level 50. As your level increases, experience gain decreases, and the experience gained from teaming up to fight monsters is distributed more evenly. The more people there are, the less you gain, which is a very important factor. Furthermore, players of level 40 or above cannot enter the beginner experience dungeon. The secret realm can only be entered by those of rank C or above and requires authorization. Hunting monsters in the wild, let alone a level 60 professional, even a level 120C rank max level professional would risk dying instantly. Meng Lang shook his head blankly, indicating that he didn't know. Everyone stared at him as if they'd seen a ghost. You've been far too reckless in becoming the principal. Wen Lingwei, however, was not too surprised. Even she herself hadn't reached Fang Qi's leveling speed back then. You really gave me a pleasant surprise, Fang Qi. Chapter 25, Full Power. Fang Qi. Xiaoya looked at Fang Qi's level suddenly soaring on the level panel and gave him a puzzled look. Fang Qi shook his head slightly without explaining, but Xiaoya seemed to have grasped something. She casually ran her hand over the magical equipment at her fingertips, and 2 mechanical boxes crashed to the ground. Because Fang Qi didn't have any spatial equipment, these things were entrusted to her for safekeeping not long ago. Xiaoya originally wanted to give the spatial equipment to Fang Qi, but Fang Qi declined, saying he didn't need any spatial equipment. In the next phase, once new energy sources are mastered, Fang Qi will be able to use similar technologies. After doing all this, Xiaoya glanced at Fang Qi, and after receiving a positive answer, she pulled her 2 teammates behind Fang Qi. Sister Xiaoya, what's going on here? Yes, the battle is about to begin. Shouldn't we go and help? Su Qianqian and Han Xiang both look puzzled. Our only task is to protect ourselves and hold out until the battle is over. Xiaoya took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and spoke slowly. Fang Qita is probably planning to clear the game. As she spoke, she opened the team panel and saw Fang Qi's bright level 50. Both of them were shocked. So all we can do is protect ourselves and not cause him any trouble. Trust me, I have experience. Hearing her say that, Su Qianqian and Han Xiang didn't say anything more and watched Fang Qi's next battle. Outside, many people were watching Fang Qi intently. Although they didn't know what he was planning to do, they felt a strange sense of anticipation. Seeing Fang Qi's 3 teammates retreat behind him, some people raised some doubts. Does he intend to solo the game? Although he is of a high rank, isn't he being far too arrogant? I'd like to see how he'll handle this situation. There were quite a few similar discordant remarks, which made Mai Lu frown. She watched Fang Qi's figure on the screen, eager to see how this classmate would perform. But the next moment, the course of the battle took everyone by surprise. 120 creatures, resembling enlarged versions of flies, slowly appeared. They had sharp mouth parts and sickle-like forelimbs and looked quite aggressive. But Fang Qi moved even faster, taking a step forward, and the dark blue mechanical force connected the 2 mechanical boxes like an electric arc. Crack! The mechanical box splits in the middle, and individual mechanical structures deform, mesh, and extend. In the end, they became two multi-barreled gun emplacements, each about half a person's height, standing on either side of Fang Qi. The lower half of the box became the base of the turret, with 4 barbed claws extending out to bite the ground. Its somewhat menacing structure and jet black color exude a uniquely cold, mechanical feel. These two are new pieces of equipment that Fang Qi built before the exam. Portable folding turrets equipped with an automatic fire control system and a capacity of 5,000 rounds, all of which are armor-piercing rounds. As the monster horde approached, the folding turret's fire control system also locked onto distant enemies. The multi-barreled guns rotated slightly to preheat, and 2 seconds later, scorching metallic breaths swept out, tearing monsters to shreds and sending limbs flying everywhere. Buzzing. The last monster was torn to pieces, and the hum of the machine guns slowly subsided. The battle was much faster than anyone had imagined. In less than 10 seconds, 120 level 30 monsters were torn to shreds. Those who witnessed the scene were stunned, their mouths slightly agape, their faces blank. The terrifying firepower unleashed by the 2 gun emplacements startled all the examinees. Even Mile couldn't help but clutch her heart. Judging from the gruesome deaths of those monsters, the attacks that just occurred were no joke. What terrifying destructive power! A solemn expression settled on Mailu's delicate, fair oval face as she muttered to herself. What is this? Is this what mechanical types are like? Is this how mechanical types fight? That's incredible. What? That's incredible. Some people stood up unconsciously, their faces showing eagerness. These were all newcomers who had never seen anything like this before, and their hearts were racing involuntarily. The beauty of unleashing firepower in such a free-flowing way is unmatched by any other profession. Looking at the person standing between the 2 gun emplacements, wearing a black trench coat and looking calm, many boys felt a sense of envy. They too longed to stand in that position. It was at this time that many professionals and those watching the live broadcast on TV before changing jobs began to have a thought. The mechanical engineering major seemed like a good option. The shock of the firepower had only just begun. Wave after wave of monsters were swept away by machine gun turrets. Fang Qi was not idle either, firing his dual pistols repeatedly, taking pinpoint shots at the monsters with low health. 3 teammates also joined the battle, maintaining a safe position and using range skills to attack or control enemies on the field. The onlookers could tell that none of the 3 were slacking off. Even so, Fang Qi's output ratio never dropped below 90%. Soon they reached the 10th level. The level 40 boss had just appeared when Fang Qi fired at close range, emptying the magazine and taking it down instantly. His terrifying output left all the examinees numb and horrified. Many people felt that Fang Qi's style was completely different from theirs, and they couldn't even imagine how desperate it would be to be his enemy. Watching the monsters on the screen being mercilessly torn apart by metal bullets, some people felt a pang of sadness, as if they were all in the same boat. If I were in that position, it seems my fate would be the same as those monsters. In the monitoring room, a group of bigwigs watched Fang Qi fight, their expressions shifting from initial surprise to growing seriousness. This is no longer a battle. It's a one-sided massacre. Someone spoke slowly, their gaze deep and thoughtful. The crowd nodded slightly, offering no rebuttal. 3 minutes, 10 floors. That's terrifying. An elderly man dressed in a magician's robe sighed softly, his tone tinged with complexity. Fortunately, he is human. If he were an enemy, it would be a disaster once he grows up. He's only at rank D now. I can't even imagine how terrifying it would be if he grew to rank A. One person can form an army. Someone slowly spoke and gave this answer. What I got in return was silence. Everyone had different thoughts, and it was unclear what they were thinking. Suddenly, when Ling Wei chuckled softly and spoke in a gentle voice, her eyes filled with amusement. We at Whale Island Academy want this person. The group exchanged glances, their expressions varied, but no one dared to refute when Ling Wei's words. After all, she was the only S-rank professional present, and even among S-rank professionals, she was a top-tier existence. Chapter 26, The Suspended Split Blade. The examination room was completely silent, except for the constant booming of cannons coming from the screen, which kept everyone on edge. 10 minutes later, the 20th floor was cleared, and the monster's level had reached level 50. After clearing the 20th floor, the 2 mechanical turrets, resembling the Grim Reaper, came to a stop due to running out of ammunition. This made everyone present breathe a sigh of relief, as the 2 gun emplacements had been incredibly impressive. Even through a screen, It gives one a sense of ever-present threat of death. Fang Qi slowly changed the bullets, and couldn't help but click his tongue twice as he looked at the two idled gun emplacements. This is why he didn't like gunpowder weapons. To ensure output, a large payload is required, which also means that the size is large and not easy to carry. Karara, the turrets automatically folded and retracted into mechanical boxes, which Fang Qi kicked back to Xiaoya one by one. Xiaoya tacitly put away the two mechanical boxes. Watching the two work together so skillfully, Su Qianqian felt a strange mix of emotions. Is this close to the limit? Without those two pieces of equipment, his attack frequency plummeted, and he probably won't be able to continue. Level 20 is already quite strong. I'd be satisfied with that too. Plus, he barely used any energy. It was incredibly easy for him. I really envy his teammates. I wish I could lie behind him. It must feel so safe. The coquettish, rough voice startled everyone around. Turning their heads, they saw a muscular man in a pink vest looking at Fang Qi with a shy expression, his eyes filled with envy for the three girls huddled behind him. The crowd involuntarily shifted their positions, moving further away from him. Mai Lu also looked thoughtful, staring at Fang Qi on the screen, seemingly lost in thought. Lulu, what level do you think he can reach? Qinwan gently patted Mai Lu's shoulder and asked with curiosity in her voice. Upon hearing Qinwan's question, not only her two teammates, but also many people around them cast curious glances. I want to see what the strongest candidate present has to say. Mai Lu snapped out of her reverie, her gaze fixed on Qi's figure on the screen, and slowly uttered two words. 30. That should be enough. The upcoming battles are beyond their capabilities. 20 floors. That's an excellent result. In a monitoring room, many people silently wiped away their cold sweat. Those 10 minutes had felt far too long, and now, this short break brought them a strange sense of relief. Old Meng, what are your thoughts? Chen Jinghong nudged Meng Lang with her shoulder, her tone tinged with curiosity. Meng Lang shook his head. To be honest, his understanding of Fang Qi had been completely overturned. The battle has only just begun. Just as everyone was discussing, when Ling Wei's gentle voice silenced the commotion in the monitoring room. The group exchanged glances and then turned their attention back to the monitor screen. The monsters beyond the 20th floor are not mindless beasts, but intelligent races created by other races, making the battles much more difficult. Even though when Ling Wei said it, the bigwigs present were not really optimistic about Fang Qi's ability to continue, especially since he had 3 children to support. Should we continue? Han Xiang's face was slightly flushed, making her look very charming, and her tone was also a little excited. Today's unique battle truly broadened her horizons, and she couldn't help but admire her best friend's sharp eye. The person she chose was absolutely amazing, and she really liked him. Continue. Just take care of yourselves in the next battle. Click. As the sound of a bullet being chambered rang out, Fang Qi's calm words brought the 3 of them back to a calmer state of mind. At this moment, monsters reappeared, but unlike others, they not only walked upright, but also had weapons. Some carried swords, some carried bows and crossbows, and some even cooperated consciously. Orcs. Fang Qi recognized the group of short, stocky guys opposite him at a glance. Without further hesitation, he activated his rapid-fire skill, opened fire with both guns, and fired a series of crimson bullets, bound by mechanical force, which exploded instantly upon hitting the orc. The shockwave from the explosion, accompanied by flames, caused the health of the orcs affected to plummet instantly, like water being released from a burst dam. Screams and wails continued, accompanied by crimson flames and explosions, and orcs fell one after another before they could even organize an attack. Under Fang Qi's overwhelming firepower, 120 monsters of the same level were slaughtered in less than 3 minutes. Ding dong. The only sound in the entire space was the crisp thud of spent cartridge cases hitting the ground. Seemingly stunned by Fang Qi's actions, which were as simple as eating and drinking, the area outside the venue was silent as everyone stared blankly at Fang Qi's battle. The test takers were horrified to discover that Fang Qi's own output was far more terrifying than those 2 turrets. He had actually been coasting through the first 20 levels. However, time has not stopped for anyone's wishes. The battle in the dungeon continued, and the explosive ammunition was consumed at an extremely fast rate. After the 26th level, Fang Qi had to stop again. Most of his magazines and tactical items were used up. After putting both guns back into their holsters, Fang Qi took off the tactical backpack that he had been carrying on his back. Click! With the mechanical gears engaged, the high-energy cutting gloves were fully equipped. Fang Qi took off his trench coat and stuffed it into his bag, then casually tossed his tactical backpack to Xiaoya. Careful. As she put away her tactical backpack, Xiaoya couldn't help but whisper a word of advice. Fang Qi nodded slightly and slowly moved his body. His exposed skin revealed well-defined muscles that were particularly eye-catching. Many female spectators were immediately struck by Fang Qi's perfect physique, which captivated them. Is he planning to engage in close combat? Watching Fang Qi's actions, some people swallowed hard, feeling their mouths dry. Probably. No one present could answer his question. Everyone knew nothing about the mechanical engineering major until today's exam, when they finally saw the tip of the iceberg. If a class with such strong range damage output is also strong in melee combat, how are other players supposed to compete? But at that moment, Fang Qi on the screen looked towards the camera. He smiled, seemingly making eye contact with the person in front of the screen. Immediately afterwards, an equipment panel was shared and came into everyone's view. Equipment: floating split blade blue. Attack: 111 by 64. Durability: 3,600. Defense: 410. Creator: Fang Qi. Owner: Fang Qi. Note: this is a magnetically driven melee weapon composed of 64 suspended split blades, possessing a high-frequency cutting effect. Its attack frequency is a nightmare for all carbon-based life forms. Swish. As the equipment interface was shared, triangular mechanical components flew out from under Fang Qi's clothes. Drawn by the blue mechanical force, it continuously circled around Fang Qi, while the edges of the triangular mechanical components gleamed with a faint, cold light, inspiring awe. Chapter 27. Clearing Floor 30. He can even make his own equipment. What kind of job is this? Why is it so outrageous? And aren't these equipment stats a bit too outrageous? With over 60 attacks, even if each attack only deals 100 damage, that's still over 6,000 damage. Upon seeing the equipment attributes of the floating split blade, almost everyone gasped in shock. What exactly is a mechanical engineering major? Almost every candidate had this question in their mind. If Fang Qi knew, he would definitely tell them with a smile that this is a great profession that can empty your wallet and gain you experience. Fang Qi is very strong, but this strength is based on two exclusive specializations. Putting aside these two specialties, Fang Qi's output ability is actually not much different from that of the candidates present. Well, there's only a slight difference. As Fang Qi moved, pulled by mechanical force, the suspended splitting blade transformed into a streak of light and followed him into the monster horde. His combat style shifted from ranged attacks to melee combat, but the floating split blade transformed into various forms as it weaved through the orcs, resembling a spinning blade with an astonishing attack frequency. The magnetic armor moved around Fang Qi, blocking attacks time and time again. The kinetic skateboard shoes provided powerful explosive force, allowing Fang Qi to move through the monster horde with ease. The high-energy cutting gloves flashed red light, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. The full-force firepower in melee mode, with its various equipment options working in rotation, creates a unique aesthetic. The three teammates offered some assistance from the sidelines. Xiaoya's ice magic has a wide-range immobilization effect. Han Xiang's lightning-based superpowers can also cause paralysis. Su Qianqian's martial arts fluctuations can be used for hard control and interruption. Of course, this was not without danger. The orc archers fired 2 volleys of ranged shots at the 3 of them, but Xiaoya cleverly used the idle mechanical turret as a shield. As the battle dragged on, their teamwork became increasingly seamless. Levels 27, 28, and 29. Although the speed was not as fast as at the beginning, Fang Qi's team still made steady progress. Level 30. Monster spawn, all level 60 orcs. Moreover, this time the final boss is an orc priest. The orc priest's area of effect healing significantly boosted the orcs' overall combat effectiveness, and Fang Qi inevitably suffered injuries. In the examination hall, all the candidates watched quietly as the calm and composed person on the screen maintained control of the battle rhythm despite having a cut on his waist, abdomen, and back. The entire hall was completely silent. No one spoke. But everyone had a wonderful feeling of witnessing history. Here, the suspended, splitting blade danced through the monster horde like a butterfly flitting among flowers, accompanied by the sounds of flesh being torn apart. Fang Qi followed closely behind, his figure weaving through the monsters like a fish. Just as the orc warrior was about to intercept, he was interrupted by Xiaoya's attack, followed by Han Xiang's lightning attack that caused paralysis. In just a few breaths, Fang Qi was close to the orc priest. The kinetic energy-cutting gloves radiated intense heat as Fang Qi grabbed the orc priest's face. Sizzle. like raw meat touching a red-hot branding iron. The orc priest let out a muffled scream of agony. The attack wasn't over yet. Fang Qi relied on his magnetic armor to withstand a wave of attacks from the surrounding monsters. With a flick of his left hand, a series of triangular blades were drawn by mechanical force and sliced across his neck. Bang! Fang Qi transformed his claws into fists and slammed them hard into the orc priest's head, instantly shattering his skull and rendering him utterly dead. With the orc priest dead, the group buff he provided disappeared, and the pressure of the battle was suddenly relieved. After Fang Qi smashed the last orc's head, he slowly stood up and stretched. The last few levels took longer than the total time of the previous levels combined. Without the advantage of firepower coverage, Fang Qi's output frequency did indeed decrease. After nearly half an hour of intense hand-to-hand combat, even Fang Qi couldn't help but feel a little tired. Swish swish. The flying, floating split blades flew back and combined to cover Fang Qi's left arm, fitting together perfectly and looking like a metal gauntlet. Call! Fang Qi took a deep breath and moved slightly, but the pain from the wound on his abdomen made him wince. Are you alright? Xiaoyu put away her staff and quickly stepped forward, frowning as she looked at the wound on Fang Qi's waist and asked. Minor issues. Fang Qi waved his hand, took the tactical backpack that Xiaoyu handed him, and stuffed the cutting gloves inside. After the battle, everyone was in poor condition, so they didn't talk much, exchanged a glance, and then left the instant space. When Fang Qi and his three companions returned to the hall, they were greeted by the attention of the entire audience. The candidates' faces showed admiration, envy, longing, and also a deep-seated fear. Fang Qi looked around and raised an eyebrow at the complex expressions on the candidates' faces. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, applause rang out, and Fang Qi couldn't help but turn his head to look. What came into view was a girl with blonde hair reaching her waist. It was Mai Lu. She looked at Fang Qi with a sincere smile on her face, without the slightest bit of displeasure at being surpassed. Fang Qi returned the other party's friendly smile and nodded slightly in greeting. And this applause seemed to be a signal, as many people began to clap along. The group wasn't arrogant. They returned friendly smiles and then found a quiet corner to sit down. Is your injury all right? Should we go find someone to take a look? The three girls were sitting in the back row. Han Xiang reached out and gently poked Fang Qi's back before asking him a question. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Fang Qi yawned, and his whole body relaxed. The exams are over, and a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. A wave of exhaustion washes over me. When did you become so amazing? I still don't know. Su Qianqian leaned forward, resting her elbows on the back of the seat in front of her, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity as she stared intently at Fang Qi. I've always been very capable, okay? I'm just more low-key. I'm just that kind of humble person. Fang Qi put his hands behind his head, glanced at Su Qianqian with a slight tilt of his head, and raised an eyebrow jokingly. TCH, his shameless personality hasn't changed at all. Su Qianqian scoffed softly, but then her eyes darted around, as if she had thought of something interesting. What do you think about me going to Whale Island Academy too? Huh? No way, you're so weak. Fang Fang. Su Qianqian was furious and called out Fang Qi's nickname. Don't call me Fang Fang. Fang Qi's face darkened instantly, and he reached out and tapped Su Qianqian on the head. Whale Island Academy is a great option. How about you come along, sister? Han Xiang lowered her head slightly and breathed into Fang Qi's ear, her voice laced with seductive laughter. Tilting his head to avoid Han Xiang's teasing, Fang Qi scratched his neck speechlessly, feeling itchy. You're weak too, so forget it. That's really not tactful at all, but I like straightforward guys like you. Beside her, Xiaoyu watched the three laughing and talking, her eyes lowered, lost in thought. Chapter 28. From now on, call me Mentor. After watching the battle between Mai Lu and Fang Qi, everyone lost interest in the rest of the exam. Even the proctors felt the same way. After all, compared to the two of them, the battles that followed were far too uneventful. After the exam, Fang Qi returned to his room and took a nice, relaxing shower. The most important task has been completed. Now we just need to wait for the results. Fang Qi picked up his phone and went online to check information about the exam. He found quite a few videos of himself fighting. These videos, after being edited and paired with various upbeat music tracks, actually give off a really exciting and thrilling feeling. Moreover, most of the likes and comments were very high, and it can be seen that many people are discussing the new profession of mechanical engineering. However, due to the scarcity of information, many people are only speculating. I must say, it turned out really well. Fang Qi couldn't help but smile, quite satisfied with this pace. The leak patch was finally showing signs of sprouting. However, we've made quite a splash this time, so we should focus on strengthening our capabilities as soon as possible. Otherwise, there's always a worry that something might change. Touching his chin, Fang Qi began to mutter to himself. The words mechanical engineering department and Fang Qi were like a dark horse, causing quite a stir online and pushing my Lu, who had just secured the top spot on the trending topics, off the top spot. However, this had both advantages and disadvantages for Fang Qi. It enhanced the reputation of the mechanical engineering department and facilitated the expansion of the leak field, a metaphor for exploiting unsuspecting individuals. But there are problems with this. The world is not peaceful, and there are many extremist organizations. Fang Qi is also worried about being targeted by these people. Moreover, mechanical types are not strong in the early game. The main reason Fang Qi is so strong, besides his expertise, is that he was a top-notch mechanic in his previous life, with extremely high proficiency. When the leaks, a term for retail investors who are easily taken advantage of, discover that this profession is far from their expectations, they may not be able to accept it, which would be counterproductive. This is a tricky problem, and we need to think about how to handle it. Ugh, this is such a hassle. Scratching his head, Fang Qi sighed and sat up straight. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Fang Qi was pondering, there was a knock on the door. Fang Qi frowned, got up and opened the door. A strange woman stood outside the door, dressed in a black dress, graceful and elegant. Let me introduce myself. My name is Weakling Wei, and I come from Whale Island Academy. Weakling Wei smiled and spoke softly. Fang Qi's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized the name. While searching for information related to Whale Island Academy, Fang Qi saw some information about the academy in the relevant introductions. Weakling Wei, an S-rank space-type ability user. Please come in. Fang Qi felt very insecure when a big shot of this caliber suddenly came knocking on his door. Calming himself, Fang Qi stepped aside to make way. Weakling Wei nodded slightly and slowly walked into the house. You seem very nervous? Weakling Wei sat down in the chair, crossed her fair and slender legs, and looked at Fang Qi with a smile as she spoke. Facing someone as strong as you, it would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Fang Qi sat down on the edge of the bed, his tone tinged with helplessness. There's no need to be so wary. I mean you no harm. The purpose of my visit today is to ask if you are interested in joining Whale Island Academy. Weakling Wei spoke softly and slowly, without any hint of bullying. However, the higher level of life pressure that she unintentionally exuded did put considerable pressure on Fang Qi. This is not intentional, but an instinct etched into our genes. Although Fang Qi had planned to join Whale Island Academy, Weakling Wei's sudden visit made him feel uneasy. Therefore, he needs a more definite answer. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly spoke. You must have investigated me before this, right? Then you should know that mechanical engineering is a profession I created. The initial strength in a new profession does not necessarily mean anything. Hearing Fang Qi's words, Weakling Wei nodded noncommittally. Indeed, creating a profession is just the beginning. To perfect an entire school of thought and find ways to advance to higher levels requires a long period of accumulation. However, I believe you will succeed. Weakling Wei looked into Fang Qi's eyes and spoke slowly, word by word. Why? Intuition. Fang Qi fell silent for a moment, feeling that this woman was even more sinister than Xiaoya. Xiaoya believed he could change the prophetic tragedy just because of a glimpse of his back. Weakling Wei. Intuition is a wonderful thing. Fang Qi's lips twitched, and he said with a hint of helplessness. Weakling Wei shook her head, her gaze distant. When you reach my level, you'll understand that intuition is sometimes more accurate than prophecy. As professionals advance in their cultivation, their level of existence continuously elevates. At our stage, strictly speaking, we can no longer be considered human. There seemed to be another meaning behind Weakling Wei's words. Fang Qi pondered for a moment, then simply nodded without asking anything. The S rank is still too far away for him. Actually, I was originally planning to apply to Whale Island Academy as well. Oh, it seems we're on the same wavelength. Weakling Wei chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of a joke. She had a beautiful smile, but Fang Qi had absolutely no feelings for her. Maybe, but I'm more interested in what I can get if I join Whale Island Academy. Fang Qi stared at Weakling Wei and asked earnestly. You are very bold. Weakling Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. After all these years, Fang Qi is still the first low-level professional who dares to negotiate with her. It wasn't boldness, just a normal pursuit of interests. Reasonable demands. Excellent people deserve to be rewarded. Weakling Wei nodded, not angry at all, and agreed with Fang Qi's point of view. So what do you need? Asylum? Resources? Money? Or status? I want a piece of land. Fang Qi's answer surprised Wen Lingwei. She looked at Fang Qi, blinked, and suddenly smiled. You're more interesting than I imagined. What kind of reward can I expect? Wen Lingwei's question surprised Fang Qi for a moment. He didn't expect that someone as powerful as Wen Lingwei would ask him for a reward. But Fang Qi didn't speak immediately. Instead, he stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. I can provide a stable supply of equipment for the academy or the front lines on a long-term basis, applicable to all professions. However, resources will be charged separately. Wen Lingwei smiled lightly as she looked at Fang Qi. Compared to a professional, you're more like a businessman. Come to Whale Island Academy to report at the end of the month. You'll see my sincerity then. As she spoke, Wen Lingwei slowly got up and went to the door. Oh, I forgot to mention, your file has been entered into Whale Island Academy, and you are now my student. Remember to call me Minner next time. Leaving behind a faint smile, Wen Lingwei slowly walked away, her figure gradually disappearing from sight. Her words left Fang Qi stunned. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Looking in the direction where Wen Lingwei disappeared, Fang Qi couldn't help but click his tongue twice. Chapter 29. The Cult of Divine Grace. In the southwest, on a small island overseas, the area is shrouded in fog year-round. Through the white mist, one could vaguely see some people moving about. They wore black hooded robes and various ugly, distorted masks, giving the impression that they were the bad guys. In a base converted from a cave, several men in black robes sat around a round table. At the center of the round table was a huge crystal ball, displaying images of Fang Qi's battle recordings during the Great Examination. Is this the most talented student in Great Xia this year? A man in black robe spoke slowly, his voice hoarse, revealing neither joy nor anger. Yes, that's it. Swan, aren't you running for bishop? If you take him down, your prestige within the church will increase significantly. Or, that little girl named Miley is also a good choice. On the other side, a slightly seductive voice spoke slowly with a teasing tone. That's a really good idea. Swan, the owner of that hoarse voice, slowly raised his hand and reached for the crystal ball. The exposed skin was covered with a layer of fine scales. Its hands were not human-shaped. 3 of its fingers were sharp, resembling the claws of some animal. The Great Xia has had no notable victories for quite some time now. Perhaps it's time to offer new sacrifices to our gods. The 3 sharp claws slowly slid across the surface of the crystal ball, where mist filled the air, and the scene of Phoenix Cry Town began to appear. The camera zooms in, passing over low-rise buildings and approaching the dormitory where the examinees are located, but a figure suddenly appears in the frame. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, causing her black skirt to sway slightly, revealing glimpses of her fair calves. The person in the picture slightly raises their head, as if looking at them from afar, and in their exquisite jewel-like eyes, there seems to be endless space breaking and reforming. Click! The next moment, a crack appeared on the crystal ball. The sudden turn of events startled Swan. He quickly moved his hand away, and the churning mist inside the crystal ball began to subside, the image disappearing. Damn it! He carefully stroked the cracks on the crystal ball, his heart aching so much it felt like it was about to break. More than 100 years have passed, and that woman's strength has become even more terrifying. Dimensional Walker, Wen Lingwei, you're truly terrifying. A slightly seductive voice slowly rose, its tone carrying a mix of emotion, envy, anger, and a deeply hidden fear. Ha! Enchantress, your old rival has been in the S rank for 100 years, while you're still stuck in the same place. Don't you feel ashamed? Huh, at least it's better than you, a homeless dog. They looked at each other, their eyes beneath the masks revealing undisguised malice. The two were locked in a tense standoff, and the atmosphere in the hall was strange and silent. The other men in black robes around them lowered their heads and pretended to be dead, not wanting to get involved in the feud between the big shots. Snort! Finally, Swan snorted coldly, withdrew his gaze, and slowly turned to leave. The enchantress gave a soft snort, stood up, and left. The others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, somewhat glad that the two hadn't started fighting on the spot. In Fengming Town, when Lingwei withdrew her gaze, her expression calm and undisturbed. Within seconds, figures landed rapidly. In addition to the principals of various schools, there were also several experts from the provincial inspection team. The high-energy reaction generated by Wen Lingwei's use of her special ability just now caused the detection radars throughout Fengming Town to go off nonstop. They thought something serious had happened, which is why they rushed over. Professor Wen, may I ask what just happened here? Commissioner Lin stepped forward slowly and asked in a respectful tone. Wen Lingwei glanced at him and said slowly, just a rat of the Divine Grace cult. Upon hearing the words Divine Grace Church, many people frowned slightly. That expression is like the disgusting feeling you get when you know there's a cockroach in front of you, but you can't hit it. There are many shady and unorthodox organizations in this world, and the Divine Grace cult is just one of the younger ones, with only average strength. However, this organization is the most active organization in the last 100 years, and wherever there is a terrorist attack around the world, you can always find a shadow of the Divine Grace cult. It could be said that he was involved in 9 out of 10 instances of gong beating. The reason it hasn't been wiped out yet isn't because it's so strong, but because it's so good at hiding. Its methods of concealment are bizarre. This left many people who wanted to cause him trouble clueless. These damn scum. I've caught them. I'm going to skin them alive, one slice at a time. Chen Jinghong snorted coldly, his words carrying undisguised killing intent. Meng Lang calmly stroked his beard, seemingly lost in thought. Okay, let's call it day. Wen Lingwei shook her head, uttered a single word, and turned to leave. After watching Wen Lingwei leave, the senior members of the group did not linger and departed amidst their discussions. The problems with the Divine Grace cult are nothing new. Many influential figures have taken action and achieved some results. But these rats are impossible to completely eradicate. They always reappear after a while, which is incredibly annoying. Meng Lang watched his old buddies leave, but didn't walk with them. He glanced at the student dormitory building, thought for a moment, and then started walking towards it. After Xiaoya finished her exams, she secretly chose Whale Island Academy without telling him, which made him very worried these past 2 days. Meng Lang decided to talk to his granddaughter about this issue again. Not far away, Fang Qi stood by the window of the dormitory building and witnessed the whole process. He overheard some of the conversation between a group of big shots without hiding it from them. He squinted and crossed his arms, looking at the horizon where the white clouds seemed to have been split in two by a blade, a mark left by Wen Lingwei just now. God's Grace Church. Why do I have a feeling these guys are after me? I anticipated trouble, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. As he muttered to himself, a glint of light flashed in Fang Qi's eyes. It's not the theft itself that's scary, it's having someone eyeing you. Looks like I need to prepare early. If there's a chance, it would be even better to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Turning around, Fang Qi slowly paced back and forth in the room, a sense of urgency creeping into his heart. It's still because I'm not strong enough. He sighed and opened the panel. The hidden quest was now marked as completed. Fang Qi casually clicked to claim the task reward, and a brand new professional skill came into view, causing Fang Qi to stop in his tracks, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Chapter 30. Their Own Paths. Professional specialization, cost reduction and efficiency improvement. Reduces the material consumption required for crafting machinery by 10% and increases experience gained by 10%. The new job specialization is quite good. Although it doesn't provide any bonuses in combat, the long-term benefits are very considerable. Fang Qi was in a great mood. This expertise perfectly suited his needs, and even if it meant taking some risks, it was worth it. Fang Qigong was about to go downstairs for a stroll and find something to eat in the cafeteria. As soon as Fang Qi opened the door, he saw Meng Lang with a worried look on his face and Xiaoya with a calm expression. It seemed the two of them were also planning to go out. Principal Meng. Fang Qi greeted her politely, then nodded slightly to Xiaoya. Fang Qi, are you going out? Yeah, I'm planning to go eat. That's perfect. Let's go together. Okay. Meng Lang's worried expression lessened considerably, and he chuckled. Fang Qi did not refuse, and the three of them went downstairs together, heading towards the cafeteria. On the way, listening to Meng Lang and Xiaoya's conversation, Fang Qi roughly understood. Meng Lang is Xiao Oya's Großvater. As for why they don't share the same surname, it's probably because Meng Lang is a son-in-law who married into the family. It seemed that Meng Lang had a lot of opinions about Xiaoya going to Whale Island Academy, but Xiaoya was straightforward and very stubborn, and no matter what Meng Lang said, she did not intend to change her mind. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Meng Lang parted ways with the two men and left with a sigh. However, his thin figure seemed to have become even more stooped, giving him the appearance of a lonely old man. Fang Qi's lips twitched, unsure whether to praise his acting skills or acknowledge his genuine emotions. Principal Meng was right. That place is indeed very dangerous. Fang Qi watched Meng Lang's lonely figure as he left and whispered to Xiaoya, I am not afraid of danger. Xiaoya turned to look at Fang Qi and said, word by word. I can see it. Fang Qi nodded, his face showing agreement. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Exams are over. Let's have a good meal. The chefs here are all pretty good. Fang Qi put his hands in his pockets and strode into the cafeteria, while Xiaoya followed him in without saying anything more. The exam was over, and the students, like wild horses released from their reins, wore relaxed expressions. The cafeteria was crowded. Acquaintances gathered together to chat, creating a lively atmosphere. Fang Qi and Xiaoya got their food and found a corner to sit down. Looking around, the entire cafeteria was bustling with groups of 4 or 5 people, except for Xiaoya and Fang Qi, whose place was rather deserted. Fang Qi also saw Su Qianqian and Han Xiang. The two were gathered with their friends, seemingly chatting about something, their faces beaming with smiles, looking very happy. Han Xiang applied to the Mobius Institute. Xiaoya rested her chin on her hand, looked at Han Xiang's side, and spoke softly. Su Qianqian applied to Longdu Academy. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow and replied with a light laugh. Clearly, the two were joking when they said they were going to Whale Island Academy. That place is indeed very dangerous for ordinary people. Unlike Fang Qi, Han Xiang and Su Qianqian are not without any worries. They have to think about their loved ones. You don't actually have to go there. Perhaps you can have a better future at the Arcane Academy. Fang Qi glanced at Xiaoya and said slowly. Xiaoya shook her head, a slight ripple appearing in her calm eyes. My grandparents, parents, and I all graduated from Whale Island Academy, so they'll understand. I'm not really any different from them, except that we chose different paths. Looking at her peers laughing and joking, Xiaoya couldn't help but smile. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, nodded, and didn't say anything more. Xiaoya is not someone who would easily change her choices, and Fang Qi has no right to make her change hers. This is because the girl has a strong sense of responsibility and a strong sense of justice, which can be seen from their first meeting. Although he is a bit straightforward, he is not annoying. Not far away, several boys were sitting around a table, chatting and laughing, creating a happy atmosphere. But one of them started crying while laughing. From the faint sounds of conversation, Fang Qi understood the general idea. He did very well on the first stage of the exam, but failed the second stage. All the efforts and dreams for the future have vanished in a thin air at this moment, quietly shattering. Although this does not mean the end of life, the failure at the last moment, the unwillingness, heartache, and grievances could no longer be suppressed in this atmosphere, turning into tears rolling down one's face. His experience is similar to that of most professionals. Even if everyone starts from the same point and works just as hard, some people succeed while others fail. Even someone like Fang Qi, can you say he didn't try? He has advantages that others cannot imagine. But if he doesn't work hard, he won't have the resources to make equipment. And if he doesn't work hard, he won't have the experience to level up, let alone achieve what he has today. Fang Qi looked at the boy who was whispering and grumbling and sighed softly. That's life. Even if everyone has something as magical as a job change panel, only a small group of people can ever reach the top. I'm so glad I met you. Xiaoya picked up the drink provided by the cafeteria, shook it slightly, and gestured to Fang Qi. Fang Qi chuckled softly and picked up his drink bottle, gently tapping it against hers. We should definitely celebrate. We'll still be classmates for the next 4 years. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. The exams were over, and it was time to say goodbye. The candidates embarked on their respective journeys home. Fang Qi also boarded the car back to Shanqing. After the exam results were announced, he would use the school's teleportation array to go to Longdu and then transfer to Whale Island. Xiaoya couldn't go with him. She had to go home to spend time with her family and also pay the price for her secret enrollment in Whale Island Academy. Before parting, Fang Qi teased her, hoping she wouldn't get a beating when she got home, only to receive a slightly resentful look in return. Chapter 31. First place on both lists. After returning to the mountain city and resting for 2 days, Fang Qi also went home to repair some of his worn-out equipment. On the morning the results were released, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Gu, arrived at Fang Qi's house before dawn and woke Fang Qi up from his bed. Su Qianqian also suffered the same fate. The two were completely bewildered as old Gu rushed them to the school. When I got into the office, I found Xiaoya and Han Xiang sitting on the sofa, looking like they hadn't woken up yet, their heads nodding. The office was packed with people, not only Principal Menglang, but also leaders of all ranks and homeroom teachers from each class. Are you that excited? Fang Qi yawned as Lao Gu pushed him into a chair and towards the computer, saying with a hint of helplessness. Of course we're excited. You guys broke the record this time. First place in the national group. The discipline director patted Fang Qi on the shoulder, unable to contain his joy. Although Fang Qi was largely responsible for winning first place in the group, the three girls, Xiaoya, Xiaoya, and Xiaoya, were all beautiful in their own unique ways, which did attract some people and raise the school's profile. Their team is jokingly referred to online as Straight Man of Steel and his three beautiful female accessories. Well, after all, Fang Qi is a mechanical engineering major, so there's nothing wrong with saying that. Moreover, the outstanding results achieved by Chongqing this time not only bring pride to leaders at all levels, but also provide considerable rewards to the teachers. Next year, schools will also receive more educational resources. If it can maintain its upward momentum for a few more years, Shanqing Chaofin Academy might even be able to break into the national rankings. Meng Lang and several other senior school leaders stood to one side, looking at the young students with expressions of emotion. Perhaps a few years later, when the Mountain City Extraordinary Academy invites them back as honorary alumni, their social status will already be higher than that of most of the people standing here. Brother, I know you're in a hurry, but your camera is practically shoved in my face. Turning his head to look at the person carrying the camera, Fang Qi spoke helplessly. Sorry, it's my first time seeing the national champion. I'm a little excited too. The cameraman chuckled and took a small step back. Hurry, the results are ready. Old Gu patted Fang Qi on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. Fang Qi entered his student ID number into the score-checking list that was already open. The page froze for a moment before Fang Qi's results appeared. Name, Fang Qi. First level assessment, individual ranking, 1. Second stage assessment group ranking, 1. When the results came out, cheers erupted in the office. Feeling the lively atmosphere, Fang Qi couldn't help but smile. Unlike Fang Qi, who topped both lists, Xiaoya and the other two had relatively lower individual scores. Han Xiang's individual score ranked at the bottom of 20,000, while Xiaoya's was in the middle of 30,000. Su Qianqian's ranking was even lower, around 150,000th. The three of them weren't particularly disappointed, as this was something they had expected. The four strolled on the school playground, enjoying a moment of peace and quiet. Fang, don't you enjoy the adoring looks from your younger schoolmates? Su Qianqian nudged Fang Qi with her elbow and asked with a happy smile. Fang Qi glanced around at the younger students watching from afar and couldn't help but smile. I didn't enjoy it. It just felt weird. So, now that you've been accepted into Longdu College, has Annie not changed her mind? Speaking of this, Su Qianqian's smile became even brighter. It's changed. The province helped my mother transfer her job, and she's going to Longdu with me. Fang Qi, thank you. Su Qianqian, unusually, was not mischievous and spoke sincerely. So kind of you. Mayan took good care of me back then. Fang Qi shook his head, indicating he had no intention of discussing this topic further. Are you and Xiaoya really planning to go to Whale Island Academy? Behind them, Han Xiang held Xiaoya's hand, and for once she was serious, her tone filled with worry. There's no need to worry so much. We're going to school, not to the battlefield, but it's not far from the front lines. Even if the sky falls, there are always tall people to hold it up. Besides, it's already registered. There's no going back. Fang Qi shrugged, his tone quite relaxed. Xiaoya remained quiet, as always, simply nodding slightly in agreement. Honestly, I thought you two were joking, otherwise I would have tried to persuade you to stop. Han Xiang sighed, har oöri belli de minishing. Su Qianqian hesitated, then sighed softly and said nothing more. Just then, Fang Qi's phone rang. He opened it and saw it was a message from Lu Qing. His words were full of flattery and requests for protection, which made Fang Qi laugh. This feeling is highly similar to your roommate calling you father. Fang Qi chatted briefly with the other party and learned that the other party had moved to Wansheng and that life was still going smoothly. After agreeing to have dinner together sometime in the future, the two ended their brief communication. In the afternoon, the four of them went on stage to give a brief encouragement to the younger students, as Meng Lang had suggested, and that concluded the day's activities. Su Qianqian, Xiaoya, and Han Xiang all had family members waiting for them to eat at home, so they said goodbye and left after the matter was over. Knowing that Fang Qi was alone, all three invited him to their homes for dinner, but he politely declined them all. After leisurely enjoying a meal at the school cafeteria, he slowly began his journey home. As Fang Qi walked out the school gate, he looked back at the familiar gate and buildings. Perhaps there won't be another chance to come back. Or perhaps when I come back next time, I'll probably be a big shot. If I hadn't died. With a soft chuckle, Fang Qi put his hands behind his head and slowly walked home. Chapter 32. Whale Island Harbor. After resting at home for 2 more days, Fang Qi couldn't stay idle any longer, so he packed his luggage, which he had prepared in advance, and went out without hesitation. The registration period for new students is from the end of July to the beginning of August. Even if you arrive early, you won't be able to get into the school. However, when leaving Fengming Town, Wen Lingwei gave him a pass that allowed Fang Qi to travel freely in most parts of Whale Island Academy. Fang Qi planned to first learn about the school and also scout out the surrounding area. Teleportation arrays connecting to all parts of the country are located in the city's transit hub, but they are not very affordable. Therefore, Fang Qi chose to use the school's teleportation array for free. The six-pointed star magic circle was inlaid with a kind of purple crystal. Fang Qi was not an appraiser and did not know what it was, but he figured it must not be very cheap. Since there was no direct teleportation array in the mountain city to Whale Island Academy, Fang Qi had to go to Dragon City for another transfer. Compared to the mountain city, the Dragon City is indeed more advanced and luxurious, and its population is also much larger. After wandering around Longdu for 2 days, Fang Qi set off again on his way to Whale Island Academy. The name Whale Island Academy sounds beautiful, giving one the feeling of facing the sea. But this place has absolutely nothing to do with the sea. As soon as Fang Qi stepped out of the transfer center, he was greeted by the blazing sun and a cluster of buildings in a wasteland style. Seeing Fang Qi standing at the door in a daze, one of the guards on duty couldn't help but laugh. "Is this your first time here, young man? A freshman?" "Yeah. How did you figure that out?" Upon hearing this, Fang Qi looked away and asked with some curiosity, "Judging from your young age, you probably have no other identity than a student. Didn't you do any research on the situation here before you came?" The guard was very friendly and smiled as he spoke to Fang Qi. "I understand, but I didn't expect it to be even worse than described online." Fang Qi clicked his tongue twice, somewhat helplessly. This place was indeed a beautiful seaside village hundreds of years ago, with springtime warmth and blooming flowers. Sadly, a great war turned it into a barren wasteland, and now only this endless expanse of yellow sand remains. If you want to see the sea now, you'd have to travel hundreds of kilometers north, but it's very dangerous there, so I don't recommend you wander around aimlessly. The guard sighed, his tone filled with regret, and gave Fang Qi a few words of advice. "Thank you for your guidance, brother. It's a minor issue. Just try to stay within the city and avoid going out." The guard shook his head and gave another word of advice. "Thank you." After thanking him, Fang Qi walked forward. Whale Island Port is the name of this city. The architectural style here is very unique. It is a complex of buildings that radiate outwards from Whale Island Academy, and the styles are very different, with buildings from various eras. Looking up, a light blue energy barrier floated in the sky. Outside the barrier, however, was scorching sun and howling sandstorms. Whale Island Port is quite popular, as it is a key point on the front line and a transit hub with a large number of people coming and going. The necessary infrastructure is also very complete. However, the buildings in Whale Island Harbor lack detailed planning and come in all sorts of shapes, making the place look very messy. But after looking at it for a while, you can also feel a unique kind of beauty in the wasteland style. However, Fang Qi didn't have time to appreciate the wasteland-style architecture of Whale Island Port. He hurried towards Whale Island Academy. Whale Island Academy covers a vast area, stretching as far as the eye can see. The school's architectural style is very hardcore, as if the entire complex was carved from a single giant stone, without any artificial seams. The school gate is an open archway design, about 60 or 70 meters high and a full 100 meters wide. It's unclear what the purpose of having such a large gate is. On both sides of the school gate, there are tall trees, lush and beautiful, but they look much taller than the school gate itself, giving the impression that they stretch as far as the eye can see. On a huge rock, 7 or 8 stories high, to the left of the entrance, are carved the words Whale Island Academy in a flamboyant style. Fang Qi's lips twitched. He wasn't scared, but simply felt that the architectural style of Whale Island Academy was too wild. "You arrived very early." A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Fang Qi turned his head and saw Wen Lingwei still dressed in that black dress, walking towards him with a smile on her face. Wen tutor. Fang Qi was also somewhat surprised, not expecting to run into the other party here. Seemingly pleased with Fang Qi's form of address, Wen Lingwei's eyes crinkled, and her smile became even gentler. "Okay, come with me." Upon hearing this, Fang Qi followed Wen Lingwei. With Wen Lingwei leading the way, the journey went smoothly without any obstacles. The vast campus was deserted, with hardly anyone in sight, which made Fang Qi feel somewhat strange. It's the holidays now, and most of the students at school have gone out to do assignments. Seemingly noticing Fang Qi's confusion, Wen Lingwei explained softly. Task. At Whale Island College, the primary currency is academic credits. Money is not very useful here. Credits can be exchanged for many rare resources, skill upgrade stones, enhancement materials, equipment, and more. Besides the 100 points awarded each semester, the only way to earn more credits is through completing tasks. You'll feel it too later. Wen Lingwei winked at Fang Qi with a hint of mischievousness in her eyes, speaking in a calm and unhurried tone. Fang Qi had heard of the concept of academic credits before, but he didn't know much about it. He knew that one credit could be exchanged for 10,000 daxia coins, which showed the profound foundation of Whale Island Academy. Can I start the task now? Fang Qi wasn't worried at all and casually asked a question. Not possible for now. Wen Lingwei shook her head, offering no further explanation. Let's go. I'll go check on the promise I made to you now. Upon hearing Wen Lingwei's words, Fang Qi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel anticipation. After walking for about half an hour, the two entered a building that was entirely carved from rock. There are no elaborate decorations, only a natural beauty. The building has 3 floors. Wen Lingwei led Fang Qi into a room on the first floor. Inside the room was something Fang Qi was very familiar with. It resembled a dungeon entrance, but with distinct differences. This is a secret realm, my loot, but it's not very useful, so I've just left it here. Wen Lingwei chuckled and stepped inside, with Fang Qi following closely behind. Passing through the gate to the secret realm, the world suddenly opened up before my eyes. As far as the eye can see, there are endless mountain ranges. The vegetation was also very diverse, and Fang Qi saw many animals, indicating that the ecosystem was very well developed. This place is big enough for you to splurge for a while. Wen Lingwei stood with her hands behind her back, her nonchalant tone carrying an invisible air of arrogance that made Fang Qi glance at her. Chapter 33. The Origins of the Mechanical Nation. Wen Lingwei's generosity was indeed beyond Fang Qi's expectations, but he still had some doubts. Mentor 1. Is it possible to move around in the secret realm? Fang Qi didn't quite understand this, so he asked curiously. Secret realm is just a general term. These hidden realms, devoid of other races or civilizations, are called resource realms and are generally relatively small. In most cases, these are resources that various races compete for. Although it's a bit troublesome, they can be moved. The two walked slowly on the grass, Wen Lingwei explaining to Fang Qi in a calm and unhurried tone. Those hidden realms where races and civilizations exist are what we call the New World. They are large, not much different from a world. Such a secret realm cannot be moved. The reason why various races fight each other is simply to acquire resources. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow. He felt a sense of familiarity with this situation. A similar situation occurred during the exploration period in the previous life. In the universe, various races fight each other to seize resources, resulting in extremely brutal battles. Fang Qi did not experience that tragic era, but he could still glean some information from the records. Fang Qi occasionally encountered indigenous civilizations while exploring the unexplored universe, but by then it had been many years since the war ended. Therefore, the methods used to deal with indigenous civilizations at that time were relatively mild, focusing on education and indoctrination. Of course, any resistance would be met with strong suppression from the People's Federation. Will have no impact on you if I use this place? Pulling himself back to reality, Fang Qi looked at Wen Lingwei and asked, This is my own property. You don't need to worry about it. Wen Lingwei shook her head. A gentle breeze caressed her soft, dark hair, and her long black dress swayed in the wind, making her appear elegant and pure. The two wandered around the secret realm for a while before leaving. Under Fang Qi's surprised gaze, Wen Lingwei went upstairs on her own. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, only then realizing that Wen Lingwei lived upstairs. However, he didn't have any other thoughts on it. He stretched his body slightly and began to think about his next plan. Wen Lingwei's generosity was beyond his expectations, but it was actually a good thing for him. Compared to the uninhabited areas full of uncertainties, this hidden place is obviously better. Moreover, the entrance is located inside the school, and an S-rank powerhouse lives upstairs, ensuring safety. Before having sufficient self-defense capabilities, it's not unreasonable to invoke Wen Lingwei's name. With the help of Wen Lingwei, Fang Qi should quickly develop his own strength. That's what he should be doing right now. Of course, Fang Qi didn't take all of this for granted. Free things are always the most expensive, and he had always understood this principle. After slightly moving his hands and feet, Fang Qi took out his phone and briefly explained the current situation to Xiaoya. The original plan was scrapped, and Xiaoyu was instructed to deliver all the reserve supplies to Whale Island Port. Xiaoyu readily agreed, stating that the first batch of resources would arrive in 3 days. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, opened his account to check the balance, which was barely enough for him to make some preliminary preparations. Jingle bells. The clanging of metal echoed in her ears as when Ling Wei stood on the 3rd floor, watching Fang Qi busily working in the courtyard with great interest. The once spacious and tidy front yard was now filled with various materials, and 4 or 5 machine tools were working nonstop, processing mechanical parts and stacking them to one side. Fang Qi occasionally appeared, quickly packing up a pile of materials and taking them into the secret realm. Fortunately, it's a holiday now, and this area is when Ling Wei's rest area, so usually no one comes here, and not many people have seen this scene. What surprised when Ling Wei was Fang Qi's enthusiasm for work. He seemed to have become like a machine, needing no rest at all, and was busy from morning till night. After watching for a while, when Ling Wei turned around and went downstairs, quickly stepping into the secret realm. As soon as she entered, the deafening noise made when Ling Wei frowned. The huge campfire reactor glowed red, continuously providing energy to a 4-meter by 4-meter device that resembled a Rubik's Cube, which then transmitted the energy to various other devices. More than a dozen tracked heavy robots followed the mining transport vehicle, dumping the collected resources into the inlet of the smelting unit. Different substances have different melting points, and this can be used to initially and quickly decompose basic resources. What truly surprised Ling Wei was that, looking around, all these items were equipment with inherent attributes. Simple, unmanned mining vehicle. Durability, 6,000. Defense value, 260. Note, this is a basic mining device equipped with a high-energy battery. The workmanship is rough, perhaps the work of a mechanical apprentice when he was bored. Worker, Ant multi-purpose robot generation, 1 white. Durability, 3,600. Defense value, 180. Note, were we pushed back to the surface era? Campfire reactor green. Durability, 8,900. Defense value, 680. Note, this is an energy reaction device that can produce energy by consuming most basic materials. However, such an old model is very rare. Perhaps some indigenous civilizations on the surface would like it. Rubik's Cube Energy Storage Facility White. Durability, 4,200. Defense value, 180. Note, this looks cool, but is actually useless. Be careful, it might explode. The slightly mocking note left when Ling Wei speechless. In her view, these were all very practical devices, and not as bad as the note suggested. Fang Qi was completely unaware of when Ling Wei's arrival and continued to busy himself with his own affairs. The area of several hundred square meters centered on the energy storage facility was leveled, and the ground was paved with a layer of alloy plates, which were solid and flat. Several worker ant robots are also expanding the area at the edge. Useless waste soil and vegetation were dumped into the feed inlet of the campfire reactor like garbage, providing it with a continuous supply of consumable materials. Mechanical parts of various shapes were neatly categorized and placed aside, looking from a distance like a small hill piled up together. At this moment, Fang Qi was completely focused on his work, his hands moving like nimble butterflies, constantly fiddling with the parts. He seemed to have no need to think. He could pick up any part and find its place without even having to think. Ling Wei doesn't understand technology, but she can tell that Fang Qi seems to be building a production line, and the various sizes of robotic arms confirm this. Seeing that Fang Qi was busy, Ling Wei did not go forward to disturb him. She glanced at the busy and messy scene and then quietly retreated. Perhaps she never imagined that the mechanical nation that would one day dominate the world would begin to sprout from this pile of simple mechanical structures. Chapter 34. Initial Improvements. As time passed, Xiaoyu personally brought over the last batch of materials she had promised on the registration day in early August. When she found Fang Qi, even her usually calm expression showed surprise. At this moment, Fang Qi was unkempt, his hair was a mess like a bird's nest, his clothes were dirty, and his dark circles perfectly reflected his state of life recently. At first glance, it gives the impression of someone who has just escaped from a black market mine. How did you get into this state? Xiaoyu murmured to herself, looking bewildered. Ling Wei stood on the 3rd floor watching this scene, and couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, she was also surprised by the intensity of Fang Qi's workload. Huh, I feel great. Fang Qi scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Xiaoyu sighed helplessly, raised her hand and waved it, and a transparent ice mirror appeared, reflecting Fang Qi's current appearance. Fang Qi blinked and stared for a while before unconsciously leaning back tactically. Is this me? He muttered something in surprise, then leaned closer to the ice mirror and looked at it again, somewhat incredulous. You know that. Go wash up and get some rest. Fang Qi was stunned, somewhat unable to react. It seemed that he hadn't done anything during this time. So how could time have passed so quickly? By the way, did you bring everything you asked me to bring? As if remembering something, Fang Qi asked. I brought some, but not a large quantity. Most of the high-energy waste you're looking for has been centrally destroyed. Xiaoyu took out a mechanical box from the magical equipment on her finger and handed it to Fang Qi. That's enough. Fang Qi's eyes lit up. He took the box, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Are you planning to live here indefinitely? Xiaoyu looked curiously at the stone palace behind Fang Qi and asked softly. No, I usually live in secret realms. Come with me, I'll show you around. As he spoke, Fang Qi turned around and slightly raised his head to look at Wen Lingwei, who was standing on the third floor, as if seeking her opinion. At this distance, even without deliberately listening, Wen Lingwei was certain she could clearly hear his conversation with Xiaoyu. Wen Lingwei nodded slightly, which was considered as agreeing to Fang Qi's request. In fact, Wen Lingwei usually doesn't live at the school. She only stays here occasionally after Fang Qi comes, so the house is empty most of the time. Since Fang Qi has been granted the right to use the first floor, Wen Lingwei will not interfere too much with his freedom. With Wen Lingwei's approval, Fang Qi led Xiaoyu into the secret realm. After passing through the secret realm, Xiaoyu was stunned by what she saw. Many tracked, mining vehicles and worker robots are shuttling back and forth. Truckloads of raw materials are poured into the unloading port, where they are processed into various basic materials. These basic materials will then be transported by worker ant robots to the feed inlet of the next stage of processing machinery. The materials are processed into individual parts, which are then assembled on an assembly line, and a brand new worker ant robot is completed. The robotic arm installed power in it, and the worker ant robot's eyes flashed a faint red light as it joined the pioneering army. Fang Qi was very satisfied with everything he saw. It was the result of his hard work over the past few months. The production line for the first generation of worker ants is already set up, and it can continuously produce 5 to 6 brand new machines every day. With a period of development, this speed will become faster and faster. Thanks to your sponsorship, I was able to complete these basic facilities in a short time, saving me a lot of time. Those things are called worker ants, modular robots that can be customized with different modules to perform simpler tasks such as surveying, mining, and basic processing. As they walked slowly forward, Fang Qi gave Xiaoyu a brief explanation of the general uses of these machines. Xiaoyu stared blankly, her cherry-colored lips slightly parted, utterly shocked by everything before her. After walking more than 200 meters forward and passing through the production line, a 3-meter-high arc-shaped building came into Xiaoyu's view. The building is not large, only a few dozen square meters, and many parts are not even finished yet, but still gives people a unique visual impact of metal. Click! The electronic eye device installed at the entrance flashed red light, and after recognizing Fang Qi, the alloy gate slowly opened. The interior was clean and simply furnished with a bed and a more refined small machine tool, but didn't seem to be fully assembled yet. Please make yourself at home. The conditions are limited right now, so this is all we can do for now. I'm going to take a shower first. Fang Qi placed the metal box he had been carrying on the shelf against the wall, yawned, and began to speak. You go ahead and do your thing. Xiaoyu snapped out of her reverie, nodded slightly, and then began to look around the room. There were some things on the metal shelf, but Xiaoyu couldn't tell what they were. There was only a table and 2 benches in the room. I reached out and tapped them lightly, and a dull thud was heard. There was a refrigerator in the corner. Xiaoyu frowned as she opened it and took a look. The refrigerator is full of various types of portable nutritional pastes. This stuff contains all the essential components needed to maintain the body, but tastes terrible. It's a gel-like liquid with almost no flavor. In an era where professional chefs are everywhere, this thing is practically considered heretical in the culinary world. However, because some adventurers need to travel long distances for extended periods, it also has a certain audience. Xiaoyu sighed and slowly closed the refrigerator door. Although professionals don't get sick, Fang Qi's lifestyle habits worried her. Looking out the window through the thick, fully enclosed glass at the bustling scene outside, Xiaoyu was lost in thought. Chapter 35, Freshman Challenge. Phew, I feel completely alive again. After taking a shower, Fang Qi came out wrapped in a bath towel. While drying his wet hair, he walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out 2 tubes of nutritional paste. He casually tore them open and swallowed them, slightly quelling the hunger in his stomach. The sticky, liquid texture might cause some physical discomfort, but for Fang Qi, it's enough that it allows him to quickly regain his strength and save a lot of time. What are you looking at? He closed the refrigerator door behind him and turned to see Xiao Ye standing by the window in a daze. Fang Qi looked out the window with some confusion. You must have had a tough time lately. Xiao Ye's gentle voice made Fang Qi feel a little awkward, but he shook his head indifferently. It's okay, I'm used to it. Besides, I'm a professional, so you don't need to worry about me dying suddenly. For me, making machines is a form of mental entertainment, not work. Fang Qi shrugged and went to his desk. The computer screen displayed his work log. He glanced at it casually, found nothing serious, and then stopped paying attention to it. Before the advent of artificial intelligence, such work logs could be produced and processed according to Fang Qi's plan. The downside was that they were very rigid, and if a problem occurred in any part of the process, the entire facility would stop operating. To be honest, Fang Qi's experience of developing from the ground up like this is a first for him. When Fang Qi embarked on the path of a mechanic, the human alliance was already dominating the universe. For Fang Qi at that time, the only things that limited him from becoming stronger were knowledge and money. Now that they've arrived in this world, the industrial base is a complete mess. Even with something as unethical as a career panel, it severely limits Fang Qi's rapid development. In short, they have to rely on themselves to slowly climb up from the surface civilization. I sat down in the hard chair, which offered absolutely no comfort. Fang Qi thought that when he had time, he would wrap it with bionic muscle fibers. At least that way it would be more comfortable. Xiao Ye also sat down opposite Fang Qi. Her gaze lingered on Fang Qi's bare upper body for a moment, her ears turning slightly red, before she unconsciously looked away. Are you planning to participate in this freshman challenge? After calming her racing heart, Xiao Ye broke the awkward silence by starting a conversation. Freshman challenge? What's that? Fang Qi looked at Xiao Ye with some confusion, feeling unfamiliar with a newly introduced vocabulary. A unique way for freshmen to quickly earn academic credits. Freshmen can challenge each other, or the longer they can withstand attacks from upperclassmen, the more credits they can earn. Of course, in addition to the level 1 mentors, 1 or 2 S-rank experts will also be present at the annual freshman challenge, where they will also select their preferred students through the competition. These are opportunities for freshmen. Xiao Ye told Fang Qi about the freshman challenge, information she had heard from her mother before coming. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's statement, Fang Qi couldn't help but stroke his chin and begin to consider the pros and cons. To be honest, Xiao Ye's description didn't appeal to him at all, and it was a waste of his time. He doesn't need a tutor, and academic credits are not very meaningful to him. Training facilities? He can build them himself. Equipment? Make it yourself. Materials? We'll mine them ourselves. A hint of confusion flashed in Fang Qi's eyes, as if he had no use for any of these things. Furthermore, he could earn credits by selling equipment on the campus trading website, so there was absolutely no need to do such a thankless and arduous task. Wait, are you selling equipment? Fang Qi's eyes lit up, and he looked up at Xiao Ye, a gaze that made Xiao Ye momentarily at a loss. What's wrong with you? Are you planning to participate in the freshman challenge? Fang Qi asked. Xiao Ye nodded gently, answering Fang Qi's question. That's great. Here, I'll give you 2 pieces of equipment. They might be of some use to you. Fang Qi stood up and quickly walked to the metal shelf, opened one of the metal mechanical boxes, took out a palm-sized triangular device, and then threw it to Xiao Ye. The equipment felt quite heavy in my hands, and a slight coolness spread from my palms. The moment Xiao Ye touched the equipment, its information was entered into the panel. Equipment, repulsion device, green. Number of uses, 10. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Note, get out of the way, can release a strong repulsive field via electromagnetic drive to push away objects within a 5-meter radius or deflect some attacks. This thing can't be left unattended while in use. Press here. As he spoke, Fang Qi pointed to the side of the triangular device, where there was a black button with accidental touch protection. This thing has a long cooldown, but it's quite effective against melee attacks. I made a few. You take these too. As Fang Qi spoke, he stuffed another item into Xiao Ye's hand. Then he opened another mechanical box, inside which was only one item, which looked like a wristband. Xiao Ye did not refuse and stored the 2 triangular devices in the magic item. We have different professions, so you can't control the magnetically controlled equipment, but this should be perfect for you. As he spoke, Fang Qi took it out and handed it to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye took it and examined it carefully. The wristband was very light and had exquisite carvings on the surface, making it look like a work of art. Xiaoyu tried it on, and the wristband fit her arm perfectly, as if it were custom-made for her. This thing is made from a new type of alloy that was just synthesized in the last 2 days. Production is very low. It can be started with energy stimulation. Fang Qi crossed his arms and slightly raised his chin, gesturing for Xiaoyu to give it a try. Xiaoyu bit her lips slightly, and magical energy flowed. Layers of metal quickly unfolded, meshed, and deformed into a light U-shaped shield. However, Xiaoyu found the appearance somewhat familiar. This shield looks similar to the one from Mile. Xiaoyu muttered something to herself, then turned her head slightly to look at Fang Qi, her big eyes filled with doubt. Well, actually I thought her shield was pretty cool, so I copied a little. Awkwardly averting his gaze, Fang Qi coughed twice. Swish! The shield folded and retracted, transforming into an exquisite and beautiful wristband. Xiaoyu reached out and gently stroked it. The touch was cool, but her heart felt warm, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Thank you. You're too kind. We're all friends. Fang Qi was squatting in front of another box, seemingly fiddling with something. Hearing Xiaoyu's thanks, he casually waved his hand. Since these are just practice pieces anyway, if Xiaoyu can use these 2 pieces of equipment in the freshman challenge, it will broaden the equipment market. Of course, Xiaoyu didn't know Fang Qi's thoughts. If she did, she would only smile helplessly, since Fang Qi has always been this kind of person. Chapter 36. An Unexpected Encounter with Mile. Xiaoyu's arrival gave Fang Qi another person to talk to. He also broke free from that sleepless, relentless work routine. The two chatted for a while, then had lunch together in the cafeteria before parting ways. Fang Qi could do nothing, but Xiaoyu couldn't. She had a lot to do. Handling enrollment procedures, tidying up the dormitory, etc. I'm quite busy overall. As for Fang Qi's enrollment procedures, when Ling Wei had already taken care of them for him. While strolling around the campus with nothing to do, watching the energetic freshmen, Fang Qi felt a strange sense of wonder. I feel like my aging heart has become a little younger. Fang Qi has lived for nearly 300 years in his 2 lives. Although he was still considered young among mechanics in his previous life, he had become shrewd and calculating due to the many things he had experienced. Although Whale Island Academy has a rather wild architectural style, it has all the necessary facilities. To the north are the student dormitories, a sprawling complex of buildings with a somewhat retro architectural style. The exteriors appear to be carved from heavy stone, but the interiors are exquisitely decorated. The sidewalk at the entrance is flat and wide, and there is no shortage of green plants, rockeries, and pavilions. The lake water is clear and shimmering, and you can see all kinds of ornamental fish. To the east is the training ground, whose training facilities are said to be of the highest standard in the country and can withstand the full force of an A-rank attack. In addition, there are many other venues that serve as workplaces for many logistics professionals. To the south are the faculty and staff dormitories, where Ling Wei also lives. The buildings there are relatively scattered and spaced apart from each other, which is a special privilege that Whale Island Academy gives to its teachers. The school's main entrance is on the west side, where there are several offices, a library, and even recreational facilities. In the middle of the school, Fang Qi gazed at the huge, open, arched building with many entrances and a large number of people coming and going. It's not just a mission center, but also the entrance to the experience dungeon prepared by Whale Island Academy for its students. However, the free trial period for experience dungeons is only 60 hours per semester, and buying them is not cheap, costing 5 credits per hour with a maximum purchase of 60 hours. I don't know what the difference is between this experience dungeon and the low-level beginner dungeon. Fang Qi leaned on the stone railing with both hands, looking at the bustling area as he pondered. 120 hours is a bit short, but it's not impossible if we speed things up a bit. However, it's supposedly an open-world instance, so there should be plenty of instances of players fighting over monsters. Just as Fang Qi was pondering, a huge, snow-white head appeared in his peripheral vision, with a long, beautiful, and sharp-looking horn on its head. It was very fast. The moment it poked its head out, it bit the beer bottle that Fang Qi had placed aside, then tilted its head slightly and gulped it down. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Fang Qi was startled and took 2 steps back before he could see the whole thing clearly. It was a unicorn about the same height as him, all white, with a slender and well-proportioned body. A shield, a broadsword, and a platinum lance were also hanging on either side of its saddle. They all look very familiar. Is your master named Miley? Fang Qi tentatively took 2 steps forward and asked a question. Everyone says that unicorns are very intelligent, and Fang Qi had only seen them in videos before. This was the first time he had observed them up close. Snap! The empty beer bottle was put back in its place, the unicorn nodded slightly, and then hissed toward the mission hall not far away. Is your master over there? Fang Qi continued to ask questions, and the unicorn nodded again. Such a clever and beautiful thing couldn't help but evoke a sense of fondness in Fang Qi. However, Fang Qi glanced at the beer bottle that had been gulped down and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Everyone says unicorns are sacred and noble, so why does this one look so unconventional? And of all the people who come and go, they just happen to come looking for me. Do you know me? After thinking for a moment, Fang Qi pointed to himself and asked with a hint of doubt. The unicorn nodded again, its eyes gleaming with wisdom and revealing a hint of approval. Fang Qi. For a moment, I couldn't tell if I'd been taken advantage of by a unicorn, and it felt very strange. Rice cake. A clear and ethereal voice drifted from afar, attracting the attention of many. Fang Qi turned his head and saw a figure wearing a white and gold battle dress walking quickly towards him. Her long golden hair swayed gently with her movements, and her fair and beautiful oval face was now filled with a hint of anger. The sacred aura emanating from him and his extraordinary sense of justice had already convinced Fang Qi of the other person's identity. Paladin Miru. So is rice cake its name? At the entrance of an ice drink shop by the roadside, Fang Qi and Mai Lu sat facing each other. On the table, a miniature unicorn, no bigger than a palm, was happily eating the cake on the plate. Looking at this unicorn that could change size at will, Fang Qi felt it was very magical. Yes, it's called rice cake, and it's my companion. I'm so sorry to have troubled you today, Fang Qi. Miru wore an apologetic smile, her words tinged with embarrassment. It's all right. It's fate that we met here. By the way, why didn't I see it with you in the last battle? Fang Qi shook his head, then asked with some curiosity. I was worried about the rice cake getting hurt, so I didn't let it play. It's still young, and quite impulsive and sometimes willful. Mai Lu glanced down at me, Gao, her eyes filled with helplessness. Is it really a fighting partner? It needs some training. Girls are generally soft-hearted and have little resistance to cute creatures, so Fang Qi could understand Mai Lu's thoughts. However, unicorns are an integral part of a paladin's strength, so there's no reason for a mount to stand by and watch while its master gets on board. Mai Lu smiled shyly and nodded. I understand. That's why I enrolled in Whale Island Academy. I also wanted to hone my skills. Compared to you, I have many shortcomings, which are areas that me Gao and I need to learn from. That's too kind of you. You're very strong too. I just had an advantage in equipment. Mai Lu shook her head and didn't continue the conversation. Didn't your teammates come with you? Apart from Chi-Chi, the other two chose other colleges. Oh, that healing type ability user. Fang Qi was deeply impressed by Yin Chi-Chi. Her healing abilities were incredibly powerful. She could not only restore health, but also mana. Yes, Chi-Chi said that her abilities would be needed here. A very kind-hearted girl. Speaking of Yin Chi-Chi, Mai Lu's face showed a hint of doting affection from an older sister towards her younger sister, indicating that the two have a very good relationship. Fang Qi agreed with what Mai Lu said. Although the healer class doesn't have much damage output, it is always popular and can be considered the darling of the group. Especially Yin Chi-Chi, whose healing abilities are exceptionally powerful, is a treasure wherever she goes. Chapter 37. A Peaceful Daily Life. After chatting with Mai Lu for a while and exchanging contact information, Fang Qi got up to say goodbye. Mai is also a newcomer. Although she is a hidden professional and receives a lot of attention, she still has a lot to do. However, before parting ways, Mai's unicorn rice cake subtly turned back and gave Fang Qi a slightly regretful look. The strange look in his eyes left Fang Qi completely bewildered, but he understood it in the following days. As long as Fang Qi isn't in the secret realm, Mi Gao can always find him and then freeload off him. This made Fang Qi wonder if Mai Lu hadn't fed Mi Gao enough. Moreover, Mi Gao seems to be very enthusiastic about beer and always enjoys it. Fang Qi didn't care about these supplies. He treated them like playing with a pet. However, Mi Gao would disappear at the drop of a hat, and after a few times, Mai Lu couldn't take it anymore and gave Mi Gao a loving beating. This made the rice cake behave much better. Because of the rice cake, Fang Qi and Mai Lu have grown much closer and are now on par as ordinary friends. In addition, Fang Qi also met Yin Chi-Chi, a lively, cheerful, and kind-hearted girl. Similarly, Fang Qi introduced Xiaoya to Mai Lu and Yin Chi-Chi. Perhaps because they both harbored a strong sense of justice, Xiaoya got along very well with the two girls. Life went on uneventfully, with new students registering every day. The number of students at Whale Island Academy gradually increased, and the actual start date of school, August 20th, was getting closer and closer. When Lingwei returned from her trip and stepped into the secret realm again, she was slightly shocked by the scene before her. The alloy-constructed floor is flat and smooth and occupies a very large area. Worker ant robots, equipped with different working modules, work tirelessly and can be seen everywhere. A mental scan revealed that the massive campfire reactor and smelting facilities had been moved underground and were still operating. The Rubik's Cube energy storage facility appears to have been upgraded. It not only looks larger, but is also more refined. Hidden beneath the floor, the bioelectric wires continuously draw energy from the Rubik's Cube energy storage facility, supplying it in all directions. The production line has been expanded from 1 to 2, and output is steadily increasing. Occasionally, damaged worker ant robots are brought back by their companions and thrown into the smelting device to await reconstruction. Everything before my eyes is now in perfect order, a far cry from the chaotic state it was at the beginning. The changes here are truly remarkable. It's only been a little over a month, but it felt like 10 years. When Lingwei found Fang Qi, he was busy inside the metal fortress. The metal fortress was expanded further, and Fang Qi used it as an equipment manufacturing workshop. Naturally, the equipment he used could not be those mass-produced products. The sudden sound startled Fang Qi, but he didn't react excessively. Not to mention that the base hasn't installed a protection system yet. Even if it did, with the current level of technology, stopping Lingwei would be a pipe dream. He took off his gloves, stood up, and stretched a bit before turning around to look at her. Lingwei was still dressed the same way, in a black dress that was both elegant and appropriate. "Professor Wen, please make yourself at home. I don't have much to offer you." Fang Qi pointed to the sofa next to him and said with a smile. Lingwei nodded, not surprised, and sat down on the sofa. "What are you doing?" She looked at the thing Fang Qi had been fiddling with curiosity. It looked like a suit of armor, but many parts were still unfinished. "Oh, just new equipment." Fang Qi took some drinks and cake from the refrigerator and put them on the table, then sat down opposite him. "I remember you really liked nutritional pastes, didn't you? Have you changed your taste now?" Lingwei looked at the juice and small cakes on the table and couldn't help but chuckle. "It's good to have some variety every now and then. Can't we live like machines?" Fang Qi picked up the juice and took a sip. It was icy cold and quite refreshing. This statement is definitely not your own thought. Lingwei saw through the truth at a glance, but still picked up the cup in front of her and took a small sip. The taste was not bad. Fang Qi shrugged, but did not refute it. These words were spoken to him by Xiaoya. Although Fang Qi enjoys playing with machines, he is still quite resistant to turning himself into a machine, so he has slightly changed some of his lifestyle habits. "Of course, I can't give up the nutritional paste. There's still quite a bit in the refrigerator. Are you planning to participate in the freshman challenge?" Gently shaking the cup in her hand, the bright red liquid slowly swirled. Lingwei looked up at Fang Qi and asked a question. "I'm not participating. It doesn't appeal to me. You're level 60? "Still some." Fang Qi opened the panel and looked at it. He had used all the experience he gained from crafting during this period to enhance the blueprints, so his level hadn't increased much. "Tell me if the advanced missions are dangerous." Lingwei gently placed the cup on the table and gave a word of instruction. "I understand. I won't risk my life." "That's good. Remember to attend the new student registration tomorrow." "Yes, I understand. But how should the school's curriculum be arranged?" Fang Qi frowned and voiced his doubts. "Similar to before, 2 hours of theory classes every day. Training tasks assigned by the instructor can earn certain academic credits. Besides that, the first year for freshmen is all about leveling up and completing simple tasks to earn credits. Whether it's equipment or skills, these are all areas where freshmen can improve. This is my first time being a mentor. I don't have much experience. However, it seems we've been cooperating quite well." Lingwei leaned back on the sofa with a slightly lazy air, her voice soft and her eyes filled with a smile. Fang Qi neither agreed nor disagreed with Lingwei's words. If it were a normal student, Lingwei's laissez-faire attitude would definitely not work, but Fang Qi was different from a normal student. Lingwei was also aware that she couldn't give Fang Qi much guidance. At the time, she took Fang Qi as her student not only out of curiosity, but also because of her intuition. Her intuition told her that Fang Qi would be very important to humanity in the future, so she was willing to offer some help. Lingwei provides shelter for Fang Qi to grow, and Fang Qi's growth must also satisfy Lingwei. Although it is not openly discussed, it is an unspoken understanding between the two. After a brief conversation, Lingwei left. Fang Qi sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the spot where Wen Lingwei had disappeared. His relationship with Wen Lingwei was somewhat delicate. It wasn't like that of teacher and student, nor was it a simple transaction, and it seemed a bit too close to being friends. Wen Lingwei's generosity and indulgence always gave Fang Qi a subtle feeling of being kept by a rich woman. To have an equal dialogue, you need to at least be on the same level. Fang Qi's gaze lingered for a moment on the glass of juice that had only been sipped, then he slowly stood up and walked into the weapons manufacturing room to continue his work. Chapter 38, Welcome Party. August 20th, sunny. The sun in the sky was still dazzling, and yellow sand still filled the sky outside the energy shield. The huge stone monument carved with the name Whale Island Academy shimmered with a faint white light, exuding an invisible aura. At the school gate, there were many parents accompanying their children, some even with 4 or 5 people from one family. Parents were not allowed to enter the school, so they could only watch their children leave. Fang Qi, Xiaoya, Mai Lu, and Yin Qiqi mingled in the crowd, each with their own thoughts as they watched the lively scene at the entrance. The rice cake shrank to the size of a palm and was tucked in Mai Lu's school uniform pocket, where it peered around curiously. This time of year is the busiest time at Whale Island Harbor. Looking at the crowded school gate, Xiaoya couldn't help but sigh. Let's go to the auditorium and reserve seats. Otherwise, it would be bad if there were no seats available. Fang Qi patted Xiaoya to bring her back to her senses and then called everyone to walk towards the auditorium. No one objected, and they slowly followed the flow of people away. Fang Qi and his 3 companions arrived early at the school auditorium, where there were plenty of seats. I found a seat against the wall and sat down quietly, waiting for the opening ceremony. However, among 3 people, there must be one who comes up with ideas. Yin Qiqi was clearly the type who couldn't sit still. She hugged the rice cake and shared the snacks she carried with her. Brother Fang Qi, would you like some? Yin Qiqi enthusiastically handed Fang Qi a bag. Fang Qi opened it and saw that it contained pretty good-looking jerky. Does rice cake eat meat? Fang Qi looked at Mai Lu with some doubt, asking a question. Mai Lu awkwardly turned her face away, her ear tips turning red. Well, I think so. Fang Qi glanced down at the rice cake, chewing on the dried meat, and his lips twitched. Aren't all unicorns pure and noble? This unicorn you're showing me doesn't look like the one in the book. Is it some kind of hellish skeleton horse in disguise? Xiaoya couldn't help but smile. After all, Mi Gao was quite cute. Fang Qi picked up a piece of jerky and put it in his mouth. He chewed it and found that the meat was firm and chewy, and the taste was also good. What kind of meat is this? He looked at Yin Qiqi with some curiosity and couldn't help but ask. It's monitor lizard meat. Yin Qiqi smiled and said something that made Fang Qi feel somewhat uncomfortable. Silently stuffing the remaining half of the jerky back in her pocket, she then hugged the rice cake to her chest. Good bro, I'll give you everything. Fang Qi whispered something in Mi Gao's ear, earning her a touched look in return. Xiaoya and Mai Lu looked at Fang Qi with a hint of sympathy, hoping that he wouldn't suffer any psychological trauma because of this. Whale Island College has always enrolled fewer new students than the other 3 colleges, and this year it enrolled less than 20,000 students, making the spacious school auditorium appear somewhat sparse. Since there were no classes and most people didn't know each other, the seating arrangement was quite casual. The leaders of Whale Island Academy don't care much about these superficial things. Compared to these, Whale Island Academy cares more about the students' abilities and character. On the stage, there were very few people from the school present, only 3. After most of the students had arrived, the middle-aged man sitting in the middle stood up. Fang Qi recognized this person. His name was Duan Yang, an A-rank martial artist, and he was the vice principal. As for the headmaster, he's said to be an S-rank mage, so elusive that most students might never even see him before graduating from the academy. Quiet. A loud and serious voice echoed throughout the venue, instantly silencing the previously noisy atmosphere. Duan Yang nodded in satisfaction before slowly beginning to speak. First of all, welcome to Whale Island Academy. Next, I will give you a proper introduction to Whale Island Academy. Over the next 10 minutes or so, Duan Yang gave a brief account of the history of Whale Island Academy and the dangers it faced. Some freshmen who didn't know much about Whale Island Academy couldn't help but change their expressions, while the vast majority remained calm, clearly having expected this. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, quite approving of Whale Island Academy's approach. But he always felt that Duan Yang's words carried a hint of intimidation. To summarize Duan Yang's words, studying at Whale Island Academy is like facing a life or death situation. If that were the case, Whale Island would have gone out of business long ago. But don't worry, Whale Island Academy has always been a place that values human rights. Students who regret their decision can leave now, and we will absolutely not stop them. You have 10 minutes. Looking down at his watch, Duan Yang slowly sat down, seemingly intending to wait 10 minutes. Seeing that Duan Yang was silent, the scene became noisy again. As Fang Qi fed me Gao jerky to the rice cake, he chuckled and remarked, Whale Island Academy's opening ceremony is truly unique. Is it appropriate for some students to leave if he does this? Mailu was somewhat puzzled by Duan Yang's actions and asked him softly. Xiaoyu shook her head, her eyes filled with a hint of seriousness. This is the right approach, giving students who haven't made up their minds a way out, so they won't hold their teammates back when a life-or-death crisis truly arrives. Life is always filled with fear when facing death. Yin Qiqi also sighed, but didn't take Duan Yang's words to heart. If we need a nanny like her to charge ahead, what's the point of having those muscle-bound brutes from the martial arts department? Amidst the quiet chatter of the group, the first student finally took the lead. He stood up with a look of shame on his face, lowered his head, and quickly left the school auditorium. Once someone takes the lead, there will be a second and a third. However, their behavior is mostly the same. They look ashamed, and some with weaker mental fortitude shed tears under the watchful eyes of the entire audience. Those who had no intention of leaving also watched them go, some with disdain, some with sympathy, and many more with understanding. After all, this is the front line of the battlefield, and no one can say for sure when danger will strike. The myriad aspects of human life are too numerous to mention. Not many people left. Fang Qi estimated it to be less than 300. But this also made the atmosphere in the entire school auditorium more somber and oppressive. When the 10 minutes were up, the doors to the school auditorium closed again. Duan Yang slowly stood up, and the serious expression on his face softened considerably. He didn't mention the students who had just left, but went straight to the point. Next, I'll briefly mention a few points. Listen carefully, as they concern each and every one of you. First, Whale Island Academy is a cradle for cultivating the strong. The fact that you can step into this place means that you have already surpassed the vast majority of people. But this is just the beginning. I hope you can become accomplished and responsible individuals. Therefore, the school will also allocate certain resources to you. But this isn't free. Here, academic credits are the most important resource. Items on the campus intranet can be redeemed with academic credits. As for how to earn credits, your advisor will explain it to you, so I won't go into too much detail here. Second, school rules are things that everyone must abide by. I hope you will remember the above information. I don't want to see any of you here on the execution platform one day. Remember, this is not a joke. When Duan Yang spoke of the school rules, his tone was serious and forceful, carrying the powerful aura of an A-rank professional, which made many freshmen feel uneasy. Third, the freshman challenge will begin at 1 p.m. and end at 5 p.m. tomorrow. The address is at the training ground. The rules are simple. Freshmen can challenge each other, and those confident in their abilities can challenge multiple opponents at once. Each victory earns a portion of the credits. Of course, you can also form groups of 4 to challenge your seniors. The longer you persist, the more credits you earn. The training ground has safety measures in place, so there's no real chance of injury. Everyone is free to do as they please. This is also the fastest way for you freshmen to earn credits this semester. Okay, that's all I have to say. Next, our mentors will be here, and you can freely choose your mentor. After his brief speech, Duan Yang smiled and sat back down in his seat. As time went on, many more mentors arrived, and the venue gradually became noisy. Whale Island University's mentors are divided into 3 levels. Level 3 mentors are generally B-level professionals, whose strength is relatively weak, but they are sufficient to teach freshmen. Level 2 mentors include both B and A tiers. They are highly capable and possess specialized expertise in certain areas. However, it's not just students choosing mentors. Mentors are also choosing students. The number of top-level mentors is small, and they only look at students during the challenge to see if they find a student they like. I will not participate in this kind of orientation event. Mentors at different levels not only differ in their abilities, but also in the resources they have access to, so students need to consider this carefully. Fang Qi and the other 3 remained seated. Yin Qiqi, however, held a special position and had already been assigned a special mentor even before registering. Mailu and Yin Qiqi are in similar situations. After all, they are hidden professionals, so it's natural that they receive attention. Although Xiaoyu is not particularly outstanding, Her abilities are not bad. Her whole family graduated from Whale Island Academy, so finding a suitable mentor for her would be quite easy. So the four of them chatted in their seats, waiting for the start of the freshman challenge in the afternoon. Chapter 39. The challenge begins. Time flies, and before you know it, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The massive training ground, capable of holding over 200,000 people, was now incredibly noisy. Battles were taking place on each of the arenas, including one-on-one fights between freshmen and group fights involving multiple opponents. Many freshmen, somewhat overconfident in their abilities, challenged multiple opponents at once, and almost without a doubt, they were eliminated in seconds. The various noisy atmospheres blended together, creating a rather cheerful ambience. Of course, there were also many spectators like Fang Qi who had no intention of participating in the freshman challenge and were simply watching others fight around the arena. Beneath a fighting ring, Fang Qi, wearing a mask and holding a rice cake, watched the battle unfold. The arena match is a 3-on-1 challenge, with Mai Lu, Xiaoya, and Yun Qiqi facing off against the senior student from the magic department. It's clear that although it was their first time working together, the three girls had a great rapport with each other. However, due to the overwhelming advantage brought by their rank, the three's attacks were somewhat ineffective against the senior. With a shield in one hand and the double-edged broadsword in the other, Milu held the shield at the forefront, blocking most of the magical attacks. Feeling the immense force coming from her, Mai Lu's expression became even more serious. She gripped the double-edged greatsword tightly with one hand and continued to attack relentlessly, creating opportunities for Xiaoya to deal damage. Xiaoya's ice magic skills seem to have improved again. Her casting speed is much faster than a month ago, and the interval between her normal attacks is also much shorter, making the opposing mage senior somewhat hesitant. Ice spikes kept condensing and attacking the opponent, but they were all blocked by the magic shield. The senior mage also looked solemn. She narrowed her eyes, lightly dodged several consecutive slashes from Milu, and then took advantage of the gap in Milu's defense to aim at Yun Qiqi and fired 3 fireballs in a row. Let's deal with this annoying little nanny first. Yun Qiqi's expression changed slightly, and she was about to dodge when Xiaoya stepped in front of her. Don't worry. With a cold voice, Xiaoya's wrist guard instantly unfolded, blocking the attack for Yun Qiqi. Seeing that the equipment's durability had dropped by nearly 200 points, Xiaoya's eyes flashed with heartache, and then her expression became even more serious. Whoosh! Xiaoya folded and stowed her shield, her eyes fixed on her opponent, and casually cast a magic shield on Mai Lu as well. Yun Qiqi recalled the scene she had just witnessed. Xiaoya, holding a shield in one hand and a magic wand in the other, blinked her big eyes. She felt something was off, but also rather cool. My sister is so cool. Yun Qiqi chuckled, and the supernatural light connecting Xiaoya and Mai Lu in her hand stabilized. Okay, is this how you play it? On the other side, watching Xiaoya block her attack, the senior mage couldn't help but laugh in anger. There's not much to say about the paladin using a shield. This class is inherently a warrior type. But you, a mage, are using a shield? Should I get you a new greatsword? You should choose the spell's word branch instead of playing with a staff. Mai Lu couldn't understand her senior's frustration. Seeing that Yun Qiqi was not in danger, the worry in her eyes subsided, and she raised her platinum shield in front of her and charged forward. Golden energy enveloped her entire body, and Mai moved with incredible speed, making the senior mage feel somewhat troubled. With a wave of her staff, she unleashed 2 control skills, only to have them easily bypassed by Mai. As expected of a hidden profession, the senior student looked surprised, her eyes narrowed slightly, and an ice mirror appeared. She then stepped into it. On the other side of the arena, another ice mirror appeared, and she stepped out. As soon as it appeared, clusters of ice crystals bloomed around it, as if it had been anticipated an attack from Xiaoya. It seemed to know a lot about ice magic. A pale white light shone from the senior student's body, blocking the attack. The magic shield, although a low-level spell, was clearly too powerful for Xiaoya to break through her senior's defense with her current output. Moreover, it has a very short cooldown and low cost, making it very popular among mages and one of the most widely used spells. Ding dong! Under the senior's astonished gaze, a triangular metal object landed in front of her amidst the attack, while an ice spike pierced through the air and struck the button on the side of the metal object. Buzz! Before she could react, the edges of the triangle unfolded, and a repulsive force suddenly erupted, slamming hard into the magic shield. The repulsive force wasn't particularly offensive, but embarrassingly, she was standing at the edge of the ring when that force pushed her off the stage. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers stunned. They stared blankly as Xiaoya walked over, bent down, and picked up the metal triangle, their eyes still filled with disbelief. "What is that thing?" Someone instinctively asked a question. No one answered him, and everyone felt that the battle had ended rather abruptly. The senior student steadied herself, staggered a bit, and looked up at Xiaoya, her eyes full of confusion. "Junior, what was that just now? Don't get me wrong. I'm not a sore loser. I'm just a little curious." Putting away her staff, the senior mage asked a question. Xiaoya glanced at Fang Qi subconsciously, and only after Fang Qi nodded slightly did she briefly show the equipment panel. Equipment, repulsion device, green. Number of uses, 9 to 10. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Creator, Fang Qi. Holder, Xiaoya. Note, get out of the way, can release a strong repulsive field via electromagnetic drive to push away objects within a 5-meter radius or deflect some attacks. Folding arm, shield green. Durability, 7453 to 7600. Defense value, 630. Creator, Fang Qi. Holder, Xiaoya. Note, this folding shield, made of high-strength alloy, might save your life in some situations. Fang Qi's name sounds familiar. The senior student frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh, that mechanic? I've seen him fight. He's very strong. Many of the students watching were also very familiar with this name. He ranked first on both the exam lists, and a video of his fight with the opponent had recently gone viral online. Holy crap, is it that straight-laced guy? Hey, I remember Xiaoya. She was in the same group as Fang Qi during the exam, and she just coasted into first place in the group. So lucky. Why can't I find teammates this good? What? You want to lie down too? What? Is that not allowed? Sure, but with your size, you're better suited to lying in the front. Listening to the whispers around him, Fang Qi couldn't help but twitch his lips. The one lying in front of him. Are you serious? The senior mage, however, was quite interested in the repulsive force device. She had just felt that power, and it was quite good. This should work really well against monsters that lunge forward. I want it. After all, these gentle and delicate magicians are most afraid of those monsters that suddenly appear in front of them. Although she wanted it, the senior mage didn't ask aloud on the spot. She planned to ask Xiaoya privately later, otherwise it wouldn't be good to cause trouble for others. The battle ended somewhat abruptly. Although the senior student had plenty of health, falling off the stage meant she had indeed lost. As the first victory against the seniors in this freshman challenge, Xiaoya and her two friends each earned 100 credits, which made many people envious. Chapter 40, Lord of Illusions. There are no rankings in the challenge. You get rewards for winning against opponents of the same level. Although the rewards aren't many, they add up to a considerable amount of credits. Challenging senior students beyond one's level is quite difficult, so not many people choose to do it. Because they had to take care of Yin Chi-Chi, Mai Lu, and the other two basically teamed up to challenge opponents of higher levels. The credits earned in the later sessions were not as many as in the first session, but each of the three of them still earned nearly 300 credits by the end of the day. Is it really necessary to work so hard? Looking at the three exhausted-looking people, Fang Qi asked with a smile as he stuffed some leftover lizard jerky into Mi Gao's food. 1 credit costs 10,000 yuan. That's enough to buy so much food. Yin Chi-Chi forced herself to stay awake and muttered something. Mai Lu nodded in agreement, indicating that she was very much in agreement. This is indeed not a small amount. Are you planning to sell your gear on the trading website? Many senior students have already asked us this question. Xiaoya looked tired and glanced at Fang Qi, asking softly. Fang Qi pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. They're probably too busy right now. According to the plan, the first thing to do now is to expand the production capacity of basic materials. Academic credits are important, but Fang Qi will not easily change his plans because of those credits. Furthermore, which pieces of equipment should be sold, and how should they be sold? These are all issues that need to be considered. The school certainly won't let him reap the benefits. Monopolies can certainly make a lot of money, but Fang Qi doesn't have that kind of power right now. It's fine to release 1 or 2 custom-made pieces occasionally, but if they are sold in large quantities by private individuals, it will obviously infringe on the interests of some people. Fang Qi frowned in thought, deciding to discuss this issue with Wen Lingwei later. Speaking of which, you weren't there for the later battles. There was someone who kept looking for you, and he looked quite fierce. Be careful. He might be here to cause you trouble. As if remembering something, Yin Chi-Chi suddenly perked up, looking at Fang Qi with a grin, her eyes seemingly filled with anticipation. Fierce looking? Fang Qi frowned, wondering if he had offended such a person. My brain raced, faces flashing through my mind, finally settling on the face of someone I'd only met once. Huh, he actually got into Whale Island Academy too? Fang Qi muttered to himself unconsciously, feeling somewhat surprised. Do you remember now? Who is it? A martial arts student bought equipment from me. Fang Qi casually offered an explanation, satisfying Yin Qi's curiosity. After all, the only equipment he has ever sold so far, besides the folding battle knife, is the logistics vehicle that Xiaoyu bought. Martial arts department? That does seem very similar. After thinking about the man's muscular physique, Yin Qiqi nodded in approval. Oh, I forgot to ask, did you find a mentor today? Yes, I found a suitable mentor, and it's even the same person. One person? How can 3 people from 3 different professions be mentored by the same person? Fang Qi was somewhat surprised by Xiaoyu's answer. Because they're S rank, they have high hopes for us and think we'd make a great team. Yin Qiqi hummed twice, her eyes crinkling with a smile, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. And she has a hidden profession, Dreamweaver. Have you heard of it? Dream Builder. Lord of Illusions, Guling Yao. Fang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly and said a name. The 3 of them, Mai Lu and Mai Lu, exchanged glances and then nodded seriously. That's not surprising. Fang Qi clicked his tongue softly. Another troublesome, hidden profession. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but before I came, the principal said he had already arranged a mentor for me. However, it seems I'll have to let that mentor down now. Mai Lu rested her chin on one hand and stroked me Gao's mane with the other, still somewhat conflicted about the matter. That's not a problem. Students favored by S-rank professionals have little chance against first-rank instructors. That's true. Even if you want to refuse, you don't really dare to say it. Speaking of which, there were 3 S-rank experts here today, but apparently, besides us, there are only 2 students who have been chosen. This ratio is really low. The group of people were relaxing in the restaurant, chatting casually in a relaxed atmosphere, while on the other side, things weren't so pleasant. Oh my, Wen Lingwei, are you serious? A white-haired little girl was thrown from the 3rd floor by Wen Lingwei, landing squarely on her butt. With a displeased expression, she stood up, dusted herself off, put her hands on her hips, and tilted her head slightly to look at the woman in the black dress standing on the 3rd floor balcony, a hint of anger in her eyes. Guling Yao, do you think I'm joking? Wen Lingwei raised an eyebrow, curving it into a beautiful arc, her tone playful. He's just a student. You're used to being alone anyway, so it won't hurt if you give him to me. I'm doing this for his own good, since you definitely won't put your heart into teaching him anyway. Gu Lingyao stood with her hands on her hips, looking completely upright. Fine, trade your eternal paradise for it. Ha, I think you're dreaming. Gu Lingyao rolled her eyes and muttered something in an annoyed tone. The blunt and direct words made Wen Lingwei raise an eyebrow, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Oh, just kidding. Seeing that Wen Lingwei seemed genuinely angry, Gu Lingyao chuckled awkwardly, scratched her long, smooth white hair, and laughed twice. You're supposed to be an S-rank person. Can't you at least have some decorum in your words and actions? Stop acting on a whim all the time. I wasn't just acting on a whim. I was simply curious what made someone so special that you value them so highly. Gu Lingyao didn't take Wen Lingwei's criticism to heart at all. A sly look appeared on her fair and lovely face, and her tone was full of eagerness. Don't blame me for not telling you beforehand. Fang Qi is very important to me. Even if you offered me eternal paradise in exchange, I would not agree. Wen Lingwei's expression returned to calm, and her tone became serious. Don't worry, I won't do anything strange to him. And the more you emphasize it, the more curious I become about him. Gu Lingyao chuckled, her expression clearly harboring ill intentions. Wen Lingwei, this guy's personality is still as unreliable as ever. He hasn't changed at all over the years. If it were any other S rank, just beat them up and throw them out. However, Wen Lingwei was also quite troubled by this white-haired lowly and didn't have any good ideas for the time being. To some extent, Gu Lingyao was somewhat of a nemesis to her. Chapter 41. Wen Lingwei's Dilemma. Early in the morning, as soon as the training hall opened, a group of students rushed in. Those who ran ahead quickly occupied the empty arenas. The senior students who were acting as referees have been waiting by the ring for a long time. Today is the last day of the freshman challenge, and the freshmen who want to earn credits are full of energy. Fang Qi didn't join in the fun today. After adjusting the production log and confirming that everything was fine, he began to prepare for the purification and refining of advanced materials. The current production facilities are not yet sufficient for automatically refining advanced materials, so Fang Qi must first start making improvements. At the very least, the production line for advanced materials used in sea-level materials must be built first. Inside the workshop, Fang Qi was shirtless, processing the parts that were needed. The machine tools in the equipment room have been specially modified, and their precision is much higher than that of those on the assembly line. While Fang Qi was busy, two big shots were discussing matters concerning him. In the principal's office, an elderly man with silver hair, a somewhat thin build, and wearing a Zhongshan suit was boiling water to make tea. Judging by his appearance, he looks like an old man in his 60s, but there aren't many wrinkles on his face. At first glance, he seems unremarkable, just an ordinary person you'd see anywhere. This man is the principal of Whale Island Academy, a position he has held for nearly 500 years. Come on, Lingwei, try this tea. Rare and exquisite. The bright red tea, resembling blood, was served in a porcelain white teacup. Its color was somewhat eerie, yet exuded an alluring fragrance. Yes, teacher. When Lingwei didn't stand on ceremony, she raised her teacup and took a sip. The panel indicated that her health had been permanently increased. Although the increase is not large, it is worth noting that when Lingwei is already a top-tier S-rank figure, which is enough to prove the preciousness of this item. Is this made from the leaves of the tree of origin of the vampires? She hesitated for a moment before speaking uncertainly, her tone tinged with surprise. You have insight. A while ago, I secretly sneaked into vampire territory and stole a piece of. It took so much effort to make just 1 pound. Every sip is one less to go. The old man clicked his tongue twice, picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and looked thoroughly enjoying himself. Teacher, it's best to avoid doing things that are so dangerous. The heartland of the alien races is teeming with powerful individuals. What if something happens to you? Wen Lingwei sighed, rubbing her temples wearily, feeling utterly powerless. Don't worry, it won't happen again. The old man waved his hand dismissively and gave a perfunctory reply. He knew his students cared about him, but he had lived a carefree life, and it was indeed difficult to ask him to settle down. I heard you took on a student? I haven't had a chance to meet them yet. Tell me, what's so special about that little guy that interests you? The old man put down his teacup, glanced at Wen Lingwei, and spoke with a hint of curiosity in his voice. He knew his student's personality all too well. He's the type who'd rather sit than stand, dislikes trouble, rarely gets involved, and is always as calm and unassuming as water. There are probably fewer things that could interest her than his precious tea leaves. Wen Lingwei gathered her thoughts before slowly speaking. He is a very different person, as if he doesn't belong to this world. I've observed him for a long time, and even though he acts normally and is very cheerful, he always gives me a sense of distance. Wen Lingwei spoke softly as she recounted some of Fang Qi's stories and her thoughts about him to the old man. The old man's brows furrowed in thought, and he nodded from time to time. Wen Lingwei and Fang Qi didn't have much to talk about, and their conversations were always very businesslike and monotonous. I don't know if my decision was right or wrong, but I always feel that he is very important. But after spending this time together, I realized that I knew very little about him. There was always a thick wall in his heart, refusing to let anyone in. Perhaps Gu Lingyao is right. I'm not really suited to be a teacher. I really couldn't teach him anything. Wen Lingwei rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window in a daze. It was her first time teaching, and she encountered a student like Fang Qi. Even though she didn't say it, she did feel a little frustrated. Seemingly sensing Wen Lingwei's subtle emotions, the old man chuckled and slowly said, "Existence is its own justification. Since he chose you, it proved that he trusts you to a certain extent. Could it be because I'm better than him that he couldn't refuse me?" Wen Lingwei tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. It is also possible. The old man's straightforward answer left Wen Lingwei speechless. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. You are very capable, but your emotional intelligence is a little low. If you were a D-rank professional and another S-rank powerhouse suddenly came to your door and said he wanted to take you as a student, how would you feel? The old man guided Wen Lingwei to think about the problem from a different perspective. Wen Lingwei remained silent for a long time, then frowned and slowly asked tentatively, "Is there some ulterior motive or something else?" But I've already explained my purpose to him, and I don't have any ulterior motives. If that child were also an S-rank professional, he might actually believe your explanation. But now, a huge chasm exists between you. Even if you mean no harm, in his heart, his life and death have never been in his own hands. Even though he didn't show it. The old man shook his head, slowly brewed his tea, and sipped it by himself. What should I do? Give him his freedom? But he seemed to be having a pretty good time. The old man gave Wen Lingwei a disapproving look, somewhat speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? Since you've taken him on as a student, you naturally have to take full responsibility for him. Your worries are completely unfounded. You're just worrying for nothing. Don't worry. He'll adjust himself as he grows stronger. The old man fiddled with the tea set as he went about his business, talking casually. Teacher, how can you be so sure? Upon hearing this, the old man squinted at Wen Lingwei. When you were little, were you never respectful to me? Look at yourself now. So lazy and unsteady. You have no posture at all. Wen Lingwei blinked, and then she understood what her teacher meant. As one's strength grows, one's mindset can change unconsciously. Like her, she gradually lost some of her sense of awe. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on her usually composed face, and she straightened her posture. The old man shook his head, not paying attention to these details, and then asked, "Are you so sure that little guy can meet your expectations?" Wen Lingwei nodded seriously. "What if it can't be achieved?" "No, I believe he can." "Is it your intuition?" Intuition. TSK. The old man smacked his lips, and a speechless expression seemed to appear on his face. "Your reasoning is so unbelievable that even I, let alone that little guy named Fang Qi, won't believe it." "Forget it. It's your decision. You should take responsibility for it. Since you've taken him on as a student, you should at least put in a little effort. I have other things to do, so I won't stay any longer." The old man stood up and patted off imaginary dust from his clothes. "Are you leaving, teacher? You haven't been back for a single day." Wen Lingwei also stood up, her tone somewhat surprised. "I arranged to go exploring the territory of the Crimson Flame clan with Lao Lu, and we were in a hurry. There's nothing important. Let's talk another time." The old man waved his hand, cleanly and nimbly climbed out of the window, and disappeared from sight. "Teacher, he still doesn't follow the usual path." With a soft sigh, Wen Lingwei gathered her thoughts and vanished abruptly. The office fell silent once again. Chapter 42, A Day in the Life of a Salted Fish. Click, click. Inside the workshop, Fang Qi was adjusting the details of the refining equipment, but the subtle, unseen gaze from behind made him feel uneasy. It felt like being back in my past life, taking a professional exam in school and being watched by my teachers. Looking back, Fang Yong realized there was no one else in the room, and he knew without a doubt that Wen Lingwei was observing him. They used to peek so secretly, but now they're doing it so openly. TSK, women are definitely more troublesome than machines. So hard to understand. After muttering a complaint to himself, Fang Qi continued working diligently. This strange situation has been going on for many days, and the refining equipment, which should have been completed long ago, has been delayed for another 2 days. Having spent so much time with Wen Lingwei, he had a general understanding of her thought process. Since Wen Lingwei's abilities allowed him to perceive this gaze, it proved that it was intentional on her part. By putting himself in Wen Lingwei's shoes, Fang Qi roughly understood what she meant. "I didn't peek, and I didn't have any bad intentions towards you. I just wanted to take a look." But this feeling always makes people feel inexplicably eerie and a little bit terrified. After several hours of debugging, Fang Qi ran the equipment a few times and, finding no problems, had the worker ants move it to the designated location. The bioelectric wires are connected, energy flows in, and the refining equipment starts up. Fang Qi crossed his arms and observed for a while before turning to leave, making sure there were no problems. "I'm starting to miss my planet-crushing machine. This feeling of having to do everything myself is just awful." He slumped on the sofa. The original metal bench, now encased in a layer of liquid gel and fitted with machinery made of biomimetic fibers. Not only is it soft, but it also has a massage function, making it very comfortable. The surface is made of polar bear skin hunted in a secret realm. After special processing, it not only does not shed hair, but also feels very soft to the touch, making people feel very relaxed. Enjoying the massage sensation on his back, Fang Qi sighed softly, feeling all his fatigue disappear. I opened the panel and glanced at it. My level was still 50, and my experience was only 430,000. That's not enough. You need at least 1 million experience points to reach level 60. It seems necessary to prioritize gaining experience. The refining equipment is stable, so there's no need to worry too much about materials for the time being. The blueprints needed for the next stage are almost ready. Only by breaking through to C rank as soon as possible can we begin crafting new equipment. Fang Qi stroked his chin, pondering his next plan. The equipment and weapons used by the mechanic are completely different at each stage. At level 60, the main equipment consists of electromagnetic weapons and gunpowder weapons. However, as strength increases, these two weapons can no longer keep up with the pace in terms of power and endurance. The next stage of equipment must be changed towards energy weapons and nano armor. But the nano armor is only one thing. Fang Qi has also prepared a second set of heavy armor, and a portion of it has already been made. Currently, what's lacking are intelligent assistance systems and some weapon modules. Intelligent assistance is an essential tool for mechanics. The fun lies in gradually developing intelligent assistance skills until they become artificial intelligence. But before that, he still needs to solve the problem of insufficient computing power. Seriously, the more you plan, the more painful it becomes. Scratching his hair, Fang Qi suddenly felt a little listless. This is a consequence of overwork, also known as temporary depression. Fang Qi didn't want to work today and planned to take a good rest. Getting up and going in the bathroom, Fang Qi finally felt relieved as the feeling of being spied on disappeared and took a shower in peace. Then, as usual, he went to the refrigerator, opened the door, grabbed a bottle of juice and 2 tubes of nutritional paste, and sat back down on the sofa. The tasteless nutritional paste barely soothed Fang Qi's hunger. He felt a little better after taking a sip of the cold juice. Fang Qi picked up his phone and opened the school's internal website, wanting to see if anything interesting had happened at the school while he hadn't left the premises in the past few days. As soon as he clicked in, a post caught Fang Qi's attention. The nemesis of babies with protruding faces. A must-have tool for beginners. Fang Qi clicked on it with a curious look. The main content was a video clip of about 3 minutes. The main characters in the video are Xiaoya and her 2 companions. Judging from the surrounding environment, it should be a battle scene from the freshman challenge. Starting with the first victim, the magician senior, Xiaoya seemed to gradually understand the correct way to operate the repulsion device. The 3 of them specifically sought out senior students from the martial arts department to spar with. Mai Lu was at the forefront. Yin Shichi was responsible for healing, and Xiaoya provided remote control and firepower. With his turtle-like fighting style and 2 repulsion devices to defend against martial arts-style attacks, the 3 actually won 2 matches. There are still 3 matches left to win, but it was clear that the senior martial arts professionals who had won looked very unhappy. After all, every time they finally managed to get past Miles's defenses and charge in, only to have their 2 ranged attackers push back, that feeling was incredibly frustrating. The comment section below the post was also very lively, with most people asking to buy the same equipment. These posts were met with unanimous condemnation from martial arts professionals. I'm very strong. I really want to ask this junior named Fang Qi in person what the purpose of developing this kind of equipment is. Is it targeting our martial arts department? I didn't need enough today. Looking to buy a repulsive force device at a high price. Does anyone know where Fang Qi lives or his contact information? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Run 200 laps first. Flop. Still asking to buy. You wait. I'm on my way to your dorm. Administrator Longzi. Please speak politely and engage in rational discussion. Do not make personal attacks or engage in offline fights. I have 7 older sisters. Fang Qi. I want to buy a folding arm shield. I want the same one worn by the goddess Xiaoya. I hope you won't be ungrateful and will put it on sale soon. Fang Qi couldn't help but chuckle as he read the interesting comments from netizens. Most of the participants in the discussion were either C-rank professionals or D-rank professionals who had just entered the school. B-rank seniors generally did not participate in these discussions. While enjoying himself, he also keenly sensed the market demand. He narrowed his eyes, sighed, and couldn't help but rub his temples. It seems these 2 pieces of equipment have received a good response, but building an automated production line will take some time, and 2 pieces are too few. I'll think about it and get a few more widely available pieces of equipment. Reading an interesting post has increased my workload again. Fang Qi lazily laid down on the sofa, deciding to deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow and just be a couch potato for the rest of the day. Chapter 43, Scouting the Swarm. Whale Island Academy, level 60 experience dungeon, in area number 6. Boom! A ball of fire ignited in midair, crashing down to the ground like a meteor. When the flames subsided, a group of creatures could be vaguely seen flying into the distance and disappearing from sight. Some newcomers who had just entered the instance changed their expressions upon seeing this scene, turned around and left without hesitation. Seriously? This is so unlucky. Did I run into this jinx today? Not far away, the 4-person freshman team, who were fighting a fierce battle with a monster horde, also changed their expressions when they saw the firelight in the sky. The mage in charge of crowd control muttered something absent-mindedly, and in that moment of distraction, almost used his skill on a teammate. Keep an eye on it. Where are you throwing it? The martial arts professional looked annoyed and glared at him. Hurry, get it done quickly. Let's finish this wave and move on to the next dungeon. Flames surged from the superhuman's hands as he unleashed 5 or 6 skills in quick succession, disregarding the cost, while simultaneously reminding his teammates to keep up with his attacks. Upon hearing this, the martial arts professional's aura surged. One move was wide and sweeping, and the other swung the long sword in his hand so powerful that it was impenetrable, and his output ability instantly increased by a lot. The team members responsible for the main attack all unleashed their best skills and began to unleash a barrage of attacks. After several rounds of attacks, more than 50 level 60 beasts were killed. Only when the last monster fell to the ground did the group breathe a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to leave the instance, a buzzing sound came from above. The four men's expressions changed as they looked up to see about 20 palm-sized beetles appearing above them. The beetles had a cold red glow around their abdominal eyes, and their shells had a dark metallic sheen. The swarm hovered above their heads for a while, the red light of the electronic eyes on their abdomens flashing, as if they were trying to distinguish friend from foe. A clear electronic beep sounded. Wow, everyone's output is pretty good. You're all very skilled professionals. Interested in a friendly match? There's a reward for the winner. Don't worry, it's one-on-one, not a group fight. A beetle slowly landed in front of the group. Perhaps due to a problem with the equipment, the beetle sounded somewhat cold and mechanical, coupled with a pair of scarlet eyes staring at them. A chill inexplicably spread through their hearts. No, Fang Qi, we spent enough time on the dungeon today. Maybe next time. Seeing his teammates' eyes focused on him, the mage cursed under his breath for being disloyal, but forced a smile and spoke. Oh, that's a pity. Okay then, maybe another time. The cold voice seemed to carry a hint of regret before the metal beetle slowly rose back into the swarm. The swarm of insects turned around and continued forward in an orderly fashion, like a well-trained army. Watching the swarm of insects disappear into the distance, the group felt a sense of relief mixed with a touch of regret. If we really win, do you think we'll actually get the reward? In the team, a martial arts professional suddenly spoke with some regret, murmuring to himself. You talk like you can beat him, but you're not even a C-rank character. Are you going to jump up and fight him? His mage teammate gave him a disapproving look. Wow, Xingrong is really lucky. He won that folding arm shield, it's really nice. I wonder if I'll have a chance to buy one again. Look, it has stopped. Another teammate pointed ahead, a hint of surprise in his voice. Upon hearing this, the group looked up and saw that the swarm of insects was only about 400 meters away from them. Should we follow them and take a look? I've only ever heard that these machines are amazing. I've never seen one in person. A hint of curiosity flashed in the eyes of the supernatural professional as he sought his teammate's opinion. No need, I have a way. The mage teammate shook his head, made a circle with his staff, and wisps of water vapor gathered in the air, forming a water mirror. The image in front of me appeared in the mirror, but it was somewhat blurry and the sound was intermittent, as if there was a problem with the connection. Faced with the questioning looks from his teammates, the mage couldn't help but give an awkward smile. My skills aren't quite there yet, so please bear with it. The group didn't say anything more and silently turned their gaze back to the water mirror. In the picture, more than 30 wolves are lying there. The breeze is gentle, the sun is shining brightly, and everything looks quiet and harmonious. Buzzing. A series of buzzing sounds overhead broke the peaceful atmosphere. One by one, the wolves lying on the ground stood up, slightly raising their heads to look at the group of uninvited guests above them. Their not-so-high intelligence did not realize that the Grim Reaper's scythe was already at their necks. The swarm lingered for a few seconds, the red light in its abdominal eyes flickering slightly. Beep beep. With two crisp electronic sounds, the swarm of insects suddenly dispersed, maintaining a certain distance from each other, like an open net. The closed structure at the tail opens, revealing a black metal tube about the size of a thumb. Boom! The next moment, bursts of flame shot out from the pipe, the flames intertwining in the air to form a fire net that covered the wolf pack below. As the fire descended, the unsuspecting wolf pack was instantly engulfed. It did not die instantly, but was still struggling and thrashing in the sea of fire. Not far away, a four-person professional team watched this scene, swallowed hard, exchanged glances, and looked at each other in bewilderment. It's quite similar to a summoner's fighting style, huh? The magician offered a forced smile and a compliment, seemingly trying to ease the tense atmosphere. The others simply nodded. No one spoke. Their feelings were complicated. The battle ended quickly. The wolf pack was utterly powerless against the flying, fire-breathing beetles in the sky and was slaughtered in just 2 or 3 minutes. The swarm of beetles softened their stance and continued flying forward, disappearing from the group's sight. Only then did the group slowly breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw the complex emotions in each other's eyes. Perhaps this is why people don't want to be in the same instance as him. Someone muttered something and then left the instance, and the others also quietly left. Scouting the swarm and killing 32 wolves. You have gained 6,400 experience points. Under the shade of the trees by the river, Fang Qi, who was debugging the soldier ant combat robot, paused, opened the panel prompts, glanced at them, and smiled slightly. The modified scout swarm looks pretty good. Although its cruising and stealth capabilities are somewhat weaker, its firepower is still decent. However, it can only be equipped with a limited number of combat modules. Perhaps it could be used to create some close-range exploding bugs. Touching his chin, Fang Qi pondered the next steps for adjustment. The reconnaissance swarm was one of the weapon modules that Fang Qi planned to install on heavy armor, and he used it separately for debugging and enhancement. Try to make them adaptable to most combat situations. However, there's a problem now. The scouting swarm has no difficulty dealing with the monsters between instances, but there is very little data on its encounters with intelligent beings. He had been to the training grounds, but apart from 1 or 2 occasions, most professionals refused to spar with him, which Fang Qi found somewhat regrettable. Chapter 44, Test. After glancing at the overall status of the insect swarm on the control terminal and confirming that everything was fine, Fang Qi stopped paying attention. He's been doing this for the past 10 days or so, grinding experience while adjusting his equipment. His efficiency is decent, and he hasn't fallen behind much. Gathering his thoughts, Fang Qi squatted down and looked at what was in front of him. It was a large ant about half a person's height and 1.5 meters long, with a metallic sheen all over its body, but its appearance was much more ferocious than that of an ant. Fang Qi hadn't had time to do the exterior painting on this thing yet. It was just the first prototype. Combat robots, soldier ants, are also a low-end version of mechanical warriors. The 6 mechanical limbs can rotate 360 degrees and are equipped with embedded barbs, which not only enhances grip, but also adapts to various terrains and can be used as melee equipment. The 2 thin tentacles on its head are detection radars, capable of detecting obstacles at a distance of approximately 500 meters. The sides, abdomen, and mouthpiece are all fire output ports, capable of emitting micro-energy rays with similar power to armor-piercing rounds, but with the advantage of longer endurance and no need to reload. Fang Qi placed a fist-sized campfire reactor into the energy compartment, and the energy protection armor closed. Buzz. With a barely perceptible hum, energy is delivered to each module along the transmission lines. The stiff, motionless soldier ant robots slowly began to move as if stretching their bodies. After checking the auxiliary program, I confirmed that humanoid creatures were listed as a safe option. Fang Qi issued a simple fixed-point patrol instruction. With 6 mechanical limbs moving, the soldier ant slowly stepped into the jungle. Fang Qi didn't follow. He sat down against the tree trunk, lit a cigarette, and then leisurely picked up the control terminal next to him. The control terminal screen displays the perspective of the soldier ants, with a 3D image of soldier ant in the upper right corner, showing data for various parts of the ant. Energy is plentiful. Everything is normal. Let me see how it performs in actual combat. He slowly exhaled white smoke, a glint of light flashing in his eyes as he stared at the screen on the control terminal, checking if it met his expectations. Click! A dead branch was broken off, and a grotesque mechanical creature wandered through the forest. The electronic eye flashed a red light, cold and devoid of emotion. Its movement speed is not fast, so it doesn't make much noise. After walking along the woods by the riverbank for a while, the detection radar detected biological signals. The soldier ants changed direction and headed into the woods. They looked like a group of spiky pigs. Fang Qi became interested as he looked at the signals displayed on the radar. The spiky boar's hair resembles silver needles, and its tail has barbs. If you are attacked by it, the barbs can easily break off and get stuck in your flesh, causing continuous damage. This animal is considered to have relatively high attack power in dungeons. Passing through the low grass, a group of about 20 spiky pigs appeared on the screen. The spiky pigs became wary of this suddenly appearing mechanical creature. It grunted and made warning noises, signaling the soldier ants not to come any closer. The soldier ants slowly stopped and conducted a second scan for confirmation. The target was found to have no safety markings. Locked. Permission to fire. In the auxiliary system, commands are rapidly transmitted, and the output devices on both sides, abdomen, and head are activated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rays of energy, resembling electric arcs, shot out, accurately hitting their pre-locked targets. The sudden attack instantly agitated the spiky hog swarm. They squealed and charged at the soldier ants, but under the relentless onslaught, the vast majority of the spiky hogs fell on their way to the front. Bang! A spiky boar slammed into the front of a soldier ant, causing its body to sway slightly. The soldier ant's two sharp mandibles clamped down on the spiky boar's head, and the immense force caused its eyeballs to bulge out. Smack! An arc of electricity shot out from the middle of its mouth parts, striking the pig's face and instantly piercing its head. There was no blood splattering, but the wound was charred for being scorched. Snap! The jaws loosened, and the dead spiky pig collapsed helplessly to the ground. The battle ended faster than I expected. Looking at the time, Fang Qi saw that there was only 1 minute left and nodded in satisfaction. Fang Qi had expected that the spiked boar's attack would not break through the soldier ant's defenses. The materials used to create soldier ants were originally intended for C-rank soldiers. After clearing out 2 more waves of monsters, he was satisfied with the performance of the soldier ants. There's no point in continuing the testing. He stood up, dusted himself off, and then used his terminal to give the scouting swarm and soldier ants the order to return. Upon receiving the return command, the soldier ants, which had been slowly advancing, instantly turned around, their 6 mechanical limbs moving, and their speed increased dramatically. In unobstructed conditions, its top speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour. The scout swarm and the soldier ants arrived almost simultaneously, with the swarm landing on the soldier ants' bodies and shrinking and deforming. Soldier ants can recharge the swarm, which can be considered a simple supporting device. The soldier ants had more than 20 fist-sized bumps on their bodies, but the distribution was fairly regular and they weren't too bad-looking. Fang Qi lifted the tidied mechanical box and placed it on the soldier ant's head, causing its body to sink slightly. Then the person and the mechanical creation walked towards the entrance of the dungeon. Fang Qi could exit through the panel, but the soldier ants couldn't, so they had to walk back. Stepping out of the instance, Fang Qi's unique art style immediately attracted the attention of many people. Fang Qi smiled and nodded politely before turning and leaving. Unbeknownst to him, many students who enjoyed watching the spectacle secretly took photos of him and the soldier ants and posted them on the campus website. They vaguely guessed that the soldier ants were equipment made by Fang Qi. So many people became curious. Many people have seen insect swarms, but this is the first time soldier ants have appeared. So many people are very curious about how powerful these things really are. What they didn't know was that the soldier ants weren't just a piece of equipment, but an entire legion. Chapter 45, Advanced Quest. As soon as Fang Qi returned to his little apartment, he immediately saw Wen Lingwei lounging lazily on the sofa. Fang Qi was already used to Wen Lingwei's visits and wasn't surprised. The curtains in the room were drawn, and the ceiling above emitted a warm yellow light, giving it a cozy feel. "You're back. How are your new gear tests going?" Seeing Fang Qi push the door open and walk in, Wen Lingwei turned her head slightly to look at him, her gaze falling on the soldier ants that had been following Fang Qi, her tone filled with curiosity. "Not bad. About what I expected. Did you buy snacks?" Fang Qi let the soldier ants return to the weapon modification room to hibernate, then opened a refrigerator and took a look. He was quite surprised to find the refrigerator crammed with all sorts of snacks. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought some of everything. By the way, other mentors have already started intensive training for their students. What about you? Do you need me to give you intensive training?" Wen Lingwei seemed to remember something, and looked at Fang Qi with anticipation in her eyes as she asked. Fang Qi opened a carton of milk, took a couple of sips through the straw, and shook his head, remembering how badly Xiao Ye and the other 2 had been trained by Gu Lingyao these past few days. "Forget it. I'm afraid of pain. By the way, Professor Wen, we agreed that I could provide the school with a stable supply of useful equipment. Here's the list. Please take a look." Thinking of the important matter, Fang Qi closed the refrigerator door, picked up a file from the computer desk, opened it, and handed it to Wen Lingwei. Repulsion device, folding arm shield, extended shield wall, folding machine gun turret, spectral curtain. This file is very detailed, containing more than a dozen kinds of very practical equipment, which are also very useful for C-rank professionals. The folding machine gun turret can not only fire, but also attract fire, making it very effective against groups of enemies. Extendable shield walls can be used to block damage or to be pieced together to build a temporary safe house, making them ideal for people who go out to do missions and often spend the night in the wild. A spectral veil is a stealth device that prevents light reflection from occurring on an object's surface, making it invisible to the naked eye. Of course, it can also isolate heat to a certain extent. Wen Lingwei doesn't understand the technology, but she can still grasp the meaning. She looked at it carefully for a while before putting down the tablet and looking at Fang Qi. Can you produce all of these things now? A portion can be put into mass production first, and it will take about 2 to 3 months to stabilize the total output. However, the school would have to handle the sale of these equipment. I'm only responsible for production. Fang Qi sat down opposite Wen Lingwei, stretched, and slowly explained. This is a considerable and sustainable source of profit, and you're just going to give it up like that? With my skinny arms and legs, I can't eat such a big piece of meat. With me here, no one will dare to do anything to you. Wen Lingwei looked at Fang Qi, her tone serious. Fang Qi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly. You can't possibly follow me around all day, can you? There's no way you can guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. Fang Qi chuckled and began to explain, but there were actually some things he didn't say. In order to win people's hearts, benefits need to be shared. Fang Qi also needs to build his own network of relationships and interest groups. Although he may not necessarily need to use these relationships, he cannot do without them. He knew Wen Lingwei meant well, but if something really happened, Fang Qi couldn't possibly place all his hopes on someone else. Wen Lingwei nodded gently. Since Fang Qi had no such plans, she wouldn't force him. I will communicate about this matter. Are you going to price it according to what you wrote? Isn't that a bit too low? Wen Lingwei recalled the document she had just read. Almost all the equipment could be sold to the school for only 2 to 5 credits each. As for how much the school would pay, Fang Qi had no objection, which showed his sincerity. It's not low, considering you provided the material costs. This was one of the conditions we agreed upon back then. Fang Qi looked at Wen Lingwei and explained with a light smile. Of course, Fang Qi had a plan for this step. Let Whale Island Academy act as this billboard, widely promote these equipment, cultivate some consumer habits, gradually familiarize people with the mechanical engineering profession, and open up the market. So, if someone who hasn't changed jobs yet chooses the mechanic class, they can simply exchange for the corresponding job knowledge and blueprints from the inheritance tree to craft these common equipment. They might not make a fortune, but they can certainly live a comfortable life. This can be seen as Fang Qi, the pioneer of the mechanical engineering department, showing his care for those who came after him. As for whether this will impact the forging profession, that's not something Fang Qi should worry about. If something is eliminated by the times, it means that it is no longer needed by that era. Have you reached level 60 by running through dungeons every day this week? Wen Lingwei didn't dwell on this topic too much, but instead turned to Fang Qi's growth. She leaned slightly forward and picked up a wine glass from the coffee table. The wine inside was emerald green, and when she gently swirled it, it seemed to shimmer with silver light, making it look very beautiful. I'm level 60 now, but the advanced quests are a bit troublesome. Fang Qi sighed and rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Oh, is it dangerous? No, that's not it, but it will take some time. What mission? Upon hearing this, Wen Lingwei asked with some curiosity. Craft 3 different purple equipment pieces. Fang Qi opened the panel, glanced at it, confirmed it again, and clicked his tongue twice before speaking. Wen Lingwei was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fang Qi with a mixture of surprise and sympathy. Some blacksmiths have been stuck on this quest for their entire lives. But it shouldn't be a problem for you. You really think highly of me. Fang Qi smiled, then slowly got up and went to the computer where he brought up the production log. With the addition of the support system, the entire base is developing much faster. There are even plenty of advanced materials in stock. With so many materials, getting 3 pieces of purple equipment shouldn't be a problem, right? Scratching his face, Fang Qi muttered to himself. Blueprints determine the upper limit of equipment quality, while materials determine the lower limit of equipment quality. The manufacturing process determines the final quality of the equipment. Theoretically speaking, using advanced materials to craft a very simple mechanical device, like a folding sword, has a high probability of yielding a purple grade item. Of course, even if this equipment is purple grade, it's useless to Fang Qi, but it might fetch a good price. Chapter 46. Gu Lingyao's Special Training. Wen Lingwei was very efficient. She got the equipment sales sorted out on the very next day. No one would refuse Fang Qi's win-win proposal. As for which equipment to sell and how much, that's decided by the logistics department. The logistics department would also pick up the goods regularly, which wouldn't take up much of Fang Qi's time. Although some people felt that allowing a student to sell equipment on such a large scale might lead to Fang Qi having too many credits and causing some uncontrollable consequences, everyone stopped worrying about the issue because of Wen Lingwei's guarantee. Fang Qi has been focusing on crafting equipment lately because he got stuck on the advanced quest, and he hasn't been bothering the newbie dungeons anymore, which has relieved many newbies. Compared to Fang Qi's relatively uneventful daily life, My Lu and the other two were having a much harder time. Eternal Pure Land, a world that is both illusory and real, is composed entirely of black and white, which makes it appear somewhat desolate and monotonous. Gu Lingyao sat lazily on the throne in midair, but compared to the domineering throne, her figure appeared somewhat petite. Oh my, Fang Qi is truly a rare talent. How come Lingwei beat me to it? What a pity. If I had met him first, I would definitely have been able to train him into a strong individual capable of standing on his own. She looked at the latest announcement from Whale Island Academy about new equipment on her phone, clicked her tongue twice, and said with some regret. She was indeed very interested in Fang Qi, mainly because she admired his amazing creativity and imagination, which was somewhat similar to her profession. Putting her phone away, Gu Lingyao looked down slightly. It was a battlefield where two completely different races of creatures were clashing and fighting each other in utter chaos. Various attacks flew everywhere, and many unlucky people were hit and died instantly. On the battlefield, three distinctive figures are engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. Unlike those black and white creatures, they have bright colors that are out of place in this world, making them very eye-catching. These three were Gu Lingyao's newly accepted students, My Lu, Xiaoya, and Yin Qiqi. Compared to their usual composure in battle, the three of them were now somewhat flustered and overwhelmed in the chaotic battlefield, being chased around by hordes of enemies. Although those creatures were black and white lines, they were clearly highly intelligent, far surpassing the abilities of wild beasts. As attacks rained down, Miles stood on her lance, shielding her two teammates behind her. Xiaoya waved her staff, unleashing a barrage of ice, fire, and lightning magic skills that dealt continuous high damage. Compared to her previous specialization in ice-based crowd control magic, Xiaoya gradually shifted towards a turret-style damage-dealing mage. One enemy after another fell, and kill notifications appeared on the three-player screens. Defeating monsters in the Eternal Pure Land will grant you experience, although the experience may be less than in dungeons. However, the advantage is that you don't have to go into dungeons to find monsters, saving a lot of time. Therefore, the three of them leveled up and improved their skills rapidly during this period. Being hit by these monsters won't actually kill you, but it will really hurt. Moreover, this chaotic battlefield is easily affected by AoE damage from unknown sources, and the level of chaos is much higher than in dungeons, which is a great test of combat experience and skills. Although it was grueling, everyone's practical experience improved rapidly. Although the name Eternal Pure Land sounds peaceful, it is actually a cage. It is the world that Gu Lingyao used to imprison the remnant souls of the creatures she killed. These remnant souls are like puppets on strings in the Eternal Pure Land. If Gu Lingyao wants them to walk backwards, then they can only walk backwards, with no freedom whatsoever. This is why you gain experience from killing these things. Because they are indeed still alive, just not completely alive. But the creatures that were killed by the group this time were truly dead. The three girls simply didn't know that. However, Gu Lingyao didn't care about this little bit of exertion. Don't let her seemingly carefree and naive demeanor fool you. In the years since she reached S rank, she has killed at least several million alien races, if not 10 million. Under Gu Lingyao's watchful eye, the fierce battle lasted for 4 hours until the three of them were exhausted, at which point she finally pulled them out of the battlefield. With a casual wave of his hand, the entire battlefield crumbled inch by inch, then twisted and deformed into a magnificent palace. Gu Lingyao remained seated on the throne. Inside the main hall, three pitiful-looking girls huddled together, sitting on the ground in a very unseemly manner. Yin Qiqi looked like she'd been thoroughly messed with, resting her head on Xiaoya's shoulder. After several hours of intense fighting, even with careful planning, she was completely drained. Not bad. Your teamwork has improved every day, but your damage output is indeed a bit lacking. Gu Lingyao jumped down from the throne and walked slowly to the three of them, her tone carrying a hint of certainty. My Lu and Xiaoya exchanged a glance, but they weren't happy at all. Gu Lingyao was undoubtedly capable and very responsible as a teacher, but her only flaw was that she was too cunning. I love to surprise them all the time, like when they're sleeping in the middle of the night, they suddenly find themselves in free fall, with hordes of enemies below them. It was euphemistically called nighttime special training. Teacher, do all students have to go through such high-intensity combat training? Isn't this a bit too cruel for a support class like me? Yin Qiqi looked at Gu Lingyao with a pitiful expression, her big eyes watery and full of grievance. She's cute and pitiful, But it doesn't work on Gu the Great Demon King. She's not buying it. Do support classes not need to go to the battlefield? Don't you know that support classes are more likely to be targeted by the enemy? If you were alone and ambushed one day, wouldn't you be completely defenseless? Gu Lingyao ignored Yin Qiqi's cute act and scolded her seriously. They'll just wait to die. Yin Qiqi rolled her eyes, her small mouth slightly open, revealing the tip of her tongue, looking as if she were already dead. Her quirky behavior made Xiaoya and my Lu chuckle. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone. Xiaoya reached out and gently patted the little girl's head, smiling tenderly as she spoke softly. Wah, it's Xiaoya who really cares about me. Yin Qiqi was deeply moved and tugged at Xiaoya's sleeve, shaking it gently. Looking at her two teammates, my Lu smiled slightly, then looked at Gu Lingyao. Teacher, where's the rice cake? Is the training finished? Upon hearing my Lu's question, Gu Lingyao waved her small hand, and the scene changed again. In a vast open field, the poor rice cake was running wildly at an extremely fast speed. Dozens of large lizards followed closely behind it, nearly biting its rear end several times. At this moment, Mi Gao also noticed the sudden appearance of Gu Lingyao and her group. Its eyes were filled with tears, revealing a wronged expression, and it rushed towards its owner. It's only a few months old. Why should it suffer like this? The unicorn's life seems to be drawing to a close. Chapter 47. The First Purple Gear. Looking at Migao's eyes filled with grievance, Milu felt a little sorry for it, but also a little amused and exasperated. She could only reach out and rub its head to comfort it. However, Gu Lingyao's special training was very effective. Migao's growth rate was extremely fast. Now he could run like lightning, and there was a faint golden light on his body, which looked very magical. After receiving the rice cake, the group left the eternal Pure Land and returned to the real world. Take 2 days off, then I have tasks for you to do. Of course, there are rewards. Gu Lingyao sat on the stone chair, her little feet crossed, a mysterious smile on her face, which made the three of them feel uneasy. It was obvious that their teacher had another bad idea. Mile, you're already level 60, right? Gu Lingyao looked at Lu as if she were asking a question, but her tone was full of certainty. Yes, teacher, I just reached level 60 yesterday. Myru nodded slightly, her expression complex. Thanks to Gu Lingyao's tireless training during this period, the three of them leveled up quickly, and even Yin Qiqi reached level 56. Were advanced tasks? Gu Lingyao asked with a hint of curiosity. Kill 5 enemies of the same level. That's not difficult for you. Gu Lingyao nodded slightly. This situation was within her expectations. This type of quest is quite common among advanced quests, and given the Paladin's class advantages, it's a safe bet. Since that's the case, Xiaoya and Qi try to level up in the school dungeon these next couple of days. Come find me again when you reach level 60. I'll make all the arrangements then. Gu Lingyao didn't specify the exact arrangements, but the three of them had a general idea. Without asking any further questions, the three of them, exhausted, said goodbye to Gu Lingyao and headed towards their dormitory. Watching her 3 students leave, Gu Lingyao stroked her smooth chin, a sly look flashing in her eyes. Hee, my lovely little Wei Wei. Your big sister is coming to cuddle with you, hee. In an expanded machine shop, the newly modified machine tools made only a slight humming sound when they were working. It is several versions of the old machine tool that was first put into use. In front of the assembly table, Fang Qi held a folding battle knife that was entirely silver white. The blade is very thin, giving a very light and airy feel. It only took 5 days to complete this. Holding the folding sword horizontally in front of him, watching the cold glint reflected off the blade, Fang Qi felt no joy despite the impressive equipment stats. Folding battle knife purple. Attack power, 611. Durability, 8,900. Defense value, 960. Note, take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Looking at the unpleasant note, Fang Qi sighed. In front of him, beside the assembly table, lay dozens of folding combat knives, and he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although the entire table is filled with blue-quality equipment, it is all made of newly synthesized platinum alloy, which is also the main material he uses to create heavy armor. A worker ant robot was assigned to deliver these swords for recycling. As usual, Fang Qi applied an external coating to the folding battle knife. Just as artists sign their works, paintwork can also be considered a mechanic signature. Although Fang Qi didn't intend to use this weapon, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. After folding the painted folding sword into its case for safekeeping, Fang Qi walked out of the machine workshop. I went to the refrigerator, opened the door, took out a bottle of water, drank it all in one gulp, and let out a deep sigh of relief. Opening the panel and seeing the task completion progress indicator as 1 to 3, Fang Qi felt quite overwhelmed. The machining accuracy needs to be further improved. The yield of nanomaterials is still too low. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so complicated. Fang Qi frowned as he walked back to the workshop, muttering to himself. The current production of nanomaterials is very low, and the materials produced are used to make miniature electromechanical devices, mainly for the energy transmission system of heavy armor. He will have to wait a while to produce enough nanomaterials to make the armor. Of course, this does not mean that nano armor is stronger than heavy armor. The main advantage of nano armor is its dexterity and portability. However, it is inferior to heavy armor made of platinum alloy in both defensive and offensive capabilities. After spacing out for a while to relax his tense nerves from the past few days, Fang Qi began to work on crafting the second piece of purple equipment. This time, we're making a folding arm shield, which is also a very simple piece of mechanical equipment. The more complex the design, the greater the difficulty in production. Fang Qi just wants to complete the advanced task as soon as possible. Amidst the hum of the machine tools, Fang Qi once again threw himself into his work. Under Fang Qi's watchful gaze, one by one, small and exquisite mechanical parts were crafted. He then collected them and placed them into different storage boxes. Once he had gathered enough materials for 2 pieces of equipment, Fang Qi brought the mechanical structures to the workbench and began assembling them. Unsurprisingly, 2 pieces of blue-quality equipment. After setting the 2 pieces of equipment aside, Fang Qi turned back to the machine tool and continued processing. He repeated this process over and over again, and before he knew it, another day and night had passed. Apart from repeated failures, he had achieved nothing. Fang Qi began to understand when Ling Wei's words a little better. This kind of task could indeed hold someone back for life. Those blacksmiths with ordinary backgrounds and no luck in getting good materials could almost be sentenced to death. After all, if you don't have connections, no one would provide you with a bunch of high-level materials to practice on and do advanced quests. The next morning, Fang Qi walked out of the weapons workshop yawning, and then collapsed onto the sofa. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He has been sleeping less than 10 hours a day during this period, and the continuous high-intensity focused work has brought about mental fatigue. When he was tired, Fang Qi never forced himself because in that state he couldn't do anything but pile up a bunch of garbage. Chapter 48. Some waves brought by the new equipment. Whale Island Academy, Training Ground. A rather bizarre scene unfolded at the training ground today. 2 professional mages were dueling on the stage. Their appearances were remarkably similar, each holding a shield in one hand and a staff in the other, performing a duel as they waited for their opponent to reveal a weakness. Mud. Suddenly, one of them moved, waving his staff. A ball of light fell towards the opponent's feet, and the ground began to soften, showing signs of turning into a swamp. The one who was attacked was no ordinary person either. He rolled away on the spot to dodge the attack. Frozen. The frost spread rapidly in the direction the staff pointed. Rise. As the frost reached his feet, the magician, unhurriedly, tapped his foot, causing the earth and rocks to rise and lift him up. As he rose higher, he stood atop the earth and rocks, his gaze intense, and then leaped high into the air. Take this mage's leaping strike. Clang. He brandished his staff and brought it down heavily, but it was blocked by the shield in his opponent's hand. I'm on guard against you. Take this from my staff. The 2 then pressed their shields together and began to fight each other with their staffs for a while before retreating again. Various spells were specifically designed to target the lower body, leaving the onlookers overwhelmed with their variety. This outrageous scene left passers-by stunned. No way. Are all mages this low these days? Everyone's got a shield? Someone muttered to themselves in shock. Not only that, I think these 2 specialize in hitting people in the groin area. I don't know where they learned that. The other person next to him also looked pained and muttered under his breath. Hey, I don't like hearing that. What do you mean by despicable? You're using such a foul language. This is called breaking through conventional thinking and developing entirely new tactics. Aren't you martial arts brutes the same? Who do you think you are? A magician watching from below the stage pointed to another arena with an unhappy expression. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and sure enough, 2 martial arts students were fighting each other on the arena, one holding a weapon in one hand and a folding shield in the other. It's clear that both of them are defending very well. After fighting for a while, all their attacks hit each other's shields without causing any real damage. Foldable arm shields are popular among many students because they are easy to carry and offer good protection. Many people rushed to the training ground as soon as they bought their new equipment, which led to these hilarious scenes. Of course, many people were just playing around and didn't really go all out. However, this also reflects that the sales of the newly released equipment are quite good. Many people found it amusing and took photos of the battle scenes with their phones, which then went viral online. Xiaoya, who was passing by the training ground, stopped in her tracks out of curiosity upon hearing the commotion inside, but the outrageous scene that greeted her made her pause in surprise. He subconsciously reached out and touched the folding arm shield on his left hand, his expression complicated. I always feel ashamed to use the same equipment as them. For no apparent reason, this thought suddenly came to her mind. Shaking her head to clear these jumbled thoughts from her mind, she took out her phone and looked at it, then frowned slightly. He didn't answer any of the 3 calls. Could something have happened to him? Although she knew it was unlikely, Xiaoyu was still inexplicably worried, so she stopped watching the farce and quickened her pace toward Wen Lingwei's residence. When they arrived at Wen Lingwei's residence, it was deserted and quiet. Xiaoyu called out tentatively twice, but received no response, so she entered the secret realm. Perhaps because she found her agreeable, or perhaps because she was friends with Fang Qi, Wen Lingwei also gave Xiaoyu a pass to the secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at the sight before her. Compared to the last time, the secret realm is now filled with the luster of metal. The entrance to the secret realm faces a wide road, at the end of which stands a semicircular metal building that appears to be 10 meters high. Xiaoyu still remembers that it was where Fang Qi lived, but it looks much, much bigger now. On both sides of the road, neatly arranged metal buildings with smooth lines create a unique aesthetic. The worker ant robots moving back and forth give a sense of bustling activity, yet also a cold, lifeless feeling. Drop. A cold, electronic voice sounded overhead, and Xiaoyu looked up to find a mechanical beetle above her. Under her slightly puzzled gaze, the beetle wobbled away and landed on the roof of a building not far away, blending into its surroundings. She tilted her head slightly, somewhat confused, not understanding what had just happened. Actually, those were the defensive measures that Fang Qi had installed during this period. Although he knew that it would be largely useless in the secret realm, he still made a self-checking defense system. It's only been less than a month since I last came here, but it feels like years have passed. Stepping onto the metal-paved road, the ground beneath her feet gave her an indescribable sense of weight. Looking around at her surroundings, Xiaoya's curiosity was almost overflowing. I quickened my pace and walked several hundred meters until I arrived in front of the hemispherical metal building. Xiaoya had just stopped at the door when the tightly closed alloy door slowly opened. After she stepped inside, the door behind her slowly closed again. The interior decoration hadn't changed much. The bedroom and living room were combined. Xiaoya immediately spotted the person sleeping soundly on the sofa and inexplicably felt relieved. Just then, Fang Qi, who was on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. After seeing who it was, the sharpness in his eyes faded slightly, and he yawned. "It's you. Long time no see. Are you done with your work?" "Well, the teacher gave us a day off today. I haven't been here in a while, so I came to see you today. Did I disturb your sleep?" "No. Please sit wherever you like." With a faint smile on her face, Xiaoyu casually took out the items from the magic tool collection. As the lunchboxes were laid out, the rich aroma of the food awakened Fang Qi's stomach, which had been empty for a day and a night. "Wow, this is so plentiful." Fang Qi chuckled softly as he looked at the food in front of him. "I guess you hadn't eaten yet. I packed some food to go with Mile and the others when we went to the cafeteria." "You guessed right, then I won't be polite." "Okay, eat up." After arranging all the lunchboxes, Xiaoyu sat down on the sofa opposite Fang Qi. Fang Qi didn't stand on ceremony and started eating in silence. Although he prefers nutritional pastes, indulging his cravings occasionally is a perfectly good option. Chapter 49, Branches of Professions. Xiaoyu brought quite a lot of food, but it wasn't a big problem for Fang Qi. As the level increases, the body also becomes stronger and the digestive ability is exceptionally good. After cleaning the table, Fang Qi felt much more refreshed. Fang Qi threw the trash into the feed chute of the campfire reactor, stretched, and turned his head slightly to look at Xiaoyu. "How are the results of your recent intensive training?" "It's great. Although it was a bit tough, I feel like I've grown a lot." With her hands behind her back and her steps light, Xiaoyu shared her experiences with Fang Qi. The two walked among the silent metal buildings, and in the distance ahead, they could vaguely see the undeveloped scenery of the secret realm. "Your teacher is quite remarkable. You can find many stories about her online, and they're quite impressive. Recalling the materials he had read, Fang Qi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Gu Lingyao's last recorded battle was 15 years ago. However, that time it wasn't aimed at a foreign race, but at a small country in the south. The specific reasons are not explained online. It is only recorded that she single-handedly slaughtered the entire small country, causing hundreds of thousands of deaths and injuries, making her infamous. Recalling what she had seen and heard in the Eternal Pure Land during this time, Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Although the teacher is a bit unconventional, he is actually very kind to them. Come to think of it, it's only been a month since I last visited, and your place has changed so much. It feels like a long time has passed, and everything feels somewhat unfamiliar. Xiaoya looked around at the surrounding buildings, her tone filled with emotion and surprise. We recently added several equipment production lines, so we've expanded the facility a bit. Fang Qi looked around, but didn't sense anything amiss. Compared to the scale of his previous arsenals, this level of quality and scale is nothing but a drop in the ocean. Speaking of equipment, I saw quite a few people buy folding arm shields when I passed by the training ground today. It looks like sales are pretty good, and it seems quite popular. It just feels a bit strange. Xiaoyu recalled the scene she witnessed at the training ground today, her expression slightly complicated, unsure how to describe it. Fang Qi wasn't surprised. Humans are creatures with strong subjective initiative. Even without checking the school's internal website, he had a vague idea of what kind of trouble those classmates would cause. But a melee mage is still a mage, after all. Fang Qi felt that the magic swordsman, a melee branch of the mage, was quite good. However, Fang Qi also knew that this was just curiosity about new things. Moreover, the folding arm shields sold are just mass-produced green equipment that doesn't use platinum alloy, so they're not very useful for C-rank professionals. The reason this product became so popular is mainly thanks to Xiaoya's efforts. After all, pretty girls are generally more likely to attract attention. Speaking of the demon swordsman, Fang Qi suddenly remembered something. Don't mages and martial artists have different branching styles when advancing to C-rank? Have you thought about which one to choose? Fang Qi looked at Xiaoya, who seemed to be in a good mood, and asked her with some curiosity. As for the different play styles, I think the only option I can choose, barring any unforeseen circumstances, is the elemental mage playstyle. Actually, I still prefer the dimensional mage branch. Xiaoya answered Fang Qi's question softly, but there was a hint of regret in her tone. Although the dimensional mage class is relatively dangerous, and accidentally injuring oneself is not uncommon, this branch of control skills is very powerful, and the ability to protect oneself is very strong, which Xiaoya likes very much. However, her awakened professional specialty, elemental tides, already determined that she could only maximize her benefits by following the elemental build. After all, a 15% elemental damage bonus is quite significant. Fang Qi nodded slightly, not too surprised, since Xiaoya had always focused on ice magic since they met, which was a very traditional elemental magic. It must be related to her personal expertise. Elemental mage is pretty good too. After all, it's the most traditional build, with a much deeper skill pool than other builds, making it quite well-rounded. In the beginning, there weren't so many branches and schools of thought. However, some predecessors found that a single lineage system was too general and the learning cost was too high. This led to the classification of professional knowledge over a long period of time, resulting in the creation of different branches and schools of thought. Both the magic and martial arts schools have 5 different branches. Traditional elemental mages, support healing holy light mages, crowd-controlled dimensional mages, dark mages suitable for lone wolves, and melee magic swordsmen. Each of these branches has its own advantages and disadvantages, and there is no absolutely dominant branch or school of thought. They just specialize in different areas. I haven't asked you yet. You should be level 60 by now, right? Are the advancement quests difficult? Xiaoya's eyes held a hint of worry. After all, the profession of mechanic had never appeared before. If it was some kind of advanced quest she had never seen before, that would be very bad. The task difficulty was alright for me. Crafting 3 pieces of purple equipment, currently completed stages 1 to 3. Fang Qi put his hands behind his head and said nonchalantly. Xiaoya was slightly surprised. Although she felt that Fang Qi was a bit unlucky, she did not doubt whether he would fail. The two chatted as they walked through the entire metal building complex, and the view suddenly opened up before them. The rolling mountains are shaded by lush trees, and a clear river flows through the foot of the mountains, creating a vibrant scene. After a period of violent mining in the initial stage, Fang Qi changed the way he collected resources. The mining operation shifted from surface excavation to underground mining, and the excavated space was used to expand the base. Standing on the edge of the metal platform, Gazing at the beautiful scenery in the distance, Fang Qi felt calm, and his slight annoyance gradually dissipated. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the skirt of the girl beside him to flutter slightly, creating a rather beautiful scene. I'll probably be going out of town in a few days. The teacher said she assigned us a task, though I don't know what it is, but we'll probably be away for a while. Xiaoyu gently tidied her hair behind her ear and slowly began to speak. Task. Fang Qi stroked his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed. Speaking of which, Fang Qi had also planned to go out after advancing his level, but he didn't expect to be slowed down by this advancement mission. Come find me before you leave. I happen to have 2 new pieces of equipment. You can help me test their effects while you're at it. Fang Qi reached out, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said with a light laugh. Good. I'll bring you a gift when I get back. Xiaoyu smiled and did not refuse. The slight upturn of her lips proved that she was in a pretty good mood. Wow, that's great. I'll be waiting. Fang Qi chuckled and readily accepted. Xiaoyu was already a wealthy woman, and Fang Qi now had a lot of academic credits. Neither he nor Xiaoyu necessarily lacked anything from the other. What mattered was the sentiment between friends. Chapter 50. Mission completed. Rank activated. Over the next few days, Xiaoyu would take some time at noon or in the evening to visit Fang Qi, bringing him different meals each time. However, a week ago, Yin Shiqi, one of the 3 members of their team, also reached level 60. After receiving their mission from Gu Lingyao, the 3 of them set off. Before leaving, the group had a meal together as a farewell. Fang Qi generously sponsored them with several very practical pieces of machinery to prevent them from ending up in the embarrassing situation of sleeping in the wilderness. Of course, Xiaoyu also received a second gift from Fang Qi. There's nothing particularly special about it. It's just that her folding arm shield has been upgraded to purple quality, making her a bit more durable. However, Xiaoyu did not discard the green quality folding arm shield that Fang Qi gave her. Instead, she kept it. Although Gu Lingyao is a bit cunning, she is still very generous to her students. One person was given 4 pieces of purple equipment, and Fang Qi was a little envious of their extravagant attitude. With Wen Lingwei gone, Fang Qi's only 3 familiar friends have also left. His daily life returned to its usual calm, as he spent all his time working in the weapons workshop. Click! When the high-energy battery is embedded, blue energy patterns flash across the slender, silver triangular gun body. The job panel shows the completion status of the advanced quests. Fang Qi did not open the job change panel, but instead opened the equipment list. Equipment. Hunter 2 high-energy pistol, purple. Attack, 556. Durability, 6,400. Defense value, 889. Energy, 240 to 240. Note, this version features an expanded energy tank and increased rate of fire compared to the Type 1, but its stability and attack power are slightly reduced. It's done. Fang Qi's lips curled up slightly, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. The Hunter series of guns is one of the oldest military weapons series. However, this is already the limit for Fang Qi's current materials and processing precision. Although this is an obsolete product in the Human Alliance, it still falls into the category of science fiction here. Buzz! Fang Qi picked up the Hunter and casually fired a shot at the floor. A blue energy beam, resembling an electric arc, shot out from the narrow opening of the gun and struck the target in the blink of an eye. The thick metal plate was pierced, and the area around the wound turned crimson red, with drops of molten metal slowly dripping down. In basic attack mode, one attack costs 5 energy points. If it's an overload mode, it probably won't last very long. The high-energy battery isn't quite up to the task. As Fang Qi stroked the cool, smooth gun barrel, he frowned and noticed its flaws. The so-called overload mode is a method of sustained bursts over a short period of time. It significantly increases damage, but greatly depletes weapon and energy resources. It's alright. After clicking his tongue, Fang Qi didn't hesitate for long and put the 200 pistols into the holster on his waist. Looking at the mess of parts on the table, Fang Qi followed the old rule and threw them all back into the refining equipment to rebuild them. After finishing all that, Fang Qi slowly opened the profession panel. The job change quest is complete, but the C rank is still locked. It seems I need to finish filling in the rest of my professional knowledge first. Looking at the information displayed on the panel, Fang Qi muttered to himself as he opened the inheritance tree of the mechanical engineering department. With a dozen or so professional knowledge subjects in Stage D complete, Fang Qi set his sights on Stage C. After some thought, Fang Qi tentatively incorporated several advanced topics, including advanced materials science, micromechanical modification, advanced mechanical dynamics, and high-density material compression. New career knowledge for the mechanical engineering department has been detected. Verification in progress. Verification successful. Mechanical engineering, data mechanic, rank C, unlocked. As expected, Fang Qi's suspicions were confirmed, and his eyes narrowed slightly as thoughts raced through his mind. The advanced knowledge in stage C is far more than this. The professional knowledge that Fang Qi invested into the inheritance tree is less than 1/10 of what he already has in his mind. Even so, Phase C was still initiated. It seems much simpler than I imagined. That's true. If unlocking a tier required collecting all the professional knowledge, humanity might have been wiped out by alien races long ago. Fang Qi looked at the virtual career panel in front of him, wondering whether he should continue to supplement his career knowledge. Is this beneficial to him, or are there any risks involved? This is a common problem for most mechanics. Their brain development is different from that of ordinary people, and their thinking is too active. Therefore, they tend to consider things more comprehensively and are also more self-interested. Selfishness is a physiological instinct, just like how ordinary people feel hungry and need to eat and drink. Fang Qi was actually quite curious about the obelisk itself, but unfortunately, it was an immovable resource. It stays where it appears, and there is no precedent for it being moved. If we could get our hands on an obelisk, maybe we could even discover some new materials or new energy sources. Fang Qi scratched his head, leaned lazily against the sofa, and seemed a little lost in thought. There are actually quite a few things he wants to study since he came into this world. Whether they're superhumans, magicians, or other professionals, Fang Qi wants to study them to see what the differences are. Or perhaps those precious magical crystals could be artificially manufactured and used as a new type of energy source. Without the suppression of the behemoth that is the People's Federation and the many restrictions imposed by its rules, his desire to explore the unknown began to stir again. This damn curiosity. After muttering a silent complaint, Fang Qi patted his face, stood up, went to the refrigerator, opened a bottle of chilled juice, and drank it all in one gulp. The cool sensation slowly descended down his throat, calming Fang Qi's turbulent thoughts. Let's get to the next level first before worrying about all this nonsense. Fang Qi opened the panel, looked at the experience required for the breakthrough, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. For 100,000? Isn't that a bit too much of an increase? After making a complaint, Fang Qi calmed himself down and began to consume experience points. With the experience points fully supplemented, Fang Qi's rank was also indicated as a potential advancement. Taking a deep breath, Fang Qi clicked on the advanced option. Chapter 51, Advancement, Data Mechanic. Advanced Start. As the progress bar appeared on the panel, a strange change occurred within his body. At this moment, he felt as if he were soaking in warm water, experiencing a warm and comfortable feeling like returning to the womb. Fang Qi closed his eyes and carefully felt the change. The dormant mechanical power within his body slowly began to flow. But with each breath and heartbeat, this force continues to grow. This is cellular enhancement. Each cell is like a sponge, constantly absorbing the energy circulating within the body, expanding and compressing again. Just like when Fang Qi was refining advanced materials, except now he has become this material. But what follows is a pain that comes from the inside out. If at the beginning it felt like being soaked in warm water, then the temperature of the water is gradually increasing and it is boiling. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long. As the progress bar on the panel reached 100%, the painful feeling gradually subsided. Feeling the vigorous life force within his body, Fang Qi couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Is this a breakthrough in the level of life? No wonder when Ling Wei said that S-rank professionals can no longer be considered human. Fang Qi clenched his fist, and the sudden surge of power made him feel somewhat dazed. It gives you the illusion that you can tear through alloy armor with your bare hands. However, Fang Qi also knew that this was impossible. That feeling was just a sensory deception caused by the brain receiving information feedback. The solution was simple. Fang Qi walked to the workbench, picked up a piece of platinum alloy, and bent it forcefully. The platinum alloy remained unchanged, and the strange illusion gradually subsided in the face of reality. What a pity. I thought I could really tear through armor with my bare hands. Fang Qi made a joke and casually tossed the platinum alloy back onto the workbench. Get moving and adapt to your newfound power as quickly as possible. As he moved around, Fang Qi opened his profession panel, and a series of messages popped up. Level 60 advancement completed. Rank increase, level cap increase. You have received partial gene completion, increasing your 4 basic attributes by 130, energy by 2600, health by 3200, and free attribute points by 30. You have learned the skill, Data Defense Enhancement Level 1. You have learned the skill, Data Manipulation Enhancement Level 1. You have learned the skill, Mechanical Force Amplification Level 1. You have learned the skill, Mechanical Production Line Optimization Level 1. Your expertise, Mechanical Data Specialization. Due to the nature of my career path, the skills and specializations I gain from this advancement are almost entirely geared towards data enhancement and research. Data is the cornerstone of artificial intelligence and a most important core element in mechanical engineering. Whether it's future artificial intelligence development, automated production, or large-scale military operations, it will be indispensable. Data defense and data manipulation have increased my control over the machines, but their main applications are in data offense and defense. However, they're not very meaningful to me, since I am currently the only mechanic and there are no internal conflicts to fight. The mechanical strength boost is pretty good. It can increase the base attributes of mechanical equipment by 20%, and the cost isn't high. Optimizing the mechanical production line reduces failure rates and costs, and potentially improves the quality of finished products. It seems another large-scale upgrade is needed. This data specialization is quite interesting. The efficiency of mechanical data processing has improved by 15%. In what ways is this reflected? Computing power? If it's about computing power, then this boost is quite substantial. Stroking his chin, Fang Qi pondered with a hint of curiosity. Because there was no such detailed attribute classification in the previous life, we can only know the answer to many aspects after actual testing. Without dwelling on the issue too much, Fang Qi opened his attribute panel. Fang Qi wasn't disappointed that he hadn't gained enough experience to continue upgrading, and no new data appeared on the panel. All 120 free attribute points accumulated from upgrades and 30 attribute points gained from advancement were invested into intelligence. This advancement brought about a qualitative change in his attributes. Name, Fang Qi. Race, human. Occupation, mechanical engineering. Level, 61, 0 to 420,000. Experience, 386,512. Rank, Data Mechanic Level C. Basic Intelligence, 940 plus 188. Base Strength, 740. Base Agility, 740 plus 37. Basic Defense, 740. Energy Force, 8,700. Health, 9,300. Free Attribute Points, 0. Skills, Sniping Level 5, Rapid Fire Level 5, Basic Machining Level 4, Basic Weapon Assembly Level 3, Basic Mechanical Enhancement Level 3, Curve Shot Level 5, Killing Intent Perception Level 5+. Equipment. Hunter 2 High Energy Pistol, purple, Micromechanical Defense Field, blue, Speedster 1 Magnetic Shoes, blue. Exclusive Specialties, Perfect Mechanical Sensation, Memory Palace. Unique Specialty, Mechanical Pioneer. Professional Strengths, High Level of Focus, Geometric Thinking, Cost Reduction and Efficiency Improvement, and Expertise in Mechanical Data. Common Feats, Low-Level Life Resilience, Low-Level Agility, Basic Regeneration. Looking at his own panel, Fang Qi was secretly amazed. Among professionals of the same level, his stats are quite impressive. Perhaps some entertainers have more skills than him, but in terms of the quality of his expertise, Fang Qi is still very confident in himself. My base intelligence has surpassed 1,000, which means I can now provide over 3,000 attack power bonus to my equipment. TSK. This is bound to make me a little cocky. However, this equipment is a bit shabby. All the old gear is obsolete. I've been busy with advancement quests lately and haven't had time to get new equipment yet. However, the primary objective now is to improve the heavy armor. Then, it's time to go out for a walk. A glint flashed in Fang Qi's eyes as he muttered to himself. He was never one to put all his eggs in one basket, so Fang Qi had another plan in mind. Now, it's time to put it into practice. Chapter 52, Heavy Armor. 1 week later. Laugh. With the sound of the pressure relief valve opening, the sealed workshop slowly opened, revealing the already painted outer armor. Its main colors are silver and blue, and is about 3 meters tall. Its body has a streamlined structure with unique angles, but it is not ugly. The driving energy source is a small campfire reactor, but the energy material is energy crystals refined from high-energy waste provided by Xiaoya. There are 3 energy modules in total, located on the sides, and in front of the chest. The 3 energy modules provide enough power to sustain this armor in full firepower combat for 12 hours. The armor's external defensive modules and frame are made of platinum alloy. Energy transmission lines are miniature machines made of nanomaterials. The interior is filled with high-pressure biomimetic fibers to act as muscles, providing strength and agility and also offering some shock absorption. The technology used in the control system is one of the professional knowledge that Fang Qi did not include in his professional inheritance tree, neuron signal reading. The weapon module is equipped with a high-frequency cutting arm blade for close combat, an energy shoulder cannon, and a reconnaissance swarm. The auxiliary modules include repulsion drive, micromechanical defense field, and small anti-gravity module, which enhance air combat capabilities to a certain extent. Equipment: heavy armor purple. Durability: 16,800. Defense: 2,100. Weapon modules: 3. Auxiliary modules: 6. Energy: 12000, 12000. Note: it looks strong, and it actually is. Fang Qi looked at the closed equipment panel and nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with the first piece of armor he created after coming to this world. Furthermore, considering the harsh environment surrounding Whale Island Academy, Fang Qi specifically adjusted his movement abilities. It even comes with an external extended photovoltaic panel, so you can take it out to sunbathe when you're out and about and send some energy into the energy storage cube. However, there's a small problem now. He doesn't yet have the means to make mechanical compression devices, and the fact that he has to carry such a big thing around is a bit of a problem for him. After thinking for a moment, Fang Qi opened the campus trading website. After browsing through a variety of magical equipment, I finally spent 1,000 credits to buy a 5x5 magic ring. Before long, the student who was working part-time as a deliverman delivered the equipment to Wen Lingwei's door, which was quite efficient. 1,000 credits worth of equipment? The logistics department is really ripping people off. I'm so mad from losing money. Upon opening the packaging and looking at the ring in his hand, which was so ordinary in shape that it couldn't be more ordinary, Fang Qi couldn't help but twitch his lips. According to his aesthetic sense, he would give a maximum of 5 out of 100 points, and those 5 points would be for the black prismatic crystal inlaid on it. The high price of this spatial equipment is not due to its manufacturing process, but rather to the jet black crystal on it, a spatial stone, a relatively rare material. But for Fang Qi, this thing was just a transitional product. Neither later mechanical compression technology nor more advanced space folding technology is as practical as this ring. I think I've discovered another way to make money. Fang Qi put the ring on his hand, and it fit perfectly. After trying it out, Fang Qi felt it was pretty good. Adhering to the principle of using it to the fullest extent possible, Fang Qi filled the 5x5 space of the magic ring to the brim. After doing all this, Fang Qi finally took a comfortable shower. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he planned to go out for a stroll around the school. However, as soon as he left the secret realm, Fang Qi encountered someone who surprised him. The other person had a slightly immature baby face, was not tall, and had a head of long white hair that was quite eye-catching. This person was none other than Xiaoya and the other's teacher, the Lord of Illusions, Gu Lingyao. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the two had met in real life. Huh, you actually decided to come out? Gu Lingyao looked at Fang Qi and said with a hint of surprise, Professor Gu. Fang Qi greeted him politely. Although the other person was not tall, his record was still very impressive. Your teacher hasn't come back yet? Gu Lingyao nodded calmly, with a touch of elegance. Of course, if she could put her hands down from her hips, she might look even more authoritative. Yeah, they're not back yet. Speaking of this, Fang Qi was also somewhat surprised. Wen Lingwei has been missing for almost a month, with no news of her whatsoever. Nobody knows where she is. However, Fang Qi wasn't worried about anything happening to her. If something did happen, Wen Lingwei couldn't handle it herself, and he wouldn't be able to either. TSK, one unqualified teacher. Leaving a student like you at home while you ran off for so long is incredibly irresponsible. We seem to click. Want to learn from me how to become a strong person? Gu Lingyao's serious expression revealed her true nature in just 3 sentences, causing Fang Qi's eye to twitch involuntarily. Thank you for your kind offer, Professor Gu, but I get along quite well with Professor Wen. Okay. Saying any more would make me seem like I don't know how to behave. Since your teacher isn't here, I'll come back another time. You go ahead and get busy. Gu Lingyao wasn't angry at Fang Qi's polite refusal. She just felt a little regretful. She waved her hand casually, and her figure disappeared from Fang Qi's sight as if it were a phantom. An S-rank dream weaver is truly amazing. Fang Qi watched Gu Lingyao disappear, his eyes narrowing slightly. The profession of Dreamweaver is very mysterious, and there is very little information about it. Therefore, Fang Qi was not quite sure how powerful the Dreamweaver profession really was, and he was quite curious. After Gu Lingyao left, Fang Qi headed towards the cafeteria. He wanted to have a good meal today before going to the library and the mission center. Students who haven't graduated from Whale Island Academy are not allowed to leave the school easily except during holidays and missions, for fear that if something happens to them outside, they will be in trouble if they can't find anyone. Since when Lingwei was not there, and there were no tasks assigned by the mentor, Fang Qi could only go to the mission center to accept an outing mission if he wanted to go out. Chapter 53. Target, Eastern Front. Fang Qi strolled leisurely towards the cafeteria, and many people cast various glances at him along the way. Whale Island Academy has no shortage of celebrities or geniuses, but Fang Qi is the first person to sell equipment so successfully. Moreover, he rarely went out during his time at school, which gradually gave him an air of mystery. Brother Fang. A slightly bold voice came from the front. The newcomer was tall and burly, but his face carried a fierce and ruthless aura. Especially when he smiled, that fierce feeling became even more intense. Hey, Xingrong, long time no see. Upon seeing the face that exuded an aura of wickedness, Fang Qi smiled lightly at him and greeted him in return. This person is from the same hometown as Fang Qi, and they're also classmates of the same school. He once bought a folding battle knife in the mountain city, and later, when he came to Whale Island, he even won against Fang Qi when Fang Qi was testing the mechanical beetle. He was one of the few people who accepted Fang Qi's request to spar, and Fang Qi still had a deep impression of him. I never expected to run into you here. It's such a surprise. Xingrong walked up to Fang Qi in a few steps, scratched his head and smiled, his voice carrying a hint of naivety. I just happened to be out for a stroll today. Are you going to do a mission? Looking at that not-so-friendly smiling face, Fang Qi felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't take it seriously. However, seeing Xingrong's fully armed attire, Fang Qi asked with a hint of curiosity. Yeah, I took on a mission with a friend to capture illegal immigrants. Just about to meet up. Oh. Smuggling involves certain dangers. Be careful on the road. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled, nodded, and gave a word of advice. All right, good be Fang Yi. Goodbye. Xingrong chuckled, said goodbye, and continued walking briskly forward. Watching that strong figure disappear into the distance, Fang Qi turned around and continued towards the cafeteria. The concept of nation-states is relatively weak in this world, but it does exist. Besides the four major powers in the East, West, South, and North, there are also many small countries, various armed forces, and terrorist organizations mixed in, making it extremely chaotic. Smugglers are criminals who move around without a fixed location and instead wander from place to place. The invaders refer to other races. Conflicts between races have always been a matter of life and death, extremely cruel and bloody. The school cafeteria was still bustling with activity. When Fang Qi ordered the food, he specifically asked about the ingredients. He couldn't help it. He was still traumatized by Yun Chi-Chi's lizard tribe jerky. After all, although the lizard race is a different race, it is also a member of intelligent beings. This made Fang Qi feel somewhat uneasy, fearing that he might encounter such grueling work again. It must be said that the profession of chef truly benefits mankind. The food they make is delicious and visually appealing, and some dishes made by professional chefs even come with buffs, which is really great. After finishing his meal, Fang Qi continued to wander around and gradually noticed some problems. Most of the people active on campus are freshmen. Upperclassmen make up only a small portion. Fang Qi's question was answered at the mission center. The tasks in the task center are divided into 5 levels. Corresponding to D-rank professionals to A-rank professionals, it is clear that the final A-rank missions are prepared for a few mentors, and while the number is small, the rewards are very generous. Professionals of the same level can only accept tasks of the same level, which prevents higher-level professionals from monopolizing resources by taking all the easy tasks. Most D-level missions take place at Whale Island Academy or Whale Island Port. The missions are simple, but the rewards are minimal. Task number 111, Campus Cleaning, Level D. Task description, clean the main road at the entrance of the East Campus, a total distance of 4.3 kilometers, within a 5-hour time limit. Reward, 3 credits. Note, timeout is not allowed. Abilities can be used during the cleaning process, but damaging plants or facilities will result in the cancellation of rewards, and serious offenses will result in the deduction of credits. Fang Qi recalled that he seemed to have often seen students using various abilities to clean a road. Some methods control flames to burn away the trash and fallen leaves, while others use gentle breezes to lift up the trash on the ground. There's always a way to solve the problem quickly. Actually, it's not that simple, because if the ability isn't controlled precisely enough, it's easy to accidentally damage the surrounding flowers and plants. These tasks seem to be fixed, around 100 in total. As I scrolled down, all the tasks for cleaning the academy were in an accepted state, with the next available time being 7 a.m. tomorrow. If I get some robot vacuum cleaners, could they wipe out everyone? Never mind, just kidding, so I don't get ambushed one day when I go out. Fang Qi looked through the other campus tasks with curiosity. Most of them were miscellaneous tasks such as running errands, checking things, and fixing things. These tasks are not dangerous, but they are time-consuming, and the rewards are mostly between 1 and 5 credits. Some tasks are assigned by tutors, with varying levels and relatively better rewards, such as research assistant, drug testing, and substitute teaching. The rewards depend on the assigner's personal preferences and may include academic credits or materials and resources. Having satisfied his curiosity, Fang Qi chose the keywords sea level going out. The task list refreshes, and the tasks are displayed one by one. Sea level missions are much more complex, such as resource exploration, material collection, pursuit and combat, and maintaining order. However, the rewards are also quite generous. You start with 10 credits, and some tasks even offer a 100 credit reward. However, these tasks mostly take too long, generally starting at around 15 days. The task of maintaining public order is even longer, usually calculated on a monthly basis, similar to a regular workday. Fang Qi sifted through the tasks and finally settled on one. Mission ID 3321. Hunt down illegal immigrants. Mission description. 2 days ago, 2 C-rank professionals from Saipan and Seb smuggled themselves in from the eastern border. They were active near Cloud Sea Town a day ago. Capture or kill them. Reward, 30 credits. Note, it is recommended to team up in pairs. For more detailed information, please contact the Yunhai Town Training Center inspection team. The eastern route, a good place. Fang Qi smiled slightly, entered his personal information, and accepted the task. His target this time was the eastern front. If there was anything special about it, it was probably the endless Gobi Desert and the dense underground fissures. Hundreds of years ago, when this area was still the sea, the trench was located on the eastern side. Chapter 54, The Underworld. Across the wilderness, a smooth road constructed of solid rock runs through the desert, likely the work of a magician or a superhuman. Looking out, the azure sky stretches to the horizon, and the rolling Gobi mountain range extends all the way to the horizon. The mountain wasn't high, and there wasn't much greenery. A cool breeze blew by, creating a desolate and bleak atmosphere. Buzz! The roar of the engine came from afar, breaking the desolate feeling. From a distance, they appeared as black dots rapidly advancing along a straight road. In the desert on both sides of the road, spiders the size of wash basins were startled by the sound and buried their bodies in the yellow sand. A strange blackbird with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters and crimson eyes flew across the sky, but it couldn't catch up with the lightning-fast figure. On the sleek silver off-road motorcycle, Fang Qi wore a black windbreaker and a silver-white helmet. The speedometer showed a speed of 110 miles per hour. Yunhai Town is a remote town on the eastern coast, less than 600 kilometers from Whale Island Port, with a permanent population of about 150,000. Since this wasn't an urgent mission, Fang Qi didn't use the teleportation array. Instead, he chose to ride his bicycle there and also observe the situation in the wilderness. Various mutated creatures abound in the wild, and their levels are generally quite high. It's no wonder that the wilderness is considered a very dangerous area for beginners. Compared to monsters in dungeons, wild creatures are far more aggressive. Along the way, Fang Qi also saw many abandoned buildings. These buildings are even wilder than those in Whale Island Harbor, clearly constructed by some professionals as temporary shelters. Some are still well preserved, while others are badly damaged, with broken walls and signs of attack. The survival environment in the wild is really harsh. 3 hours have passed, and I haven't seen a single person. Fang Qi looked around at his surroundings, his tone filled with emotion. The car gradually slowed down and stopped at the roadside. Fang Qi took off his helmet and looked at the horizon, where the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky red. Let's spend the night here. Traveling at night is too dangerous. Turning his gaze away, Fang Qi looked to his left front, where there was a relatively flat area with a small, semicircular building. Judging from its appearance, It was made of thick rock, which seemed to have good defensive capabilities, saving him a lot of trouble. Fang Qi parked the car at the entrance and went inside. The building's exterior is a single-piece rock wall about half a meter thick. The interior space is quite large, but there's too much dust. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Qi lightly stomped his foot on the stone slab beneath his feet and raised an eyebrow. It's quite sturdy. It's just a bit too dark. The building has no windows, only a little light shining in through the doorway. He snapped his fingers, and a ghostly blue mechanical force flickered and flew out from his fingertip. The motorcycle parked at the door started up and drove on its own, and then the mechanical structure began to unfold. The mechanical parts meshed and extended together, forming a bed large enough for one person to rest on. I reached out and pressed it. The fluid-filled interlayer felt soft and comfortable. Fang Qi nodded in satisfaction, then took out an extended wall shield and threw it at the entrance. Layers of machinery unfolded, instantly transforming it into a metal wall about 2 meters high. Metal anchors were ejected from the edge and embedded deeply into the rock, firmly fixing it in place and blocking most of the entrance. Only a narrow opening, about 5 fingers wide, was left at the very top to ensure air circulation. Click! The headlights turned upwards, changing the beam of light from a concentrated beam to a diffused beam, illuminating the entire dim space. The conditions were basic, just enough for one night. He patted the dust off his body before lying down on the makeshift bed. I took out my phone and checked the signal. It was a bit unstable, but it was enough to kill time. Open the news, and the top headline on the trending list is very eye-catching. A vicious attack has occurred in the urban area of Nanning City. The number of casualties is still being tallied. The attacker was a male, Caucasian, Class B fire-type ability user. He has been killed by the patrol team. It is reported that an overseas criminal organization has claimed responsibility for the incident and threatened to release the 11 members of the organization who were recently arrested in Nanning. Otherwise, they will continue to launch terrorist attacks. The Nanning inspection team has not yet responded to this matter. Nanning Times will continue to follow up on this story. After reading the news, Fang Qi couldn't help but stroke his chin and ponder. His focus was not on the attack itself, but on the 11 members who were arrested. Do they have something important or some kind of intelligence on them? Otherwise, given the size of the triad, a dozen or so people wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Moreover, causing trouble for the Great Xia is extremely risky. The structure of the triad is extremely complex, and its members are so numerous that they are almost as large as the population of some small countries. The triad was originally founded by a group of homeless wanderers, whose original intention was simply to protect themselves. However, as the organization expanded, the people it recruited became increasingly chaotic. Some serious criminals, small and medium-sized armed groups, religious fanatics, and even many traders who were inclined towards other races joined in, all contributing to the cause. At this point, the development of the triads is no longer something that any one person can control. It's easy to imagine that an organization with such a complex composition must be quite turbulent inside. One group finishes its act and another takes the stage. The internal war rages from morning till night. Since its inception, the triad has never been stable internally, and it's a miracle that it hasn't disbanded yet. The original group that established the triad has either died or fled. They originally wanted to find a place to settle down, but they ended up living a worse life than when they were homeless. I wonder if they regretted their decision. Fang Qi rested one hand on the back of his head and held his phone in the other, recalling information about the triads in his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the statement from the triad on the screen. The language is incoherent, and it's clear that the person who wrote this statement is in a fit of anger. The fact that such a chaotic organization could temporarily unite suggests that those arrested do indeed possess some extraordinary secrets. I wonder what it will be. I'm a little curious. As Fang Qi read the various interesting comments from netizens in the comment section, his mind wandered to all sorts of random things. In this quiet atmosphere, the sky gradually darkened and night fell. Chapter 55, A Night of Passion. The bright moonlight shone down on the earth, making the vast desert and Gobi look extremely desolate. At night, the wilderness is not the domain of humans. Rustling. The sound of insects crawling on the ground echoed continuously in the night. The sound was dense and lingering, seemingly amplified dozens of times in the silent night, giving one goosebumps. The predator, hidden in the sand, gently shook its body, and the sand and dust fell off. Whoosh! Before the newly emerged spider could even adjust to its surroundings, a whooshing sound rang out in the sky, and a dark shadow swiftly attacked, its sharp claws slicing several long gashes across the spider's back. The spider hissed in pain, its 8 hairy limbs flailing as it turned rapidly. A white object flew out from its abdomen and shot towards its attacker. But it was clear that it was far slower than the dark shadow in the sky. After less than a minute of fighting, the spider, the size of a wash basin, became the prey. Swoosh! A strange bird with a wingspan of less than a meter landed next to the spider's corpse, intending to enjoy its prey. But from beneath the sand, a snake as thick as an arm shot out like lightning, tightly coiling around the bird. Its venomous fangs pierced through the bird's feathers and skin, penetrating deep into its flesh. The roles of hunter and prey were reversed once again. It seems that the final victor has already been determined. Not far away, beside a weathered rock, a beetle the size of a palm nestled in the shadow of the rock, its belly eyes emitting a faint red glow, taking in everything. And there is more than one such beetle. They can be found in the sand and in the crevices of rocks. Fang Qi shifted his body to make himself more comfortable. The faint light from the control terminal shone on his face, reflecting his malicious expression. It's so lively so late at night. It shouldn't matter if I join, right? Hee hee hee. The night was long and I couldn't sleep, so I decided to use it as a chance to collect field data. Fang Qi chuckled and tapped the control terminal a few times. Environmental scan completed. Patrol route generation. Patrol mode activated. Once the command was generated, the swarms of scouts that had been scattered around the temporary shelter began to react. They slowly crawled out of their hiding place, their bionic wings on their backs trembling slightly and emitting a low hum. Hiss! Normal snakes receive external stimuli by vibrating the surface of their lower jawbone. But this snake is clearly not an ordinary one. It raised its head and looked in the direction of the sound. But what was reflected in its pupils was a heat source that kept growing larger. Boom! The intense firelight brought a different kind of warmth to it in the cold, silent night. And soon it turned into a cooked snake, collapsing limply to the ground. You gained 500 experience points for scouting the insect swarm and killing a level 60 ancient rock serpent. Oh, at the same level, it gives more experience than dungeons? Fang Qi was somewhat surprised, and then couldn't help but grin. A battle should be epic and spectacular, right? Let me lend you a hand. As he spoke, he slid his finger to control the swarm of insects, making them fire in all directions. Clusters of blazing fire descended from the sky, driving out many creatures hiding in the dark corners and igniting a different kind of fireworks in the originally quiet and desolate hunting ground. The creatures that had not yet been affected became restless, no longer hiding themselves, and launched an attack on the target they had already locked onto. The swarms of insects roamed the air. Wherever there was a battle, there they were. The native creatures also gave these uninvited guests a warm welcome, and the two sides interacted vigorously in the wilderness, creating a lively scene. In the air, a vulture with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters was rapidly approaching. Its feathers and talons gleamed with a faint metallic sheen, making it look quite extraordinary. It targeted the swarm of scouts that were relentlessly bombarding several large prisoner spiders. Fang Qi did not intend to interfere. He watched the auxiliary system's response on the control terminal to see if there were any shortcomings in the system. Drop. The reconnaissance swarm's biosensing radar detected the approaching enemy, accompanied by a series of corresponding commands issued by the auxiliary system. The swarm's formation instantly dispersed, dodging the attack. The vulture darted through the swarm of insects, missed its target, slowed down, and prepared to turn around and try again. But it was clear that it didn't have that chance. Among the swarm of insects, a beetle that was noticeably larger opened its abdominal cavity, and a black shadow the size of a thumb shot out, moving in extremely fast speed, catching up with the vulture in almost 2 or 3 breaths. 6 sharp, small mechanical limbs with barbs pierced deep into the flesh of the vulture's head. 2 crisp mechanical beeps rang out, followed by a deafening roar that echoed across the wilderness. Its weakness was dealt a severe blow, and the vulture's body tumbled and crashed to the ground. But it did not die immediately. Instead, it flapped its wings and tried to stand up again. Oh, C rank. No wonder it has such strong vitality. Fang Qi was somewhat surprised when he glanced at the battle information on the panel. After testing the swarm's effectiveness in actual combat, Fang Qi incorporated a special unit into the reconnaissance swarm, the self-destructing queen. The exploding queen contains 12 exploding beetles in its abdominal cavity, designed to deal with air units. They are very powerful, but also expensive to produce. After all, the reconnaissance swarm has good ground attack capabilities, but its air attack capabilities are much worse. The auxiliary system continuously collects data from battles. As the database is constantly optimized and enriched, it will one day transform into true artificial intelligence. Fang Qi did not interfere with the battle controlled by the auxiliary system. He simply observed the commands on the screen and looked for any shortcomings. As the battle continued, some C-rank creatures joined the fray, expanding the affected area. C-rank creatures have some anti-air capabilities, which has caused some trouble for scouting swarms. Some beetles have lost a significant amount of durability, but these are acceptable losses. The scorching flames mingled with the roars of wild beasts as the battle lasted for several hours until the reconnaissance swarm's energy was depleted, at which point Fang Qi ended the practical test. Overall, the results were quite good. The swarm returned to their heavy armor to recharge, and Fang Qi casually walked out of the temporary shelter. Since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well get some exercise. Fang Qi drew the hunter sword from his waist, and a harmless smile appeared on his lips. He joined in the conversation between the local creatures, and the atmosphere became even more lively. They welcomed Fang Qi, this unexpected visitor from out of town, with utmost sincerity, and the exchange between the two sides was very pleasant. The local creatures are so hospitable. He retreated to avoid a pounce, then used the hunter to press the target's head against his head and pull the trigger. A beam of energy, resembling an electric arc, shattered the giant imprisoned spider's head. Fang Qi came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so he could only help the other party sleep. The special welcoming ceremony gradually subsided as dawn broke. A cool breeze swept across the open field, carrying away the acrid smell that lingered in the air. Chapter 56. Rome becomes a mule. As the sun shone on the earth at dawn, Fang Qi saw the outlines of buildings appearing on the horizon. The name Yanhai Town perfectly matches its overall style. From afar, the blue sky and white clouds intertwine, and rows of vibrant, tall trees stand majestically. The surrounding area is a ring of clear lakes, like a sapphire in the desert. Perhaps because he had seen so many endless stretches of yellow sand. This lake gave Fang Qi a strange sense of beauty. Moreover, compared to the wild architectural style of Whale Island Harbor, the buildings in Cloud Sea Town seem too normal. If there's one thing Whale Island Harbor and Cloud Sea Town have in common, it's probably the pale blue energy barrier in the sky. Please show your identification. At the entrance, Fang Qi stopped the car, and the 8-person patrol team members slowly stepped forward, subtly indicating an intention to surround the area. Even though Fang Qi was alone, the members of the patrol team did not let their guard down. The leader nodded slightly to Fang Qi and then spoke. Fang Qi wasn't surprised, since most people rely on teleportation arrays to move between different regions, and an outsider like himself would naturally be questioned. Fang Qi took out a mission certificate from his pocket and handed it to the other party. It had the seal of Whale Island Academy on it, and there was a special energy mark left by the mission center on it. Fang Qi, please show me your job panel so I can verify your identity. The leading man took the mission certificate, checked it over, nodded slightly, and then spoke again. Name, Fang Qi. Race, human. Occupation, mechanical engineering. Level, 61. Fang Qi's basic information was shared, and after the leading man confirmed it, he returned the mission certificate to Fang Qi, and the wary look in his eyes disappeared. The information matches. You can go in. The training base in Yanhai Town is in the center. Just keep walking straight ahead. The largest one is it. The man smiled, pointed behind him, and spoke. This is troublesome. Fang Qi carefully put away the mission certificate and responded with a smile. Won't. After saying goodbye, Fang Qi passed through the energy barrier and entered the interior of Yanhai Town. Fang Qi didn't go to the training base immediately. Instead, he rode his bike around the town to familiarize himself with the terrain. Although Yanhai Town is called a town, it is actually quite large. Excluding the surrounding lakes, it would probably take 5 or 6 hours to walk around the entire area, which is about the same size as Whale Island Academy. After a delay, Fang Qi finally arrived at the training base. He found the young man on duty at the entrance and explained his purpose. Soon after, a man with glasses and a refined appearance came out and smiled at Fang Qi. Fang Qi, right? Come with me. Fang Qi followed the other party into the training base, which, although called a training base, was actually one of the most important law enforcement departments in Xia. Their duties include personnel training, intelligence gathering, combat search and capture, and security patrols, and their personnel number is extremely large. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chungo. Judging from my appearance, I should be a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Chun, or just call me by my name. As the two walked forward, Chun-gu, the man with glasses, pushed up his glasses and smiled. This name is very good. A look of surprise appeared in Fang Qi's eyes, and his tone was somewhat strange. Haha, great choice for parents. All right, just kidding. You could just call me Captain Chun. Chun-gu chuckled, letting bygones be bygones of the little joke. Captain Chun, could you please explain the specifics of this target? Fang Qi had no objection and nodded slightly before asking. The target this time is a pair of twin brothers. Saipan, in terms of status, is considered a former prince of the kingdom of Danbu. Chun-gu didn't waste any time. As they walked, he introduced the two of them to Fang Qi. A prince from the previous dynasty? Fang Qi paused involuntarily, his tone somewhat strange. He knew that there were still many small countries in the world that were monarchies or theocrats, but he did not expect to come into contact with the legendary royal family so soon. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, rubbed his chin, and looked on with curiosity. Yes, about 2 weeks ago, a coup occurred in the kingdom of Danbu. The old king, Siro, was killed, and a new king ascended the throne. The two princes begged the Great Xia dynasty to help them restore their kingdom, but the Great Xia dynasty refused. The two then declared they would take revenge on the Great Xia. Of course, we received this message from the kingdom of Danbu's social media platforms. At this point, Chun-ji's expression became somewhat subtle, like a passerby being barked at by a dog tied up on the side of the road. It really is a case of Roman nobles turning into a mule and horse-kneeling tribe. These two have rather peculiar thought processes. Why are two C-rank professionals so brave? Fang Qi couldn't help but sigh, quite interested, and inexplicably became wary. After all, they were two princes from the previous dynasty, so it's normal for them to use some special methods. Chun-gu smiled helplessly, reached out, and opened the office door, inviting Fang Qi to sit down wherever he pleased. Don't be nervous, they're all just ordinary C-rank professionals. Even though you're alone, I believe you can handle it. Chun-gu poured a glass of water and placed it on Fang Qi's desk, his tone certain. Wow, that's practically jinxing me. What if it overturns? Fang Qi leaned back tactically, looking helpless. Chun-gu smacked his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said, to put it simply, the new king of Danbu has sent us a request. 5 3x3 space stones in exchange for the two princes returning to their country to face trial. I think this price is a bit difficult to handle. After all, we've never done such a small foreign trade business before. Chun-gu shook his head and sighed. In other words, these two people are only worth 5 low-grade space stones? No, it's their status as remnants of the previous dynasty that's worth the price. They are worthless. Chun-ji's words made Fang Qi feel a toothache. He tilted his head in confusion. Why send a special request to Whale Island Academy for such a simple question? Well, this is an adult matter. Children shouldn't ask too much. Chun-gu looked weathered and took a sip of water with a touch of melancholy. The two people were detected by the detection array when they tried to cross the border legally. You can use the traction compass to locate their position. Chun-gu put down his water glass, took out a delicate compass about the size of his palm from the drawer, and handed it to Fang Qi. Did you give this to me? Fang Qi casually weighed the compass in his hand and joked. Dream on. You'll have to pay it back. You still need my stamp on your task certificate. The traction compass also has another use. In case of an emergency, you can activate it with energy, and someone will come to your aid. If you're quick, you should be able to get back in time for dinner. The chefs in our cafeteria are excellent cooks. Chun-gu glanced at the sky outside the window and joked. All right, I'll go meet these two mule and horse-kneeling tribesmen. Captain Chun, see you later. Fang Qi put the compass in his pocket, finished his water, stood up, waved at Chun-gu, and left the office. This kid is quite interesting. Looking at the closed door, Chun-gu couldn't help but smile and continued to review the documents on the table. Chapter 54, Tien Ye's Poisonous Milk. As Fang Qi left the training base, he sat on his motorcycle, looking at the buildings ahead with his eyes slightly narrowed, lost in thought. Chun-gu didn't say whether the two targets were going to live or die, which meant he was leaving it to him to decide. After all, the rule of the Danbu royal family in the country cannot be described as harmonious and peaceful. At the very least, it is utterly immoral. Even though the Great Xia dynasty rarely reported on the kingdom of Danbu, Fang Qi had inadvertently seen some of it. However, Fang Qi still had some lingering worries. Although Chun-gu spoke with certainty that the two people posed no threat to him, this was, after all, his first real face-to-face battle since changing jobs. Therefore, Fang Qi decided to play it safe for the time being. After all, it was his first mission, and Fang Qi was actually somewhat looking forward to having a good fight with someone. Composing himself, he started the car and slowly drove away from Yanhai town. According to the information from the traction compass, the two were about 5 kilometers east of Yanhai town, very close. Pa. On a relatively high stretch of Gobi Desert, Fang Qi was draped in a spectral veil, blending perfectly with his surroundings. However, the sandstorm that hit him still left him with a mouthful of fine sand. What are these two doing? Looking at the images fed back from the reconnaissance swarm on the control terminal, Fang Qi frowned deeply. A campfire burned in the abandoned makeshift shelter, and 6 palm-sized spiders were roasting on skewers next to it. Through the high-definition perspective of the swarm of insects, Fang Qi clearly saw the entire process of the spider's abdomen bursting due to the high temperature. The white, worm-like creature wriggled, trying to escape the spider's gradually warming abdomen, but couldn't break free. It could only wriggle and struggle incessantly, accompanied by yellowish-brown juice slowly dripping down, making one feel nauseous. But in this somewhat eerie scene, 2 rather chubby human men stared at the spiders and swallowed hard. "Abin, is it not cooked yet? I'm so hungry. It should be cooked through. I'll give it a try." Saipan, the tall man, reached out and picked up a sizzling, dripping spider, tentatively took a bite, and then his eyes widened suddenly. "Tasty. Really? I want some too." Seeing this disheartening scene, Fang Qi flipped the control terminal over and slammed it face down on the ground, his expression grave. "Let's play it safe first." Taking a deep breath, Fang Qi opened the control terminal again and remotely controlled the swarm of insects to drive several large imprisoned spiders toward the 2 brothers. "Abu, a monster is coming." Hearing the commotion outside, the 2 brothers' expressions changed and they immediately sensed something was wrong. "Don't worry, I'll take care of them." With a serious expression, Seb slowly stood up and walked outside the shelter. In his blind spot, a beetle burrowed into the sand and instantly fell silent. The spiders that had been chasing them lost their target and instantly turned their attention to the 2 brothers, hissing as they launched their attack. "I'm getting serious." Seb's expression hardened. He took a deep breath, and his entire body swelled up like a balloon. His huge fist, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, slammed down hard on the oncoming spider prisoner. But perhaps because of his large size, his movements were somewhat slow. The spider dodged the attack by sidestepping, then bit down hard on Seb's arm. "Ouch! That hurts." Seb looked pained and couldn't help but cry out. "Let me help you." Seeing his younger brother's miserable state, Saipan felt anxious and threw a ball of fire the size of a basketball at him. As expected, it slammed hard into Seb's buttocks, causing him excruciating pain. "TSK, it doesn't look like acting." Seeing this utterly outrageous scene, Fang Qi frowned and muttered to himself, "Don't show off your true abilities too easily, or others will realize you're not capable." With a sigh, Fang Qi looked away, intending to finish the battle quickly, when the reconnaissance swarm on the outer perimeter sent back new information. Fang Qi stopped what he was doing and looked down at the control terminal. According to the bioradar detection, more than a dozen figures are rapidly approaching this direction. Judging from the radar feedback, they are humanoid. "I always said Chingu was a jinx." Fang Qi narrowed his eyes and muttered something to himself, his gaze unreadable. Whether they are friend or foe is irrelevant, because these people are moving very fast and have already entered the frame. Its clear appearance was captured by a beetle quietly lying in a crevice in the rock. He was dressed in a black robe and wore an ugly, meaningless mask. God's Grace Church. Fang Qi had seen this familiar attire in many news reports. It seemed to be a symbol of status. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen or so figures surrounded Saipan and Seb. "Is it them? Descendants of King Settlin?" One of the figures spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, like dry tree bark being rubbed together. "Heh, they just look like 2 useless pieces of trash. What a pity for King Thedrian's reputation." Another person slowly reached out and grabbed at Seb. His arm was covered with a layer of fine scales, somewhat like snake scales. "Who are you? What do you want?" Saipan and Seb looked around at the people around them, their voices tense, and unconsciously took a step back. But the 2 of them were already surrounded, and there was nowhere for them to retreat. My 2 princes, don't be nervous. We are sent by God to take you to his kingdom to receive his grace. Come with us." As the man spoke, the others couldn't help but chuckle, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. By listening to the insect swarm, Fang Qi overheard their conversation clearly. The whole bathing in divine grace thing is nonsense. It's probably some kind of sacrificial ritual. King Thadalin, the fierce warrior who fought 1,000,000 alien troops to the death 1,000 years ago? Fang Qi still had some impression of this person. He had studied some world history in school, and he had some impression of the more famous people. Although the other party had a prestigious reputation, Fang Qi did not have a good impression of the Saibu and Saipan brothers. The sins committed by the Dambu royal family over the years are so great that even if King Seediron were to rise again and die once more, he would probably never be able to repay them. Fang Qi touched the traction compass in his pocket and narrowed his eyes slightly. You two brothers have atoned for your sins by harming Danbu for so many years. 800 meters should be about right. Let's try it first. With a soft murmur to himself, Fang Qi slowly retreated to the back of the rock. Meanwhile, just as several men in black were controlling the two down-on-their-luck princes and preparing to leave. Rustling, a beetle emerged from the sand beneath their feet. Huh, what is this thing? I didn't sense any life force just now. The leader spoke with a hint of doubt and curiosity, then kicked the beetle with his foot. Perhaps some animal has mutated again. The other person leaned down slightly and reached out to grab the beetle, but what happened next made him pause for a moment. Click! Under his astonished gaze, the beetle's abdomen suddenly opened, and a series of black shadows flew out instantly, pouncing on the black-robed men present. Oh no! Retreat! The leader of the black-robed men's expressions changed, and he hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. Boom! The dense explosions shook the ground, and along with the terrifying shockwaves, a dark green gas rapidly spread, enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Chapter 58, Assassination. A green mist billowed out, and 7 or 8 figures rushed out of the mist's range in a disheveled state. Whether by luck or special consideration, the Saipan and Saibu brothers escaped unharmed. His expression was somewhat blank, and his movements were wooden. After rushing out of the poisonous fog, he staggered and collapsed to the ground, motionless. You have been attacked by the exploding queen beetle. Your health has decreased by 4872, and you are now suffering from bleeding poison. What a despicable person. Not only did they launch a sneak attack, but they also poisoned him. Looking at the battle information, the man in black robes spoke with anger. He now has more than a dozen wounds of varying sizes all over his body. His black robe is tattered, and his mask is broken, revealing a face covered in scales. His green vertical pupils, like those of a venomous snake, flash with resentment and anger. However, he was relatively strong, and his condition wasn't too bad. Most of the other team members who were ambushed by the self-destructing mother insect were seriously injured. Fortunately, the support class in the team hadn't died and was treating them and stopping their bleeding. He looked around and his heart sank slightly. The explosion was too sudden, resulting in the immediate loss of 5 members, leaving 8 remaining. Captain Norin, we should retreat. Everyone else is dead. After quickly treating his teammates' wounds, the support player called out anxiously. I'm afraid it's not something we can just leave whenever we want now. Norin spoke in a low voice, his vertical pupils scanning his surroundings. His perception skill swept across a large area, but he didn't sense any hostility, which only made Norin more vigilant. Those who are still alive, get moving and prepare to retreat. Norin spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice heavy with conviction, and issued the command. A group of wounded soldiers looked around warily, 2 of them diligently binding Saipan and Seb together. Captain Norin, shall we fly out? Once the team was ready, one of the less seriously injured team members asked a question. Upon hearing this, Norin frowned, looked up at the sky, and felt a sudden tightness in his heart. He always felt that if his group dared to fly, something bad was bound to happen. No, we go outside. 800 or 900 meters away, Fang Qi huddled behind a rock, listening to the conversation coming from the control terminal screen, and couldn't help but feel regretful. It would be so nice if he could fly. With a sigh, Fang Qi glanced at the battle information and frowned. They were all servants of God. Divine servants are the primary profession of core members of the Divine Grace cult. It is unclear who created this profession, but according to limited information, divine servant appearances are very different from those of ordinary people. The higher the level, the greater the difference between their appearance and that of a human. Fang Qi didn't know the specific reason why this was, as it was a secret of the Divine Grace cult. The Divine Servants Action Team usually consists of 13 people. Some have speculated that their extraordinary stealth abilities might be related to this, but no one has any evidence. After all, the Divine Grace cult is known for its ability to hide, and like weeds, it keeps growing back after being cut down. Where exactly they recruit their members remains a mystery. TSK, No wonder they managed to sneak in without anyone noticing. After glancing at the information on the traction compass, it was clear that the only unusual targets in the vicinity were still Seb and Saipan. As Fang Qi watched the group of people retreating on the control terminal screen, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 7 of them were over level 80, and one's level was invisible. It seems there's more than a 30-level difference between us, but we've also lost a lot of health. They probably haven't reached rank B yet. Let's do it. Having made up his mind, Fang Qi put away the control terminal. The magical item was activated, and a heavy armor plated in silver and blue appeared. Laugh! One by one, the mechanical structures opened and then slowly conformed to Fang Qi's body. Click! As the faceplate closed, surging energy was transmitted to every part of the body through the nano-energy channels. The built-in virtual tactical screen displays a 270 degrees external view. He clenched his fist, and the armored muscles filled with high-pressure bionic fibers compressed and twisted slightly, giving him an unparalleled sense of power, which made Fang Qi feel somewhat emotional. This feeling, I miss it. Next up is my home turf. Buzz. A ghostly blue light shone from the eye area of the heavy armor. Rustling. Norin and his entourage, accompanied by 2 former princes, carefully stepped onto the sand, using their sensory abilities to scan their surroundings and meticulously examine the foothold of each step they took. The exploding beetle that suddenly appeared had indeed left a considerable shadow on them. But what you fear most is what happens. Accompanied by a buzzing sound of flapping wings, beetles flew up from hidden corners, numbering about 20. Faced with these professionals, the reconnaissance swarm's combat strategy shifted to breaking up into smaller, more scattered units. C-rank combat professionals have far superior anti-air capabilities compared to beasts of the same rank. While forming ranks can indeed expand their attack area, it also makes them much larger targets. A swift and decisive victory. Seeing the beetles rapidly approaching, Norin made the first move. A sudden storm arose, and attacks rained down on the swarm of insects in midair. As the swarm of insects scattered and flew about, dodging the attacks, continuous flames rained down on the crowd below. More than 20 flames surged from all directions, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. The scout swarm's durability kept dropping under the continuous attacks, while the group on the ground were all injured and unable to move easily. They couldn't get rid of the swarm of flying insects overhead for a while, and the situation became somewhat deadlocked. But Nora knew very well that these swarms of insects were just an appetizer. The real enemy had not yet appeared. Brush! Wind blades continuously spewed out from his hands. A mechanical beetle was unable to dodge in time, and the wind blades slid across its body, stirring up a burst of sparks and leaving a gash on its side. But this wound did not completely destroy it. The mechanical beetle regained its footing and continued its attack. Mechanical creations, no wonder they show no signs of life. Moreover, such troublesome mechanical creations. Norin's heart sank slightly, and his face turned grim. What should have been a simple task has now become somewhat tricky. Could we have been set up? Has someone laid an ambush for us? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he caught a glimpse of a figure peeking out from behind an abandoned shelter not far away. Those emotionless, eerie blue electronic eyes were staring in their direction, like the gaze of death, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 59, Assassination 2. Norin was about to speak to remind his teammates, but the figure had already raised his hands, and light was flashing in the center of his shoulders and palms. Before he could speak, he flashed to the direction from which the attack was coming, erecting an invisible force field to block it from the front. Bang! For pale blue beams of light slammed into the ground, creating ripples. A scorching heat hit me, and the temperature continued to rise. Norin let out a hoarse roar, his robes billowing, his hands glowing red, as he managed to withstand the attack. When the beam of light dissipated, Norin lowered his hands, panting heavily. His hands trembled slightly as he looked solemnly at the slowly approaching figure. The oppressive feeling of that attack just now was really too strong. Wow, it's pretty resilient. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow in surprise. His voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the external speaker module. But whether it was intentional on Fang Qi's part or not, after being converted, the voice became flat and cold, like a heartless machine. Who are you? Norin stared intently at Fang Qi, his voice low and somber. The person who wants your life. As the cold, mechanical sound faded, beams of energy erupted from the shoulder cannons. Boom! One of the members of Norin's squad changed his expression, his hands glowing with an earthy yellow light as he slapped the ground. Sand gathered in front of the squad, solidifying into a 2-meter-thick, 6 or 7-meter-high wall, ready to defend against this wave of attacks. Because of the terrain, sand particles from the surrounding area kept gathering to repair the damaged walls, and he actually managed to withstand it. Let's attack together and take him down first. Norin gave the order, and everyone switched targets. Various abilities shone with different colors, and attacks rained down on Fang Qi. With a thought, Fang Qi's miniature mechanical defense field on his right arm instantly unfolded, transforming into a shield in front of him. The surface of the shield had an electromagnetic field that rippled when impacted by the continuous attack. It seems the Divine Grace Cult squad has a fairly complete setup with crowd control, healing, damage output, and defense. Quite professional. The energy detection radar alerted him to an attack coming from behind. Fang Qi did not turn around. The 6 thrusters on the back of his heavy armor emitted scorching energy, and his massive body charged forward rapidly, enduring the attack from the front. I'll start by cutting you. Fang Qi looked at the person who had just manipulated the sand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The opponent's abilities are far superior in this endless sea of sand, so they must be dealt with first. High-pressure, biomimetic fibers compress and rebound, unleashing a powerful burst of force, causing Fang Qi's speed to increase dramatically. Boom! Like a charging bull, he charged forward, braving the attacks to close in on the enemy formation. The miniature mechanical defense field blocked most of the attacks, with only a small portion landing on the armor surface and splashing sparks, but its durability was consumed very slowly. Wow, that's fast. Seeing Fang Qi charging towards him, Norin dared not block him head-on and had no choice but to dodge to the side. However, this dodge exposed his teammates behind him. Knowing he couldn't dodge, the person targeted by Fang Qi gritted his teeth, and an arc-shaped sand wall materialized in front of him. A high-frequency blade, gleaming with a chilling light, shot out and, with the help of powerful potential energy, instantly pierced through the sand wall's defenses. The mech's massive body continued its momentum, directly shattering the defensive sand wall. Sizzle. The sharp, high-frequency blade sliced through the air as easily as cutting tofu, slicing the unfortunate man in half before he could react. The layer of scales on his body, which he couldn't identify, offered no help whatsoever. Blood and filth splattered, but were buried by the collapsed sand wall. The shoulder-mounted cannon was turned around and fired repeatedly at another charging enemy. The attack came suddenly, and the shield on the opponent's body fluctuated violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Helpless, the opponent was forced to retreat continuously. But Fang Qi wouldn't let him have his way. The swarm of scouts circled around and attacked from behind, spewing down scorching flames that instantly left him vulnerable from both sides. Help! Norin shouted, his hands flashing with crimson light as a dense, continuous stream of wind blades slashed through, attempting to stop Fang Qi's movements. Fang Qi ignored all these attacks, relying entirely on the micromechanical defense field and the armor's inherent durability to withstand them. No! Seeing the massive figure closing in, the man trembled, his aura erupted, his expression turned ferocious, and he fiercely swung the heavy hammer in his hand in an attempt to fight to the death. Boom! The hammer, gleaming with golden light, collided violently with a heavy metal fist and then snapped in two instantly. The powerful punch continued unabated, landing squarely on the opponent's face, scattering blood everywhere. Buzz! The shoulder cannon fired 2 arcs of energy that pierced his abdomen and heart. Whether he's dead or not, it's Fang Qi's habit to finish him off with a casual strike. The second. As Fang Qi slowly straightened up, his cold voice carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Those eerie blue electronic eyes sent a chill down the spines of the remaining members of the Divine Grace Cult. Warm-up done. Now let's get a little more serious. A dark blue mechanical force spread, and faint arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the heavy armor. Overload mode startup. Boom! An invisible wave of air stirred up the sand and dust on the ground. The miniature mechanical defense field blocked the frontal attack. The shoulder cannons suddenly opened fire. This time, it was no longer a scattered attack. The blazing beams of light shot out straight from the left and right, striking the defensive positions erected by the 2 individuals. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The relentless attack was still ongoing. The 2, who had been gritting their teeth and enduring the ordeal, gradually lost hope in their eyes. As the invisible force field shattered, scorching light pierced through the heads of the two men, and their headless corpses crashed heavily to the ground. 4. As the sound fell, the heavy armor, propelled by the thrusters, pounced on the group like a tiger, followed by constant attacks and harassment from the reconnaissance swarm. The relentless attacks bombarded the heavy armor, but the enemy's defense was simply too insane, causing almost no damage. As his teammates fell one by one, the emotion in Norin's eyes slowly shifted from shock to despair. Already wounded, their numbers continued to dwindle, leaving them with absolutely no hope of winning. When his last teammate fell in front of him, Norin completely gave up the idea of winning, his gaze resolute. A burst of blood-red energy enveloped his entire body. A trickle of blood slid down from the corner of his eye, and an invisible whistling wind crashed down on Fang Qi like a tidal wave. Fang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced at the constantly rising values on the defense module. The burst damage method is really good. Boom! The continuous attacks rained down, stirring up huge clouds of dust that instantly engulfed Fang Qi's figure. This attack lasted for more than a minute. After Norin was exhausted, he collapsed to his knees, his body limp. He was panting heavily, staring straight ahead, seemingly anticipating something. Buzz! Amidst the billowing dust, a single point of light suddenly shone, then grew larger and larger in his dazed expression. Chapter 60, Vigilance. The battle between Fang Qi and the Divine Grace cult was quite large, and the patrol team in Yinhai town, which was not far from here, also received an abnormal energy signal. So after the battle began, a group of patrol team members arrived at the scene. When Shingo heard about this, he thought of Fang Qi, whom he had just met that morning, so he came over to check on the situation. Of course, they only provide all assistance except for cleaning up the battlefield. I didn't realize this young man was so capable. Shingo pushed up his glasses and looked at the numerous craters of varying sizes within a radius of several hundred meters around him, as if the ground had been turned upside down several times. He glanced at Fang Qi with some surprise in his voice. This was the first time he had ever seen a newcomer with such formidable fighting power. Fang Qi leaned against a half-broken wall, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and glanced at Shingo with a somewhat speechless expression. I told you you were a jinx. Look what happened. This is the first time I did a quest, and this happened. I had quite a fright today, so this traction compass will be some consolation. Haha, that's quite a beautiful idea. Shingo chuckled and snapped his fingers, and the traction compass popped out of Fang Qi's pocket. This item is useless to you, but since you wiped out a squad of Divine Grace cult servants, I'll report that to my superiors. The reward should be pretty good. But Shingo frowned, and his tone became serious. You should probably be more careful in the future. Do you mean the Grace Church is causing me trouble? Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and slowly spoke. Uncertain. Shingo shook his head, frowning as he explained. As far as I know, the Divine Grace cult primarily targets the descendants of powerful individuals. I knew they weren't picky eaters, but I didn't expect them to want this kind of stuff. But they were lucky to survive such a fierce battle. It seems they did have some use after all. Looking at Seb and Saipan, who were still lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Chunji's expression was subtle, and he couldn't quite put his finger on what he was feeling. Fang Qi wasn't interested in investigating the two of them, but he was very curious about what Shingo was talking about. You're saying the Divine Grace cult's targets are all descendants of the powerful? Could you elaborate? Fang Qi became interested and asked. Curiosity killed the cat. Shingo glanced at Fang Qi speechlessly and said earnestly, My teacher is Wenling Wei. That's all right. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Shingo coughed twice and shook his head. I'm not entirely sure why, but it might be related to this thing. As he spoke, Shingo bent down and picked up a severed finger. The finger was sharp and claw-like, unlike a human shape. It is said that many high-ranking members of the Divine Grace cult are superhumans, and their abilities are very practical. Perhaps they really do have a way to learn something from the descendants of those powerful figures. After all, normal people don't have fingers like that. Although you are at rank C, you should have vaguely sensed that your life level is constantly transforming as you advance. Perhaps those truly powerful individuals can pass on some information through the bloodline of their offspring. However, I'm just a lowly B-rank trash. These are all just my guesses. Shingo casually tossed the severed finger onto the sand, dusted himself off, and sighed softly as he explained. Fang Qi nodded thoughtfully. Genetic information, that is indeed very likely. If certain physical information can indeed influence job changes, then is the Grace Church an isolated case? It's frustrating that humanity is surrounded by external enemies and has such a terrible internal environment. As his thoughts raced, Fang Qi took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the mess not far away. Fang Qi glanced at Chungu out of the corner of his eye, and a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. To be honest, based on the few conversations they had, Fang Qi had a good impression of Chungu. He was refined, easygoing, and had a bit of a sense of humor. But as the captain of the intelligence team in Yanhai Town, he was perhaps a little too easygoing. While they don't always answer every question, they always give ambiguous answers. Especially with that sensitive question just now, he seemed to be intentionally leading me to think about human genetic research, which is not the behavior of an intelligence officer. And what were his reasons for doing this? Also, was this encounter with the Divine Grace cult really just a coincidence? Without making a sound, Fang Qi withdrew his gaze, keeping a wary eye on this overly familiar person. After all, it was just speculation, and Fang Qi had no evidence. This experience reminded Fang Qi of what happened after that exam. Perhaps there is some connection between the two. As for the Divine Grace cult, a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, Fang Qi was quite troubled, but had no good solutions. He currently lacks the strength to destroy the enemy, and cannot locate this mysterious organization, so he can only try to survive on his own. I need to find an opportunity to ask Wenling Wei if she has any methods to block remote monitoring or predict the future. Although I'm just a lowly C-rank noob right now. Who knows, maybe someone might be interested in my measly little bit of flesh. Despite his thoughts swirling around, Fang Qi's expression remained unchanged, giving the impression that he was lost in thought. The patrol team cleaned up the battlefield quickly, but found nothing of value. There's not much to search for, it's all just bits and pieces, left out overnight and gone by the next day. Chenggu invited Fang Qi to rest in Yanhai Town, and Fang Qi did not refuse. The two chatted like friends as they returned along the way. The plan changed, and the third squad was completely wiped out. In a dimly lit space, the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes, speaking calmly as if he were talking about something trivial. Before him stood a strange, enormous statue, neither human nor any particular animal, as if pieced together from parts of many different animals. The statue's eyes shimmered slightly, as if conveying some message. The man in black robes nodded almost imperceptibly, then slowly spoke. I understand. Having received the reply, the light in the statue's eyes faded, and the dim space fell silent and desolate once more, a calm tinged with an eeriness. Chapter 61. Some News. Upon returning to Yanhai Town, Chunga warmly invited Fang Qi to have lunch at the training base canteen. The training base's canteen is similar to that of Whale Island Academy, both in terms of the dishes and the taste. The taste is indeed good, but it's also a bit too homogeneous. That makes sense, though. No matter what profession you're in, who would put their true skills into the inheritance tree? After all, everyone has a different understanding of the same profession. Some people are definitely gifted and can always come up with something different. Fang Qi picked up a piece of fried food, took a bite, and seemed to be deep in thought. Why don't you rest the night before going back? Yanhai Town is quite lively at night. You can check it out if you're interested. Chenggu sat opposite Fang Qi and spoke slowly and casually. Sure, it will make a difference if it takes a little more time. Honestly, the scenery here is really nice, much better than Whale Island Harbor. Fang Qi didn't have any objections to this. Since he was already here, he figured he might as well take a stroll around. The task has a 7-day deadline, which is plenty of time before the return to school date. This place used to be even worse than Whale Island. Whale Island's location is special and cannot be altered arbitrarily. In our small town, we don't have so many concerns, and many people have voluntarily modified it, resulting in its current appearance. Fang Qi had heard a little about the special nature of Whale Island Academy. When Ling Wei had mentioned to him in casual conversation that Whale Island Academy was supposedly made of a very special material, and it had been sculpted by many powerful figures over many years to become what it is today. However, when Ling Wei didn't say exactly what it was used for, as if it were a secret. After dinner, Fang Qi declined Chun Ji's enthusiastic invitation and left the training base. The setting sun cast a golden hue across half the sky. Most of the town's residents had finished their busy day, and many, like Fang Qi, strolled through the streets, enjoying a moment of leisure. The shops along the roadside were doing good business, selling equipment, clothing, and snacks. There were relatively few entertainment options, with pubs and card rooms being the most popular. Fang Qi walked into a tavern that had a natural feel to it. He didn't have any pressure to vent, but the tavern was full of all sorts of people, and he might hear some useful information while chatting. Welcome to the forest of nature. What would you like to order? At the front desk, a tall, slender male waiter dressed in a bartender's uniform greeted the attendant with a smile. Nature's Forest? A nice name. Thank you for your recognition. Fang Qi glanced at the wine list. Judging from the names, they were all fruit wines, but the prices weren't cheap. Fang Qi casually ordered a drink called Winterflower and put the drink menu back. Please feel free to sit in any empty seats on the first floor. The second floor is a private area, and customers are not allowed to go upstairs. Thank you for your understanding. The waiter politely informed Fang Qi, then turned and got busy. Fang Qi glanced at the stairwell on the second floor, but had no intention of exploring further. The waiter was quick. After paying, Fang Qi picked up a glass of light blue drink and casually found a seat by the window, surrounded by a noisy chatter. Have you heard? There seems to be a big battle taking place on the east side of town today, which even alerted the patrol team. My brother-in-law told me it was a student from Whale Island Academy who killed several professional criminals of the same rank. So he's from a prestigious university. No wonder he's so amazing. To be honest, I almost got into Whale Island University back then. What a pity. TCH, were you just a little short or a whole billion short? Well, you know I'm a support class, so I don't need to take any martial arts exams. Out of the corner of his eye, Fang Qi saw that the two men who were speaking were rather thin. Judging from their faces, they seemed like people with many stories to tell, but Fang Qi wasn't interested in their stories, so he shifted his attention elsewhere. Dad, I'm 18 now. Can you pay me a salary? Even if it's family business, you can't exploit your son, can you? Salary? I've already given you a job, and you still want a salary? Do you know how hard it is to make money these days? They won't give you money. Why are you being so stingy? Your meager savings will just be mine after you kick the bucket. The father and son's loving and filial conversation made Fang Qi raise an eyebrow. Yes, you'll definitely find a spot on the lamppost. Fang Qi chuckled and teased softly, then picked up his wine glass and took a small sip. The rich, fruity aroma, mixed with a hint of wine, made for a rather pleasant taste. But Fang Qi pursed his lips and vaguely tasted a hint of magic. If it sells for over 300 yuan a cup, does the cost only amount to 30 yuan? Fang Qi muttered to himself, suddenly realizing that he still had a very good conscience. After all, the equipment provided to the school was so cheap that none of the items were worth more than 5 credits. Although the materials weren't his own, the shareholder, Wen Lingwei, clearly wouldn't hold it against him. Besides, he did invest his skills, so he's just earning a little money from his hard work. What did you say? 1 credit can be exchanged for 10,000 daxia coins? That's not important. Yesterday, a hunting party went into Death Valley in the east, and everyone disappeared. What? Someone actually dares to go there? An out-of-towner? They seem to be from out of town. It's true. If they wanted to gather animal materials, they could have gone anywhere else. Why did they have to go to that kind of place? Countless people have died in that place. They're a bunch of fearless bastards. TSK, you know what? It's possible the other side's guy did it on purpose. These kinds of things happen quite often. Don't say things like that. Those brokers are quite powerful. Don't cause trouble. That's true. But let's not talk about that anymore. Let's have a drink. The two changed the subject, but the content caught Fang Qi's attention. Death Valley. Fang Qi stroked his chin, his eyes unreadable. The so-called Death Valley is what was originally a trench in the ocean, which has now been exposed by the dried-up seawater, with a narrow crevice extending downwards. According to the information Fang Qi found, the situation inside is very complicated, and there are many monsters, which are also very ferocious. Most importantly, the monsters in Death Valley are mostly poisonous, and the poison is very potent. Fang Qi also had another purpose for coming out this time, to explore Death Valley. He plans to build a second production base, and Death Valley is one of the locations he has chosen. Although Wen Lingwei's secret realm is very good, it is not her own property after all, and she will definitely have to move it in the future, so Fang Qi is making preparations in advance. There are actually quite a few places like Death Valley near Cloud Sea Town. After all, this place used to be deep in the sea, and the complex terrain was within Fang Qi's expectations. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Fang Qi's eyes flickered, and his mind began to work. Although he couldn't risk it himself, remotely scouting the swarm from a distance was still no problem. Chapter 62. The Prison Break. The pale yellow magic stone inside the tavern emitted a warm glow. Looking at the gradually darkening night outside the window, and listening to the various noises and clamor around him, Fang Qi also felt a rare sense of leisure. Fang Qi sat in the tavern for over an hour without hearing any useful information, but he wasn't disappointed. He just considered it a way to pass the time. Fang Qi slowly stood up. The wine glass on the table was still full of pale blue liquid. He hadn't touched it since taking a small sip at the beginning. Alcohol can numb the brain, which Fang Qi is very wary of, not to mention that magic is also involved. Just look at those guys with their faces flushed from drinking. This stuff isn't as mild as it looks. After leaving the tavern, Fang Qi casually found an inn to stay at. Fang Qi felt a little safer after habitually releasing the swarm of reconnaissance insects to provide early warning. The night grew deeper and deeper, and all was quiet. Boom! A loud roar echoed throughout Yunhai town, instantly waking many people who had just drifted off to sleep. Fang Qi suddenly opened his eyes, nimbly rolled over to the window, pushed it open a crack, and looked in the direction from which the sound came. In midair, black energy relentlessly bombarded the energy shield, creating ripples. Where the energy struck, black patches slowly appeared, beginning to corrode the energy shield. Fang Qi frowned as he watched the black energy attack. This power, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. My mind raced, and long-forgotten information was unearthed from my memory. Finally, a piece of information surfaced in Fang Qi's mind. A video of an attack that had occurred abroad, which he had happened to have seen. This black energy attack swept indiscriminately across the surrounding crowd. Those affected by the energy wave developed black patches on their bodies, much like the current situation. The Deathbird, Rona, is an A-rank professional of the Divine Grace cult. Her ability is corrosion. Fang Qi frowned, climbed out of the window, found a secluded spot, and quickly changed into his heavy armor. As the thought crossed their minds, mechanical beetles began to crawl rapidly, observing the commotion from over a dozen angles. Fang Qi was no match for such a powerful figure, so he could only observe quietly for the time being. Rushing out now would be tantamount to inviting trouble. However, Fang Qi had a vague premonition that this group's target was probably still that royal descendant. How dare you? With a roar, a flame shot into the air at incredible speed. There was another figure in the flames, but it was not clearly visible. Boom! The beam of light pierced through the energy barrier and crashed straight into the figure that was still unleashing its attack. The two fought and tumbled in midair, and terrifying energy shockwaves spread across the sky. The two sides fought further and further apart, gradually moving out of Fang Qi's sight, but he could still see the light that was constantly expanding and exploding in the distance. That should be an A-level professional from the training base. Seeing that a powerful figure had stepped in, Fang Qi felt a little more at ease, but it seemed that the trouble was only just beginning. The black energy was constantly gathering, eroding the outer defenses. Although the energy barrier was constantly repairing itself, a crack still appeared. In that instant, more than a dozen dark figures landed, their target clear, and rushed toward the training base. Just as I thought, a prison break? Fang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. The patrol team members were prepared and went straight to meet them. The brilliance of various abilities collided and erupted instantly, illuminating the night sky. The surrounding residents seemed to be used to this kind of thing, and the less capable professionals quickly and orderly evacuated to the outer perimeter. No wonder they can make a living on the front lines. They're really professional. Seeing this scene, Fang Qi couldn't help but sigh, and then suddenly became vigilant. It appears that the Saipan and Saibu brothers are indeed particularly important to the Grace Church. They were willing to take such a huge risk to break into the prison, and their actions were extremely decisive. The aftershocks of the battle were contained by well-trained patrol teams working together, preventing further damage. Fang Qi had no intention of intervening in the main battle. Those who were fighting were all very strong, and, judging from their appearance, almost all of them were B-rank professionals. Controlling the swarm of reconnaissance insects to disperse and approach, Fang Qi carefully discerned the continuous stream of biological signals. With such fierce fighting on the main battlefield, there won't be a result anytime soon, so they must have a backup plan. Sure enough, not long after, the walls of the training base were breached from the inside, and dust filled the air. Two figures rushed out of the smoke, each carrying someone Fang Qi knew very well on their shoulders. Not good. The captain of one of the patrol team's expressions changed. He gathered high energy in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, streaks of purple lightning shot out. However, his attack was blocked by a huge curtain of water, which successfully covered the two attackers and a group of teammates as they reunited. Withdraw. Having achieved their goal, a slightly hoarse voice rang out, and figures fought and retreated, flying towards the crack in the barrier. Damn it, trying to run away. Another captain of the patrol team cursed under his breath. He was still wearing his pajamas, clearly having rushed out without changing his clothes. As he cursed, his figure suddenly soared into the air, and with a flick of his staff, countless ice spikes rained down on his opponent. However, some of the attackers had incredibly high defenses, and their attacks were completely blocked. Seeing this, the captain, who was wearing pajamas, became furious. One after another, ice, fire, and lightning elemental magic spells increased the pressure on the rearguard. The two groups of people were locked in a fierce struggle in the air, one after the other, but it was clear that the attackers had no intention of leaving. The two men carrying Saipan and Seb ran ahead without stopping. It seems these two people are worth far more than 5 space stones. The Divine Grace cult is really quick to act. Chungu pushed up his glasses, his expression somewhat solemn. He opened a magic book in his hand, and chains of energy emerged from the book, sweeping towards the two people at the front. However, the enemy's rearguard had clearly anticipated all of this and successfully blocked their advance. This is really troublesome. Chungu frowned slightly, feeling quite troubled. He looked up at the energy barrier in the sky. The crack had not widened, but it had not been repaired either. The black energy clinging to the edge did not disappear, suggesting it was being remotely controlled. For an A-rank professional, this would be incredibly easy. Old Lu, old Zhang. Chungu stopped dawdling and called out. The two teammates nodded in unison, and then a small teleportation array unfolded beneath their feet. In the center of the attackers' ranks, a magic circle suddenly lit up, and two figures, enveloped in martial arts aura, rushed out. The originally orderly defensive formation was disrupted for a moment, but in that instant, the captains of the patrol team seized the opportunity, and the group of people started fighting each other again. The two carrying Saipan Saibu were close to the breach and ignored the battle behind them, on the verge of escaping. Overload mode startup. Buzz. In the darkness, 4 beams of eerie blue energy suddenly erupted, aiming at the 4 people near the gap. The more the enemy desires something, the less you should let them have it. Fang Qi firmly believed in this statement. Although he didn't know what use these two royal descendants were, Fang Qi didn't want the Divine Grace cult to achieve its goal. Perhaps his attack wouldn't be enough to kill the 2 B-rank professionals, but it would be more than enough to take down the brothers Seb and Sieben. So he didn't hesitate to make his move. Chapter 63. Hit and Run. The sudden attack was extremely fast, catching the two off guard. They hastily set up a defensive position, but it was already too late. Turning their heads, they saw that half of the Saipan and Saibu brothers' bodies had been wiped out by the attack. The two brothers offered no resistance whatsoever, their eyes remaining blank and unfocused. Fang Qi couldn't help but wonder if the two of them had inhaled too much poison gas yesterday afternoon and damaged their brains. After all, that neurotoxin has never been used in actual combat since it was created, so perhaps the dosage was too high. The sudden change plunged the entire battlefield into a brief silence. The target is now only half a body. I wonder if the Archbishop will be furious if we take it back. Before they could think, a buzzing sound rang in their ears. The two turned their heads and saw more than 20 beetles rapidly approaching. His expression turned slightly cold as he unleashed a series of attacks, causing the swarm's numbers to dwindle rapidly. It's clear that the scout swarm is still somewhat vulnerable against B-rank professionals. However, 2 more self-destructing queens quietly approached the two under the cover of the swarm. Boom! A series of explosions followed one after another, followed by intense flames and explosions mixed with green poisonous fog. The two emerged from the poisonous fog, covered in dust and tattered clothes. He was still clutching a small piece of cloth in his hand. Now his body is gone, and all that's left are 2 pieces of rags. Ah! You bastard! I'm going to kill you. One of the men in black robes clenched his fist, the tattered cloth in his hand burned away, and his eyes beneath the mask burned with fury. But looking down, there was no sign of the attackers on the ground. All that could be seen were the 6 trails of flame from the thrusters rapidly receding into the night, long since gone. Fang Qi isn't a stubborn fool. He'll make a profit once he achieves his goal. There's no real benefit in challenging someone of a higher level. Only a fool would try to fight head-on. Withdraw. The mission failed, and there was no point in continuing the fight. The group decided to retreat without further ado. The patrol team leaders did not pursue them further and watched them disappear into the distance. The enemy outnumbered them and came prepared. If they chased after them, there might be an ambush or the enemy might launch a counterattack, which would be a huge loss. Chungu withdrew his hand, put away the magic book in his hand, and seemed to be deep in thought. Although he hadn't seen the attacker, he already had a specific candidate in mind. Young people, their firepower is fierce. He chuckled softly, pushed up his glasses, and looked at me with an unreadable expression. The brief, unexpected battle ended, and the patrol team maintained order while inspecting the damage. The A-rank professional who had rushed out at the start of the battle quickly returned and landed in front of the group. His condition wasn't very good. He had many wounds on his body, and black residual energy emanated from the wounds, preventing them from healing. However, under the scorching heat of martial arts, the black energy quickly dissipated. Major White, the patrol team leaders who hadn't yet dispersed nodded slightly in greeting. What's the situation? Bai Hongjin waved his hand and asked. The temporary detention cell was damaged. Apart from the two stowaways, there were no injuries or fatalities. One of them slowly began to explain. That's good. Bai Hongjin nodded slowly, feeling a sense of relief for no apparent reason. But then a sense of shame arose in his heart. Being suddenly attacked like this made him quite annoyed. What are the identities of those two illegal immigrants? And what is their relationship with the Divine Grace cult? He took a deep breath to suppress his emotions, calmed himself down, and asked. That's right. Chungu stepped forward and began to explain the cause and effect. After listening to the whole story, Bai Hongjin's eyes flashed with seriousness and doubt. It's astonishing that so many people were mobilized for just two scoundrels, including the infamous Deathbird, descendants of King Seediron. Listening to Bai Hongjin's self-talk, everyone present had different thoughts. No one who has survived to this day is an innocent victim. The purpose of the Divine Grace cult is quite clear. Such a grand display could only be due to the bloodline of King Tharisan. Following this logic, does the Divine Grace cult possess some forbidden technologies, or is it not just the Divine Grace cult? This topic is very sensitive, and no one wants to cause trouble, so no one has spoken. Bai Hongjin regained his composure, and the gloom between his brows dissipated somewhat. In any case, it is enough that the God's Grace Church did not achieve its goal. Hey Qinggu, could you please invite Fang Qi over tomorrow? I'd like to meet him. Bai Hongjin collected his thoughts and slowly began to speak. Okay, Major Bai. All right, everyone go about your business if there's nothing else to do. Just maintain order and avoid any disturbances. Yes, the group didn't linger. Everyone was in a bad mood after what happened, and no one had the energy for small talk. They all went about their own business. On the other side, Fang Qi put away the heavy mecha after confirming that it was safe. He then leisurely returned to the downstairs of his hotel and climbed back into his room through the window. The last surprise attack was very effective, but the losses were also significant. I only brought 3 self-destructing queen insects with me this time. I used one yesterday, and just used the other 2. Moreover, the swarm suffered heavy losses in order to cover the 2 self-destructing queens. He has only been working for 4 months since he switched jobs, and his financial situation is really weak, so this loss is quite painful for him. Divine Grace Cult. Wait until I've developed this cult for 10 or 8 years, and then I'll beat you all to a pulp. Get 1,800 free draws upon logging in. After putting away the few remaining mechanical beetles, Fang Qi took a deep drag on his cigarette, secretly marking the Divine Grace Church as a culprit. Breaking me out of prison? Couldn't you wait until I'm gone before you break me out of prison? No, I should have just killed those 2 brothers yesterday. I really regret it. Standing by the window with a cigarette in his mouth, Fang Qi meticulously listed his mistakes and repeatedly warned himself not to capture prisoners unless absolutely necessary. That said, I ruined this huge operation by the Divine Grace cult, and now I've really created a deep grudge. TSK, play it safe. We can visit Death Valley anytime, but we only have one life. After stubbing out his cigarette, Fang Qi's eyes flashed slightly. He made up his mind to return to Whale Island Academy tomorrow, replenish his equipment, and then ask Wen Ling Wei if she had any methods to block remote detection before considering his next plan. Chapter 64. Bai Hongjin's Advice. The next morning, Fang Qi yawned as he went into the bathroom. After washing up, I strolled downstairs to find a place to eat. He had just stepped out when Qinggu called him back. Why are you looking for me so early in the morning instead of going to work? Fang Qi and Qinggu sat facing each other in the breakfast shop. You probably know what happened last night. Our boss wants to see you and asked me to take you there. Qinggu maintained his refined and gentle demeanor, speaking with a slow and unhurried smile. Seeing how bluntly he spoke, Fang Qi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The leader Qinggu mentioned should be the A-rank martial artist from last night. Although he didn't know the other party's purpose, Fang Qi did not refuse. Okay, then this meal is on you. Can. After breakfast, Fang Qi and Qinggu chatted as they walked toward the training base. On the way, Fang Qi also asked Qinggu for the name of his leader. Bai Hongjin, an A-rank martial artist, is technically Fang Qi's senior, though they graduated decades ago. Upon arriving at the training base, All the damage from last night's battle had been repaired without a trace, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. People coming and going seemed to have gotten used to it and didn't discuss it much. Chen Ge led Fang Qi to an office and then left. Inside the room, two people sat at the reception table, where boiling water was bubbling in a teapot. Fang Qi, may I call you that? A cup of barely steaming tea was pushed in front of Fang Qi, and Bai Hongjin, with a smile on his resolute square face, slowly spoke. You're a senior, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Fang Qi wore a professional smile and was impeccably polite. Thank you for what happened last night. I will report this matter truthfully to Whale Island Academy. Don't worry, you'll receive the reward you deserve. Chen Ge told me you single-handedly took down a squad of C-rank divine servants yesterday. You're truly a young and promising talent. Bai Hongjin's tone was filled with emotion. He was indeed surprised by Fang Qi's achievements. This newcomer, who just entered the sea level, is acting incredibly fast. That's too kind. If the other party hadn't been caught off guard, the outcome would have been uncertain. Facing his senior, Fang Qi habitually offered a humble remark. Mastering the timing of battle is also a skill. Bai Hongjin shook his head slightly, not dwelling on the issue too much. There are two main reasons why I asked you to come here. First, it concerns your own safety. The Divine Grace Cult is a very vengeful organization. You've thwarted their plans twice, so they've probably already set their sights on you. My advice is to avoid leaving Whale Island Academy unless absolutely necessary. Of course, I will also suggest to the college that certain resources be allocated to you to ensure your growth. Although I left the academy many years ago, I still have quite a few friends working at Whale Island. Bai Hongjin put down his teacup and slowly began to speak. Is the Divine Grace Cult really that hard to guard against? Fang Qi frowned. Although Bai Hongjin was only making a suggestion, he could still sense Bai Hongjin's apprehension towards the Divine Grace sect. Hearing Fang Qi's question, Bai Hongjin's expression became inscrutable. He sighed softly before slowly explaining. It's not a matter of how difficult it is to defend against. The borders of the Great Xia dynasty are protected by large-scale detection arrays, which can defend against and monitor the vast majority of illegal immigrants. However, the Divine Grace Cult possesses an area of effect item called Ink Shadow Feather. Wearing this item can defend against the vast majority of monitoring arrays. This is also the main reason why they can travel freely to many countries. However, this item also has significant limitations. Besides its high production cost, a single shadow feather can only cover 13 people, which is why the Divine Servant team is usually composed of 13 people per group. So if they're determined to deal with you, they have a chance of succeeding as long as they're willing to pay the price. Listening to Bai Hongjin's words, Fang Qi nodded thoughtfully. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at Bai Hongjin and asked, "What about yesterday?" Bai Hongjin waved his hand. Don't even think about it. The Ink Shadow Feather is automatically destroyed when a user dies, so the team of Divine Servants you killed yesterday really didn't leave anything of value behind. This is also why we haven't been able to understand the principles behind the Ink Shadow Feather in detail. Otherwise, we would have found a solution long ago. If you don't believe me, you can check it on Whale Island Academy's public information website. It's all there. Fang Qi nodded slightly at Bai Hongjin's explanation without much doubt. Although the Ink Shadow Feather sounded impressive, it was also somewhat useless. This also reflects that the strength of the Divine Grace Cult is not as strong as Fang Qi imagined. Otherwise, they would not have put most of their skills into stealth. As for the second thing, it involves your personal privacy. Take a look at this. As he spoke, Bai Hongjin took out something that Fang Qi was very familiar with and used it to guide the compass. The compass emitted a faint light, and the points of light converged into a short image, which was the entire process of Fang Qi crushing the Divine Servant team yesterday. After watching the entire process, Bai Hongjin was filled with emotion. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow and his eyes flickered, seemingly lost in thought. Don't worry, this is not a surveillance method. When combat occurs around the wearer, the traction compass will automatically record the situation in that area, although there are certain limitations on its range. As he spoke, Bai Hongjin tilted his head slightly and glanced at the energy barrier in the azure sky outside the window. Besides ensuring the safety of you students, the main reason is to implement self-inspection measures to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As he spoke, Bai Hongjin put away the traction compass and then explained calmly, "We want to post your battle information online. After all, the Divine Grace Cult's blatant attack on the Yunhai town base requires a response from us." Fang Qi stroked his chin, leaned back slightly, and looked somewhat puzzled. "You don't necessarily need to explain this to me so clearly, do you? After all, If you hadn't told me, I certainly wouldn't have known. Bai Hongzhen nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. I wouldn't waste my breath on just anyone. But you're different. Besides your personal performance, there's another very important point. Your teacher. Fang Qi's lips twitched involuntarily. Sure enough, he knew it would be like this. It's highly unusual that Bai Hongzhen, an A-rank professional and the highest-ranking official in Yunhai Town, would be so polite and explain the whole story in such detail. It has to be said that when Ling Wei is a really great asset, at least within the Great Xia dynasty. Fang Qi had no reason to refuse Bai Hongzhen's suggestion. From any perspective, this is not bad for him. Since he had already made an enemy of the Divine Grace cult, he didn't care about offending them even more. However, Fang Qi also had his own requirements, which was to clearly label his name and occupation. After all, this is a great opportunity to promote the mechanical engineering department. Chapter 65, Soaring Popularity. The Yunhai Town training base acted very quickly. After Fang Qi and Bai Hongzhen finished their chat, the Yunhai Town government released a series of videos documenting the Shunin Church's actions the previous day. Yesterday, a serious incident occurred in Yunhai Town, within the jurisdiction of Whale Island Port. Criminal members of the God's Grace cult have infiltrated our country in an attempt to carry out terrorist attacks. Fang Qi, a student from Whale Island Academy, thwarted his plan, killing 13 Serang Divine Grace cult criminals on the spot and capturing 2 others alive. However, the Divine Grace cult remained undeterred and launched a nighttime attack on a Yunhai Town training base in an attempt to rescue their captured comrades. Fortunately, apart from the deaths of 2 Divine Grace cult members, the attack resulted in no other casualties. We strongly condemn the shameless behavior of the Divine Grace cult and will pursue the matter to the end. Fang Qi looked at the news on his phone and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The names of the Saipan and Saibu brothers were not mentioned. They were directly labeled as members of the Divine Grace cult, transforming them from illegal immigrants into terrorists. Fang Qi understood this. After all, it involved a lot of secrets, and revealing them might cause unnecessary panic. As for the publicity surrounding him, to be fair, the combat videos were edited very well. The pair of eerie blue electronic eyes on the silver blue armor are unforgettable, and the defensive power of the miniature mechanical defense field has astonished many people. The high-frequency cutting blades flashing with a cold light and the energy shoulder cannons crushing enemies with overwhelming force are vividly displayed. The most surprising part is that in the second half, there is a short segment showing Fang Qi's performance during the big exam, which creates a stark contrast and shocks many people. Fang Qi opened the comment section, and many comments came into view. Is this the same person? You're telling me these two are the same person? They don't even have the same art style. The exams just ended, and you're already C rank, and your combat power is insane, completely crushing your peers. How can you play with this if you don't shave it? Did you balance that obelisk with your feet? What? That's my classmate. We used to be in the same class. Keep bragging upstairs. I could also say that I share a dorm room with him. That's all for now. I've decided to switch to mechanical engineering after graduating next year. What about the Ministry of Education? Haven't they updated the job descriptions yet? Add mechanical engineering. I need to see the job descriptions. My husband is so handsome. I'm going to go make him breakfast now. Wake up. You don't have a husband. Seeing the interesting comments from a group of netizens, Fang Qi chuckled and casually put his phone into his pocket. The news has just been released, and it's rapidly gaining traction. In addition to official guidance, training bases in other regions also forwarded the news, further amplifying its impact. In the news, the impact of the Divine Grace cult's attack on the Yunhai Town training base instantly overshadowed the news about the Black Society. The two are completely different in nature. Most of the attacks by gangsters are against ordinary professionals with weak combat abilities. The nature of the attacks is heinous, but such things are not uncommon, and most people are used to them and have a high tolerance for them. The Divine Grace cult is different. Attacking an official department like a training base is something that hasn't happened in many years. It's not just about the severity. The nature of the attack has completely changed. Strictly speaking, this can be considered a signal to start a war. After the headquarters of Daxia Training Base forwarded the news and stated that it would investigate the matter thoroughly, the impact of this incident rose to another level. The surrounding small countries, which were in turmoil, also quieted down, and even the underworld did not dare to continue to cause trouble under these circumstances and temporarily kept quiet. The Black Society is very powerful, even having an S-rank member in charge. But if the Great Xia cannot find the Divine Grace cult to turn against them, then it can only close its eyes and wait for death. Of course, in addition to this, Fang Qi's personal information was also compiled by netizens again. Fang Qi, Department of Mechanical Engineering, ranked first in both categories in the 1963 National Joint Entrance Examination. His teachers are S-rank powerhouses, dimensional travelers, and Wen Lingwei, among other things. This left a deep impression on many ordinary professionals and attracted the attention of many forces. The reason is simple. Fang Qi's armor represents something extraordinary, and many people have harbored some ulterior motives. However, due to Wen Lingwei's reputation, they can only suppress these thoughts for the time being. In summary, after this incident, Fang Qi gained fame and influence far exceeding his current strength, although this also came with certain risks. Inside a safe house, Xiaoya and her two companions were resting after finishing a battle. Mai Lu was wiping her equipment, while Xiaoya was meditating cross-legged. She had just completed her advancement mission today and was feeling the changes in her body. Yin Chi-Chi, who was lying in bed wrapped in a quilt, suddenly sat up, her little face full of surprise. Sister Mai Lu, Sister Xiaoya, look, there's news about Fang Qi. The two were taken aback, got up, and came to Yin Chi-Chi's side. After reading the news, all of them looked surprised. I never expected his fighting style to change so drastically after entering the C rank. Mai Lu looked slightly surprised and said with some emotion. Xiaoya glanced at the news's popularity and frowned, her tone worried. This isn't a good thing. It's not just the divine grace cult. Many others will definitely have their eyes on him. Xiaoya's words made Yin Chi-Chi and Mai Lu realize what was happening. They exchanged a glance, both looking worried. Professor Wen should be able to handle it. There shouldn't be any problems. After a while, Mai Lu slowly spoke, which eased the atmosphere somewhat. Xiaoya simply nodded and didn't say anything more. After all, with their current strength, they can't really help with anything. Such things were happening to several people who knew Fang Qi, including Lu Qing, Su Qianqian, and Han Xiang, who had all seen the news. While I was happy for Fang Qi, I also sensed an undercurrent of tension. Chapter 66, Return to Whale Island. With the matter settled, Fang Qi lost interest in wandering around and returned to Whale Island port via the teleportation array. Upon entering the campus, Fang Qi was surrounded by many students. Many people greeted him warmly and asked if the list of equipment for sale could be updated. Some bolder girls expressed a desire to have a deeper conversation with Fang Qi and, incidentally, touch his precious heavy armor. After much effort, Fang Qi managed to escape from the group of classmates and return to his base. When Fang Qi stepped onto the solid metal floor and looked at the busy mechanical creations around him, he breathed a deep sigh of relief, and a strange sense of security welled up in his heart. I still prefer the feeling of staying at home and working with machinery. Fang Qi took a deep breath and muttered to himself. He was only gone for 2 or 3 days, and there weren't many changes in the secret realm. With a click, the heavy metal door opened, revealing a familiar environment, including the familiar sight of Wen Lingwei, who had disappeared for a month. You're back. Wen Lingwei leaned lazily against the sofa, while the monitor on the wall played news announcements from Yinhai Town on repeat. When did you get back, teacher? Fang Qi was already used to Wen Lingwei's visits and wasn't surprised. Yesterday. Wen Lingwei crossed her long legs, turned her gaze away from the news, looked Fang Qi up and down, and then nodded slightly. It's good that you're not injured. Your strength has grown faster than I expected. That's very good. Withdrawing her gaze, Wen Lingwei smiled, pleased with Fang Qi's progress. This was exactly what she wanted to see. Will this incident cause trouble for the teacher? Fang Qi sat down opposite Wen Lingwei and asked. It's nothing serious. You don't need to worry. Oh, by the way, I had a pretty good find on this trip. This might be useful to you. With a flick of Wen Lingwei's fair fingertip, an irregular dark purple crystal flew into Fang Qi's hand. The moment he acquired it, Fang Qi also received a notification from the profession panel. Item, Skill Advancement Stone. Note, it can transform and elevate one of your skills. Fang Qi was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously blinked and looked at Wen Lingwei. This item can also be purchased through the school's internal trading network, but it is extremely rare, with the stock remaining at 0 for most of the year. Moreover, the price is terrifying, costing 100,000 credits. It's practically a gift you can only look at but not eat, making an extremely valuable gift. Teacher, isn't this too expensive? To be honest, Fang Qi really wanted it, but it felt like a hot potato. It does have some value, but consider this compensation for your advancement. After all, I can't offer any help or guidance for your career development. Wen Lingwei nodded noncommittally. This kind of thing is basically priceless and unavailable. Most people would use it up immediately after getting it, so even she didn't have any in stock. She got this skill advancement stone by exchanging it with a friend in the Celestial Clan's secret realm. There is no absolute hostility among the various races. Some powerful and neutral races that love peace, such as elves, spirits, and celestials, have a lot of interaction with humans. Fang Qi looked at the purple crystal in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then accepted it. He does urgently need to grow now. It's a basic necessity. Teacher, you have already given me enough help. Fang Qi spoke earnestly, and his address of teacher was sincere. After all, without Wen Lingwei's secret realm, he might still be cautiously developing in some uninhabited area, and he wouldn't be able to exploit resources so recklessly. Wen Lingwei nodded slightly, without saying anything more. Oh, right, teacher. I have another question. Does the Divine Grace cult possess methods, such as remote monitoring or prophecy? Is there any way to defend against it? Thinking about this question that had been bothering him, Fang Qi took the opportunity to ask it. Wen Lingwei pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. There are many methods of remote monitoring, but most of them have significant limitations and are often accompanied by abnormal energy fluctuations. The school's online marketplace has equipment for this purpose, which can handle most situations. As for prophecy, Wen Lingwei frowned slightly and shook her head. This ability is very mysterious. I don't know much about it. Since the war between the various races, prophets from all races have become the primary targets for assassination among the other races. The prophet, a hidden profession, is already rare, and once it appears, it not only attracts targeting from other races, but also the covetousness of its own kind. The most recent prophetic professional was 8 years ago. He died on the night he changed jobs. Wen Lingwei sighed softly, her tone tinged with regret. Fang Qi was naturally aware of this matter as well. The prophet was protected by the people at the training base on the day of his awakening, but was attacked and killed before he could be transferred. As for who did it, no official announcement has been made. However, it is said that there were many casualties that night, and many people speculate that it was an S-rank powerhouse who was responsible, but this information has not been confirmed. Fang Qi stroked his chin, his mind churning with thoughts. Frankly speaking, people are wary of the profession of prophet, whether they are friend or foe. If it were an enemy, Fang Qi would definitely try his best to kill them as soon as possible. Just like when Xiaoya found him, his first thought wasn't whether the prophecy was true or false, but rather to kill Xiaoya and run away. Of course, this thought was also predicted by Xiaoya. What changed Fang Qi's mind at the time, besides his own weakness, was Xiaoya's honesty and his identity as a human. Otherwise, the situation might be different now. Don't overthink it. You're absolutely safe on Whale Island. Seemingly sensing Fang Qi's worries, Wen Lingwei offered a word of comfort. Fang Qi didn't know what to say about this, but he still remembered Xiaoya's prediction. Whale Island is destined for catastrophe, but Fang Qi doesn't understand why such a thing would still happen with so many S-rank beings guarding it. Either Wen Lingwei and other S-rank experts are not at school, or they're preoccupied with other matters. Or, the worst-case scenario. Fang Qi's eyes flickered slightly, and the invisible pressure suddenly increased by 1 point. Whether or not to tell Wen Lingwei about this was not within Fang Qi's consideration. This matter is far too unpredictable, and Fang Qi doesn't want to take the risk. Chapter 67. Extrasensory Perception. Wen Lingwei left after sitting for a while. Before leaving, she told Fang Qi not to leave the school before she returned. She did not say where she was going. S-rank experts are usually quite busy, which Fang Qi naturally understands. In the modification workshop, Fang Qi frowned as he looked at the results from the energy analyzer. The molecular energy levels are so strange. There's absolutely no reference data, and the structure of this substance is somewhat illogical. It's a pity there's only one. If there were more, we could probably take it apart and examine it more closely. I can only save the data for now. If I get a few more later, I might try to research how to recreate them. As he stroked his chin, Fang Qi's thoughts raced, temporarily suppressing the research desires stirring within him. After obtaining the skill advancement stone, Fang Qi's first thought was to see if he could analyze anything new and whether it was possible to replicate it. Although he doesn't have the ability to replicate it yet, the special energy within the skill advancement stone still allowed Fang Qi to gain something. This type of energy has a very high molecular energy level, but it is also very stable, and based on current data, it has very high practical value. Unfortunately, he can't do any research right now. He only has one skill advancement stone, and if he breaks it, it will be too late to cry. So he has only collected some basic data. After entering the information into the auxiliary programs database and checking the program's lowest level code again to ensure there were no problems, I started looking at the production logs. The number of worker ants has reached 632, and their production rate is getting faster and faster. The surface mining vehicles have been abandoned, and resource extraction has now moved underground. The base is also expanding deeper, and the buildings on the surface have not changed for a long time. Fang Qi squinted slightly as he looked at the material reserves, did a quick calculation, and then planned his next step. You can't fall behind in gaining experience. Experience dungeons have time limits, but there are plenty of monsters in the wild. Although the auxiliary program hasn't evolved yet, it works fine for automatic patrol and combat. Perhaps we could first create a prototype of a mechanized force. The mechanical production lines also need an upgrade, and the quality of the worker ants needs to be improved. Stretching and yawning, Fang Qi looked at the constantly changing electronic data on the screen and already had a premonition of the busy period ahead. With the Divine Grace cult present as an unstable factor, Fang Qi could only rely on the local forces for now. After spacing out for a while, Fang Qi got up and went into the bathroom. The warm water washing over his skin made him feel a little sleepy. After taking a shower, Fang Qi lay lazily on the bed, one hand behind his head, the other holding the skill advancement stone and examining it closely. The irregularly shaped, rhomboid crystals shimmered with fluorescent light under the lamp, making them look quite beautiful. What a pity. With a touch of reluctance, Fang Qi opened the profession panel and looked at his skill list. He had many skills, but he ignored all other options and focused his attention on sensing killing intent. The level of killing intent perception has reached its limit, but there is no denying that this skill is very useful, and most importantly, it is a passive skill. Should I consume one skill upgrade stone to increase the skill's maximum level? Yes, no. Fang Qi chose yes without hesitation. Click. The moment the confirmation button was pressed, the purple crystal in my hand shattered into specks of light and merged into my body. A warm feeling spread from my heart throughout my body. There was no pain like when advancing through levels. Instead, there's a sense of comfort and peace like returning to the womb. In the evolution of advanced learning paths, 10%, 30%, and 90% are observed. Evolution complete, skill advancement successful. When the words "advance successfully" appeared, Fang Qi felt a surge of heat rushing from his body to his brain, and a slight soreness made him frown. Slowly closing my eyes, the world before me did not plunge into darkness. Swish! One by one, the points of light converged, forming a familiar scene in his mind, his surroundings. It felt like he was looking at a 3D image from a third-person perspective, with no blind spots. Fang Qi even saw lines of different colors moving around at different frequencies. He focused his thoughts on one of the low-frequency black ripples, and gradually he felt his heartbeat and breathing resonate with that slow frequency. A jumble of fragmented information flooded my mind, but what followed was a feeling of exhaustion. Call! Fang Qi suddenly opened his eyes, and that illusory yet real feeling vanished instantly. His entire body felt heavy, or, more commonly, he felt weak. What the hell is this? Fang Qi frowned and opened the skill panel. The killing intent perception had disappeared, replaced by a brand new skill. Skill: extrasensory perception, passive. Note: it doesn't require relying on normal senses to gather external information. Resonating with certain energy frequencies might yield unexpected gains, and it seems to possess even more powerful abilities. However, unfortunately, you cannot enhance it through experience. Extrasensory perception, a sixth sense in sync? Fang Qi slowly sat up, rubbed his slightly throbbing forehead, and couldn't help but frown slightly. A human union, extrasensory perception is considered an inherent human ability. Its characteristics include thought transmission, special perception, premonition, and mental breaking, etc. Unfortunately, this research project had been suspended for many years before Fang Qi's death, remaining at the first step of thought transmission. After all, at the time, many technologies could achieve similar or even exceed the original's assumptions, so no one was willing to spend the effort and resources to do such a thankless research. If this is how the sixth sense is visualized, then what about the speculated seventh and eighth senses? Rubbing his throbbing temples, Fang Qi's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. When he was advancing his skill, he seemed to have resonated with a certain energy wave. After briefly organizing the information in his mind, Fang Qi's eyes gradually sharpened. Sure enough, I still had some luck on me. A sixth sense is truly a wonderful thing. Fang Qi's lips curled up slightly, and he mentally gave the job panel a thumbs up. Although it was only a little bit this time, if I keep doing it a little bit, I'll eventually be able to strip you naked. Hee hee. Fang Qi let out a low, enigmatic chuckle, a malicious smile playing on his lips. Chapter 68. The Death Bird. Inside the dimly lit cave, a group of 13 people knelt on one knee, bowing their heads slightly, not daring to look at the figure sitting cross-legged beneath the statue. They had been in this position for over 10 hours, but the figure sitting cross-legged had not spoken, and they dared not make a move. Lorna stayed. A deep, calm voice suddenly rang out, and the slender figure on the right of the 13 lowered his head even further upon hearing it. Hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. They glanced at their captain without making a sound, their eyes showing a hint of worry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They quietly withdrew without making a sound. Only after everyone else had left did the figure sitting cross-legged continue to speak. "Get up, Archbishop Xia." Upon hearing this, Lorna slowly stood up, bowed slightly, and stood respectfully, feeling a little uneasy. "I am disappointed." The Archbishop's voice remained calm, revealing neither joy nor anger, yet it sent a chill down Rona's spine. She understood the Archbishop's meaning. Her 12 subordinates had not only failed to defeat 7 professionals of the same rank, but had even been ambushed by a C-rank brat. It wasn't just a mission failure. The Great Xia dynasty made a big fuss about it, allowing a mere C-rank brat to gain notoriety by stepping on the face of the Divine Grace cult. After calming herself down, Rona bowed and said softly to the Archbishop, "I am willing to atone for my sins by infiltrating Great Xia and bringing back Fang Qi's head. Can you do it?" The Archbishop's voice drifted over slowly, causing Rona's heart to tighten slightly. "Subordinates can do." Lorna gritted her teeth and reluctantly agreed. "No, you can't do it." The Archbishop stood up, his figure slowly floating up and coming to Rona's side. "Your abilities should be used in more meaningful ways." The Archbishop slowly raised his hand. His black robe slipped down, revealing a hand that resembled a bird's claw, dry and thin, without any flesh, tightly wrapped in a layer of pale skin, looking like a creature that had never seen the sun for many years. A cold sensation came from her jaw, and Rona obediently raised her head to look at the Archbishop. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hood and could not be seen at all. "Go to Kindislu and bring back the descendants of the poet Stog." The cold, sharp fingertips gently traced across her neck, and a sense of fear of death sent shivers down Rona's spine. Her eyes lowered slightly, and she slowly lowered her head. "Yes, go." The pale hand retracted beneath the black robe once more, and the Archbishop slowly turned and walked towards the statue. Rona bowed slightly and left. They passed through a cloud of black mist, and the scene before them suddenly changed. It was like walking from hell to earth. The warm sunlight shone down from the sky, and the soothing wind and birdsong calmed Rona's unease. She raised her hand and touched her neck. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, and a splash of crimson stained her fingertips. Under the sunlight, Rona felt that the red was too dazzling. Looking at her hand, which resembled a crow's claw, a look of desolation flashed in Rona's eyes as she withdrew her hand back in her black robe. "Captain, are you all right?" Her teammates had been waiting outside, and when they saw Rona come out, they quickly came to greet her. Looking at the wound on Rona's neck, one of them spoke softly with concern in his voice. Rona suppressed her turbulent emotions, looked at the group, and said coldly, "It's nothing." Hearing that familiar, indifferent voice, Rona's teammates exchanged glances and inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, about this mission. This is not something you should be concerned about." Lorna waved her hand and said in a nonchalant tone, "The Archbishop has new plans, with the target being Kindislu. This mission must be completed no matter what. Go back and prepare." Lorna waved her hand, signaling the group to leave quickly. The others exchanged glances, but none of them objected to Lorna. They nodded and turned to leave. Their last infiltration of the Great Xia dynasty took a toll, and they need to adjust their condition. Watching her teammates depart, Rona slightly raised her head to look at the azure sky. Kindislu means dawn or hope in the local language, so locals also like to call themselves the Land of Dawn. But the so-called dawn is just a hope in this terrible world. Like many small countries, there is neither peace nor hope, only chaos. The pioneers hold the obelisk, exploiting the people for sustainable development, leaving them either to join them or to become the ones being exploited. The country is ruled by brutal rulers, and the wilderness is teeming with predators. Even though survival is difficult, they have no choice. In this chaotic era, peace is a luxury, but those living in it are often oblivious to it. She withdrew her gaze, tightened her black robe to cover herself more completely, and then slowly walked forward. Perhaps because she had been in the dark for too long, she was somewhat afraid to stand in the sunlight. Looking around, the area is lush with green trees, filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. The aroma of green grass lingers in the air, making it feel like a paradise. The joyful sounds of children playing could be heard from afar. Groups of children, with innocent smiles on their faces, looked carefree. As Rona watched their departing figures, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She saw not just a group of children, but also her past self. She had been rescued from a winter night, and, when she first came here, thought she had arrived in heaven. It was all too late. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists, suppressing all the emotions in her eyes, her gaze calm and cold. Rona is dead. Now the one alive is the Deathbird, a monster with blood on its hands. Chapter 69. The Mechanical Engineering Department's Promotion Plan. Fang Qi, this is the equipment requirement list for the next batch. Take a look. Outside Wen Lingwei's residence, a logistics staff member handed Fang Qi a document, speaking politely. Although he was older than Fang Qi and was Fang Qi's senior in school. However, Fang Qi's achievements during this period have spread widely throughout the school. If he didn't show up so often, he could basically secure his position as the leader of the freshmen. Don't underestimate this position. When these students graduate and are assigned to various important positions, they will form a very considerable network of connections. Wow! 5 million rounds of portable machine gun, turret ammunition? Fang Qi leaned back tactically, his eyes filled with surprise. I remember we just gave your logistics department 2 million renminbi 2 weeks ago, didn't we? Is it being consumed so quickly? And can't your logistics department make this themselves? Upon hearing Fang Qi's question, the logistics staff member scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. The main reason is that the portable machine gun turret sells very well. Many new players bring two when running dungeons, resulting in a high ammo consumption. We tried making it, but the finished product was less powerful. Several engineers are currently debugging the production equipment, and it's estimated that it won't be operational until early next month. Fang Qi. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. The world's industry is somewhat unbalanced. It's relatively normal in civilian applications, but its industrial applications are a bit of a mess. The reason is very simple and direct. Who are these things made for? How are they used? What is their purpose? After all, most professionals are either magicians or martial artists, so it couldn't be used by them, right? Gunpowder weapons crafted without blueprints are no match for someone casually using a skill. Moreover, technological advancement is an extremely time-consuming and laborious long-term endeavor. With that time and energy, it would be better to research new magic or martial arts techniques. Okay, but the first batch of new products you're going to launch won't be very large. Fang Qi flipped through the documents and nodded slightly. Okay, no problem. The minister has explained that your studies are the priority. The logistics staff nodded repeatedly, indicating that they would do as Fang Qi said. Okay, then there's no problem. Oh, and remember to bring me back the mechanical boxes next time you come. There are dozens of them each time. They're quite troublesome to make. Fang Qi signed the document, handed one of the copies to the other party, and said with a smile, "That, Fang Qi, are you selling this mechanical case?" Fang Qi. Watching the logistics personnel walk away, Fang Qi scratched his chin with a strange expression. Could it be that my suitcase is too beautiful? Wow, you have great taste. Fang Qi refused to sell the boxes, but not selling them didn't mean he couldn't give them away. Buying equipment as a free gift is a small perk, after all. After all, this thing is only good-looking and useful for storing things. Patting the head of the worker ant robot beside him, Fang Qi slowly spoke. "Qi Yuan, help me order 300 magic energy crystals on the campus intranet." "Yes, master." The monotonous mechanical sound echoed in his ears, and Fang Qi nodded in satisfaction. Since the auxiliary system was completed, Fang Qi has been feeding it data continuously. Now its data pool is deep enough to perform some simple commands and dialogues. It's still a long way from true AI. Right now, it's just a bunch of static data. The reason it can engage in dialogue is simply because its data pool is deep enough to execute most normal commands. Of course, aside from some overly abstract issues. However, judging from the name Fang Qi gave it, he has high hopes for its future. As for the magic energy crystal, it was just an experiment by Fang Qi. He wanted to see if this magical material could be refined into new energy sources or materials. If it could, that would be even better. In the principal's office of Whale Island Academy, a conversation about Fang Qi is taking place. There are not many people. At the head of the table was an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in a well-fitting mage robe. This person was none other than Wen Lingwei's teacher, Xiao Lingyun, the principal of Whale Island Academy. Vice Principal Duan Yang was also present. Opposite them was an elderly man with a weathered face and an air of scholarly refinement. He is Jin Chonglin, the director in charge of textbook compilation at the Ministry of Education. Principal Xiao, I believe the purpose of the Ministry of Education sending me here has already been explained to you. Because of Fang Qi's online achievements, many students who haven't yet switched careers have developed a strong interest in this profession. Therefore, the Ministry of Education intends to include the mechanical engineering major as a career path in textbooks. Besides benefiting the promotion of mechanical engineering, it also provides students with more career options. Of course, we would also need the help of your esteemed student, Fang Qi, in this matter, as he is the creator of the mechanical engineering department, and our understanding of this profession is merely superficial. Jin Chonglin spoke with a smile, his tone calm and refined. Xiao Lingyun was in no hurry to express her opinion, but instead gently placed a freshly brewed cup of tea in front of Jin Chonglin. I've also received news about this. From all perspectives, this is a good thing, but it's also necessary to consider the individual's wishes. In fact, Xiao Lingyun did not plan to come back. After all, these were all minor matters to him. However, after learning about the whole story, he changed his mind. His student's intuition was quite accurate. That Fang Qi was indeed a talented person. He saw the enormous potential of this profession, so he turned down his old friend's invitation to explore and went straight back to school. There was no other meaning behind it. I just came to lend my support and keep some people from having any restless thoughts. Although Wen Lingwei is very strong, she is too young and doesn't carry enough weight in the eyes of some older guys. Of course, this definitely requires consulting the individual's opinion first. Although mechanical engineering is a relatively new profession, based on our understanding, it has a very promising future. So even if it is only activated up to the C order, it doesn't matter. The Ministry of Education attaches great importance to this matter, therefore. Jin Chonglin gave Xiao Lingyun a knowing look. Oh, haha, we're all family. No need for such formalities. This isn't something that can be accomplished in a day or two. You've come all this way, so you should definitely experience the unique features of our Whale Island Academy. Duan Yang. Xiao Lingyun coughed lightly and called out to the vice principal who was making tea. Hey principal, what do you say? You can show Director Jean around first, and then we can grab a bite to eat. We'll discuss the rest in detail this afternoon. Xiao Lingyun chuckled and patted Duan Yang on the shoulder. Okay. Duan Yang nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. Jin Chonglin's lips twitched as he looked at Xiao Lingyun's kind smile. He didn't even need to think to know that the old man was up to no good. Chapter 70. Xiao Lingyun's Advice. Fang Qi gently knocked on the office door. Enter. After receiving a response, Fang Qi pushed open the door and went inside. Principal, you want to see me? Fang Qi casually closed the door, his gaze sweeping over the old man before him, memorizing his appearance before politely inquiring. Okay, sit down and talk. Your teacher should have already explained the specifics to you, right? I'd like to hear your opinion on this matter. Xiao Lingyun spoke slowly with a gentle smile on his face. Fang Qi nodded. He had indeed just received a message from Wen Lingwei and understood the general situation. As for why Xiao Lingyun sought him out, Fang Qi guessed that besides the teaching materials, there must be other purposes. Principal, if it's about textbook compilation, I'm willing to cooperate. Fang Qi did not raise any questions, but simply stated his position. You brat, why are you giving me this bureaucratic talking? Xiao Lingyun shook his head slightly and chuckled softly. Textbooks are just one reason. The main purpose of calling you here today is to ask you if you have a detailed classification of your professional school of thought. Classification? Do you mean career branches? Fang Qi understood what Xiao Lingyun meant. Yes, it's a career branch. You should have already studied the relevant content. Initially, most professions didn't have clear branches, and the career paths were very general. Besides increasing the learning costs for professionals, it also hinders career development and growth. The career panel is just a tool. The knowledge gained from it still needs to be understood, reflected upon, and integrated through personal experience. Xiao Lingyun's words made Fang Qi raise his eyebrows slightly, as if he was deep in thought. He hadn't learned anything from the career panel, but he understood what Xiao Lingyun was trying to say. What you learn from the job panel is more like common sense, like a mage's basic magic theory. It tells you that this thing is called magic power and that you can use it to cast spells. It's a general common sense concept. Based on this common sense, many different research directions can be derived. Why can magic be used to cast spells? Can the same amount of magic be used to cast more powerful spells? Can magic be used for other purposes besides casting spells? These are some of the questions that need to be addressed. The division of professions simply separates these issues, allowing each person to focus on their own field without spending time on other areas. Finally, people from different backgrounds communicate, exchange ideas, and learn from each other, which drives the progress of the entire system. Whether they are magicians or martial artists, they have all reached their current status step by step. Fang Qi gathered his thoughts and let out a soft breath. Actually, I have given this issue some thought, but my ideas are still somewhat immature. Fang Qi made a habitually modest remark and looked at Xiao Lingyun softly. I understand that the progress of a school of thought is very slow. You'll need to discuss the specific details with Director Jean from the Ministry of Education. It's a complicated and time-consuming process, so don't worry too much. As Xiao Lingyun spoke, he placed the freshly brewed tea in front of Fang Qi and said slowly. Fang Qi didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking him, he raised his teacup and took a sip. The warmth slid down his throat to his abdomen, then spread out as a warm current, making him feel very comfortable. Before Fang Qi could even savor the moment, the job panel displayed a message. His health had increased by 2,000 points. Fang Qi looked at the tea in the cup and couldn't help but be surprised, his eyes flickering slightly. My first thought wasn't to have another bite, but rather to consider whether I could pack up the rest and take it home to analyze. This stuff only works the first time. There are better ones, but your small frame can't handle them. If you want it, have your teacher get it for you. Xiao Yinshan chuckled and casually dug a pit for his student. No need. This is already a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Principal. Fang Qi shook his head, drank the rest of the tea in one gulp, gently put down the cup, and smiled. Okay, now that we've finished discussing the business, let's talk about the benefits. Your career has great potential, and the Ministry of Education will definitely provide a lot of support and rewards, although it may not be what you want. Your teacher was my student, so you don't need to be modest with me. Tell me what you want. This old man still has some influence. I can help you coordinate something. Xiao Lingyun picked up his teacup and took a sip, exuding an air of authority. I want to destroy the Divine Grace cult. Fang Qi spoke without hesitation. Cough. Xiao Lingyun choked a little and couldn't help but cough lightly. Change 1. Principal, is there nothing you can do about this? If you can find their hideout, then there's a way. After the probing ended and he noted down the information, Fang Qi calmed his thoughts and felt more confident. The principal is very confident. It seems he can handle things for the time being. As for what one wants, that is indeed a question worth considering. Because he wanted so much, but he had to consider that even with Wen Lingwei and the principal as his backers, he was still just a C-rank weakling. He had to think about whether asking for more would be too much for him. What is unimportant to those people, but important to me? After pondering for a long time, Fang Qi's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Xiao Lingyun and slowly revealed his purpose. I want a piece of land, the closer to Whale Island the better, and the bigger the better. Xiao Lingyun was stunned for a moment when he heard Fang Qi's words, then nodded thoughtfully. I will handle this. Fang Qi didn't show any joy on his face. After all, he planned to do it regardless of whether the higher-ups gave him a permit or not. The only difference was whether he had a permit or not. The secret realm is safe, but not convenient. In the future, when the mechanical troops go out to carry out activities, it won't be good for them to come and go from Wen Lingwei's residence every day. It just feels a bit strange. Moreover, having a territory that truly belongs to oneself is a fundamental condition for developing power. Once I've taken root, it's not like I can dig as deep or however I want. Of course, the real surprise for him was that mechanical engineering would be included in the textbook. Fang Qi's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the mechanical pioneer's specialty on his panel. My darling, how many more surprises can you bring me? Chapter 71, Preliminary Division. In the afternoon, Fang Qi met with Jin Chonglin. Jin Chonglin left a very deep impression on Fang Qi. His refined and scholarly demeanor was secondary. The key was his distinctive hairstyle, which shocked Fang Qi. Professionals can also experience hair loss. Perhaps because he was already used to this situation, Jin Chonglin didn't seem to care much. It might be related to my frequent late nights and mental exertion. As you know, compiling textbooks requires researching a great deal of information, and since each profession often changes, the textbooks also need to be updated frequently, making the workload very heavy. I've also asked some very skilled healers to help me take a look. Unfortunately, it worked very well at first, but after a while it turned into this again. Jin Chonglin sighed, touched his hair with some emotion, and felt a mix of feelings. Fang Qi subconsciously touched the top of his head, and a sense of crisis, which he could not explain, arose in his heart. I often stay up late too. I hope I don't end up like that. Putting aside these trivial matters, Jin Chonglin has a very strong sense of professionalism. According to him, he wanted to divide the mechanical system into a legion system. Production, research, and combat each have their own roles, ensuring that everyone can accurately find their own place. In short, the strategy mainly involved large-scale, legion-based operations, which indeed grasped the key point. I've learned about your experience, and frankly, most people don't have your qualifications. Based on my current calculations, if the mechanical engineering department were to pursue a comprehensive development approach, it would be too slow to get started and would likely appear quite mediocre. This is fundamentally detrimental to the promotion of the entire school of thought. Instead of doing that, it will be better to break it down and expand the advantages of each aspect. If you don't want to go to the battlefield, go do logistics. If you don't want to do logistics, go fight. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of the mechanical engineering profession, professionals can make their true future development direction at the C rank. This not only provides a much longer buffer period, but also gives some people another chance to choose. Fang Qi couldn't help but glance at Jin Chonglin's words, realizing that Director Jin must have conducted a very detailed investigation into him before coming. Although combat professions are the mainstream, not everyone likes them. After all, you only have one life. However, if the division is too detailed, weakening the crafting capabilities of combat-oriented classes, the cost of acquiring equipment will become very high for professionals. I've also considered this, but if I may be frank, this is an unavoidable growing pain. The mech class currently has a maximum rank of C. Its fundamental strength lies in its ability to mass-produce equipment, rather than its combat prowess. We have no shortage of C-rank combat professionals. What we need to do now is to leverage the manufacturing advantages brought by the mechanical engineering department to improve the overall manufacturing level of the Great Xia dynasty. Only in this way can we create a suitable environment for the mechanical engineering department and promote the development of the entire system. Of course, your help is indispensable. After all, you are a pioneer in this profession. Jin Chonglin spoke sincerely and was very gentle in his attitude. Fang Qi agreed with Jin Chonglin's view that it would be a waste of a lot of time and extremely inefficient for him to change the entire industrial environment on his own. The growing pains brought about by industrial development are inevitable. The first batch of mechanical engineering professionals are just the beginning. Later, many more logistics professions will be affected. Both Jin Chonglin and Fang Qi were well aware of this. But the Ministry of Education still made this decision, which proves that they also foresaw the huge changes this profession could bring. Jin Chonglin stayed with Fang Qi for a few days, and the two hit it off. Jin Chonglin had some knowledge of various professions, and his conversations gave Fang Qi a lot of inspiration. Jin Chonglin also thought highly of Fang Qi, and the two got along very well. After several busy days, Jin Chonglin took his leave after finalizing the first draft of the textbook. Old Fang, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to you if I run into any problems. Don't find me annoying. I'd be very happy if you didn't call me Lao Fang. Fang Qi looked at the other person speechlessly, feeling a bit of a toothache. Calling you Xiao Fang feels a bit strange. Lao Fang is much better, and your personality doesn't seem like that of a vibrant young person. All right, let's go. All right, I'll be going now. After exchanging a few pleasantries and saying goodbye, Fang Qi watched the other person leave, then adjusted his profession inheritance tree and invested some new profession knowledge. Advanced materials science, advanced mechanical dynamics, high-density material compression, basic neural connections, electromagnetics, and other manufacturing-oriented professional knowledge were reassigned to the logistics branch. As for heavy machinery modification, micromachinery modification, rapid assembly, energy utilization theory, and other combat-oriented professional knowledge, they are classified into the combat sequence. The class panel is really a great thing, but the advanced quests will likely shut down countless players. Looking at the profession inheritance tree on the panel, Fang Qi sighed softly and closed the panel. He actually hoped that the mechanical professionals could grow quickly, which would be very beneficial to him. But the unstable factor of advancement missions also became a very thorny problem. Perhaps we need to further expand the D-level blueprints to ensure that those stuck on advanced tasks have something to do and even steadily improve their skills, giving them a greater chance of passing the advanced tasks. Advanced tasks are too random and difficult. My little leaks, this is all the help I can give you for now. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair as Fang Qi stood at the school gate, deep in thought. Brother Fang. The bold and rugged voice pulled him back to reality, and Fang Qi turned his head to look, raising an eyebrow involuntarily. The newcomer was burly, but his face was too fierce, especially when he smiled, which always made people wary. Xingrong, did you just finish a mission? Seeing that the other party looked travel-worn, Fang Qi couldn't help but smile and ask. Yeah, we just got back. That illegal immigrant was incredibly fast and a strong fighter. It took us ages to deal with him. We're exhausted. Xingrong complained, a helpless expression on his face. As long as no one is injured, wasting a little time is fine. Fang Qi nodded slightly and offered some words of comfort. That's true. It was a bit troublesome, but thankfully nothing unexpected happened. Brother Fang, you've become so famous lately. I see your messages all the time when I open my phone. Xingrong's tone held a hint of envy. They were both in the prime of their lives, and who wouldn't yearn for the spotlight? Haha, being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. I'm too scared to even leave the school gate now. It's too dangerous. Fang Qi helplessly shrugged and subtly took a step back, landing right inside the school gate. Xingrong didn't pay attention to this detail, but instead talked to Fang Qi about something else. Brother Fang, had you been watching the news these past few days? The same group that attacked the training base in Yunhai Town attacked a small country the day before yesterday. I think his name is Kindeslu. The commotion was huge, and many people died. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi took out his phone and started searching for related news. The Kindeslu Bauhinia family was attacked, and their adopted son, Wall, was arrested. It is understood that Wall is the only descendant of Stog, the famous hero of Kindeslu. The news was very brief and didn't generate much buzz. After all, this kind of thing happens frequently, and many people have become numb to it. The poet Stog, the greatest word wielder in history. Fang Qi quickly retrieved the other party's information from his memory. The poet Stog was a figure from over 700 years ago, and he was very famous in that era. It's just a pity that he later disappeared. Some say they saw him enter the lava giant's secret realm and never come out again, while others say he was killed by several families in Kindeslu. After all, the poet Stog was of commoner origin and naturally at odds with the major families in Kindeslu. The news is a mix of truth and falsehood, and there has never been a definitive conclusion. Word spirit. Fang Qi repeated the sentence softly, his eyes flashing slightly, as if he were deep in thought. Brother Fang, what are you thinking about? Seeing Fang Qi staring at the screen in a daze, Xingrong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Oh, I just feel that compared to these small, remote countries, being born in Great Xia is indeed very fortunate. Fang Qi put away his phone and sighed slightly. Who can argue with that? If I'd been born in a place like that, I might have died long ago. Forget about it. Fang Qi, want to have dinner together? No, you go ahead. I have something to do and we'll be late. Next time I'll definitely. Okay then, Brother Fang. See you later. Okay, see you later. After politely declining Xingrong's invitation, Fang Qi watched her leave. Fang Qi glanced at the energy barrier in midair, narrowed his eyes slightly, turned around, and walked quickly towards the school. Chapter 72. The Word Master. Back at the base, Fang Qi sat down at his computer and tapped lightly on the keyboard as a video began playing on the screen. The video was very shaky and blurry, and you could tell the person filming was very nervous. Black energy was rampant, and any guards who were touched by it were either killed or maimed, with black spots appearing on their bodies, which looked quite eerie. The guards offered almost no resistance, and Rona and her party entered a luxurious manner, as if it were empty, eventually leaving quickly with a boy of about 13 or 14 years old. The scene pauses, revealing a boy's youthful face filled with fear, yet he is utterly powerless to resist the members of the Divine Grace cult. Word Spirit. It is said that one can influence reality and even communicate with deities through words. However, it also seems to have significant side effects. Impure words may bring about some unpredictable consequences. Fang Qi could find very little information about word spirits. The mystery surrounding this profession was comparable to that of a prophet. However, the numbers are far fewer than those of prophets. There are fewer than 20 recorded practitioners of the word of power to date, and information on these people is also scarce. Some of them cannot even be found by name, only by code name. It seems that, just as the saying goes, impure words may bring some unknown consequences, and most of these people did not end up well. The poet Stog disappeared 700 years ago, and the Divine Grace Church first appeared in the world's sight more than 600 years ago. Is there any connection between the two? It's a very simple association, but it's not quite logical. If there really were a connection, so many influential figures should have been aware of it. Fang Qi carefully reviewed the frequency of the Divine Grace cult's activities over the years, but couldn't discern any pattern. These people seem to lack any logic in their actions. They want to fight big countries. They don't spare small countries either. and they even want to get involved with their own counterparts. They are not picky at all. Only a few days after their last attack failed, they couldn't wait to find their next target. After closing the webpage, Fang Qi leaned back in his chair, sighed, and felt a headache coming on. This kind of organization, which acts recklessly and without any order, is really a headache. I rubbed my temples and just closed my eyes when the world before me suddenly changed. In the virtual world, colorful lines are vibrating slightly at different frequencies. Fang Qi's mind scanned his surroundings. Before he could think any further, he saw a familiar black ripple. I explored the idea tentatively, but it didn't feel as natural and effortless as last time. After adjusting his mindset, he tried again. After overcoming the slight resistance, that familiar feeling of fatigue returned. Call. My eyes snapped open, the surreal feeling faded, and a heavy sensation arose in my body. A jumble of information rushed into my mind, pieced together, and finally restored. But this time, unlike the quiet scene before, there was no longer just one person. There were even sounds of conversation. In the dimly lit cave, a figure sat cross-legged before an ugly and bizarre statue. Archbishop, the person has been brought back. After setting the bound boy down, Rona lowered her head and spoke calmly. The bound boy's blue eyes were filled with fear and confusion. His cheeks twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't even utter a whimper. Well done. The archbishop's hoarse voice sounded like dry tree bark rubbing together, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. He slowly stood up, and with a flick of his withered claws, the bound boy floated up and flew towards him. Truly vibrant flesh. Youth is wonderful. The withered, thin claws gently stroked the boy's cheek, and with a slight sting, he felt as if his face had been slashed open by a sharp weapon. Pain and fear caused the boy's tears to flow uncontrollably, and he kept writhing, but it was no use. God doesn't like disobedient children. The archbishop raised his hand and waved it. The statue's eyes flashed with light, as if it had come to life. A gap opened in its abdomen, just big enough for a person to pass through, like the gaping mouth of a monster, with bottomless darkness inside. The boy's figure slowly drifted towards the gap. As if sensing his impending death, the fear in his azure eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by madness and resentment. He stared intently at the two figures draped in black robes, as if trying to etch their images into his soul. The gap slowly closed, and the light in the statue's eyes dimmed, turning it lifeless. Rona watched this scene out of the corner of her eye, her gaze flickering. She suppressed the surging emotions within her and looked away, unable to bear watching any longer. Go down. Yes. As Lorna left, the archbishop sat cross-legged before the statue, and the scene abruptly ended. Fang Qi opened his eyes and took a deep breath. It's like something out of a horror movie. These cult members are really out of their minds. There's not a single crucial piece of information. It's unbearable. Rubbing his temples, Fang Qi inwardly grumbled. It wasn't entirely fruitless. At least we learned that the black-robed figure who sat before the idol all day was the archbishop. I wonder if there's a pope or something up there. Black Robe Number 1 was the nickname Fang Qi gave to the archbishop, because this was the first person he observed after gaining his new abilities. As for Black Robe Number 2, it's still pending. After all, Fang Qi already knows Luona's name, so there's no need to give her another nickname. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, recalling the look in the eyes of the boy named Wall before he died. This world is truly full of hidden dangers. This really reminded me of something. I slowly got up and stretched, and the fatigue dissipated a little. Having just finished watching a not-so-scary horror movie, Fang Qi lost his appetite and locked himself in the modification room to continue working. Chapter 73. 2 months. After Jin Chonglin left, Fang Qi had no one to talk to. Several friends and drinking buddies, including Mi Gao, have also disappeared without a trace, and it's unknown where Gu Lingyao has sent them to do some mission. With nothing else to do, the lonely old man Fang could only bury himself in his research. Fortunately, he was already used to it and didn't find anything wrong with it. As time went by, Fang Qi's life remained uneventful. There was no particular news online, and the whole world seemed to have fallen into a strange state of peace and stability. In this somewhat eerie atmosphere, 2 months passed by at a leisurely pace. Bang! Inside the modification room, accompanied by a roar, smoke billowed up, and a figure was sent flying backward. Cough, cough, tui, tui, tui. Fang Qi coughed twice, clutching his chest, and spat out a few small fragments of purple crystal that fell to the floor with a crisp sound. Holy crap! Old Gene wouldn't be making this up, would he? Where's the stability in this magic cycle? How could it explode? Fang Qi pinched his slightly numb lips and looked at the smoke filling the messy modification room, feeling quite helpless. The air filtration system started up, and the burnt smell in the air quickly dissipated. During his interactions with Jin Chonglin, Fang Qi also learned some basic knowledge about other schools of thought. It's not so much studying as recording things, but rather taking notes and flipping through them when he has free time. However, he did manage to discover some new things. You have successfully developed the blueprints for a new energy source. Please name it. Seeing the prompts on the panel, Fang Qi perked up and stood up from the ground. Without time to consider the name of the new blueprint, he strode into the machine shop. Inside the high-pressure chamber, the glass of the observation port was broken. Looking inside, a single, intact, pale purple crystal, about the size of a finger, came into view amidst a pile of broken crystals. Laugh! With the sound of gas depressurization, the heavy high-pressure chamber slowly opened, and Fang Qi reached out and pinched the purple crystal between his fingers. As soon as Fang Qi picked it up, he felt a warm sensation. Old Jin, I wronged you. I'll definitely treat you to a big meal next time you come. Fang Qi grinned and turned to perform energy analysis on the crystal. The result was very surprising. Its energy intensity far exceeded Fang Qi's expectations. Old Jin's idea actually worked quite well. The built-in energy circulation route, referencing the magic cycle, did indeed stabilize this high-pressure energy. However, the cost is too high. It takes over 100 magic energy crystals to purify and compress just one. But this is a qualitative change, and it's worth the price. We still need to test it in real-world scenarios. After gently placing the crystal, Fang Qi opened the panel and entered a name in the naming field. High-density crystallization. Drawing. High-density crystallization. Note, a type of energy crystal with extremely long battery life but high cost, which can be used as a power source for the vast majority of devices. After closing the career panel, Fang Qi conducted a series of tests, including energy stability and energy activation properties. It seems there are no problems at the moment. Once the baby ants return, we'll test their effectiveness in practice. After putting his things away, Fang Qi glanced around at the somewhat messy surroundings and began tidying up. As for the ant baby that Fang Qi mentioned, it was the first soldier ant robot. Of course, he didn't name it that. It was called that by Fang Qi's classmate. Fang Qi thought it was okay, so he actually named it that. The final prototype of the soldier ants has been almost optimized, and the production line has been in operation for some time. However, the production line is located at Base 2, since the location of the secret realm is very safe and does not require much defense. However, as Fang Qi's own creation, ant baby status is naturally different from that of mass-produced products. Fang Qi valued it highly, thinking about it not only when things were good, but also when things were bad. Since it's not needed for combat for the time being, its main job right now is to take Fang Qi's place in class, which is making its life very fulfilling. The Earthfire Orcs are a branch of the Orcs. The environment of the secret realm where they live is extremely harsh, with temperatures remaining around 120 degrees Celsius year-round. Earthfire Beastmen are typically over 3.6 meters tall, with some exceptional individuals reaching 6 meters, which often reflects their strength. Although these creatures look fierce and powerful, they are actually a relatively friendly race, and have trade relations with many other races. Furthermore, due to the environment, there are not many green plants in the Earth Flame secret realm. The vast majority of resources are various ores, and of very high quality. In a large classroom, the teacher dragged the lesson plan on the blackboard with a mouse, and the pictures of the Earthfire Beastmen were flipped through in a regular manner. The teacher explained while glancing at the audience. As my gaze swept across the area, the vast majority of students looked completely uninterested. Some were dozing off, while others were lost in thought. After all, academic subjects aren't tested, and this knowledge is something you might never use in your entire life. Of course, there were also some students listening attentively, but among these students, there was one who was very special. The teacher's gaze fell on a lump of iron in the corner. Even though it wasn't the first time he had seen it, he still felt something was off. The baby ant lay motionless in the corner, having stored all the information the teacher had taught into its database through mechanical senses. Because the baby ants need to go out for walks often, Fang Qi specially beautified their appearance. The jagged, sharp edges were transformed into a rounded shape, and the mounted weapons were compressed and concealed. The two scarlet electronic eyes have changed their appearance. The large black eyes make the soldier ants look somewhat ugly cute. When it first came to class wearing Fang Qi's student ID, it startled many students who thought some monster had escaped. However, as time went by, everyone got used to this unconventional classmate. Ant Baby's system is a subsystem of Qiyuan. Because Qiyuan is currently only a weak AI, its thinking logic is relatively rigid. There's a slight delay when communicating with people, making me seem a bit clumsy. Therefore, many students enjoy teasing it. The class ended quickly, and after the teacher and students said goodbye, the teacher left in a hurry. The baby ant slowly got up and prepared to leave, but then a group of classmates surrounded it with wicked smiles, like villains harassing a young girl. Baby ant, can a sick mouse be treated with rat poison? A girl squatted down in front of the baby ant and asked in a serious tone. A sick mouse should see a veterinarian. You can't just give it any medicine. The baby ant's voice was flat and even, giving it a serious tone. Why are the longest living ants mostly elderly people? Because older people are all older. One strange question after another kept popping up, and the baby ants gave answers that were either serious or outrageous. But in short, the air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. It's so cute. I want to take it home and raise it. One of the boys muttered something to himself, his eyes filled with longing. Aren't you afraid its owner will come knocking on your door? That's perfect double happiness. Wow. Bro, is it really that scary? Baby ants have no emotions, but communicating with intelligent beings can expand their database information, which is a high priority instruction in their underlying logic. Unbeknownst to anyone, it faithfully recorded the scene before it, intending to share it with its owner when it got home. Chapter 74. The Second Base. Did he go shopping? After tidying up the workshop, Fang Qi had just stepped out when he saw that each of the two antennae on the baby ant's head had a plastic bag hanging from it, and there were quite a few things inside. Master, these are gifts from my classmates. They were very kind. There are also gifts for you inside. The baby ant answered Fang Qi's question seriously, then slowly lowered its head, and the bag slid lightly to the ground. Oh. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi became interested, picked up the bag, opened it, and peeked inside. He was immediately speechless. The bag was almost entirely filled with snacks, but not normal snacks. It contained all sorts of random things like mechanical parts and various materials. Clearly, this wasn't a gift for him. It's obvious you're very popular. He muttered a slight complaint, and then reached inside to pull out a few envelopes. The envelopes were all addressed to the owner of the baby ants. I opened one of the letters and glanced at it. The entire letter could be condensed into just one sentence. I want to buy a baby ant. Buy a hammer. Not for sale. He muttered something and casually tossed the letter back into the bag. There was no need to read the rest of the letters. They were unlikely to contain anything of substance. Qiyuan, please save the data of Ant Baby. I want to replace its energy source with a new one. Clear. Qiyuan's cold, mechanical voice rang out, unlike the somewhat dull and cute voice of Ant Baby. To better communicate with people, Ant Baby's voice has been specially tuned. Big data calculations have revealed the personality traits that most people prefer, and this voice was created based on those traits. Deploy the energy armor. Following Fang Qi's command, a piece of metal armor on the ant baby's chest and abdomen opened, revealing a small campfire reactor. After extracting the energy materials, Fang Qi placed the high-density crystal inside. Click! Fang Qi reconnected the campfire reactor and closed the outer armor. Energy flows along the circuit, activating each working module, and a glimmer of light flashes in the eyes of the baby ant. Self-checking. Auxiliary module normal. Weapon module normal. Energy module normal. Qiyuan, let's compare the data before and after. Fang Qi stood to one side with his arms crossed and gave the order. Energy swap complete. Normal mode range, approximately 1,440 hours. Battle mode battery life is approximately 168 hours. Output energy level increased by approximately 30%, but specific figures still require actual combat testing. Fang Qi's eyes flashed with surprise as he listened to the data reported by Qiyuan. The battery life has improved considerably. Previously, the battle mode only lasted about 12 hours. Fang Qi reached out and touched the baby ant's round head, seemingly lost in thought. This energy source is quite complicated to produce, and apart from the baby ants, Fang Qi only plans to equip his armor with a similar energy source for the time being. Magic energy crystal ore is not valuable, but the production process is quite complicated. Automated production would require building a completely new production line, which would take a considerable amount of time. It seems like it's time to upgrade the energy source for the C-rank equipment. Let's go. Let's try going out of town. Fang Qi patted the baby ant's head, grabbed his coat, put it on, and the two of them left the secret realm, heading towards the outside of the academy. The architecture of Whale Island Harbor radiates outwards from Whale Island Academy. The east, west, and north are all borders, with only the south being the inland direction. The location that Xiao Lingyun assigned to Fang Qi was in the south, although it wasn't much safer. The terrain to the south was no different. The sun was still blazing in the sky. A gentle breeze stirred up dust, and some green plants on the rolling hills added a touch of life. Fang Qi and the baby ant were heading toward a stretch of Gobi Desert, where there were rolling hills. Fang Qi's second base was located among those hills. Master, the worker ant team responsible for mining in Area 13 has unearthed an underground river within a mountain. As they walked forward, Ant Baby's voice changed, clearly indicating that Chiyuan had taken over the program. Oh, an underground river? Block the exit first. Wait for me to get there. Fang Qi frowned and gave the order. Yes, master. The noise subsided, and Fang Qi, without further hesitation, jumped onto the baby ant's back. Full speed ahead. Upon receiving the command, the baby ant accelerated instantly, kicking up a cloud of dust as it raced forward. Base number 2 was built against a mountain, with the entrance located in a valley between two hills. The originally messy ground has been cleaned up and covered with metal flooring that extends into the mountainside over the past few days. In the outer area, guard squads composed of soldier ants and scout swarms are patrolling. The constant development activity here, day and night, is quite significant, which naturally attracts attacks from some native creatures. Fang Qi glanced at the mechanical formations patrolling around him, then strode to the entrance. The heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. A large area inside the mountain has been excavated, and white light illuminates the entire space. Mining trucks and worker robots are busy coming and going, processing batches of raw materials, which are then sent to the assembly line for secondary processing. These things will eventually be transformed into entirely new mechanical creations. Fang Qi didn't pay much attention to it. With Qi Yuan's plans in place, he didn't need to worry about these things. Area A13 was part of the mining area. When Fang Qi arrived, it had already been sealed off by a squad of 6 soldier ants. Fang Qi listened carefully and indeed heard a faint sound of flowing water in the darkness, but the interior was too dark to see anything. Send a combat squad over. I need to check out the situation inside. Yes, master. A mechanized combat squad consists of 6 soldier ants, 24 scout ants, and 3 exploding queen ants. There are currently 9 such combat squads at the second base. A group of mechanical creations were quickly assembled and arranged neatly, like loyal soldiers awaiting their commander's inspection. Looking at the scene before him, Fang Qi felt a slight sense of accomplishment. His own strength was rapidly increasing. Fang Qi snapped his fingers, and one mechanical creation after another entered the dark cave. At the same time, the light and shadow projected from the 2 big eyes of the baby ants onto the wall to display images, providing real-time feedback on the reconnaissance results of the scouts. Chapter 75, Mutant Leeches. Splash. The information received by the bionic organ was fed back, and the scene appeared on the projection screen. At first, it's a narrow and rugged passage, but as the sound of flowing water gets closer, the scene suddenly opens up. The underground river has a considerable flow rate. According to information from the detection radar, the widest part is nearly 100 meters wide, and the overall distribution is tree-like. However, the supply outlet and discharge channel have not been detected. In the night vision mode of the bionic organ, you can see that the surrounding rock walls are covered with plants with black vines and yellow-purple leaves, and a mouse the size of a wash basin is lying in a low-lying area drinking water. The sounds made by the soldier ant army also startled the creatures. They looked up, then quickly darted away and hid in the caves. The biological radar detected more than just those few rats. Around the soldier ants, there were more than a dozen red dots lurking, like hunters waiting for their prey, quietly watching the intruders, harboring murderous intent. It seems the ecosystem here is even richer than I imagined. Fang Qi stroked his chin, raised his eyebrows, and muttered to himself. I'm activating combat mode. I need to gather information about these creatures. As Fang Qi gave the order, the mechanical force composed of soldier ants and scout swarms began to attack the enemy, hidden in the shadows. Flames and explosions came through the entrance passage, and the scene brightened. As combat information was triggered, a series of prompts quickly appeared on the job change panel. Soldier ants deal 2,363 damage to leeches/mutants. The scout bug deals 1,638 damage to the leech, mutant. More than a dozen messages appeared in a row, but there was no kill notification in the first round of attacks. Fang Qi was somewhat surprised when he clicked on the monster's detailed information. Name, leech. Variant. Rank. 86C. Attack, 863. Defense, 1,683. Health, 31,200. Specialty, active cells, can rapidly proliferate and differentiate cells to heal injuries. The recovery speed depends on the body's energy. Energy can also be quickly replenished through food. Note, you wouldn't want to be bitten by an individual mutated by unknown energy radiation. Leech? I never expected to find something like this here, especially a mutant one. Each one has a specialty? That's quite an amazing discovery. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Leeches are soft-bodied aquatic animals with extremely strong vitality. Combined with the effects granted by their special abilities, Fang Qi suspected that these leeches were at the top of the food chain in this underground river. Unfortunately, although these leeches are very resilient, they are very weak in direct combat. Once they are out of water, they not only move slowly, but the fine serrations on the fleshy mandibles of their suckers pose no threat to the soldier ants. Soldier ants kill leeches/mutants. You gain 850 experience points. The experience level is SOSO. I thought the mutants would give more. I wonder how many of these creatures are still in this underground river. The battle is over. Some of the mutated leeches did not retaliate after being attacked, but instead burrowed into the water to escape. Only 11 leeches were killed. Faced with the heavily armed mechanical troops, these weakly armed mutated leeches had no chance to fight back. Qiyuan, have them bring back a corpse. I also collected some plant samples. I need to study them. Have the engineering corps widen this entrance, and let the reconnaissance bugs probe the environment 10 kilometers upstream and downstream. I'm curious to see what's hidden inside. Fang Qi withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the battle, and issued a series of orders. Understood, Master. Qi Yuan's voice echoed in his ears, recording Fang Qi's command. The mechanized unit quickly returned with plant samples from the vicinity of the underground river. The mutated leech lost its vitality, its cells lost activity, and it spread out on the ground in a long strip, nearly 1.5 meters long, resembling some indescribable tentacles, much larger than a normal leech. His body had numerous penetrating wounds from energy weapons, the edges of which were charred black. Fang Qi gently pried open the disc-shaped mouthparts with a metal rod, revealing fine, serrated teeth that made one feel uneasy. Ugh, that's disgusting. Turning his gaze away, Fang Qi shifted his attention and tentatively poked the leech's skin with a stick, feeling a slippery sensation. Its body surface also has a layer of sticky substance, which seems to provide strong defense against cold weapons. Suddenly I feel like watching a martial artist fight this thing hand-to-hand. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Fang Qi couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, conjuring up the scene before shaking his head abruptly. The scene was too beautiful for him to bear. Am I becoming more and more cunning? Never mind, it's not important. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Fang Qi turned his gaze to the strangely shaped plant. The vine is about the thickness of a thumb, with a black outer skin and a white interior, and green sap oozing from the broken ends. The leaves have a faint purplish-yellow hue, giving them a tender appearance, much like leaves that have been deprived of sunlight for many years and are therefore stunted. Move these things to the lab. Fang Qi stood up, clapped his hands, and gave an order. Several soldier ants faithfully carried out Fang Qi's command and quickly moved the things away. Looking at the dark cave entrance, Fang Qi was actually quite curious about this underground ecosystem, but he had no intention of going in to take a look at it at the moment. To be honest, he didn't really like that dark and damp environment. Walk. Fang Qi reached out and gently stroked the baby ant's round head before leading it toward the laboratory. Meow. Fang Qi was met with a cute, innocent meow and an adorably ugly head tilt. Where did you learn this kind of thing? Fang Qi was shocked. What was this AI idiot putting into the database every day? According to big data analysis, most humans have a natural fondness for cats. Master, don't you like it? Dislike. Understood, Wang. Fang Qi. Fang Qi had nothing to say about ant babies' behavior. Absorbing a lot of information online can indeed quickly deepen a database, but it also has problems. It can be affected by some boring data. Forget it. At least I have someone to talk to. Slightly speechless, Fang Qi strode towards the laboratory. Chapter 76, Active Substances. Leeches are hermaphroditic organisms that can reproduce solitarily. Genetically speaking, this creature is very different from humans. But, in the laboratory, Fang Qi looked at the test report in his hand with an uncertain expression. He extracted an active substance from mutated leeches, which contains more than 20 common amino acids and 2 rare amino acids. This substance can not only accelerate cell reproduction and differentiation, but also repair cells, allowing injuries to heal quickly. The real problem is that these are substances that make up the human body, many of which leeches do not possess. This reminded Fang Qi of a technology he had almost forgotten: cloning technology. If enough active substances are extracted, a fully fledged living organism can be created in a sufficiently short time. Based on the size of this thing, at most 10 pieces would be enough to gather the active material needed for one cloning. But why would something like this appear on a monster? Surprised? Fang Qi's gaze darkened slightly, his mind churning with thoughts. Fang Qi was not averse to cloning technology, but he also had some reservations about it. This technology is very practical, especially in its contribution to combating diseases. But it has a very disgusting history. Cloned human slaves can have their personalities and appearances modified through genetic rewriting. Clones also possess intelligence and emotions, but in terms of their role, clones are commodities and playthings, and the events that occurred repeatedly crossed the moral bottom line of humanity. Because of this incident, the use of cloning technology was strictly limited by the Human Rights Council. With his mind at ease, Fang Qi took a deep breath. This thing might be used to make recovery potions or bioengineering equipment. As for cloning technology, let it remain sealed away. Fang Qi is confident in his own moral principles, but not in human nature, so he would never release this technology. As the number of professionals in mechanical engineering increases, technological advancements and breakthroughs in biotechnology research are inevitable. However, based on historical lessons, some problems can be avoided in advance. To be honest, we need to find the source of the mutation and figure out exactly what caused the leeches to produce this active substance. So, besides leeches, are there any other organisms that also contain this substance? Like those rats? Perhaps there are even more troublesome things. The good news is that the plants are all normal, except that they contain an excessive amount of vitamins. It seems that these plants are the most basic food source for the entire ecosystem. Fang Qi stroked his chin, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he became wary. Although this place is very close to Whale Island, we must guard against the dangers. Begin your exploration of the underground river's distribution. If you discover any unknown creatures, do not act rashly. Await my command. In addition, isolation doors and disinfection devices were installed at the entrance. Close-in weapon systems and electromagnetic restraint devices were deployed in other locations, and the defense level of the outer area was raised by 1 level. Understood, Master. There's something I need to report to you. Just now, Aunt Baby sent me 2 messages. First, your friend seems to have returned and is searching for you. Article 2. All 12 teams of second-year students perished during the mission. This incident has caused some ripples within Whale Island Academy, and the specific cause of death is currently unknown. Do you need me to access the campus intranet to check the specific task information? Qi Yuan's words made Fang Qi pause. Not for now. I should go back to school too. The worker ants threw the samples into the energy inlet to burn. Clear. Having received a clear response, Qi Yuan fell silent. It's been 3 days. It's time to go back and check on things. Stepping out of the laboratory, Fang Qi frowned and quickly left base number 2, heading towards Whale Island Academy. When I returned to school, I could clearly feel a sense of oppression throughout the school. Death during a mission is not unexpected, but 48 members of 4-person squad to die at once is quite unusual. As I walked along, I overheard a lot of conversations from others, but I didn't get any more accurate information. It was all just speculation. As Fang Qi approached the entrance of Wen Lingwei's residence, he immediately spotted Aunt Baby, who had already finished school and was waiting for him at the door. Besides these, there is another creature that is entirely white, his drinking buddy, Migao. Rice Cake and Baby Ant are sizing each other up, Rice Cake's big eyes full of curiosity. Meanwhile, the Baby Ant used its electronic eye to scan the Rice Cake from top to bottom, ruthlessly recording the data, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Fang Qiyuan was speechless when he saw this scene. He thought that Qiyuan was talking about Xiaoya and her group, or Xingrong, that big guy, or Lao Jin. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be his drinking buddy, Migao. Shilulu. Hearing footsteps, Migao turned around and looked at Fang Qi, her eyes full of excitement. You've gotten so much stronger in the months I haven't seen you. The belly fat is gone. That's great. Fang Qi reached out and patted Migao's belly, jokingly making a comment. Hoo-hoo. Migao nudged Fang Qi lightly with her head, seemingly expressing her dissatisfaction. Okay, I know. Although he couldn't understand what Migao was trying to say, Fang Qi still understood from the body language. Brother, have some food. The baby ant recorded the interaction between Mi, Gao, and Fang Qi, and also analyzed the behavior logic of its owner. According to the analysis, this expression is called happy. The theory was established, and it was put into practice. Shilulu. The baby ant imitated a rice cake by nudging Fang Qi with its head and making a sound very similar to the rice cake. Fang Qi patted the baby ant's head, speechless. You little rascal, you always manage to pull something on me. Chapter 77. Emergency Mission. On the stone table in the courtyard, a miniature rice cake buried its head in a snack bag and ate heartily. Fang Qi took out his phone and browsed the gossip on the campus forum. Rumors are a magical thing. Although most of them are just hearsay, occasionally they do contain a bit of useful information. Spicy shredded chicken. Do you have any leads on this incident? So many people dying at once is unsettling. Dear brother, I heard there's a problem with the entrance to a secret realm in the West, and a lot of things have escaped. Genuine old rooster. Where did you get this inside information? Is it reliable? Dear brother, my boyfriend is doing a mission over there. He messaged me about it, and there was even a video call. I dare to challenge the heavens. May I ask, what is your gender? Dear brother, it's a guy, what's wrong? Milky white snow. This forum is so murky. System notification. Good brother has been banned for 1 day by Administrator Prodigal's son. Fang Qi looked at the off-topic post and felt somewhat speechless. Just as I was about to continue browsing the next post to see if there was any useful information, a notification popped up in the task section. Large-scale emergency mission. Encirclement and suppression. Mission description. A large number of barbarians have escaped from the entrance to the Ping Sha Town stronghold's secret realm due to fluctuations. Rank C or higher combatants are required to go and seal off and suppress them. Mission intensity. Dangerous. Requirements. Combat-type professionals of rank C or above. Rewards. Killing a D-rank barbarian grants 2 credits, while killing a C-rank barbarian grants 10 credits. Note, 5A level instructors will lead the team. The number of participants needs is 0 to 3,200. Please participate according to your abilities. Registered students should gather in the task hall within 1 hour. Countdown 59 minutes and 32 seconds. Emergency mission? Fang Qi was taken aback. The Pingsha Town outpost is not close to Whale Island, about 1,000 kilometers away, which is farther than Yanhai Town. Fang Qi narrowed his eyes and opened the registration page. This task was a bit risky. Foreign race, then let's see. They'll have to face each other sooner or later. Seeing the number of applicants constantly changing in the registration section, Fang Qi clicked to register. The red countdown continued to tick, seemingly indicating the urgency of the situation, but this did not affect the students of Whale Island. In less than 5 minutes, half of the students had already signed up. Emergency missions not only offer a lot of academic credits, but also provide a great opportunity for practical experience, which is why many people are unwilling to give them up. Moreover, this time there are A-level mentors leading the team, making the opportunity even more rare. As for the danger, that's not the main reason most people consider it. After all, in this world, if you don't seek out danger, danger will find you. It's just a matter of time. After registration ended, Fang Qi turned around and returned to the secret realm to start organizing his equipment. Over the past 2 months, he has upgraded his equipment, adding a nano-extendable module to the heavy armor, which has significantly improved his output capabilities. This is also a good opportunity for actual combat. In addition, there are new tactical items and 2 soldier ant squads. While mechanized units cannot be compressed on a large scale at present, folding is still not a problem. After Fang Qi finished packing his equipment, there was still half an hour left. Rice cake, enjoy your meal. I have to go out for a bit. After you finish eating, hurry back to your owner and don't wander off. Fang Qi reached out and flicked the little tail of the rice cake, then gave it a word of advice. Hoo-hoo. Having received a response, Fang Qi didn't delay any longer and hurried towards the mission hall. Along the way, there were many other people walking in the same direction as him, and the entire school became restless because of this urgent mission. The mission lobby was rather crowded today, as there were simply too many people doing missions this time. Fang Qi mingled in the crowd, looking around to see if there was anyone he recognized. Unfortunately, his reclusive lifestyle meant he didn't have much social life. However, many people recognized him, and many looked at him with polite glances. After all, Fang Qi's equipment is quite practical, and many people buy it. The countdown on the screen at the top of the lobby reception area ticked away, and when there were 10 minutes left, several figures walked in. At the front was a middle-aged man dressed in a black mentor's uniform. He exuded an imposing aura, like a sharp sword, with a cold face and sharp eyes. The second one was bald, with a strong but not bulky body and a dark red wolf head pattern on the back of his head. The third one was dressed like a scholar, refined and polite, with a smile on his face. The fourth and fifth are twins, a boy and a girl, like ice and fire. These two are superpowered individuals, and they are very powerful when they work together. Wow, they're all well-known figures among A-level instructors. It seems this mission is indeed not simple. Fang Qi stood in the crowd, observing the mentors with considerable surprise. Quiet. The bald man's voice was serious and powerful, perfectly matching his physique. This time our opponents are barbarians, not mindless beasts. I hope everyone will follow orders. Don't try to be a hero and drag your comrades down. Do you understand? His eyes swept calmly over the crowd, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Clear. A few scattered responses rang out, and many people felt a bit nervous. Line up neatly, collect your mission certificate, and enter the teleportation hall. Once you arrive at your destination, follow the instructions of the people at the Pingsha Town training base, and do not wander off. The bald man spoke again, then turned and went into the teleportation hall, followed by the other instructors. Fang Qi watched the backs of the group, rubbing his chin, his eyes flickering slightly as he recalled information about the barbarians in his mind. Barbarian means savage, but barbarians are not just savage. They have a similar appearance to humans, but different skin color. Most barbarians have green skin, but the more powerful a barbarian is, the more vibrant their skin color becomes. Barbarians are as savage as their name suggests. They are brutal, bloodthirsty, and indiscriminate in their diet, eating both plants and animals. Previously, their favorite food was their own kind, but their diet has been updated since the entrance to the secret realm opened. Various intelligent creatures are their targets, and humans consistently rank first on the list of their prey. Chapter 78, Encirclement. After receiving his mission certificate, Fang Qi was immediately assigned to a temporary team upon landing. Hey student, Team A13 is one person short. Go over there. The training base manager, who was waiting by the teleportation array, pointed to a group of people not far away and said to Fang Qi, Good. Fang Qi had no objection, nodded slightly, and then walked in that direction. When Fang Qi joined the group, a man in the front row stepped forward and introduced himself to everyone. Everyone's here, so let me introduce myself first. My name is Zheng Wu, and I'm the captain of our temporary team. I'm a B-rank ability user. These are my 3 teammates, who are also your seniors. Our mission is to blockade the area between 1182 and 1184, and as instructed by command, advance outwards to join forces with the outermost training base patrol team to encircle and eliminate the barbarians who have fled into the wild. Without further ado, let's set off immediately. After Zheng Wu finished speaking, he led the way towards the door, with Fang Qi following at the back of the group, roughly estimating the number of people. A temporary squad of 40 people, plus 4 B-rank leaders. I wonder how many barbarians have escaped this time. As he was pondering this to himself, a low voice asked him a question beside him. Bro, are you nervous? Fang Qi raised an eyebrow and turned to look. The person who spoke to him was a thin boy with delicate features and a somewhat frail appearance. Fang Qi chuckled and nodded, a little bit. It's been 18 years, and this is the first time I've participated in such a grand event. Actually, I'm a second-year student, and this is my second time participating in an emergency mission, though it's on a larger scale than the last one. By the way, my name is Su Mao. I'm a superhuman. What's yours? Su Mao took a deep breath, trying to ease the tension in his heart by chatting with Fang Qi. My name is Fang Qi, and I'm a first-year student. Fang Qi, is it the guy who took on 13 people in a mecha a while ago? I've seen your combat videos. That mech was really cool, but you didn't show your face in the videos, so I didn't recognize you. Su Mao was stunned for a moment, his words filled with surprise and delight. Having such a formidable person in the team made Su Mao suddenly feel very safe. It was just luck. What kind of superpower do you have, senior? Fang Qi, being habitually modest, casually started a conversation. I am a water-based ability user, and I also have some healing abilities. If you get injured, I can treat you. Su Mao glanced at his teammates ahead before lowering his voice to introduce himself. The price of his treatment is getting soaked like being enveloped in slime. I don't recommend trying it unless absolutely necessary. Believe me, that feeling is awful. To Su Mao's right, a girl who hadn't spoken until now suddenly interjected. Fang Qi looked surprised and glanced at the senior student, seemingly noticing a hint of regret in her expression. Just tell me, was it cured or not? And it's not good for you to undermine me like this in public. Su Mao looked at the other person with dissatisfaction and a hint of resentment. This isn't sabotaging someone. This is just telling the truth. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. May I ask your name? Fang Qi suppressed his gossipy urges and asked. Zhang Ting, second-year martial arts major. My girlfriend. After Zhang Ting finished speaking, Su Mao quietly added a comment from the side. Zhang Ting rolled her eyes at Su Mao, but didn't argue back. Upon seeing this scene, Fang Qi couldn't help but imagine a melodramatic short drama in his mind. When Zhang Ting was injured, Su Mao offered his help. Due to the unique nature of his medical skills, he unexpectedly witnessed. Ahem, it's nice to meet you too. Banishing those gossipy thoughts from his mind, Fang Qi put on a polite smile. It's nice to meet you too. By the way, the equipment you sell is quite useful, Junior. When are you going to add new items? Zhang Ting nodded and asked with a friendly smile. New products need time to be researched. Maybe there will be an opportunity. Okay, I'll definitely be there to support you. Zhang Ting has a very forthright personality. As are most martial arts professionals, they are straightforward and direct. The three chatted as they followed the group. Fang Qi also learned some information about Zheng Wu from their casual conversation. Zheng Wu's special ability is remote sensing, which can also be called mind transmission. His combat ability is relatively weak, but it is very useful in large-scale battlefields, where he can serve as a scout and messenger. It can not only quickly issue orders to command team members, but also provide real-time feedback of battlefield information to superiors. The twin mentors' abilities are somewhat similar, but their abilities are stronger than telepathy, and their combat capabilities are also outstanding. They are responsible for remotely connecting with command-type members like Zheng Wu so that they can control the overall situation in real time. This combination is essentially a disguised human radar array, but its specific exploration capabilities and range are unclear. The area from 1182 to 1184 is 20 kilometers long, with a trainee searching forward every 500 meters, which is quite dense. Zheng Wu's 3 B-rank teammates were also incorporated into the team, in case any emergencies occurred, and they could save the lives of these junior students. 20 kilometers should be the limit of Zheng Wu's ability coverage. Fang Qi was also slowly advancing in the team. He could see his teammates a few hundred meters away on both sides, so the atmosphere wasn't too tense. He was wearing a pair of windproof goggles on his face, with mind-reading devices similar to those on heavy armor mounted on both sides of the goggles, used to control the surrounding mechanical creatures and issue commands. 6 soldier ants surrounded him, divided into 2 groups, exploring and advancing. In the sky, a swarm of scout ants was also hovering, gathering information from afar. Fang Qi's unique style naturally attracted Zheng Wu's attention, but he did not express dissatisfaction, but instead showed great interest. He knew Fang Qi's name and even knew a lot of detailed information about him. After all, Fang Qi represents a completely new school of thought, unprecedented in Whale Island Academy, and naturally receives considerable attention. Mechanical engineering, huh? They look pretty cool in battle. I wonder if I'll get a chance to see their mechs this time. While keeping an eye on the situation in the entire blockade zone, Zheng Wu pondered, as he was very interested in Fang Qi's heavy armored vehicle. Chapter 79, The Legion's Embryo 1. The entire blockade line slowly advanced, and after a short while, they encountered the first wave of enemies, positioned to Fang Qi's left front. Prepare to engage the enemy. Team members 10 to 28 move closer to provide support to team member 18. The rest of you, remain in place and await further orders. Zheng Wu's voice rang in my ears, issuing instructions. Fang Qi, number 26, was also among those mobilizing members. The scout swarm took the lead, their bionic wings vibrating at an accelerated speed, and the 6 soldier ants turned around, instantly increasing their speed. Many people were stunned for a moment when they saw the group of agile mechanical creations, and then suddenly remembered who the owner of these mechanical creations was, and were surprised that the other party was also in the group. Fang Qi observed the perspective of the mechanized troops as he hurried forward at a slow pace. He has already dispatched nearly 30 combat units, so there's no need to rush. The scout swarm is faster than the soldier ants. It lands as soon as it spots a target in the air and begins to disperse and advance. Fang Qi also got a clear look at the appearance of the barbarians through the perspective of the swarm of insects. There are 4 barbarians with green skin, which means that all 4 are of rank D. There are 11 yellow-skinned orcs, representing the C rank. Barbarians are all very strong, with bulging muscles that look like they are full of explosive power. What truly impressed Fang Qi were their teeth. Their serrated fangs possessed astonishing hardness and biting power, and their tongues had barbs similar to those of felines, allowing them to scrape off a layer of flesh from their prey with a gentle lick. The barbarians were sharing food around a campfire in a sheltered spot on a hill, with only a few green-skinned barbarians standing guard around them, indicating a strict hierarchical system. Food consists of wild animals readily available, such as large imprisoned spiders. The method of eating them is simple and crude. Simply burn off the hairs on the spider's body and then feast on them. A mechanical beetle buried its body in the sand, perfectly concealing its metallic sheen, while its two electronic eyes stared unblinkingly at a group of people not far away. We're not far from the exit of the secret realm, so we can't wait to start looking for food. Is food really scarce in the barbarian's secret realm? Fang Qi watched this scene from the perspective of the scout insect. The sight of green fluid splattering after taking a bite made Fang Qi feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, the group of barbarians seemed to be enjoying their meal. The four green-skinned barbarians on guard around them would occasionally turn around to look, their eyes filled with longing. While they were enjoying their meal, a group of old men had quietly surrounded them. At the same time, Fang Qi discovered a phenomenon. Many people were draped in spectral veils, perfectly blending into their surroundings and providing excellent concealment. It seems that support items are quite popular. Fang Qi leaned against a rock to conceal himself, his face bearing a strange expression. Fang Qi, Jr., your mechanical creations will be responsible for the first strike in this battle. 600 meters to the right rear of these barbarians, another group of barbarians was lying in ambush, including two purple-skinned B-rank barbarians. This was a common tactic barbarians used to ambush their prey. Your mech unit should lure all the enemies out, then the other players can launch a surprise attack. This method carries a lower risk. Of course, this may also cause damage to your mechanical creations. I will truthfully report your contributions to the higher-ups and provide you with appropriate compensation. Zheng Wu's voice rang in his ears, and Fang Qi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Fang Qi didn't see anything wrong with his tactics. Even if the mechanical legion was scrapped, it could be rebuilt. But if people were scrapped, they were truly gone. He nodded slightly, agreeing with Zheng Wu's statement. This is troublesome. Be careful. Zheng Wu gave a brief instruction and then began issuing combat orders. Upon hearing Zheng Wu's arrangement, the others had no objections and quietly lay down at a distance of about 600 or 700 meters, draped in a spectral veil. Fang Qi leaned against the rock behind him, focused his attention on the mechanized troops, and began to issue combat orders. Rustling. The sound of sand rubbing together filled the air, as if something was rapidly approaching. The four green-skinned barbarians looked up warily ahead, just as they uttered a language that Fang Qi couldn't understand at all. Several soldier ants, their bodies gleaming silver in their sharp, menacing features, were rapidly approaching. Its barbed limbs kicked up dust, giving it a rather imposing appearance. One of the yellow-skinned orcs put down his food and looked at the 6 soldier ants approaching. Although he was curious about what kind of creatures they were, he was not afraid. He was even curious about what they would taste like. He couldn't sense the opponent's life strength. It was clearly a weakling. Based on his hunting experience, this argument wasn't wrong. Buzz. However, before he could shout the attack signal, the 6 unfamiliar creatures on the other side suddenly stopped when they were about 100 meters away, and faint lights appeared from their left and right sides and their chests and abdomens. Boom, boom, boom. Dense bursts of energy rays swept across the land, and to the astonishment of the barbarians, wave after wave of energy attacks suddenly descended, catching them completely off guard. 4 Durang green-skinned barbarians were killed instantly, while the remaining yellow-skinned barbarians suffered various injuries. The worst one was hit in the knee, his lower leg was severed, and he was bleeding profusely. Empiricism is deadly. Watching this scene from afar, Fang Qi clicked his tongue twice. People in this world like to judge the strength of their opponents by their life force, and this habitual way of thinking has caused those who fight him for the first time to suffer considerable losses. The same thing happened with the Divine Grace cult. A group of people surrounded the self-destructing mother insect to watch, and they felt they would be letting them down if they didn't blow it up. Stunned by the first wave of attacks, the barbarians regained their senses, the pain from their wounds stimulating their nerves, and their expressions turned ferocious. A crimson energy erupted from its body, covering its entire form and blocking the second wave of attacks from the soldier ants. Boom! Braving the relentless barrage of the soldier ants, the barbarians brandished their weapons, sending streaks of crimson energy flying towards the ants as they began their counterattack. Fang Qi glanced at the battle information. With the protective energy shield, the opponent's defense had increased significantly, and the rate at which they were losing health was only average. Barbarians are naturally skilled in defense and melee combat, so it's understandable that they're tanky. Moreover, the enemy's numbers are nearly twice that of the soldier ants, so the soldier ants would be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. However, this is not a problem for Fang Qi. The soldier ants moved very nimbly, attacking as they ran. With the support of the origin subroutines, the fire control system was extremely accurate. The whole scene was like walking a dog, instantly turning into chaos. Many of the martial arts experts who were watching snapped out of their daze after the sudden outbreak of the battle and looked at the scene with complicated expressions. Without a quick burst of speed, this kiting-style ranged attack is truly disgusting and frustrating for them. Chapter 80. The Legion's Embryo 2. Boom boom boom. The fierce battle continued not far away. The soldier ants locked onto a single target and fired relentlessly, ignoring everyone else. The unlucky guy dodged the attack from the left, but before he could catch his breath, he was hit in the face by an attack from the right and died on the spot in less than 2 minutes. Even so, Fang Qi didn't forget to finish off the corpse, unleashing another volley of fire. Without the protection of the crimson energy, the corpse was instantly shattered into pieces. Witnessing their companion's tragic death, the remaining barbarians grew even angrier. One of them roared, his figure suddenly accelerating, turning into a blur as he instantly closed in on one of the soldier ants. Oh, there's also a burst damage method? Unable to dodge this time, the soldier ant's movement speed was still somewhat slow. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow in surprise, but he reacted quickly. The barbarian's weapon, enveloped in crimson energy, crashed down, and the soldier ant's head instantly folded back, its back bulging to meet the attack. Clang! As the attack landed, a shallow cut appeared on the soldier ant's back armor. The barbarian's pupils dilated, and a look of astonishment appeared on his ferocious face, as if he doubted whether he had seen it wrong. Click! Barbarians may be stunned, but soldier ant will not. It retracted and folded its head, and 2 sharp jaws beside its mouth instantly pierced through the layer of crimson energy, biting down hard on the barbarian's calf. A sharp pain shot through him, and the barbarian's expression changed. His years of hunting experience told him that his bones seemed to be broken. Before he could react, the soldier ant's 2 mechanical forelegs rose in a strange arc, and the dense barbs, gleaming with a cold light, fell down hard, slamming him to the ground. Overload mode startup. Buzz. An electric arc-like energy ray struck his face, continuously delivering its power. The crimson protective energy blocked most of it, but unfortunately the soldier ant's output was just too persistent. The barbarian struggled fiercely, sending waves of energy blasting towards the soldier ant's abdomen. However, these waves were all blocked by the sturdy platinum alloy armor, failing to hit any weak points and causing very limited damage. Moreover, soldier ants do not feel pain, and as long as their control center is not damaged, they will not reveal any flaws. However, it is clear that although the barbarians are ferocious, they cannot ignore pain. The protective energy trembled violently and eventually disappeared completely. Streams of energy fell directly onto his body until the barbarian could no longer be recognized as anything. Only then did the attack stop. Simple. Fang Qi chuckled lightly, but didn't feel much sense of accomplishment. Controlling 6 soldier ants is just a small feat. He can make each soldier ant maneuver around. It's a pity the hardware isn't good enough, otherwise it would be easy to do it without taking damage. What? That's so cruel. The students watching this scene from afar murmured to themselves, but their eyes gleamed with excitement. However, they were indeed shocked by the combat power of these mechanical creations. Everyone was a C rank, and they could feel the oppressive atmosphere even when they were not on the battlefield. Although Zhang Wu was also surprised by the combat power of these mechanical creations, he did not forget his identity. The remote sensing system was firmly locked onto the group of barbarians who were still lying in ambush, even further away from the battlefield. Having already lost 2 of their own kind, how can they remain so calm? He frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled, and could only continue to wait quietly. He didn't think the other side had discovered him. After all, the 2 sides were about 1.5 kilometers apart, and the barbarians were not very good at long-range reconnaissance. Even if the enemy did discover them, their concentrated formation wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of encirclement and surprise attack. When 2 more yellow-skinned barbarians fell on the battlefield, the group that had been lying in ambush for so long finally moved. The purple-skinned barbarian roared, shouting in a language that Zhang Wu couldn't understand, but seemed to mean something like charge or kill. Boom! The power of the barrank erupted instantly, and 2 purple figures, enveloped in energy, rushed toward the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. Let's get started. After a group of people entered the encirclement, Zhang Wu's order was given. Fang Qi had been keeping an eye on the battlefield, and upon hearing Zheng Wu's voice, he immediately ordered 6 soldier ants to flee. No sooner had the soldier ants withdrawn from the battlefield than a barrage of magical attacks rained down, the light of various energies radiating outwards, dazzlingly bright. Of Zheng Wu's 3 teammates, 2 were the first to charge out and intercept the 2 B-rank barbarians halfway. The 4 had just clashed when 2 teleportation arrays lit up instantly, taking them away from the battlefield. Even the aftershocks of a B-rank battle are extremely dangerous for C-rank professionals, making the opening of a second battlefield undoubtedly the best option. A chaotic battle broke out, and the barbarians' numerical advantage was instantly wiped out. The 6 soldier ants turned back again and frantically scurried along the edge. Without the pressure of being ganged up on, the output environment is incredibly good, transforming into 6 mobile turrets that revolve around the battlefield. Each energy attack precisely pierced through the gaps in the crowd and struck its target, causing the barbarians considerable losses and inflicting significant damage. Fang Qi had no intention of joining the battle. He was a mechanic, not a martial artist. There were still mechanical troops available. What would he do there? The reconnaissance swarm did not participate in the battle. Instead, he scattered them all around to detect any unforeseen events in advance. The aftershocks of the battle between the 4 B-rank warriors could be heard from afar, with continuous explosions and the ground shaking even from a distance. At this level of output, current mechanized forces cannot withstand it for long. Soldier ants are still unqualified as a mechanical force. Their air combat capabilities are weak, and their movement speed is somewhat unsatisfactory. They should be supplemented with some combat units to improve their survivability. Heavy armor has excellent attributes, so it can hold out for a while. No, why would a mechanic like me want to engage in close combat? Fighting opponents of a higher level is too dangerous. I should focus on leveling up and overwhelming them with my strength. That's the right path. Fang Qi clicked his tongue twice, putting away his somewhat off-track thoughts. Once the production line reaches full capacity, producing a mech soldier every few minutes, you expect me to fight you hand-to-hand? Are you kidding me? Impossible. If we can gang up on each other, we'll never fight one-on-one. I opened the panel and saw that I was still more than halfway to reach rank B in experience. The road ahead is long and arduous, but that doesn't quite seem right. Even though second-year students in Su Mao are still in C level, and I'm only in my first semester. It seems like things are progressing pretty quickly. As he watched the experience points fluctuate, Fang Qi's lips curled into a slight smile. The 2 bases and more than 30 production lines are working non-stop, accumulating experience every moment. The experience gained from processing and manufacturing is not much, but it is very long-lasting, available 24 hours a day. Chapter 81, Speculation. In the conference room of the training base in Pingsha Town, a group of people are sharing battlefield information transmitted through thought by twin mentors. A battle broke out in Area 0931, resulting in 3 injuries that required replacements. A battle broke out in Area 1183, resulting in the deaths of 24 people, with no injuries. 1135 area. Messages were rapidly being transmitted, and the blockade line formed by 70 temporary squads was slowly advancing, with combat information being transmitted back every moment. The remaining students are awaiting orders to go to areas in need of support or to replace injured members who will receive treatment. Of course, the help of mages proficient in teleportation magic is indispensable, otherwise it would be impossible to quickly mobilize members in such a large area. A somewhat overweight man paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, a hint of gloom and repression on his fat face. There were quite a few barbarians who had escaped this time, and he was a little anxious. However, since the twins, who were in command, had not given any orders, he could not rush out and search aimlessly. He could only wait patiently for the dispatch and arrangements. Hey Lao Feng, could you please stop pacing around like that? It's making me dizzy. A muscular man with a bald head and a dark red wolf head tattoo spoke with some impatience. Upon hearing this, the overweight man stopped and sighed softly. What do you know? It wasn't you who got into trouble. The barbarians came prepared this time, timing their attack precisely to coincide with the fluctuations at the entrance to the secret realm. I suspect they have ulterior motives. Otherwise, what good are these useless people who come out here? Deliver vegetables? Unfortunately, it's been too short since the incident, and I still have no clue what to do. Feng Qi's brows furrowed deeply, and the worry in his voice was hard to hide. His words made a lot of sense, but the bald man showed no sign of worry. What's done is done. There's no use in being anxious. Even if the sky really falls, there are still tall people to hold it up, so why are you panicking? Never mind what those bastards are up to, just blockade and encircle them and kill them all. He leaned against the wall and said nonchalantly, Sun Mang, an A-rank martial artist, specializes in fist and foot techniques. You really didn't choose the wrong name. Fang Qi glanced at Sun Mang with a hint of speechlessness, then pursed his lips helplessly. No, this matter might actually be more complicated than it seems. Perhaps they have a way to smuggle people across the border. The refined man who had been meditating cross-legged beside him slowly opened his eyes, his tone thoughtful. The others exchanged glances and then looked at each other. The man who spoke was Jin Wenhui, a mage among the 5A rank instructors from Whale Island Academy, who came to provide support. He specialized in dimensional magic. The so-called smuggling refers to opening a temporary passage outside the entrance and exit of the secret realm. The drawbacks are also obvious. It requires anchor points in both worlds, and the cost is high, as is the preparation time. This method is common among some powerful races, but it is rarely used. Not to mention that the entrances and exits of the secret realm are guarded by personnel from both sides. It is extremely difficult to establish a stable anchor point. Such temporary passages are inherently unstable. Their duration is difficult to control, and there is a risk of total annihilation. If you say other races, I'm less likely to believe you. After all, it had only been a little over a decade since the winged demon clan's failed invasion of the Celestial Clan. The temporary passage had shattered, and the 3 S-rank beings had fallen into the spatial turbulence, their fates unknown. But if it were barbarians, this certainly seems like something they would do. Fang Qi rubbed his little belly, lost in thought. The barbarian race is so greedy that he wouldn't be surprised if they did anything for food. Unfortunately, the barbarians had particularly large appetites, and their living environment was also very harsh. Therefore, before the entrances to the various racial realms were connected, it was common for tribes in the barbarian world to fight each other and treat other people outside their tribes as food. The myriad races' secret realms have been connected for so many years. Although they have fought each other, they have also been learning from each other's strengths, complementing each other's weaknesses, and expanding their advantages. However, the level of civilization and morality among the barbarians continued to progress slowly. Over the years, the entire social structure has transformed from a primitive society to a semi-primitive, semi-slave society, without even reaching the level of a feudal society, making it one of the few oddities among all races. Barbarians should not possess this ability. Sun Mang raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical of Jin Wenhui's statement. They don't have it, but what if someone is secretly pushing things along? The barbarians are generally not very strong, but they can still cause us a lot of trouble. After all, given their simple needs and limited understanding, they are easily fooled. Jin Wenhui spoke calmly, and what he said did make sense. Sigh, the situation has only been stable for a few years, and it feels like it's about to descend into chaos again. Fang Qi sighed softly, his tone tinged with worry. There has only been no large-scale war between the various ethnic groups in the last 10 years or so, but small-scale conflicts have never stopped. Sun Mang curled his lip, reluctantly agreeing with Jin Wenhui's statement, but still didn't take it seriously. What's the point of thinking so much? Just do it. Could you please be a little quieter? You're distracting my sibling and me. Not far away, the twins opened their eyes, and the man among them spoke with a hint of helplessness. The man's name is Lan Feng, and his sister's name is Lan Qing. Both of their special abilities are related to the mind, and their combined abilities make them even more powerful. So, any new developments on the battlefield? When Fang Qi saw that the two had opened their eyes, he quickly asked them. Since this matter occurred within his jurisdiction, he naturally hoped to resolve it as soon as possible. There are no unusual circumstances at present, and the entire lockdown plan is proceeding smoothly. However, the number of barbarians was too large, and many were injured. The medical staff at the training base were exhausted, and another batch needed to be transferred from Whale Island as a precaution. Lan Feng shook his head and slowly explained. Lan Qing remained silent, standing quietly to the side. I'll go. In the corner, a man who had been standing quietly, exuding a sharp aura like a drawn sword, glanced at Lan Qing imperceptibly and spoke. Chun Lin, an A-rank martial artist, specializes in swordsmanship. A look of understanding crossed Lan Feng's handsome face. He glanced at the other person and nodded. That will be troublesome. Small matter. Chun Lin nodded slightly, then turned and left. Watching the other person walk out the door, Lan Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. Chun Lin is a good person, just a bit introverted. My sister isn't so easy to win over, young man. He glanced at Lan Qing, who seemed as still as a wooden block beside him, and couldn't help but shake his head. Lanfeng also hopes that her younger sister can find a suitable partner. However, both of them are taciturn, so it will take some effort for them to truly get together. As for himself? Sorry, he's been married for many years and has a 12-year-old child. A happy family, a successful career, and a very fulfilling life. Chapter 82. The chaotic battle begins. Listening to the sounds of battle that occasionally drifted from other areas, Fang Qi couldn't help but marvel at the scale of this encirclement and suppression operation. After the first encounter, they continued to advance the blockade line, encountering some scattered barbarian groups along the way, but they were all small fry, and they did not encounter any more B-rank barbarians. Fang Qi sat on the back of a soldier ant, moving slowly forward with the main force, but his attention was not on what was ahead. The scout swarm had already gone quite far, about 4 kilometers away from him, and he was observing the information the swarm was sending back. 2 barbarian teams were discovered while scouting the insect swarm from a distance of 4 kilometers. Fang Qi observed from the perspective of one of the scout insects that a dozen or so barbarians were resting in place, seemingly with no intention of taking any action. They couldn't possibly not hear the intense fighting sounds all around them. They neither fled nor provided support. This feeling is like nails scattered across a battlefield. Fang Qi rubbed his chin, feeling a little strange. The scene in front of him felt somewhat familiar, much like the nail tactic. The nail tactic is a method of dispersing a large force into small combat units and spreading them across the battlefield to hinder the enemy's advance. This tactic is very useful in defensive warfare. Moreover, this tactic has no limitations and is applicable even if the battlefield is located in a star field. Doing this seems to offer no benefit other than stalling for time. If I were in command of these barbarians, the best course of action would be to concentrate our forces and break out of the encirclement. Once we were out of the encirclement, our chances of survival would undoubtedly be much greater. Instead of passively waiting for the enemy to come to our door like we are now. Unless these people have ulterior motives. He was pondering something when Zheng Wu's command interrupted his thoughts. They engaged the enemy again, but this time Fang Qi was not on the dispatch list, and the number of enemies was very small, only 10. He glanced at Su Mao to his right, who was sitting on a large rock resting and looked very tired. This young man is no good. He's so weak at such a young age. Fang Qi looked at the other person and teased them. The two were a few hundred meters apart, which was not far. For a sea-level professional, there was no problem in hearing each other's voices clearly. Su Mao waved his hand, grabbed a water ball, and slapped it hard on his face before catching his breath. You don't understand. I've sacrificed so much to help my girlfriend recover from her injuries, and I'm exhausted right now. Fang Qi's lips twitched. He had a feeling that this kid was showing off. However, Zhang Ting is a martial arts major, so it's inevitable that she would get injured after several battles, which is not a problem. Hang in there. It shouldn't be long before we rendezvous with the blockade forces at the training base. Fang Qi looked up at the sun in the sky and estimated that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They have advanced nearly 30 kilometers of the 100-kilometer-long blockade zone, and the blockade team from the training base is also approaching. They should be able to rendezvous before dark. It's not a big problem. How can man say he can't? Hey bro, are you really not planning to sell your battle pet? I really want to buy one for my girlfriend. Su Mao slowly stood up and asked with a smile. Ugh, those damn normies. Fang Qi muttered a sarcastic remark and turned his head to look in the direction from which the sounds of battle were coming. It should be over soon, right? Just as I was thinking this, the scout bug reported that the 2 teams of targets we had been monitoring had moved. As the barbarians moved, the entire battlefield seemed to instantly become agitated, with sounds of battle coming from all directions. Fang Qi was startled. They've arrived. Everyone assemble. Destination: Area 1103. Zheng Wu's order followed immediately, ringing in the ears of all team members. Without further hesitation, Fang Qi turned the soldier ants beneath him around and accelerated abruptly, while simultaneously issuing an attack order to the reconnaissance swarm. Upon receiving the order, the swarm of insects, which had been advancing covertly, quickly converged from all directions, splitting into 2 teams to catch up with the surveillance target that was rushing forward. A buzzing vibration came from above, and the leader of the barbarians looked up to see a group of palm-sized black shadows rapidly approaching. Before he could even see what it was, the swarm of insects flew over their heads, and 2 thumb-sized objects fell down. Puff! Yellow-green smoke billowed and enveloped the group of barbarians. They felt dizzy as soon as they inhaled a little smoke, and then felt an unbearable pain in their throats, as if a razor blade had been stuffed into them. The pain stimulates the body's subconscious response, causing involuntary swallowing and breathing, which in turn worsens the symptoms. By the time they broke out of the poisonous fog, it was too late. The effect is pretty good. After glancing at the battle information, Fang Qi couldn't help but sigh. After the last battle, he improved the poison mist bombs of the self-destructing queen, increasing the speed of neurotoxin onset, while adding atomized strong acid targeting the respiratory tract. Nebulized strong acid can rapidly damage the respiratory system, accompanied by a series of complications. When in pain, the body will instinctively swallow and breathe to relieve the pain, which is quite effective against these low-level barbarians when they're caught off guard. Theoretically speaking, this thing already falls into the category of biological weapons, but since there are no restrictions now, Fang Qi has brought it up again. But I only dare to use it in places where there are no people, since this thing doesn't distinguish between friend and foe and can easily injure my own people. His research on biotechnology wasn't in depth, but he did have some hidden gems, some of which were captured and some of which he learned. Gene-dissolving fluids and organic matter degradation devices, which are very useful in extermination campaigns, can effectively eliminate resistant targets without damaging most resources. However, these things are too dangerous, and Fang Qi only has the relevant technology but has never used them in actual combat. As for whether it will be useful in the future, we can only say we'll have to see. After all, such weapons are too risky and very complicated to manufacture. Even if they're designed to target alien races, relevant genetic data is required. As the battle lines were being moved, several A-level instructors in the command room also stood up. The enemy has 4 A-rank experts. Wait a minute, Lan Qing and I will use our control to isolate them from the battlefield and take them out first. Lan Feng looked at Jin Wenhui, the dimensional mage, and spoke. No problem. Jin Wenhui nodded, slightly in agreement. Lan Qing, you'll be in charge of commanding the battlefield. You don't need to participate in the main battle. This chaotic battle is extremely dangerous. You must help our students keep casualties within a certain range. Hearing her brother's arrangement, Lan Qing frowned slightly, but in the end she did not object. Don't worry, the A-rank experts in charge of the outer defenses won't be slower than us. Let's go. Feng Qi rubbed his belly and said seriously. Jin Wenhui said no more. The teleportation array condensed, and the group of 6 disappeared from the room. Chapter 83. The Battlefield Meat Grinder. When Fang Qi finally saw his destination, the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the 1103 region was in complete chaos. The mages, skilled in teleportation arrays, worked together to quickly isolate the battlefield and relocate the B-rank targets to another battlefield. Further afield, the aftershocks of the battle between A-rank powerhouses echoed far and wide, putting considerable psychological pressure on newbies. What a grand scene! Throwing a bunch of poison gas grenades at this time would definitely yield great results. Watching the chaotic battle involving nearly 1,000 people, Fang Qi couldn't help but sigh, and then locked onto his target. In the valley beyond the barbarian front, a layer of blood-red energy light was flashing. There was definitely something fishy going on. Fang Qi's eyes flickered slightly as he landed on the soldier ant. The heavy armor extended upon landing, perfectly conforming to Fang Qi's body. Buzz. The mechanical components came together, and a faint blue light shone from where the eyes were. Attack! As the order was given, the soldier ant fire control system locked onto a group of barbarians who were on their way to provide support. Streams of energy, resembling electric arcs, erupted, beginning long-range firepower suppression. The barbarian squad that was being attacked also noticed Fang Qi and charged towards him. The mechanical structure behind the heavy armor unfolds, and the flow of nanoparticles extends into 3 semicircular mechanical structures on the left and right sides. 3 campfire reactors operate simultaneously, providing powerful energy, and a deep blue light constantly converges. Brush! 3 beams of light, each as thick as a bowl, shot out and slammed into the enemy's red protective energy shield. Before 2 breaths had passed, the protective energy of several barbarians was shattered, and beams of light burst through their bodies, finally hitting the ground and causing a small explosion. The power is decent, but it consumes too much energy. After glancing at the energy bar, Fang Qi grinned and turned his attack target towards the battlefield. The attacks darted around wildly, almost never missing their mark, hitting their targets precisely. On the battlefield, a martial artist is wrestling and fighting with his opponent. Bang! A blue light shone obliquely from the right rear, extinguishing the opponent's protective energy in just 2 breaths. By the time he realized what was happening, all that remained in front of him was a headless corpse. The martial arts student was startled and turned to look at the source of the attack. What? Mechs! At the edge of the battlefield, a tall, metallic figure was moving around with 6 ant-like creatures. The enemy's firepower was fierce, even somewhat insane. Energy beams flew wildly all over the field, and they could even attack several directions at the same time, which was outrageous. Despite their surprise, the martial arts students quickly refocused their attention on the enemy not far away and joined the battle, forming a 2-on-1 gang fight. Many barbarians naturally noticed Fang Qi's terrifying firepower, but unfortunately, the opponent was too far away and moved very fast. Several times, just as the barbarian's charge attack arrived, Fang Qi had already moved from his original position and changed locations, followed by a series of attacks that slammed into his face, killing him instantly. Fang Qi's remote support reduced the combat pressure on many students, gradually expanding their battlefield advantage. However, his recklessness naturally attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. A streak of crimson energy, as fast as lightning, flew from afar. The energy detection device issued a warning. Fang Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. He adjusted the direction of the 6 thrusters and moved his body to the side, just enough to dodge the attack. Boom! The crimson energy slammed into the ground, carving out a trench nearly 100 meters long, demonstrating immense power. Watch out! A B-rank barbarian has noticed you. Zheng Wu's voice came through, reminding Fang Qi to be careful. Fang Qi looked at the purple barbarian who had just attacked him. The barbarian had been forced back by a senior student and was gradually moving away from the C-rank battlefield. He narrowed his eyes slightly and grinned. Anyone can bully the weak. Base. A high-frequency sharp blade popped out, its silver blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight, its surface also pulsating with a mechanical force that seemed like an electric current. The high-pressure fibers contracted, unleashing terrifying power with the help of the thrusters. The ground beneath their feet suddenly sank, and Fang Qi's speed increased dramatically as he charged into the battlefield. Clang! A flash of silver light suddenly appeared from the side, snapping the weapon in a barbarian's hand. Then, the silver light sliced through his protective energy like cutting tofu, instantly severing his neck. You're welcome. A cold, electronic voice rang in their ears, leaving the students stunned, while their heavy figures rushed off to the next battlefield. He stared blankly at the headless corpse on the ground, his eyes turning red. This is my opponent. He withdrew his gaze, his eyes bloodshot, and turned to another battlefield, his body flashing as he charged forward with a whooshing sound. I'm here to help you. What? No. The student who was locked in a fierce battle with his opponent couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the person with red eyes running towards him. As time went on, not only the students from Whale Island, but also the blockade forces from the training base arrived. On the human side, there's a situation of too many monks and too little porridge. Every enemy has become a walking resource. Fang Qi was unaware of these changes. He charged recklessly across the battlefield, relying on the powerful defense of his heavy armor to attack without defending. With its energy shoulder cannon and high-frequency blade wielding both arms, it resembles a meat grinder. 2 soldier ants pinned a barbarian to the ground, and Fang Qi raised his hand and slashed him with his sword, tearing through his defenses and cutting him in 2. He turned the shoulder gun around and aimed it at an enemy not far away. Overload mode startup. The scorching beam melted the defense, entered from the left waist, and exited from the right waist, leaving only a hole the size of a bowl, and the target died instantly. His brutal fighting style shocked many people. His silver blue armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, making him look like a walking Grim Reaper. Some people further back quietly took out their phones to film the scene. After all, in a battle between a group of carbon-based creatures, such a meat grinder is far too conspicuous. Fang Qi kept his eyes fixed on the purple-skinned orc who had ambushed him in the distance. The opponent was being attacked by 2 senior students working together and was having a very hard time. You ambushed me. I hold a grudge. His eyes flickered slightly as he deliberately moved closer to that direction while fighting. Battles at rank B are even more dangerous. Faced with a siege, the purple-skinned barbarian who had just ambushed Fang Qi was barely putting up a fight. Clearly, he couldn't take on 2 opponents at once. Bang! A terrifying force slammed into his chest. The martial arts senior transformed his fist into fingers, unleashing a series of attacks imbued with energy at various points on his chest. In addition to being proficient in hand-to-hand combat, the martial arts branch of boxers also possesses a special technique called acupoint striking, which is extremely strong penetrating power and can produce remarkable control and defense-breaking effects. A dozen or so bursts of energy were injected into his body, and the purple-skinned barbarian's body became stiff and unable to move. He transformed his fingers into claws, his entire body enveloped in power, resembling a wolf. With a single claw, he slammed it into the opponent's face, sending the purple-skinned barbarian flying backward like a deflated balloon. Good thing. He watched as the purple-skinned barbarian, who had been hit by a set of hard crowd control, flew towards him. Fang Qi raised his foot and kicked the barbarian he was stepping on away, then fired 2 more shots. He immediately turned around, and the high-frequency sharp blade, accompanied by the sound of wind being cut, stabbed fiercely at the flying purple figure. It must be said that the B-rank barbarian's body is very resilient. Even after taking a set of hard crowd control and losing its protective energy, the high-frequency blades still feel sluggish when stabbed. Sizzle. The sharp blade pierced through the left side of the waist, hitting a vital spot. Fang Qi picked him up like a skewer of grilled meat. A sharp, tearing sensation came from his abdomen, causing the purple-skinned barbarian to roar out loud. You ambush me, I'll ambush you back, it's fair. With a flick of the blade, he tore open the wound and pulled it out. Fang Qi then kicked the half-dead purple-skinned orc back to the feet of his 2 senior classmates. He's a decent guy. He doesn't steal kills. Looking at the barbarian in front of them, barely breathing, and a huge gash torn in his waist, the 2 senior students couldn't help but twitch their eyes. This junior is quite vengeful. Watching Fang Qi turn around and charge back into the battlefield, the senior who had just stopped the purple-skinned barbarian couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 84. A-Rank Strength. Clang. A miniature mechanical defensive field was placed in front of him, and energy rippled outwards as it struck the surface. The high-pressure fibers acting as muscles bulged, and the heavy armored arm unleashed terrifying power, pushing away the enemy who was still applying pressure. Thank you so much for saving my life. Su Mao patted his chest with lingering fear, his tone tinged with relief. What are you doing standing so close to the front? You're superhuman. The eerie blue electronic eye glanced back at him, its cold, mechanical voice seemingly tinged with a hint of speechlessness. Hey, I got so caught up in the game that I didn't notice my surroundings. Su Mao gave an awkward smile, raised his hands, and made a grasping motion in the air towards the barbarians, his palms shimmering with a faint blue light. The water flowed in and swirled around the barbarian's body, the soft liquid transforming into countless sharp blades as it spun at high speed, relentlessly eroding the barbarian's defenses. Finally, under the continuous high-frequency attacks, the crimson protective energy shattered. The water blade pierced the flesh, and the yellow body fluid dyed the water a different color. Splash. Water flowed in all directions, and blood splattered everywhere. Fang Qi took a step back to avoid the mess on the ground, feeling quite helpless. After the battle ended, Su Mao looked at the heavy figure standing in front of him. I feel incredibly safe. Imagine how great it would feel to have a teammate like this in every battle. He had naturally seen Fang Qi's rampage on the battlefield, which had excited him so much that he had charged from the rear to the front during the battle, almost losing his life in the process. After helping Su Mao out of the predicament, Fang Qi did not launch any further attacks. He looked at the entire battlefield, where the C-rank battle was nearing its end. The barbarians, who were still putting up a stubborn resistance, were almost powerless against the combined attack of the humans. The setting sun, like blood, cast a tragic shadow over the battlefield. Fang Qi looked towards the crimson energy cluster in the valley. That should be the final target. However, the battle of the A-rank bosses had already ended, and the cleanup was certainly none of their business as lowly C-ranks. All students retreat. Sure enough, a commanding voice suddenly rang in my ears, but this time it was a woman's voice, which sounded stiff. Fang Qi glanced in that direction one last time and saw several tiny black dots falling from the sky. That must be the mentor who came to provide support. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, didn't think much of it, and turned to follow the main force in retreating. 9 figures landed in front of the crimson energy barrier in the valley. All the A-level instructors from Whale Island Academy who came to provide support were present, except for Lan Qing. The other 5 people, like Fang Qi, belonged to the training base. It really is a temporary entrance. Can you tell which clan used this method? Looking through the crimson barrier, Fang Qi raised an eyebrow and gazed at the churning gray energy at the very center, feeling a sense of relief. Jin Wenhui shook his head. I have no clue. After all, These temporary entrances are used very infrequently. However, it seems we arrived just in time. It will still take some time before things completely stabilize. These barbarians really went all out. Their defenses are astonishing. Sun Mang reached out and touched the energy barrier. The terrifying temperature scorched his palm, causing it to crackle and emit a puff of smoke. However, thanks to Sun Mang's amazing regenerative abilities, the cells rapidly proliferated and regenerated, and the damaged parts fell off. Seeing this scene, apart from Chunlin and another martial artist who remained unfazed, the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Aren't you afraid there might be a backup plan to take your life? Fang Qi glanced at Sun Mang, speechless. Shaw, you think it's that easy to take my life? Step back a bit, let me test its weight. Sun Mang waved his hand, licked his lips, and a serious look appeared on his face. The fight he had just experienced was almost a brawl, and he felt no pleasure whatsoever, leaving him quite dissatisfied. The group didn't argue with him, but silently retreated a distance. Sun Mang took a deep breath, a red light flashing in his eyes, and the wolf head tattoo on the back of his bald head also glowed faintly. Boom! A terrifying burst of red energy shot into the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Beep beep beep. The energy detection device kept alarming, and the value continued to climb. Fang Qi's eyes flickered slightly as he felt the ground tremble and looked at the red energy soaring into the sky from the distant canyon. Rank A, that really is a watershed moment. This sense of oppression was completely different from that of a B rank battle. Fang Qi glanced at the energy detection device, which had reached the threshold, and couldn't help but sigh, his eyes flashing slightly. Compared to this kind of power, a B rank battle is child's play. The energy burst stirred up a sandstorm that swept in all directions, but the heavy armor, despite its weight, remained unmoved in the gale. 6 soldier ants stood quietly on both sides of the armor, like guards. Many students' eyes lit up, and they shrank behind the tall figure to lessen the impact of that terrifying power. Many people looked ahead with curiosity, as witnessing an A-rank expert going all out was a rare sight. Sun Mang's gaze narrowed slightly, and crimson energy swirled around his body, resembling a wolf. He took a step forward, and the ground cracked open inch by inch. He then suddenly raised his right hand and threw a punch. Boom! The surging power, like a cannonball, crashed into the energy barrier and converged into a single point, after which the aftershocks of the energy collision erupted. The blinding light expanded and grew larger before their eyes. Jin Wenhui tapped his staff, and layers of magical barriers appeared in front of them. White ripples spread outwards continuously, destroying everything in their path like a nuclear explosion. This guy doesn't know his own strength. Watching the constantly trembling defensive magic, Jin Wenhui's lips twitched, feeling quite pressured. Chunlin's gaze was solemn. As a fellow martial artist, his feelings were even more pronounced than Jin Wenhui's. Sun Mang has become stronger again. Chunlin tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes filled with seriousness and focus. Chapter 85, A Friend's Gift. Buzz. The expanding energy spread wantonly, and the aftershocks it created sent chills down the spines of many students, even from a great distance. A powerful gust of air swept in from afar, knocking a group of curious newbies off their feet. The terrifying power unleashed by an A-rank expert greatly shocked the newbies. In the past, most people only knew that A-rank was very strong, but they had no idea just how strong it was. Now they have seen it with their own eyes. Fang Qi didn't feel much. The heavy armor stood firm in the gale, like a sturdy city wall, giving the group of classmates huddled behind him a great sense of security. Wow, that's impressive. Clicking his tongue, Fang Qi looked at the white light gradually fading in the distance and sighed. When the sandstorm subsided, the students who had been watching the scene ahead were astonished. The distant valley has disappeared, leaving only a huge crater, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. What? Is this the world of the strong? It's unclear who spoke first, but a series of gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This astonishing destructive power gave these newbies quite a shock. He can be replaced. Fang Qi was slightly surprised by the confident speech and turned his head slightly to look at a robust young man who had just gotten up from the ground with a determined look on his face. Oh, so you're a martial artist. That's all right then. Fang Qi withdrew his gaze, understanding dawning on him. Confidence is an indispensable quality for martial artists. Mission complete. Students of Whale Island Academy, please return in an orderly manner. Members of the inspection team at the training base, please follow the instructions of your respective team leaders. The harsh female voice came to my ears again. Click. The mechanical components of the heavy armor opened and detached from Fang Qi's body. The soldier ants began to fold and close up, turning into metal spheres. As for the reconnaissance swarm, Fang Qi had already recalled it. After all, in such a chaotic battlefield, the swarm's defenses would easily be wiped out. Swish! After storing all the equipment in his magic ring, Fang Qi shook his clothes and then realized that something was amiss. He turned his head and saw a group of people staring at him. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Why are you all looking at me? Wow, that's awesome. Hey bro, you seem to be all alone. Do you need some teammates? Hee. I just took the opportunity to touch a couple of times. It's so hard, I love it. I heard from the Ministry of Education that the Mechanical Engineering Department will be using textbooks in the second semester. I'm so excited. It's such a pity. I wish I had been born 2 years later. I also wanted to study mechanical engineering. Hey bro, I'm a huge fan of your gear. Are you selling that mech? That robot is fine too. Honey, look at me. Although A rank is very strong, Fang Qi's performance on the battlefield, which is like a meat grinder, still left a deep impression on many students. As soon as the person in question appeared, they were immediately surrounded by a large crowd of students. Hearing the chaotic sound around him, Fang Qi felt quite helpless. In a daze, he even had the illusion that he had become a star. Surrounded by a group of people, Fang Qi walked back, answering some less important questions and making some promises to appease his classmates in response to their enthusiasm. After receiving the mission settlement certificate, he stepped onto the teleportation array again and returned to Whale Island, finally letting out a deep breath. The sky was already dark, and the 2 bright moons cast their pure light upon the earth, carrying a touch of lonely beauty. I went there in the morning and came back after dark. However, the school cafeteria is still open, so you can still go there for dinner. The benefits of an emergency mission are negligible to Fang Qi. What's really important is the collection of combat data. Whether they were barbarians or professionals, Fang Qi collected a large amount of combat data today, especially the energy values of A-rank professionals, which are the truly important things to him. After going back and organizing it, I'll enter it into Qiyuan's database. It will be of great use in building virtual battlefields in the future. In a virtual battlefield, Qiyuan can continuously fight against himself to refine various tactics, which is also a very important function. After having a meal at the school cafeteria, Fang Qi leisurely returned to Wen Lingwei's territory and plunged into the secret realm. Due to the development needs of the second base, some of the worker ants and equipment in the secret realm were moved away by him, and their numbers have decreased significantly. At this moment, it has not yet returned to its original state and looks somewhat deserted. Welcome home, master. The heavy mechanical door opened, and the mechanical sound of Qiyuan rang in my ears. With Qiyuan's current abilities, imitating various anthropomorphic voices is not a problem, but Fang Qi prefers this cold, mechanical voice the most. Good evening. Fang Qi casually took off his coat and hung it up, then greeted everyone. As he walked up to the refrigerator, a note on the refrigerator door caught his eye. The font is sharp yet gentle, like a plum blossom in winter, very familiar. I brought you some local specialties. They're in the fridge. Fang Qi chuckled. It's been 2 or 3 months. It's amazing she still remembers. I opened the door and took a look inside. There were some fruits I'd never seen before, some of which looked a bit like raspberries. I took out a pink, round object about the size of my thumb and smelled it. It had a faint, natural fragrance. New gadget. According to records, this is a specialty of the Spirit Clan called Awakening Plum. It can relieve mental fatigue and repair mental damage. It is one of the more expensive potion ingredients in a magic realm. It has a very good relieving effect on the fatigue caused by your long hours of research. Qiyuan answered Fang Qi's questions. Its current knowledge reserves are terrifying. All the information on the internet comes from it. That's quite practical. Fang Qi nodded knowingly, then put the items back in the refrigerator. We'll look into it later to see if it can be made into a medicine or cultivated. If it's possible to cultivate them, I could try making a CNC planning tower. I received a small surprise when I got home after the mission, which felt pretty good. Fang Qi grabbed a bottle of juice and closed the refrigerator door. He sat on the sofa, took a sip, and the cool sensation dispelled his fatigue. He took a deep breath and then slowly opened his mouth. Qiyuan, please report the results of your exploration of the underground river. Chapter 86, A Warning. Upon receiving the order, Qiyuan truthfully reported the exploration information about the underground river. Since the discovery of the underground river, the reconnaissance swarm has thoroughly investigated the extent and distribution of the 53.6 kilometer upstream and downstream sections. The underground river has a dendritic distribution and a flow rate of approximately 19,000 cubic meters per second, which meets the standards for constructing underground energy facilities. In addition to the mutated leech and the large rat, two other entirely new species not previously recorded were also discovered. As per your command, only basic appearance information was collected. Combat information was not collected. Looking at the projected images on the wall, Fang Qi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Does it divert downstream? If construction proceeds along the mining route, it can save a considerable amount of time. New species, somewhat resembling starfish and crabs. Both species are incredibly ugly. Besides their enormous size, they give the impression of being extremely aggressive at first glance. It's as if it's been exposed to some random radiation, giving it a unique beauty characteristic of genetically mutated organisms. What is the population distribution of these organisms? The mutant leech is distributed upstream and downstream, and belongs to the upper part of the food chain. Both large rats and the two new species are its prey targets. The silver carp-like creatures mainly inhabit the upper reaches of the river, while the crab-like creatures inhabit the lower reaches of the river and are very numerous. In contrast, large rats are less numerous. So, this place could probably become a backyard for grinding monsters. After a moment's thought, Fang Qi's eyes lit up. Experience is indispensable to him, and it would be best if this area could reliably spawn monsters. Have any unusual energy sources or radiation reactions been detected? No. Upon hearing the answer, Fang Qi didn't feel much disappointment, as it was within his expectations. Moreover, with such a large water flow, Fang Qi even suspected that the source of this underground river might not be within the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, and might have already crossed the border. Or perhaps the source of the underground river is in the sea, since this place was originally a vast ocean. The ocean is also a rich resource area. Let's hold off on the exploration for now, and use this underground river to further expand and deepen the base. Clear. After turning off the projector screen, Fang Qi closed his eyes to relax for a while, then got up to take a shower and go to bed. Nothing happened that night, and the next day, baby Aunt went to class on time. Fang Qi stayed in bed a little longer than usual, only getting up when Aunt Baby got out of school. He glanced at the list of plans and felt dizzy. There's a kind of exhilarating feeling of working overtime to the point of suffocation. These are all blessings. How wonderful. With a soft sigh, Fang Qi roused himself and began to work. After repairing the damaged machinery and replenishing the depleted tactical equipment, Fang Qi turned his attention to the magic energy crystals. This ore, mined from magic crystal mines, is abundant and a highly efficient clean energy source. The high-density crystals produced after high-pressure purification have better effects and a wide range of applications. They can be used as a new energy source, and even in some large-scale projects. In addition, production line upgrades are inevitable. This is one of Fang Qi's sources of experience and a cornerstone for accelerating the development of the base. Life returned to a calm and peaceful state, and everything seemed serene and idyllic. Of course, this is just his personal feeling. Although the barbarian invasion did not cause significant damage, it had a different meaning. Whether or not there is a mastermind behind the barbarians is no longer important. Since the incident has already occurred, it naturally won't end so simply. Both the training base and Whale Island Academy need to provide a response. Is this what the above means? Feng Kai frowned slightly as he looked at the notification document in his hand. To be honest, looking at this document, he felt that the reaction was a bit excessive. Yes, so here we are. The intelligence team leader, dressed in office attire, sighed helplessly, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping himself. Looking at the names on the list, Feng Kai felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Lingyao, the Lord of Illusions, Zhao Yuanhong, the Son of the Void, Yin Tongsheng, the Illusionary Ghost, and Luo Zheng, the Blood-clad Demon. The 4 S-rank masters, 3 of whom are hidden professionals, are the kind of beings who appear and disappear like dragons. Most of the time, only a name and some basic information circulate about him. As for the number of people who have seen them in person, it can only be said that there are not many. In addition, there are 4 different S-rank powerhouses from the Spirit Clan and the Celestial Clan. Even the peace-loving elves sent an elven priest, which shows how hated the barbarians were. It's not surprising at all. Given the barbarians' way of doing things, Feng Kai doesn't even dare to imagine how many people they've offended. When some people take the lead in attacking a fallen dog, others are naturally willing to join in. 8 S-ranks, that's enough to plow through the entire barbarian territory. Feng Kai's lips twitched, feeling rather speechless. The above states that the barbarian invasion must have been caused by their rapid population growth, leading to food shortages. We have an obligation to help reduce the other party's survival pressure. Of course, the most important thing was to help the barbarians resist the exploitation by the upper class. Fang Qi glanced at the other party speechlessly. Beheading is beheading. Why make it sound so nice? However, he also understood the meaning of the above statement. The barbarians were not worth such a large-scale mobilization. The real goal is to give a warning to those restless alien races and the masterminds behind the scenes. Kid, you better watch out, or this is what will happen to you. You want war? I'll give you war. However, the gathering of 8 S-rank beings is a spectacle unseen for over a century. The last time something like this happened, I was just 18 years old. Time flies. After making a remark, Fang Qi signed his name on the document. Since he wasn't the one getting beaten up, he wasn't worried at all. As for what happens to the barbarians, that's none of his business. At worst, they'll just be driven back to primitive society from a semi-slave society. Chapter 87. Who is the mantis stalking the cicada? Classmates, in the past few days we have learned some common knowledge and history about the Earth Fire Beastmen. Today we're going to learn a brand new topic. As we mentioned earlier, the entrances to the secret realms are interconnected. For example, for our human race, there are currently 129 entrances that have been announced, of which 53 are in the Great Xia. Of these 53 secret realms, detailed information has been released for 38, while the rest remain confidential. The teacher doesn't know the specific details either, but you might come across them after you start working. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Today I'm going to talk about the race, the money rat. As the teacher spoke, images appeared on the blackboard projector. They were creatures that were not very tall, and even somewhat clumsy, but they wore very fancy clothes, which surprised many students who were listening attentively to the lecture. The money rats are a very intelligent species with a high level of civilization. The entrances and exits to the secret realms native to the Golden Rat clan are far more advanced than those of our human race. As a result, their caravans are quite famous among various races and civilizations. The money rat tribe doesn't just sell their own specialty products, they also engage in some reselling. However, it's important to note that their reputation is quite poor. They're notorious for being unscrupulous merchants. The teacher spoke eloquently on stage, recounting to the students the many heinous crimes committed by the money rat clan, while the students listened attentively. The baby ant's electronic eyes never blink, faithfully recording all information. San Perona, the holy city of the money rat clan. In the language of the money rats, Perona means wealth or power. The word sacred at the beginning represents holiness. In the eyes of the money rat clan, wealth and power are sacred and noble. The money rat clan possesses immeasurable wealth and formidable strength, much of which they plunder from other races. However, it is worth noting that the money rat clan values trade and rarely uses force to intimidate other races, even though their trading methods are very dirty. Your Majesty, good news. In the city of Perona, within a grand and elegant palace complex, a richly dressed money rat is writing something on a table in a side hall. He was none other than Saint Adbongo, the monarch of this generation of the money rat clan. Outside the door, the head steward, who was serving him personally, spoke softly, causing him to pause in his writing. Enter. His leisure time was interrupted, but he showed no displeasure. His refined voice rang out, and the steward who was waiting outside the door quickly entered the room. Your Majesty, your handwriting is getting better and better. Sharp and powerful, yet elegant, truly wonderful. The steward of internal affairs walked over quietly, looked at the half-written characters on the table, and couldn't help but praise them, even though he couldn't understand what Adbon had written at all. We can hold off on the praise for now. Tell me your good news first. Yebang spoke softly, his hands behind his back. Your Majesty, this is the situation. The caravan sent word that after the Great Xia kingdom on the human side was invaded by barbarians, Great Xia has responded and is likely going to teach the barbarians a lesson. Your plan was a success. The steward beamed, a flattering smile on his hairy face. Yadbongo glanced at him indifferently and spoke slowly. What plan? Didn't you sell the barbarians the method to build a temporary secret passage? The barbarians have indeed fallen into the trap, and the human race is reacting fiercely. The situation, which has been stable for many years, is about to descend into chaos. We, on the other hand, can take advantage of the chaos. There's an old saying among humans, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In this chaotic situation, we can certainly play the role of the oriole. Haven't you long coveted human treasures? Perhaps this time we'll have a chance to plunder some of them. The head steward, with a flattering smile on his face, analyzed the matter logically. Do you know why I was able to beat out other competitors to become the monarch, while you are just a steward? Ye Bang walked around the table with his hands behind his back, his tone calm but questioning. A deadly question hung like the sword of Damocles over his head, freezing the steward's smile on his face and leaving him drenched in sweat. His mind raced, but it seemed that any answer he gave might cost him his life. Because you're stupid, groundhog. Ye Bang glanced at the steward of internal affairs, who was bowing his head like a quail, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction. This rat was his confidant, but after all these years, his brain hasn't improved at all. Instead, he's become more and more skilled at patting rats' butts. The monarch's lesson is correct. I am indeed a foolish groundhog. The head steward quickly agreed, not daring to object. Our deal with the barbarians is over. We gained resources, and they gained the technology they wanted. It was a win-win situation. What those barbaric, mentally challenged individuals plan to do with that technology is none of our business. Yadbon walked to the window and gazed at the gray sky in the distance, his beady eyes gleaming with wisdom. But when we made the deal, didn't we promise them that if Great Xia retaliated, we would provide assistance? If we break our promise, wouldn't that be bad for our clan's reputation? The steward frowned, his tone filled with confusion. The Money Rat clan values transactions highly. Even if they resort to some underhanded tactics, they almost always keep their promises, which is related to their beliefs. Are we the ones trading with them? Yadbon asked rhetorically. The steward fell silent. The ones trading with the barbarians were not the Money Rat clan, at least not in appearance. They were people whose appearance had been altered using special items. It was Yadabango who personally arranged for him to do this. Since it wasn't a promise we made, we naturally don't need to fulfill it. Yadbang chuckled, fiddling with an exquisite ring on his finger, his tone playful. So this time, are we just going to do nothing? This might be an opportunity. The steward pondered, feeling somewhat regretful. The human race possesses immense wealth, which they have coveted for a long time. However, the human race is not only powerful, but also very intelligent, and their proud business methods have not yielded any results. Chance? This is indeed an opportunity for us. Yadbang chuckled softly, his eyes flashing slightly. The barbarians will certainly need a lot of help to rebuild after the war. I'll sell them the food I traded with them last time for 10 times the price. In a year of great disaster, we'll earn a little less. Consider it a contribution to poverty alleviation. Of course, we can also help rebuild their homes. The price they pay is that they only need to give up some unused minerals. Upon hearing this, the head steward's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with this line of thinking. During peacetime, the caravans of the Money Rat clan would face a situation where their products were not sold. The demand for both war resources and living resources will be greatly reduced. So what is the solution to this dilemma? Instigating war is a tried and true method. Your Majesty, I will take care of it immediately. Having figured out the key point, the steward of internal affairs couldn't wait to take his leave after bidding farewell to Adbon and go down to make preparations. Although the barbarians were backward in civilization and had a shortage of food, it did not mean that they had no other resources. In the eyes of the Money Rat clan, even a stone can fetch a good price. Foolish groundhog, I hope there are others like you who want to be the Oriole in the dark. That would be the real opportunity for us. The light laughter of the Yadbang song was accompanied by a self-talk that fell in a playful tone. Chapter 88. An Abnormal Order to Conquer. Master, I learned something new today. Inside the secret realm, the baby ant, returning from school, reports to Fang Qi on the data they collected in class that day. A money rat? How interesting. It's so good at business, it must be very rich. As Fang Qi worked, he listened to the classroom audio recorded by Ant Baby and nodded in agreement. However, the way this Money Rat clan behaved always gave him a sense of familiarity, which was very strange. Has anything unusual happened at school or online lately? As if he had thought of something, Fang Qi paused his busy work and asked a question. The hottest news online in the past 2 days has been the joint call for action issued by Whale Island Academy and its training base headquarters. 8 S-rank powerhouses set out to attack the barbarians. The baby ant answered Fang Qi's question truthfully, but Fang Qi felt a strange sense of unease with his answer. In order to conquer? Show me the original text. He frowned and gave the order in a low voice. The baby ant's eyes emitted a faint light, which was projected onto the metal floor beneath Fang Qi's feet. Fang Qi read it carefully. The gist of it was that the barbarians launched a sneak attack, causing heavy losses to the Pingsha town training base, but the specifics of the losses were not described. The video accompanying the text shows a blood-red sunset, carrying a sense of inexplicable tragedy and desolation. Two different species are fighting back and forth in the wilderness. Fang Qi even finds his own figure in a corner, but it is only a fleeting shot. Hiss! Why make the background music sound so tragic? Was the battle that day really that fierce? To be fair, judging from the information presented here, the emotional value conveyed is indeed very effective. If Fang Qi hadn't experienced it firsthand, he would have thought that humanity had been utterly defeated. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow after glancing at the names on the conquest order. He hadn't heard of the 4 from other races, but he knew very well that the 4 from the human race were all well-known S-rank warriors. The most mysterious of them all is the phantom ghost Yin Tongsheng, while the other 3 have some video footage available online. However, this person has only a name circulating about him so far, and there are no combat records, let alone what his profession is. Most ordinary people can't say anything about him except for rumors. After reading the entire proclamation, Fang Qi felt a sense of unease. Couldn't you have gone secretly? Why make such a big fuss just for some emotional value? Logically speaking, this operation seems wrong, but it's not quite right to say it's completely useless. After all, it did generate a lot of emotional value, and there were quite a few voices online supporting the start of the war. Sometimes, setting a unified goal can indeed increase cohesion. The order to attack was issued 2 days ago. Judging by the date, these bigwigs have probably already set off. Hopefully nothing bad will happen. Fang Qi stood up, dusted himself off, and muttered to himself. He decided to put aside his incomprehension for the time being, as that level of struggle was simply too far removed from his current situation. Fang Qi opened the refrigerator, took out a strip of nutritional paste, and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to rest for a while, the sound of baby ants rang in his ears. Master, the 5,000 magic crystals you ordered have been delivered. Do you need me to retrieve them for you? The delivery was quite fast. No need, this is no small sum. I need to check the goods. Qiyuan instructed the worker ants to deliver this month's logistics department orders to the door. Fang Qi shook his clothes and answered casually. Clear. Having received a response from Qiyuan, Fang Qi also headed towards the outside of the secret realm. The deliverman was still the same logistics staff member he knew, named Su Feng, an engineer, a relatively unpopular logistics profession. Hey Lao Su, long time no see. Want to treat me to dinner? Fang Qi waved to the other person with a smile on his face. If anyone's going to treat, it's you. Your equipment sales are booming and you're making a fortune, yet you're still eyeing my meager earnings. Su Feng looked at the mechanical boxes that the worker ants were carrying out with a bit of envy. These were all worth a lot of credits. I don't have any credits left, you know that. I've used up all my credits. Fang Qi stretched out his hand, raised an eyebrow at Su Feng, and signaled for him to deliver the goods. Su Feng nodded and took out 10 mechanical boxes from his spatial ring, placing them on the ground. Inside were the items Fang Qi had purchased. Why did you buy so many magic crystals? Researching new equipment? Although you may not like to hear this, I still want to give you some advice. A person's energy is limited. You're already quite accomplished at your age. Focusing on your own area might be better. Magic-related things don't fit your profession, and without a panel to assist you, the learning curve is steep. Of course, I was just saying it casually, so please don't take it to heart if I'm wrong. All the magic crystals you bought are here, 500 per box, 10 boxes in total. Would you like to count them? Su Feng reached out and patted the mechanical box next to him, then asked with a smile. Fang Qi nodded, casually opened a box to check its condition, and only accepted the goods after confirming there were no problems. Just take a look. Can I exchange it if there are any problems later? Ugh, we're not responsible for anything once the transaction is complete. Just kidding. Don't worry, I packed all the goods myself. Would I cheat you? Su Feng chuckled and joked with Fang Qi. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and after the worker ants finished carrying their loads, Su Feng put away his monthly equipment allowance and took his leave. Before leaving, he told Fang Qi to visit him sometime, and of course to treat him to a meal. After putting away the 10 boxes of magic energy crystals, Fang Qi habitually turned his head and glanced at the third-floor balcony. Unexpectedly, when Ling Wei, who had been missing for a long time, actually returned. At the same time, a familiar figure caught Fang Qi's eye, making him pause in surprise. Guling Yao? Didn't she go to the barbarian secret realm? How come she's here? A doubt flashed through Fang Qi's mind, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Chapter 89, Fishing. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Have you changed your mind and now want to become my disciple? Too late. I, the dignified Lord of Illusions, also have my pride. The moment you rejected me, your chance was already gone. Humph. Gu Lingyao stood on the balcony, raised her eyebrows at Fang Qi, and chuckled with her hands on her hips. That familiar feeling. Among the S-rank powerhouses Fang Qi had ever met, he was the most unrestrained and carefree, lacking any airs of a powerful figure. As expected of you, Professor Gu, how should we behave in front of our juniors? You're not a child anymore. Be more mature. A fair, delicate hand rose up and slapped away Gu Lingyao's hands, which were on her hips, her tone slightly displeased. Fang Qi recognized the voice. It belonged to Wen Lingwei, who had disappeared for some time. Teacher, you're back. Fang Qi recognized the person and greeted them politely. Yes, I just got back. Come on up, I brought you some gifts. Wen Lingwei reached out and pressed Gu Lingyao, who was still struggling, back down, and nodded slightly to signal Fang Qi to go upstairs. Good. Fang Qi didn't dawdle and went up to the third floor. In Wen Lingwei's bedroom, besides a few basic pieces of furniture, there was only a tea table next to the balcony. Such a simple style gives people the feeling of a bare house. Sitting down at the tea table opposite the two S-shaped steps, Fang Qi didn't feel much tension. Wen Lingwei is his teacher, so there's no need to be nervous. As for Gu Lingyao, based on their few interactions, he couldn't muster any nervousness unless she suddenly decided to kill him. Where have you been all this time? The cup in front of him was filled with the aroma of light green tea. Fang Qi was very familiar with this smell. He had gotten a little bit from the principal last time. Having nothing to do, I went for a stroll around New World. The teacher said you like to drink tea, so you can have these tea leaves. As she spoke, Wen Lingwei pointed with her finger, and a small wooden box appeared in front of Fang Qi. Looking at the wooden box in front of him, Fang Qi felt quite helpless. The principal actually told Wen Lingwei about this, even though he had clearly refused. This old rascal is a master at tricking his apprentices, and Wen Lingwei actually believed his lies and brought the tea back. Thank you, teacher. Fang Qi couldn't refuse Wen Lingwei's kind offer, so he had no choice but to accept it. Wen Lingwei nodded slightly, acknowledging Fang Qi's thanks. Professor Gu, I saw the school's conscription order. Didn't you go to the barbarian side? The atmosphere was a bit awkward, so Fang Qi casually changed the subject, as he was indeed quite curious about the matter. Yes, I went. You just didn't see it. Gu Lingyao rested her chin on one hand and held a teacup in the other, casually examining the tea, her tone nonchalant. A clone? Upon hearing this, Fang Qi subconsciously had this thought flash through his mind. But he didn't want to ask that question, since the two of them didn't know each other very well, and it would be presumptuous. She did go. The reason I was called back by the teacher this time is also related to this matter. Wen Lingwei spoke slowly, which was considered confirmation of Fang Qi's guess. Fang Qi had a general idea when he saw Gu Lingyao that this was probably a setup. The order to conquer is real, and the actions described above are also real. A group of old men bringing this up on the table is just a bait-and-switch tactic. As for which fish it is, that depends on who took the bait. It would be best if I could catch some fish, but if I couldn't, there's always the barbarians to take my slice of the pie, so I won't lose out either way. As for whether Gu Lingyao went there as a clone or not, it's not really that important. In fact, the Gu Lingyao sitting here might not even be the real Gu Lingyao. Those who reach the S rank all have their own trump cards up their sleeves. You don't need to worry about this. Seeing that Fang Qi looked thoughtful, Wen Lingwei assumed he was worried and slowly said something. With you here, teacher, I naturally have no worries. Fang Qi smiled and offered a small compliment, his tone sincere. Oh, kid, you look down on me? Looks like I need to broaden your horizons. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyao glanced at Fang Qi with displeasure, then put down her teacup with a serious expression. No need. I have absolute faith in Professor Gu's abilities. Fang Qi quickly called a halt, as someone like Gu Lingyao, who lacked any sense of self-awareness as a strong person, was capable of doing anything on a whim. Stop fooling around. Wen Lingwei raised her hand to stop Gu Lingyao from causing trouble, and then, under the other's slightly resentful gaze, turned to Fang Qi and gave him instructions. Professor Gu and I are going out for a while. If you don't have anything to do these next few days, don't go out. Just stay in the secret realm. But you don't need to worry. The principal is already on his way back. Okay, I will be careful. Teacher and Professor Gu, please be careful too. After a brief chat, Fang Qi got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, he inquired about the recent situation of Xiaoya and the others. Gu Lingyao just smiled mysteriously and told him it was a secret. Fang Qi was helpless about this. But although Gu Lingyao seemed unreliable, she was very generous to her students. Fang Qi wasn't worried at all. He was just curious. After watching Fang Qi go downstairs, Gu Lingyao finally looked away. Is there some movement? He picked up his teacup and drank the tea in one gulp. then casually asked the question. Wen Lingwei nodded and looked at the blazing sun in the sky. Some people, restless and eager to stir up trouble, wanted to make a scene. What's the situation with the barbarians? Upon hearing Wen Lingwei's question, Gu Lingyao slowly closed her eyes and sensed the information as if she were receiving it. As expected, the attack was targeted only at the tribe that launched it. The other tribal chiefs, though angry, did not come to their aid. It's all thanks to that old fox, Yin Tongxing's smooth talk. He promised 7 tribes a piece of land. Maybe after we leave, these people will really fight tooth and nail. Gu Lingyao smiled maliciously. For a race like the barbarians who had never experienced a feudal dynasty, there were too many ways to divide them. Wen Lingwei's eyes flickered slightly, but she simply nodded without expressing any opinion, since the life and death of the alien race was never within her consideration. Chapter 90, Active Peptide Restoration Agent. The Big Shot's fishing plan didn't have much to do with Fang Qi, but it still had some impact. For example, 2 undisclosed strongholds on the eastern side of Whale Island experienced large-scale alien invasions, but this time the well-prepared training base directly performed a traditional program, making dumplings. The dumpling-making performance wasn't free. The other party reportedly paid a very large sum for watching the show. This can be seen from the many resource materials that have recently been promoted on the trading website within Whale Island. Although this is still a bit short of the big fish the Big Shots expected, it's enough to have a decent meal. Apart from that, nothing else noteworthy happened. As time went by, even the battles on the barbarian side attracted less and less attention. However, Fang Qi would also read these news articles when he had nothing to do, which was a way to pass the time. Inside Base 2, Fang Qi took a moment to glance at the combat squad's information. In order to expedite the development of the underground river passage, Fang Qi replaced all the high-density crystals produced in the first batch with the combat troops at the second base. The 6 combat teams were divided into 2 groups, tirelessly clearing away various mutated creatures along the way in the area of the underground river. While providing Fang Qi with a wealth of experience, it also paved the way for the engineering corps and significantly improved their efficiency. It seems this plan won't work. In the laboratory, Fang Qi turned off the control panel and looked at the leech larvae curled up on the experimental table, talking to himself. The underground river is rich in resources, and leech larvae can absorb the sap of the black vines to obtain energy for growth. Fang Qi wondered if he could try automating the breeding of a batch. If he could create a scientific monster spawning cage, it would be a good thing for him. After all, with his current technological reserves, building an intelligent breeding farm is not difficult. The good news is that the leech larvae used as test subjects did indeed grow healthier and faster in the initial stages than their wild counterparts. The bad news is that they only grew in size. Their levels seemed to have stabilized at level 1, and they had no combat power, making them incomparable to the mutated leeches in the wild. However, Fang Qi did not come away empty-handed. Perhaps due to the growth environment, the leeches cultivated had more stable and balanced cell activity, and also had the effect of rapid proliferation. Fang Qi extracted bioactive peptides from them and created a special active peptide recovery agent. These small protein molecules can bind to receptors on the cell surface, activate intracellular signaling pathways, promote cell proliferation and differentiation, and accelerate wound healing. Due to the unique properties of leeches, this recovery speed is extremely astonishing. While it cannot regenerate severed limbs, it is sufficient for dealing with common injuries. Item: Blue Active Peptide Recovery Potion. Note: this is a potion that can quickly heal injuries. 1 injection can be given as a second. Looking at the white liquid in his hand, Fang Qi seemed to be deep in thought. For C-rank life strength, this potion is effective enough, and it is very inexpensive. Mass production is not difficult, and it is indeed a qualified product. However, some clinical trials are needed. It would be ridiculous if the dosage were too high and caused physical mutations. Although active peptide technology is a very mature medical technology, and theoretically there shouldn't be such a problem, it's still better to be on the safe side. Fang Qi can accept failure, but he cannot accept defective products. Active peptide technology existed on Earth as early as the terrestrial era, and with the development of science and technology, regenerative medicine has also undergone exponential iterations. Initially, bioactive peptide technology could only treat some common diseases, but with the advancement of bioengineering, this technology has been applied to a wider range of fields, such as nanoregenerative cells and bioprinting technology. These technologies are all very advanced, but Fang Qi's current technological capabilities at his two bases are not yet sufficient to achieve them. Healthcare and military industries are both important tools for reaping resources and wealth. Fang Qi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps the world situation is different, but it is also possible to develop a completely new strategy based on a special track. Stretching, Fang Qi walked out of the laboratory. Master, you have a communication message. Oh, whose is it? The alloy gate behind him closed, and Fang Qi stepped into the base passage and walked forward, hearing Qi Yuan's cold electronic voice in his ears. The message came from Aunt Baby. Xiaoling Yun wants to see you. The principal? What does he want with me? Fang Qi muttered to himself, feeling a little awkward. Xiaoling Yun was a playful old man. After the two became a little more familiar with each other, he began to show his true nature and always liked to play chess with Fang Qi. The so-called chess game is more like a board game that simulates a war between all races. The gameplay is very complex and takes a lot of time to play a game. Fang Qi naturally didn't have much time to entertain the other party, so this important task fell to Aunt Baby. To allow for flexible control of the chess pieces, Fang Qi specially equipped the baby ants with nanolimbs, which can change shape at any time. Of course, there was another reason why Fang Qi didn't like playing chess with Xiaoling Yun. The old guy had terrible sportsmanship and would cheat at the drop of a hat, which was very frustrating. Unable to figure out Xiaoling Yun's purpose in seeking him out, Fang Qi didn't dwell on it and headed towards the school. When Fang Qi arrived at the office building, he also saw someone he didn't know very well, Vice Principal Duan Yang. Fang Qi, are you here to see the principal? Duan Yang had a happy face and seemed to be in a good mood. He greeted Fang Qi. Yes, the principal said he wanted to see me. What could have happened to him? He just lost another game of chess. Duan Yang muttered to himself, clearly implying that this person was also suffering because of the principal's poor chess ethics. By the way, Fang Qi, do you have any plans to introduce new equipment this semester? Control, reconnaissance, or trap types will be preferred. That's all for now. There's less than a month until the holidays, and there's no time to develop new equipment this semester. Does the school have this need? Fang Qi shook his head slightly, then asked curiously. Yes, because many students take on tasks before the holidays, there is a certain demand for auxiliary equipment. It's okay if you don't have time. We can talk about it when you're free. Since the principal is looking for you, you should go upstairs